Tú no, uno, yo calculo el daño antes. Mano rota, pero yo me tengo fe. Ese top deck me cambió todo otra vez. La del medio, huele a overcommit. El rival se confía, te más ya free. Yo con los snap temprano, a ver que chat pameando, na cagues otra vez. Golden Gauntlet, me la juego al 100. Si gano esta, ya me ven en el cartel. Un cubo, dos cubos, quiero todo también. Si pierdo nos reímos y va otra vez. Golden Gauntlet, que decida la 3. Cuando cae el combo se levanta el reset. Risas, mi play, pero se siente bien. Porque en cada partida me la creo otra vez. Turno 5, se me acaba la cabeza. Tengo línea clara, pero invento otra sorpresa. Cambio snap por paciencia. Me la aguanto que chat full zen, full zen. Yo le hago caso y se fue. Reacción en la cara cuando va esa tech. ¿De dónde sacaste eso? Ya entendí por qué la victoria sabe poco. Si no hubo sudor, clip guardado pa' subirlo luego en show. Uno pa' los tilteados, dos pa' los que van bien. Tres pases top de raro, que esta salga el run también. Que suene el click del snap, que tiemble bracket hoy. Si me bañan el plan, improvisamos, voy. Golden Gauntlet, me la juego al 100. Si gano esta, ya me ven en el cartel. Un cubo, dos cubos, quiero todo también. Si pierdo nos reímos y va otra vez. Golden Gauntlet, que decida la 3. Cuando cae el combo se levanta el reset. Risa, mi place, pero se siente bien. Porque en cada partida me la creo otra vez. Golden Run, late at night, carta, 2, and we go live. Hey, click and play, ya se armó el desmadre. Turno 1, yo calculo el daño antes. Mano rota, pero yo me tengo fe. Ese top deck me cambió todo otra vez. La del medio huele a overcommit. El rival se confía, este match ya es free. Yo con snap temprano, cara de a ver que chacha spameando, no la cagues otra vez. Golden Gauntlet, me la juego al 100. Si gano esta, ya me ven en el cartel. Un cubo, dos cubos, quiero todos también. Si pierdo nos reímos y va otra vez. Golden Gauntlet, que decida la 3. Cuando cae el combo se levanta el reset. Risa mi place, pero se siente bien. Porque en cada partida me la creo otra vez, otra vez. Torno 5, se me acaba la cabeza. Tengo línea clara, pero invento otra sorpresa. Cambio snap por paciencia, me la aguanto que chat full zen, full zen. Yo les hago caso y se fue. Reacción en la cara cuando baja esa tech. ¿De dónde sacaste eso? Ya entendí por qué. La victoria sabe poco. Si no hubo sudor, clip vuelvo pa' subirlo luego en shorts. Uno pa' los tilteados, dos pa' los que van bien. Tres pases top de raro, que te salva el run también. Que suene el click del snap, que tiemble el bracket hoy. Si me bañan el plan A, improvisamos, voy. Golden Gauntlet, me la juego al 100. Si gano esta, ya me ven en el cartel. Un cubo, dos cubos, quiero todos también. Si pierdo nos reímos y va otra vez. Golden Gauntlet, que decida la 3. Cuando cae el combo se levanta el reset. Risa mi place, pero se siente bien. Porque en cada partida me la creo otra vez, otra vez. Abro los ojos, tierra extraña, polvo en las botas, miedo y calma, mapa en la mano, cero marcas, solo preguntas, ninguna charla. Rugen las hojas bajo mi paso, cada colina.
Stacking bricks to touch the sky. Fortnite dreams we're flying high. Pixel battles in the zone. Lego blocks create our throne. Click, snap, build it up tonight. Victory shines in neon light. Digital realms where we unite. Lego Fortnite feels so right. Walls go up, defense is strong. Strategies where we belong. Jump and spin with perfect aim. Winning's just part of the game. Click, snap, build it up tonight. Victory shines in neon light. Digital realms where we unite. Lego Fortnite feels so right. Feels so right. Lego Fortnite feels so right. Walls go up, defense is strong. Strategies where we belong. Jump and spin with
A ver,
winning's
taskmaster.
just part of the game. Click, snap, build it up tonight. Victory shines in neon light. Digital realms where we unite. Lego Fortnite feels so right. Feels so right. Lego Fortnite feels so right. Walls go up, defense is strong. Break it down, then build anew. Every block a dream come true. Creative sparks light up the
Sí.
dark.
Bueno,
In this world we leave our mark. Victory shines in neon light.
bueno, empecemos. Quiero mirar antes de empezar si ese evento empieza ahorita o empieza más tarde, estar pendiente. A ver, Twitch, Marvel Snap. Sí, ya va a empezar.
A face that cries, forgive me.
Mm.
Yet no is all I say. It wasn't autumn of last year, or even further back. Cold and wet and cloudy.
Quiero capturarlo, pero como una ventana emergente. Reproductor emergente. Así, sí. Cosa que yo lo ponga por acá, por ejemplo. Voy a ponerlo acá en la pantalla. Agregar. Display capture. Ahí está. Vamos a ponerlo debajo de las alertas, de las noticias. Y vamos a ponerlo por acá, puede ser. Y cuando empiecen las partidas, lo agrandamos un poco y lo espectamos. Pero un poquito más pequeño para no tapar el tablero aquí mientras jugamos. Ahí está. Es que el sonido, si no sé si... Sí, creo que se comparte. Vamos a bajar el volumen. Y le subimos cuando vamos a ver la partida. Listo. Ahí se ve, nos interrumpe, perfecto.
Sky drove twist, cosmos in a haze, riding colors get lost in their maze. Crystals in the ether, shine neon bright, blasting through infinity, no end in sight. Beat, 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 my galaxy's on fire. Energy surges, circuits conspire. Cosmic reverberations make spirits soar. Rhythms echo deep through the astral core. Space-time ripples, bending all bounds. Neutrino space, where no sound resounds. Quasar rippers cut sharp like a blade. Synthesize sirens in the depths cascade. Pixelated echoes break orbit, ignite. Gravity can't hold this endless light. Voices of the void serenade the stars. Frequencies aligning, leaving ups cascade. Beat, 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 my galaxy's on fire. Energy surges, circuits conspire. Cosmic reverberations make spirits soar. Rhythms echo deep through the astral core.
Ya es suficiente, Bob.
Hercules seeds, sprout symphonies and bloom. Rhythmic constellations dance around the room. Binary pulses,
Anetos,
coded
now.
in glows. Infinity spirals where harmony flows.
Oh, now.
Look under the valley, felt a little black. Something strange slithers across your back. In my trousers calling furry black. I got a rat in my crack. Never found the staircase and out the door. Got a sneaky rodent I can't ignore. And my favorite fence is gnawing the bread. Get this vermin out, gotta save my cred. Rat in my crack, it's a full-on attack. Need some cheese stack, get this sucker out fast. Rat in my crack, can't keep my cool intact. From my head to my toes, I'm under duress. Tried distraction with some peanut butter jam, but he ain't budging, rugged little ham. Shook my hips, wiggled like the Madden Sea. Crowds gathering round watching the spree. Down on Main Street, making quite a scene. People taking bets, you know what I mean. Laughter echoing feels like a slap. Can someone help me ditch this sneaky chap? Rat in my crack,
Victoria.
it's a full-on attack. Need some cheese stack, get this sucker out fast. Rat in my crack, can't keep my cool intact. From my head to my toes, I'm under duress. Down on Main Street, making quite a scene. People taking bets, you know what I mean. Laughter echoing feels like a slap. Can someone help me ditch this sneaky chap? Rat in my crack, it's a full-on attack. Need some cheese stack, get this sucker out fast. Rat in my crack, can't keep my cool intact. From my head to my toes, I'm under duress. 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 From my head to my toes, I'm under duress. or simplistic. Put it on your tongue and wait for a minute. Shut your eyes real tight so we count to 5. I open my eyes and gasp, you were right. The room is suddenly filled with bubbles that pop. A silly little town where parties don't stop. Neon bright colors, high octane enjoyment. I've gotta admit, it's a twist and high moment. I roll with glee, truly, and avant-garde is top fantasy. There's poppies and rainbows, incredible sights. The feeling of euphoria hitting just right. My body won't settle when I'm in this state. Grab one more small tab, I simply can't wait. Unicorns made of peppermint, wingy with joy. The sun ripples like jello, spiral of yellow. Princess of crystal, knights made of foil. Elephants of marble, carry castles of royals. Fish swim in the air, shimmer with flair. Admire the hobgoble stuff, grizzly bear. I spot a small child covering his face. He reveals it slowly, an empty black space. It's a twist and high moment, spiral with glee, truly. An avant-garde is a fantasy. There's poppies and rainbows, incredible sights. The feeling of euphoria hitting just right. My body won't settle when I'm in this state. Grab one more small tab, I simply can't wait. The nails on my hands turn to 7-inch braids. Each of them slicing as I scratch at my face. Fighting off the demons that invaded my mind. Rip open my chest, pull them out from inside. Blood spills out and pours onto the floor, creating a river of eternal damned souls. Pull me on down to greet them untold. A second or so, I'm filled with the deep cold. It's a twist and high moment, spiral with glee, truly. An avant-garde is a fantasy. There's poppies and rainbows, incredible sights. The feeling of euphoria hitting just right. My body won't settle when I'm in the state. Grab one more small tab, I simply can't wait. I free fall into a pillow of clouds. I giggle, completely stuffing my mouth. The trip ended up twisted and ended alright. I wonder if the others are seeing this sight. Land on the road, I've got the broken bones. A 6-story fall, not breathing at all. The swirls of pink whisper to me, asking to play. Wait another day, the call in a hurry. Vision gets blurry, limbs feeling numb, not worried at all. The mayor happily throws up a candy. All of the townies gather to eat me. It's a twist and high moment, spiral with glee, truly. An avant-garde is a fantasy. There's poppies and rainbows, incredible sights. The feeling of euphoria.
Ya empezó, ya empezó. Vamos a bajar la música. Pausémosla.
An incredible amount of gameplay already with brand new cards in a brand new world of Marble Snap. So I'm excited. I hope you're excited. We have drops even going on, exclusive drops here to this stream. So make sure that you are linked up with your Twitch account. After 2 hours, you get 155 cable boosters, and after 4 hours, you get the Marvel Legends cable variant. So make sure you're connected. Let's jump right into it. Our opening casters today is a duo that is completely new here to the Golden Gauntlet, but they are definitely not new to the Marble Snap scene. First off, I'd like to introduce, as much as it pains me to say for so many reasons, it's gotta be the man with the best mustache in all of Marble Snap. No offense, not my dance, who you'll see a little bit later on, but no offense. I'm sorry. Hands down, it's got to go to Ika. Ika, welcome on in, good sir. How you doing?
I'm doing so good. I'm so excited to be here. We're going to see some amazing gameplay from some amazing players. Oh, so happy to be here.
It is an honor to have you be a part of this broadcast with us, good sir, because I know you, right alongside your casting partner, are going to do fantastic and have a great time as well. Many of you have seen our second caster to open up the show today, not only as a competitor, as a caster, as a regular in the Marble Snap community. You know him, you love him. Ladies and gentlemen, Lambie is joining us today. Lambie Series, how you doing?
Hey guys, what's up everyone? You guys got a relic from the past to cast this time. I'm very excited to be here and to cast with Ika as well. Like as you mentioned, I've been a part of competitive Marble Snap since its inception, and I know I've been away for a bit, but I'm very excited to be here to cast some very exciting matches. And this is just the first qualifier, so it's just the beginning of something amazing, right, in 2026.
100%. We have a full year-long series, and this is just the very beginning of it. So I know that the games are already underway. So I'm going to pass the torch off to the two of you. I'm going to go behind the scenes. Maybe I'll reappear at random times. We'll talk, we'll figure it out. But I do want to let you both know, and the audience, everybody watching, know as well, that today's format is very simple. To qualify, there are 6 rounds that you must battle your way through. If you are battling and you finish with a 5-1 or a 6-0 record, they will automatically qualify for the World Finals. But the top 16 today will also be competing for incredible prizes courtesy of Marvel Snap. So I'm going to hand it off to Ika and Lammy as they dive into the most popular deck in this tournament right now. The #1 most played deck, brought deck, is this. It's all yours, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, guest. Yeah, no, this is I'm not surprised that we're seeing this deck be the most popular. This is a very, very powerful deck. We're talking about Mr. Negative with Star-Lord edition here. What makes this really good is that Mr. Negative usually is one of those decks that if you draw Mr. Negative, you're good to go. If you don't draw it, sometimes you're kind of a little bit on the back foot. But now with Star-Lord, you have this alternative, or maybe it's your primary line to just get tons and tons of power on the board. Lammy, when you look at this deck, what stands out to you the most in terms of like what's ready for this meta?
Right, let's talk about what's amazing about this deck first. So Mr. Negative has been around since the dawn of Marvel Snap, right? But I feel like it's never actually really gone away. It's actually like continually getting better with every like new powerful card that gets released in the game that can benefit off of Mr. Negative's effect. So I think this deck is actually a lot more consistent than I initially thought it would be, right? Because you know the whole idea of Mr. Negative is that you kind of got a high roll like discounts on Mr. Negative on the cards that are still in your deck. But with this deck, I feel like there's actually a lot more like different like variations of draws that you can have that still can win like on turn 6. You don't even need to win with Magic a lot of the time, you know, because like in a meta which has a lot of Merlin as well, sometimes winning with Magic is a bit dangerous. But this deck can actually win consistently without it. So I'm actually very excited to see some very explosive turns with this deck, which we all know it can do. Basically, decks that cards that cost 6 will cost 0 and basically just win the game in 1 turn.
Great. Well, we're just gonna jump right into some gameplay now that we mentioned that. We're gonna see. Hopefully, we're gonna see some different decks as well, of course. Mr. Negative Star-Lord is the most popular. I'm sure that's going to come up at some point as well. Let's see what we have for the first match here while that's being pulled up. Alrighty. We're jumping right in. Looks like we have Bun versus Devil of Hell's Kitchen. Very appropriate avatar as well there. Looks like we're seeing some Thanos gameplay with the brand new card, Ansabanur, right on the board, on the left side, right there. Looks like we're in the middle of the match. Right now, Ban is a little behind on cubes. Looks like the opponent's deck here is a Star-Lord deck. No, it is a Star-Lord deck. Wave Star-Lord negative deck that we... It's a wave. It's just a straightforward Star-Lord deck, it looks like, and with Wave and Iska as a recent addition as well. 2 brand new cards that just came out this month. This is going to be an interesting matchup. I really think Thanos has a powerful playlines in this meta, especially. It's something that many people are not thinking about, perhaps, but with addition of Ansabanur, you have this additional line of swapping out some of your weaker powered stones to something a little bit more powerful in the deck. Lamby, you are all too familiar with Thanos in these tournaments. What do you think about this choice to bring this deck to the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I've had I've had a lot of opportunity to play Thanos in many tournaments as well. It's one of my favorite decks ever. So I think what you said makes a lot of sense, right? Like Ansabanur just makes this deck have a bit more oomph to it, right? Like swapping out your low cost stones for something that might be bigger in your deck. And we know that Thanos runs quite a heavy top end, as you can see the blob in hand already, for example. Yeah, the thing about this deck is that I think it's really good to showcase the power of Ansabanur just because that you fill up the front lane super quickly, right, with stones and all your small drops, and then you can just swap it out later for the bigger guys. It's like kind of doing the lockjaw thing, as we also see the lockjaw in the hand. It's like double lockjaw potential kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we're going into this turn 6 here. We're gonna see the Ansabanor's objective be satisfied here with the end of turn. Once we see this Zola into Agamotto, Ansabanor is going to turn into Apocalypse and swap out that stone into a different stone, which triggers Thanos to be the 22 power. Wow. Not that much power was needed there, but it's always satisfying to see that happen. Yep. And looks like Bun takes 4 cubes off of Devil of Hell's Kitchen.
Yeah, this is good. I need to mention here really quickly, like that was a very important game for Bun to win, because if you notice, before this it was round 4, so now we are into high stakes and both cubes are on equal. Both players have equal cubes at 5 and 5. So Bun really needed that win, because in high stakes the cubes that you lose are multiple, right? Double of pre-high stakes. So getting your opponent down to an equal number of cubes right at high stakes allows you to play more. It's less difficult, right? Because you lose cubes faster.
That's right. Yeah. Looks like the first location was Hell's Kitchen. That's usually good for both of our players here. And no turns, no plays from Devil of Hell's Kitchen here. Usual for Star-Lord decks to not be playing too many cards early on. One thing I want to mention about the deck that they have brought here is Chameleon. Chameleon is not a card that we usually see in these types of decks when it comes to Star-Lord. Of course, we also have Galactus. We can't forget to mention that. That's also an interesting choice to bring, of course. But Chameleon is the one that I'm very fascinated with. There's definitely some lines that you can do once you get that Star-Lord on 4 and then you double down on that energy with Absorbing Man or Zola. There's definitely a lot of play lines you can think of with Chameleon. This is an interesting choice, and we'll see if it comes up during these matches. So far, it looks like it's all Bun right now. First 3 turns just have been all Thanos, all the stones, all the cards, and Sabanur is in hand right now as well. So there's that option to swap out that Mind Stone. This is looking pretty good for Bun right now.
Yeah, this curve from Bun is like the dream, right? You got stones, you got the lockjaw, you fill up the front location so quickly, so Ansabanor is also live. But of course, obviously we know that the Star-Lord deck doesn't show its full potential until really soon, not yet, right? So it's a matter of how much pressure and points that Bun can amass on the board right now. As we see the Star-Lord drop, things are going to start getting crazy from here on out.
Yeah, there's the Star-Lord. We probably are expecting a Zola in here or an Absorbing Man just to double down on that energy, just to have that explosive turn 6 that you mentioned. Pretty good hand from Bun as well, though. This is going to be a very close game. It's very hard to judge early on what the power output is going to be from a Star-Lord deck. So as far as we know, this could be in favor of Devil of Hell's Kitchen. Right now, it's looking all Bun to me, though. There's the Ansabanur. And looks like he's going to trigger right away at the end of this turn, swap out that Time Stone for something better in the deck. This is going to be an interesting turn here.
Yeah, Star-Lord decks are so deceptive. Like, it really feels like they don't do anything at the start, but they actually are not doing anything on purpose. You know, everything comes at the back end. So it's really very difficult to snap into these decks as well if you don't count the exact power output of their final turns. Potential power output.
Exactly, that is true. There is that Zola there as well. Now Devil of Hell's Kitchen has tons and tons of energy to work with here. There's a lot of powerful cards in the deck as well. No priority, no Eliath potential here, so Bun doesn't have to worry too much about that, too much about getting their blob turned off if they decide to play that, or their gore being turned off as well. Pretty good options here. Moves the Rocket and Groot in the middle. Makes sense. That's probably where most of the power is going to be played in there, because there's no power there currently, and then just fills up the rest of the board with some stones and, of course, Thanos as well. This is a pretty good play. It's very hard to judge from Bun's side of things what the power output is going to be and where it's going to be. So you just kind of have to put as much power as possible in as many lanes as possible when you're playing Thanos and hope for the best here. We'll see what happens here. This is for 4 cubes if we see this turn play out.
Yeah, honestly, the Thanos actually did have a really good starting hand. And like all the way up to now, they've basically been able to spend all their energy and play all their cards, get the most amount of stats they could get on the board. But I'm still a bit concerned that this might be not enough.
Yeah, like we've said, it's just so hard to know what the power output is going to be. I would be pretty happy to stay here as a Thanos player. We did not get a Wiccan Curve to happen, which is very powerful for Thanos these days, but still, look at the board. There's just so much power out here. And looks like, there's a lot of cards down in the middle lane. We'll see if that's the correct choice from Devil of Hell's Kitchen. All right, there goes the stones, turns the Thanos into 22 power. Iska goes down in the middle, but gets debuffed from Rocket and Groot. Chameleon takes Iska's text here as well. So 2 Iskas on the board, but they are debuffed from Rocket and Groot. So great read on that from Bun, and looks like that's not going to be enough to win. Wow. Great decision to move Rocket and Groot in the middle lane there. Take a lot of power away from Iska and Chameleon, who copied Iska. And as you saw, priority or lack of priority for Devil of Hell's Kitchen really mattered there because they're running Negasonic, they're running Eliath, and they were just not able to utilize those cards on turn 6 there.
Yeah, I mean, it's 5-1 cubes right now, but it's effectively the same thing as 5-2, right? Like, because 1 cube is 2 cube in high stakes anyway. So Bun's opponent has to win 3 times in a row. Well, Bun has a lot of wiggle room, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
That's right, yeah. And, talk about wiggle room, it's still looking pretty good, though. I think having a curve for Thanos to go from a stone into a 2-cost, into a 3-cost is just so strong.
It's not the Mind Stone, but like it's a curve. You're using all your energy.
Right.
I mean, general rule of thumb, if you spend all your energy, you're doing something fine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're not drawing more stones, which is ideal situation, but you look at this location on the right here as well. Also very good for Thanos. Middle location, also very good for Thanos. Camelot, you were just going to take those stones that are low powered or surge and then just buff them up into 5 power, whereas Devil's Hell's Kitchen is pretty much not playing too many cards, so they're not going to be able to get too much out of those locations. But there is the Star-Lord. There's the Star-Lord on 4. That's all you sort of want when you're playing the Star-Lord deck, is to just have that on 4 and make sure that you have some way of duplicating that power. We'll see if we see a Zola here or an Absorbing Man. But like I said, this is looking really, really nice for Bun as well. I would be very happy in this situation. Now, Super Adaptoid is a choice to counter certain end-of-turn cards and decks that require that depend on, activate cards, not end-of-turn cards. But not too many of those in the opponent's deck right now. So it's just more being played as a 3-5 at this point. Decides to not play it in this situation, though. I think they're just going to play Thanos. Oh, no. Looks like they're going to keep the Thanos in their hand. A 4/15 is a powerful turn 6 card. You probably want to save that as your last turn just to see what the vibe is, where the cards are going.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested in this play as well, because if you went for the 4/15 Thanos now, then you could go Blob next turn. But maybe they think that it's actually not enough. They need some... need to spread their stats a little bit more. Maybe that's why they went with the 2 smaller cards first.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always a concern with that. There was Arnim Zola that came down, and just like we saw in the last turn. Again, no priority for Devil of Hell's Kitchen. Couple of cards in their deck are just gonna be stat cards and not being utilized as powerful plays. And looks like the final turn from Bun is Thanos and Star-Lord that they got from Milano. Star-Lord
this is actually really bad for the opponent, right? Because like you mentioned, Negasonic is one of the big ways this deck comes out on top on turn 6, right? So the fact that they've lost initiative, I honestly think it's actually very normal for them to lose initiative in this matchup, because we see the Thanos, as long as it curves, it's gonna have more stats initially, and then with more stats initially, you kind of never get like initiative to play on Negasonic for its intended purpose in this matchup. So I think Bun has this in checkmate. I'm not gonna call it too soon, but it feels like he has it in checkmate.
I agree with you. A lot of the ways that Star-Lord decks make up for the fact that they're behind early on is playing Fing Fang Foom as a card, as a turn 6 card, and like doubling down or Zolaing that card, try to reap all the rewards that the opponent has been putting in early on in the game. But Devil of Hell's Kitchen does not run Fing Fang Foom, so that is not something that Bun has to be concerned about here. But we'll see what the power output is here. Looks like Iron Man.
Iron Man.
That's not going to be quite enough for the middle location here,
Run
which
off.
means that Bun is going to take this game,
Oh.
wins all 3 locations, and sails to the next round with 1 win. Wow, that was great. We saw some Ansa Vanur gameplay. It was doing some work there, swapping out those stones into some more powerful cards. All the curves, everything was working out very, very well for the last 3 matches that we saw there. And even though Star-Lord was able to be played and doubled down on with Zola, they were still not able to take advantage of that energy because they just couldn't get the priority early on and were just not able to beat them on points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Thanos is a deck that if you draw your curve, it's really just gonna like put out so much points, right? Like Initiative is not something you can really steal from a Thanos deck that curves out. Also, one thing I want to mention is that if we notice the final round of that game, it was only won by 1 point in the middle location. So Marvel Snap is beautiful in the sense that you don't really need to win by a lot. You just need to win by 1 point, right? As we saw in the middle location, and that's enough to win the game.
All right, we're gonna jump into a next match here. Wow, looks like we're seeing some Agamotto gameplay with Ansa Vanur, and looks like our opponent is playing some Discard, which I gotta be honest with you, Levi, I love some Discard. I think Discard is one of the most under decks in the game. It's consistently putting out a lot of power. It's consistently good and satisfying to play. It's just nice to be discarding your cards and then doing some cool things. But let's take a look at this Agamotto deck, though. This is not something that you usually see. Some interesting choices are being made here. Merlin Sentry, a great little combination. Ghost is something that you don't usually see. It's a very specific choice for the meta to take care of some of those end of turn cards. You got the Mercury Cannonball combo to take out some of the big targets by opponents. And Agamotto just is such a good utility card. It gives you skills that are just so powerful on their own. We'll see if it's going to be enough to beat Discard. Right now, they're pretty equal in terms of cubes. Pandero is a little bit lower on the cubes, but it's anybody's game at this point. And there's that Discard deck. Pretty straightforward Discard. We've got the Dakin Bullseye combo, very powerful. We have Collector as well, which you don't always see in Discard decks these days, but Collector is pretty underrated, I think, as a card. It still does pretty good numbers, and especially if you're discarding Swarm multiple times, like you would in this deck, it can go up to similar numbers to Morbius.
Yeah, I mean, this card is a deck that's very good at stat checking your opponent because everything goes up all at once, right? Like we see the double collectors in the middle. The final turn discards will probably push the stats of these cards way higher. Honestly, I feel like I want to talk a bit about the Agamotto deck as well, is because this deck, when I saw it just now on the screen, it's a really, really tacked out Agamotto deck, right? Like it feels like it's trying to like counter a little bit of everything, right? There's like the thing first step, there's the cannonball thing is like as finisher on the final turn as well and stuff like that. So I feel like this deck has a lot of thought put into it. When I looked at it, I was like, oh, this person put a lot of thought into building this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see a great little line, speaking of thought put into it. We got Sentry, but Sentry doesn't have to be paired with Merlin because Ansa Vanur can take care of that Void and give you a Mercury, which was the winning line just right there. That was the play that won them the raft location. We're seeing Ansa Vanur do some work. I gotta say, this card is doing a great job right now.
Wait, correct me if I'm wrong, but that was a little bit of a good fortune kind of thing, right? Because there was no guarantee that the Mercury actually...
Yeah, absolutely, but hey, that's better than a -9 power on the board, I'll tell you that. Okay, it looks like we got Cloning Vats to start here. Cloning Vats can be very good for discard if they can get to double down on that Collector or that Morbius and then just start stacking even Bullseye and Dakin. There's so many good targets for Cloning Vats for a discard deck. Not as many good targets for Agamotto's skills or things like that, but if the draws go correctly, it could swing the other way just as easily. Right now, we're not too much of a good hand here. Opponent is Looks like the Agamotto deck is playing some squirrels to fill up the front row, maybe draw that Ensemble, swap out some better cards here. And then Collector. Interestingly, Collector comes down on Hospice, which of course is a good location because whatever buffs that we're going to see on Collector is going to be basically doubled. But interesting not to choose to go into the cloning vets to get a second one and then play that in the Hospice. But we'll see if that's, maybe they have something in mind that we're not seeing just yet.
Yeah, maybe they've already planned out their turn all the way to turn 6, because I think the trap of cloning vets is always like you invest too much in the cloning vets and then you don't have time to play everything that you've duplicated somewhere else, right? So maybe Pandero has already planned out that, like, okay, I don't have time to play multiple collectors, so I think I have to skip that for now. But yeah, speaking of Pandero, they're actually in a slightly worse spot than it seems. I mean, 2 cubes to 7 is pretty bad, yes, but it's actually the problem is it's not 2 to 6, because 2 to 6 means you only need to win 3 times. It's 2 to 7, so they have to win 4 times in a row. We'll see if they can do it. I'm just highlighting the state of desperation that Pandero might be in right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a conquest match. Every cube matters, and we're seeing that happen right now. And yeah, it's a bit of an uphill battle. It's not impossible. I've seen it happen many times.
Done it before.
It's all about, yeah. We'll see if that's going to be possible here. I think this is looking pretty good for Pandero here, getting that Dakin in the cloning vats. They're going to be able to play another Dakin afterwards as well, and that Bullseye is on the board as well. So you know that Dakin is going to at least 16 power. This is going to be interesting. Not too much of a good hand here for King of Canada here, but anything is possible at this point.
Yeah, I will say it's really clunky, right? King of Canada's hand. Like you look at the resources and the stuff that he could do, but you do realize that he's really limited by the amount of energy that he actually has left over the next 2 turns. So he's really got to plan his turns out like perfectly, because this entire hand you play half of it at best.
Yeah. Cloning vets can be very good for an Agamotto deck if you're able to use those skills, but there weren't many skills drawn early on to be doubling down on. That puts King Canada in an awkward situation. They were just playing some cards out just for power. Not too much of a synergy going on here. We'll see. No, obviously Pandero cannot snap in this situation. I think we would have seen a snap come early on if that was possible. Double Dakins is very strong, and not only double Dakins, we're gonna see triple shards in. Oh no, that did not happen.
This is gonna be a huge final turn discard. I mean, King of Canada just has to expect like both shards to be discarded, so the Dakin's gonna go way up, and then obviously the Collector as well is gonna go up. So I think you can sort of count what is like their potential maximum output here. So you may want to abandon some of these locations and go hard on 2, or I mean, it's probably just better to like choose the correct 2 locations and go hard, right? Because this card goes really tall, and I don't think it's wise to try and cover everything.
Absolutely, yeah. I think looking at the middle location, it's looking very tough.
Grim.
Yeah, very tough to beat that. So if you're King of Canada, I think you're going to try to win the other 2 locations, but then again, you're looking at 16 power Dakins plus whatever other cards they're going to play in those locations. It's a bit of an uphill battle here, but there's no retreating to be done here. You might as well play it out. You're at maximum cubes in terms of the opponent here. It's not like you're saving yourself any cubes. It's not like you're saving yourself any secret cards or anything like that either. So might as well just play it out, see what happens. Maybe you're able to pull out a win here.
From King of Canada's position, like what you're trying to do here is that since it's just gonna be all in, you just need to make sure that you make the play that you think your opponent is gonna like lose to, and then just run with it. That's basically what he has to do here.
Yeah. There's always a chance that opponent didn't draw a certain card or did not
full abandon down the middle. Yep. For the Gambit though, Gambit's gonna be a curveball.
Ooh, and takes out a card in the left location, and then that additional Colleen Wing as well. I think we're looking at a win for Pandero here. Panadero, I should say. Yep, that's not going to be quite enough. Does win the right location with Cannonball, of course, but did not have enough points in the other 2 locations, and takes 2 cubes. Discard takes 2 cubes. Now, like we said, this is still an uphill battle a little bit. Still have to win 3 more games. But if you get draws like that, anything is possible. Agamotto sometimes it's just not consistent. You are adding, additional cards to your deck. Sometimes you're just going to be less likely to draw the perfect combos that you want from an Agamotto deck. So that inconsistency can sometimes hurt you, but when you do get those good draws, Agamotto can sometimes just be impossible to stop. Looks like we see Blade on turn 1 here, but Spider-Ham can ruin a lot of the combo in terms of discard. If you take out just the right target with Spider-Ham, some of the main game plans can be ruined here.
Yeah. Also, bolts of Bolthak being drawn for the Agamotto player is a huge deal. That's probably one of the most important cards in the deck, right? Like you run as we've seen, you run quite a bit of 5s and 4s, so you want to be able to cheat all of them out with the bolts of Bolthak eventually.
That's right. Yeah. Down. We see Gambit come down here, takes out Spider-Ham. Not the highest of targets here, but if you're discarding cards, you're still doing your game plan, and we saw that Swarm got discarded by Gambit there. So now we're looking at a big hand in terms of these low-costed cards. If we see a Bullseye come down, you're looking at a massive power output here. And then we see a Grandmaster. That was the Blade. I think ideally you want to double down on Gambit here to take further cards away from your opponent here, but this is still good to just be discarding Swarms, getting a huge hand here, potentially setting up for a very powerful Bullseye play.
Yeah, Pandaro's actually, I think, struggling. It doesn't look like it, but I actually think he's struggling a bit in this game because we don't see his usual point setup engine stuff, right? Like the collectors and the Dakens coming out on curve. We see actually the stuff that you want to see in the end turn, like the Gambit blowing up stuff, coming down in the middle of the game. So there's a good chance he actually has not drawn them. So I think Pandaro's power output for this game will be significantly less than the previous one. So maybe King of Canada can take it here with the mana ramp.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, bolts coming down on 5 here. This is going to be good to set up a good turn 6 here. We still have Mercury Cannonball in hand. There's that Sentry Polymorph in hand as well. Looks like just last minute they decided to keep that Polymorph just for that Sentry Polymorph play. But Bullseye is on the board. That's going to make a huge play for Panadero here. Turn 6 is going to be very interesting. I think this is going to be very close. I think we're going to see a couple power differences in terms of lanes here. I'm excited to see what this output is going to be here.
I'm excited to see if my favorite location, the Danger Room, does his work. Okay, so basically the thing about the Danger Room and why I love it so much is that if you took the risk to invest in it early and you survived, your opponent will be at risk of having to invest in it later for more cubes and higher risk of they're basically forced to play into it because you survived it early, So that's why it's one of my favorite locations.
Yeah, Panadero played that perfectly. You want to invest early on in Danger Room, like you mentioned. Take those chances. At least you will know early on if you're getting those cards in there or not. Yep. And now King of Canada is put in a situation where they're like, well, I hope if I play in that lane, I hope my cards survive. Whereas
it looks like he's
Panadero is sitting nicely. It looks like we're going to be abandoning the left lane here.
Yep.
Probably the correct play. Even if you do play in there and all of your cards survive, it's still likely that you lose that lane. With Meek being there, it's going to be very big, and might as well just take the other 2 lanes, hopefully, with Sentry Polymorph. That can be very powerful. We also have the thing First Steps that can just delete one of the cards on the opponent's side of the board, but no, chooses to go with Cannonball.
Oh, we're running out of time.
No Cannonball in mid. I don't know if Cannonball mid is the right decision here. Opponent plays MODOK. There's going to be further Swarms in hand. That Bullseye is going to do a lot of damage. We'll see if it's going to be enough, if it's going to beat Sentry Cannonball here. And it's all going to come down to Polymorph as well. You never know what you're going to get in terms of a 5 cost. It could be Professor X, which is just 2 power. It could be Agamotto, which is 10 power. So we'll see what we get here.
All right, the Polymorph. Oh, that's really big.
Ronan is huge.
That's really big.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
That is way above average, man. Come on, it's 19. to 10.
I think that is the ideal 5-cost card you could get there, because you're looking at a massive hand full of
Wait, that was
swarms
probably
from...
the best outcome ever, right? Because you're playing against a deck that just filled their hand to maximum, and you got the card that benefited from their hand being at maximum. That's hilarious and sad. And
That is an incredible. I mean, that's Marvel Snap for you. You trust
Indeed.
in the polymorph. You never know what you're gonna get, and in this situation, I think literally I can't think of a better 5-cost that you could get in that situation. It's the maximum power that Ronan can be, because that we were looking at a full hand, and here we have Kim canning this deck that just took the win. Very interesting deck. I'm very surprised by the types of lines that we saw coming from this deck. Even with the inconsistency of draws from Agamotto, you're still getting so many different types of combinations here. We saw Sentry Mercury, we saw Cannonball Mercury, Sentry Polymorph, we saw Mercury Cannonball, we saw Agamotto's skills being put to use here with extra energy. This is a very interesting deck, and I'm looking forward to see going forward how this deck will do, because there are some lines that I just was not thinking about in terms of this deck.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the deck brought up on screen right here. I mean, it's the Agamotto package with a ton of like tech cards that could be relevant to the meta game. Like I said earlier, I think this player put a lot of thought into this deck. Like this is something that you don't just come out with out of nowhere. It's built with a purpose, and it's actually really exciting to see as well. Maybe the initial purpose was to play Sabanur, but it kind of ended up being functional. Like, I mean, they just won.
Yeah,
it looks pretty good.
They won a game because they were able to cycle out that Sentry into something powerful that won them the right location. So it proved it's worth it. Great. We're going to take a short break here. We're going to be back with some more gameplay. Don't go anywhere.
See you guys soon. Hello everyone, welcome back to the first Golden Gauntlet Qualifier of 2026. I'm Lambi Series and I'm casting here today with Ika. We're going to be taking a look at some of the other popular decks that were brought to this tournament. These are some of the decks that you guys might have seen around before, starting with this one. This is the ongoing Shoulao deck, right? I mean, Shoulao is no stranger to everyone. It's a really powerful deck. Everyone knows what it does. Ika, give us a quick breakdown of like why you think this deck is a top contender or like very popular deck in the field today.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of this going forward in round 2 and on. This is a very strong deck that a lot of the top players have been playing on ladder, in Conquest, and in these tournaments, of course. This is very strong because it takes the Shoulao package of what we are used to at this point, where you're kind of investing into the Shoulao, buffing up that Maverick, and then passing on that buff into like a Kitty Pryde or one of your 1-cost cards from either Kate Bishop Hawkeye or Ant-Man. But what the ongoing package also adds to this is Captain Carter, which paired with Moonstone can give you that one lane that's just so strong. And if you put Maverick behind that lane, now you're looking at a very, very powerful Maverick. It's not only a backup plan, but it could be your primary plan, because if you add Shoulao on top of that and then pass that Maverick buff into a Kitty Pryde, you're looking at not double digit, maybe like 20 power, 20, 30 power sometimes. It can be so powerful, especially if all the right locations are in your favor. And then you also have Cosmo in there to protect everything. You have Hope Summers to get that extra energy. This is just a very, very, very strong deck that we're going to definitely see at some point in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, since you mentioned Cosmo, if I'm not wrong, based on what I saw in the statistics, Cosmo is like the most brought card in this tournament, if I'm not wrong, with I cannot remember exactly how many copies, but it's the most brought card in this tournament. So you know it's meant to do work this time. Yeah, but I think we're gonna jump also into the next deck right now. This deck is relatively, I wouldn't say it's simpler, but it's a more linear game plan per se. Like you kind of play less cards per turn for sure, right? It's an Aurora deck. I mean, like Aurora is fun, right? You get to play all these on reviews, ongoings, activate cards, and just buff them all up like Spectrum style, but with Aurora instead.
Yeah, this is a deck that I'm all too familiar with. I was able to, when Drax came out, I put up a version of this deck that ran Cannonball and Mercury as well before Iska, that has been everywhere in the meta. This is my #1 deck I recommend to people to play on ladder. It's very straightforward. It gets so many points on the board. Now, additionally, we also have Iska that just came out that adds. It's not just a card you're putting in here for stats. There is synergy here with Invisible Woman. If you don't get your Doom 2099 plan going, you can play Iska early on, and then on that last turn, if you're able to trigger Invisible Woman, now you're getting double triggers on that Iska, so that you're looking at not just 12 power, potentially 24 power. This is a very strong deck. Obviously, you got Sandman to shut down some of those Shoulao strategies, because Shoulao does require to play 2 cards per turn, especially on that last turn. You also have Cosmic Ghost Rider, which is an incredible tech option to have to turn off your opponent's end of turn strategies, or like we talked about Captain Carter and Moonstone. This is a very, very strong deck, and I'm definitely not surprised that so many people have chosen to bring this list.
Yeah. I mean, last but not least, this deck is old reliable for me. This deck is basically high evolutionary. I mean, this is the original deck that plays off curve, right? You're super incentivized to play off curve to get all the effects of your high evolutionary cards. Speaking of simple decks, I do think this is also a relatively simple deck to play. But what do you think? Why do you think this deck is actually relatively popular in this tournament?
I love this deck. And I'll tell you why it's popular. It's just very accessible. It's just so simple. It's so great. It's just good cards, good stats. You play them on the board. They do their thing. I just love this. Obviously, High Evolutionary has been around for a very long time. We've seen many iterations of this deck. And I got to tell you, with this deck, you're just playing good old Marvel Snap. You're just playing good, powerful cards. You have tech option with Shang-Chi. We saw a lot of big cards come down in previous games with Star-Lord and Thanos. Shang-Chi can take care of some of those matchups. You also have Enchantress to take care of that, Moonstone, Carter decks, and a lot of other ongoing options, especially if somebody's playing Mr. Negative. And High Evolutionary obviously rewards you for skipping energy and have floating that energy to pass that on to Misty Knight and Cyclops, and discount your Abomination with Affliction. It just has so many little game plans and very, very powerful cards. I love this deck.
Yeah, I mean, I also have a soft spot for this deck. This deck was from my era, man. And I do agree that like this deck's actually just the basic form of Marvel Snap, right? Just good amount of points, some amount of tech cards, and some amount of like big, beefy hulks, you know? So I think this deck, I don't know if it's gonna do like super well because it's linear, but at the same time, I do think that it's there's beauty to the linearity of the deck as well, right? Like you can just focus on like your snaps and then all the other kind of stuff. And yeah, maybe this deck could have a good showing.
All right, now we're going to talk about not just the popular decks, but the popular cards. We already mentioned one in Cosmo that is the most popular, but we're going to see some other cards that people have brought in their decks. And as you can see, you were right, Cosmo is the most popular.
By quite a bit.
Coming up second is Magic,
I'm surprised.
which is an interesting choice. You mentioned earlier, and you see it here as well, the fourth popular card is Merlin, which is pretty much a direct counter to Magic, but Magic still is very popular. We saw early on, we mentioned that a negative Star-Lord deck runs Magic. It does want that turn 7 sometimes when you're able to get some of those big cards to be played out. But are you surprised with the number of players that have brought Magic?
Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie, I really do think Magic is very dangerous in a Merlin based meta, right? Because the consistency of Merlin getting its location changing abilities is very, very high, by the way. So I think these Magic decks, like if you bring a Magic deck, you must accept that sometimes you just gotta not win with the Magic, you know? Like there are obviously some decks that don't run Merlin, and then you get like the free roll to turn 7 very easily. But then obviously if you see a Merlin in your opponent's deck list, you need to like maybe actively pivot towards like winning on turn 6. That's something you have to actively think about.
That's right, yeah. But if we take a look at some of the other cards here as well, we mentioned Merlin, Shang-Chi as well, we mentioned in that high evolutionary deck, but as well in that Mr. Negative Star-Lord deck. But Shou Lao is another card that we're going to see a lot. Looks like it is the 7th most popular card. It is a choice for a lot of top players in this meta. What do you think about Shou Lao, and what is it about Shou Lao that stands out to you in this meta?
Okay, so I'm pretty sure Shou Lao is the beast that he is, because it's a card that's just a boss in almost any deck that plays like 2 cards a turn, right? Because the thing about Shou Lao is it's so easy to make him powerful, right? All you gotta do is just play like multiple cards a turn, and he doesn't even need to be in your hand for him to get bigger. And obviously the Shou Lao Maverick combo is insanely powerful, right? So I feel like this deck, I mean this Shou Lao in itself is allows yourself to like play many variations but have this card at the top end, and it will pay off. So I think Shou Lao is just really, really it's a very powerful card that also can be played in many decks. So there's a lot of variations to it, and I think that's why it's also very popular.
Yeah, some people have chosen to pair Shou Lao with Iska, which is another choice that's very popular. And just above that as well, Cosmic Ghost Rider, which you also mentioned, a super powerful tech card that can take care of some of these strategies that opponents are doing. I know I personally run Cosmic Ghost Rider in most of my decks because you just want that card that evens the playing field in a lot of situations, and looks like many others have made that decision as well. And then going down, we have Shadow King as well, which we haven't seen yet, but it is a very good choice to bring, especially in meta where we're seeing a lot of green power from Shou Lao and some of these other decks here. Shadow King, what do you think about Shadow King, and what makes it good and bad against Shou Lao specifically? you think?
Right. I mean, so honestly, this is not like maybe the official term, but like Shadow King is just great versus any deck that has green power. Green power means basically buffs, right? Like most decks in the game, when they scale with like buffs, green power. They get bigger with green power, and Shadow King just shuts them off for like relatively low cost, you know. So I think Shadow King as a tech card, Shang-Chi obviously is great, but I think Shadow King in terms of like variety of what it can hit is like more. So I am a little bit surprised that there's less Shadow King than Shang-Chi. But obviously Shang-Chi is also great in the meta right now. So not surprised to see both in the top spots. But Shadow King to me, it's the king.
Hang on a second, guys. Hang on a second here. Wait a minute. So what you mean to tell me is that 47% of the field brought either Cosmo, Shang-Chi, or Shadow King, which means these are the top 3 catch-all counters that are happening in this tournament right now. What makes these cards just feel like a simple catch-all versus maybe a little bit more of a specific play when you think of something like maybe a Stardust, thinking of it from a tech point of view? I know deck building can be a strife point for many players, so I'd love to hear your opinion on that when you're looking at a catch-all versus when you're building for tech.
Yeah, that is a great point. Cosmo especially, I think, is like the big catch-all tech card because it works 2 ways. It protects you and you shut down some of the opponent's strategies as well. If you're able to place that Cosmo in just the right time, in just the right lane, you can stop a lot of Star-Lord strategies, you can stop a lot of Shou Lao strategies, and you can also just protect your cards from mentioned Shadow King or Shang-Chi. So I think Cosmo, there's a reason that it's the most popular because you can use it defensively and offensively. And it's the best catch-all tech card when it comes to that. Specific cards like Stardust can be good choices to bring, but you have to be very good at analyzing what the meta is going to look like. Obviously, Stardust can absolutely dominate against certain archetypes like mentioned Doom 2099 that we were talking about, but it sometimes is just a 4/6 that you play because it's not really shutting down anything that your opponent is doing. So it is not as much of a popular choice to bring as a tech card because it is a specific choice to bring.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ika probably said this perfectly, but I just want to add a quick note that I think when it comes to tech cards, my personal belief is that you have to make it weave perfectly into your deck first. Like, you cannot force a tech card into your deck if it doesn't synergize well with the deck, you know. So like, I feel like the synergy with said tech cards with your deck is something that you should really consider when you add tech cards to your deck.
Absolutely. With that said, we got round 2 starting. This is going to be excited. What decks are we going to see? Which players are we going to see play them? I'm so excited. This is the best part of these tournaments because we not only see some of these meta established decks from opponents, but we also get to see some interesting builds that we saw already. And it really gets my creativity going. I know that instantly whenever these tournaments finish, I want to jump into Marvel Snap and just open up the deck creator and just start making some new decks with some synergies that I probably wasn't even thinking about. So let's see what we have for round 2. This is going to be exciting.
Yeah. I mean, I 100% agree, right? Because the thing about tournaments and ladder as well is like there's a lot of decks that do really well on ladder that I mean, there's a lot of decks that do better in tournaments than on ladder. Like in these tournaments, you see some stuff that you never see on ladder. So I'm just gonna throw it to you real quick. What do you think is a deck that like you probably rarely see on ladder, but in this tournament is something that we could expect to see a little bit more?
I think the number one that comes to my mind is Arshem.
Yeah.
It's something that is not as popular on ladder. It is still very powerful, of course, but in these tournament settings, it has a secret advantage where you have an open deck list, so your opponent is aware of all the cards that you're playing, but with Arshem, you're able to sneak in some cards that your opponent doesn't know that you have. You don't even know that you have those cards because obviously it's random. When you draw them, obviously you see them, but your opponent doesn't know that, and that information disparity can be the deciding factor in some of these matches. I know I've been on the other end of that where I just couldn't calculate around a certain card and they were able to beat me because of that. And that's what makes Arshem so good in these tournament settings. But there's so many decks like that that happen to be very good. You know, you bring something that's close to you in terms of your own style, something that's maybe not popular on ladder. And even though your opponent knows the deck that they're playing against, they might not be aware of all the play lines that you have, all of the little synergies and combinations that you have. And that little advantage can be enough to win you some games, because this is the highest level of gameplay. Every little advantage matters. Whatever you think is an advantage to you and your playstyle is going to be a deciding factor in a lot of matches. And we saw with Agamotto deck, for example, a deck that your opponent probably hasn't seen before, and there were some secret play lines that they were able to make that gave them an advantage and gave them the win there. So we'll see if we see some of that in round 2 as well.
Yeah, I mean the point you made about Agamotto, the point you made about Arishem, and as well as like unique decks to yourself, is such an important thing when it comes to these tournaments, right? Because information that only you know that your opponent doesn't really know how to play around is something that can eke out those extra cube wins, because your opponent has no idea how to play around.
Yeah. And looks like this is the deck that we're going to be seeing in round 2 here. I gotta tell you, this is Smith's deck, and this is incredible. Goose is such an inspired choice to put in here. We talked about one of the meta tech cards to be that people have brought in this tournament, Cosmic Ghost Rider, which is a very strong card to use against decks like these end of turn decks that are able to turn off Invisible Woman on Jocasta. But with Goose, you're basically saying it's basically a Cosmo, but I can also still play Prodigy in the same lane, because now I don't have to worry about turning off my on reveals as well, while also protecting you against Cosmic Ghost Rider. And of course, Goose comes with the benefit of some of the other powerful cards that are being played. We see cards from Star-Lord decks that are just so tall in terms of cost that they just will not be able to play in the Goose lane, and you can just relax and let the Invisible Woman, Jocasta, Prodigy, Omega Sentinel, Iska do its thing, end of turn. And this is a very, very powerful deck. I'm excited to see how this goes.
So we can check out the next deck list right now of the opponents. Okay, this is basically what we talked about. This is the deck, the most popular deck in the tournament. To a certain extent, it's the exact same list, right?
I believe the one big difference here is Iska is being put in here. This is another interesting choice, a recent choice, of course. Iska can be very powerful. You're looking at a Mr. Negative where it can flip it to a 3/4, and instantly, every single power matters on Iska because it is a card that doubles. So this is a good choice to put in here. If you're able to put this down as a 3/4, you're looking at potentially a 3/8 even on the last turn. And if you're able to put this down earlier, even bigger power. I love this. You can play Arnim Zola on this card. You can double down on this. No Star-Lord though. This is just a Mr. Negative with Iska. So there is no backup plan here. It's only Mr. Negative. So this is going to be interesting to see. We talked about what Goose is able to do in terms of stopping some of these big costed cards, but we'll see. We'll see if that's going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, Mr. Negative is really good at bypassing Goose, right?
Absolutely. All right, here we go. We're jumping in. This is round 1. Let's go. Let's get ready. Here we go. Round 1 of round 2. First
we get
match.
The full game this time.
That's right. That's right. Here we go. Goose comes down on the center lane. We instantly know that Smins is probably thinking about setting up Jocasta there in order to protect itself. Not that there is a Cosmic Ghost Rider or anything to worry about, but it's always too good to have a Goose. Also good to stop some of that Arnim Zola strategies as well. Now, Overdrive here has to think about putting those powerful cards in the other lanes and go from there. All right, we got a snap coming in as well here. This is interesting.
Getting the Nico duplicate here is huge, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Nico getting that additional Jocasta.
Yeah.
You're able to play 2 Jocastas in the lane. All you have to do is just basically wait for your Invisible Woman to show up. And now you're getting just multiple triggers on Invisible Woman, which makes Fina trigger multiple times, which makes Sunspot trigger multiple times, and Havoc, which is currently in hand. There goes that Jocasta. With Kitty Pryde, of course, you want to pair to play 2 cards to trigger that Thena, get that Thena going. But Mr. Negative is on the board from the opponent as well. So
oh no, this is what I was fearing. This is the perfect Mr. Negative curve, right? The Mr. Negative into the Jane Foster, into draw as many cards that are left in your deck that cost 0. This is really, really, really scary. I don't know how you stay here, by the way. I just don't know how you stay here.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where you just kind of have to judge what you think your opponent's power output is going to be. Now remember, this Mr. Negative came down on turn 4, so there was that additional time where they were drawing cards that were not getting flipped by Mr. Negative. So even though they did get that Jane Foster to draw those flipped cards, there aren't as many as there would be if Mr. Negative came down on turn 3. So you can definitely talk yourself into staying in this game, I think, if you are
I
here.
do not know how to talk myself into staying in this game. But I will share a bit of a tidbit here. So like when you see Jane Foster come down in this kind of situations, you can just click on your opponent's profile to look at like how many cards have been drawn. So you kind of know. If they drew like 3, you know that you probably should leave.
But I mean, double Jocasta into Omega Sentinel, that is a very powerful play. You're going to see multiple triggers on that Omega Sentinel. It's going to just shoot so many cards with -7 power here. That could be enough. Obviously, Thena is going to trigger. Oh, and then we see a retreat. Interesting. Looks like they maybe didn't draw quite enough of cards from Mr. Negative's flip here that they thought was going to be enough to win that matchup. Interesting retreat. Loses 2 cubes, not an ideal amount of cubes you want to lose in the starting matches. Ideally, you want to chip away 1 cube so that you're always on odd number of cubes. But you know, maybe it was better not to lose 4 in this situation and just take the 2 cube hit here.
Yeah, so here's my pitch for how I would play Mr. Negative in this kind of tournaments, because Mr. Negative in general, it's a bit more of a high rolly deck. It's a bit more inconsistent per se. So I feel like when you go in with Mr. Negative, you want to get a lot of cubes. So I think Overdrive might be looking for like an opportunity where he gets that Mr. Negative on curve again to try and snap and get like some big cube wins. Especially since they are down a little bit already. You don't want to go into high stakes with not enough cubes to combat your opponent.
That's right. Yeah, you wanna try to have that comfortable buffer of cubes to take care of some of that inconsistency in your draws. You know, you want to be able to afford to lose a cube or 2 here and there in order to win a lot more when you do get those good draws as a Mr. Negative player. No Mr. Negative on 3 here. Looks like we just went straight into Magic. Now, Spaz does not have any way to turn off the Limbo, so it's pretty safe for Overdrive to play Magic and hope to just get a big turn 6 and 7. But, there is the retreat, because we saw a snap coming in with Nico copying Invisible Woman, which is, again, we talked about how powerful it is to like double down, triple down, even sometimes have 4 end of turn triggers happen with some of these activate cards like Jocasta, like Invisible Woman in that one lane with Omega Sentinel. And I think that was a good retreat from Overdrive there. Not having that Mr. Negative as well probably means that you're not going to be able to compete in power in that match. Okay, we're seeing Kitty Pryde come down on turn 1 here. Kitty Pryde, very good to draw Kitty Pryde early on. There you're able to fill that curve. You're able to just buff up the Kitty Pryde as well and satisfy some of the requirements for cards like Thena. And then we see Sakar pull Shang-Chi, which sometimes can be good to hit that Thena if it gets big enough early on, which is not always the case, but losing Shang-Chi, maybe not the best. Ideally, if you're holding... and there's that retreat again. Looks like Overdrive is just not getting the correct draws here.
Yeah. No, but I get it though. I get what Overdrive is trying to do. I'm assuming he knows what he's doing, and like because he's trying to conserve cubes for the high stakes rounds, right? Like it's coming up. Like you as a relatively more inconsistent, slightly high rollier, that you wanna, like I mentioned, you wanna have like enough cubes when you go into the big rounds to just like grab all of like most of what they have remaining, right? Because you don't want to play too many rounds, because the more little cubes you lose, if you lose too many cubes, you don't have enough to just like get them all like in high stakes, right? And your deck can get them all back in like one game with huge amount of power spike.
That's right. Yeah, it's about patience when you're playing Mr. Negative. Like I said, if you're not doing the Star Lord combination as well, you're a lot more likely to be retreating on some of those rounds where you're not drawing your Mr. Negative. And, you know, Smiles is just able to have a pretty smooth game here. They're just drawing all the right cards in all the right turns. We got Goose into Invisible Woman here as well, setting up a really strong game plan. And a Snap is coming in here. We're in the last round of low stakes here.
This confirms my suspicions, right? This confirms my suspicions. Overdrive is trying to do a big one in high stakes. He's conserving as much as he can. They wanna make sure that they have enough, right? And I think it's not a lot of cubes left, let's be real, but it's enough for a big push.
Absolutely. Once you do get that correct draw, once you do get a great hand going as a Mr. Negative player, you're pretty confident that then you'll be able to get that 2 cubes at least, because we are in that high stakes at this point. And we're seeing Raft again. This is like the third time we're seeing Raft here. This is interesting. And another Snap. Oh my gosh.
This came from our Mr. Negative player, I believe.
Yeah, it did. Looks like we're maybe looking at a Ravona into Mr. Negative.
Ika. This is the all-in plan. I already smell it.
All right, here we go. Ravona comes down. This is it. We're probably getting set up for a turn 3 Mr. Negative. I gotta be honest, I would be a little bit scared seeing that, especially if the Mr. Negative is followed up by Jane Foster, which might not happen with Dream Dimension. That could be a little bit of a ranch, unless we're seeing Magic come down to turn that off.
There we go.
And there's the Magic. No Mr. Negative. Interesting. So that Snap could have just been, I'm down already. I have a pretty good hand. Might as well try to get something out of this match here, because we're definitely not seeing Mr. Negative come down. And that's a big sigh of relief, I'll tell you that, if I'm playing against Overdrive right now.
Yeah, the good thing is we are definitely going to be seeing turn 7, right? Because even if Nico Minoru is, it changes the location, it's not enough, because there's 2 limbos right now. So we're definitely going to be seeing turn 7. So maybe Mr. Negative can like eke out a more fair winning game plan without the Mr. Negative itself.
Yeah, you know, getting a Raft card here is going to be a big advantage as well.
Yep.
This is looking, if that's not Mr. Negative. Oh, there is the Mr. Negative. Okay. Looks like we're going to be setting up for a Jane Foster, possibly. Turning off that limbo means that we are going to be seeing a turn 5 play that is probably Jane Foster from Overdrive. And drawing those flipped cards is going to be very important in order to have an advantage here. Again, extra turn, very good. You get extra time to draw more cards that have been flipped by Mr. Negative. We're seeing Iska come down. That's going to double. And we're seeing 1 trigger on Iska. We're sitting at 6 power. Anytime Smiles wants to place a powerful card on the right lane, they have to consciously think about what that Iska is going to do, because you don't want that Iska to get to 12 power, because then you're looking at 20, potentially 24 power. So, it looks like they're playing some cards on the right lane, which will be enough to trigger Iska here. Interesting decision to not just leave that lane for a little while here. And early Havoc as well. We are in turn 6 right now. There's still 1 more turn to go. Havoc obviously takes 1 energy away from you every time it triggers, but this deck does not need that much energy to begin with. There is that Jane Foster. This is very... intentionally targeting Iska here. Oh, this is going to be... Oh my goodness, this is going to be very interesting. We also have Prodigy, but obviously it's a turn 7, so Prodigy cannot be activated on the last turn here if you were to copy Invisible Woman here. Oh, looks like... Okay, well, Iska in the middle lane here. If you're getting the multiple triggers from Invisible Woman, that's pretty much guaranteed to win the middle lane here. My question is it going to be enough to win the left lane? Probably don't need to win the left lane. You just give up the left lane maybe and just hope that the right lane is enough. Obviously, Havoc triggering a couple times is going to be very powerful as well. Overdrive would need something very, very strong and large in terms of power to beat the right lane. You also see a 0-costed 16 power Red Hulk on the right lane. Oof, Lemmy, do you stay and sacrifice your last cube here?
All right, let the fox fly. It's a lot of 0-cost cards, I believe.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we're seeing Gore come down on the left lane. I think it's going to be followed up with Mystique and potentially Zola to put more power into the other lanes here. There's the Arnim Zola. Copies the Mystique, which is a little bit less powerful than Gore because Gore does have that extra 6 power from being flipped. And Iron Man in the middle here, but is it going to be enough? I don't think so. Iska is going to trigger, remember, at least a couple of times here, and that's probably not going to be enough to win the middle lane. But we're going to see all of the fireworks happen here. I think Smiles just gets to sit back and enjoy the show here, watching all of their cards get these powerful buffs from the 2 Invisible Womans. And there it is. Wow, what a game. What an amazing win from Smiles. What a run. Just takes all of the cubes away from the Mr. Negative player, plays it perfectly. Incredible deck as well with Goose, stopping some of the strategies. Wow. I'm very, very surprised by that power output that they were just able to do. Obviously, opponent not having a Cosmic Ghost Rider also made it very easy for Smiles to just put down these Invisible Womans and get that win. Incredible game. But we're not finishing there, folks. We got another game that we're jumping into right away as well. Another Iska deck, it looks like. This time, wow, this time we're also seeing brand new Juggernaut as well. This is somewhat of a clog deck, a little bit of a hybrid in that sense as well. We have Sentry and Nihilus combo that is very popular. We have Red Guardian and Ghost to turn off some of the opponent's strategies, and Juggernaut, which, let's be honest, 2/8 is pretty powerful. It's once you can get that objective to hit the card, a 2/8 can be a lane deciding card, and we'll see if that's going to be a deciding factor in this match here. This is going to be interesting. Clog strategies are less common to see these days. Obviously, Merlin is such a powerful card to have in terms of stopping some of those strategies. If your opponent plays a Nihilus, sends over that Void, and you have access to Merlin, you're just able to flip that and change it to something that's a little bit more in your favor. However, this time, April the Dagger is not running Merlin. They're going for more of a Star-Lord strategy. They're running a Juggernaut as well, a different Juggernaut, of course. This is more of a straightforward Star-Lord deck, no Mr. Negative here or anything like that. This is just more saying, I'm going to put down Star-Lord on turn 4, and then use Absorbing Man, Grandmaster, or Arnim Zola to double down, and then have that explosive turn 6 with, Shang-Chi, and turning off opponent's strategy with the Cosmic Ghost Rider, and, using that Juggernaut to bump up some of the powerful cards away from some of the weaker lanes. This is a very strong deck. Not too much of a high end that you see in Star-Lord decks with like Fing Fang Foom and Alioth and things like that, but a very, very strong deck here. Oof. Looks like that Nihilus clogs the right lane, pretty much guarantees the right lane for Muse here. Wow. This is we're in almost an even game in terms of cubes as well, but you would think that I think April the Dagger retreats here because they're just not able to get anything out of the right location.
Yeah, I think you should seriously consider conserving some of these cubes for the high stakes rounds, right? Because as you can see, they straight up lost the right location, so it's not worth going into the tank to worry too much about this game. Let's go next. The cubes are, like you said, relatively even, just slightly less for the dagger. 6 to 5, decent. Yeah, but speaking of, I want to talk a bit about Iska as well. Iska has been a bit more impressive than I initially thought. Like the card is actually pretty scary to play against, right, in the right deck.
Absolutely, it's one of those where you may not expect it to jump up to like 24 power in certain matchups, but what it does is forces your opponents to play in a different way. It makes them maybe reconsider some of the strategies they already planned out in some lanes, which can be, like we said, it can be a deciding factor in a lot of these matches. You want to have every bit of advantage. You want to put this mental stack on your opponent to make more decisions than they would be making in a regular match here. So that's what Iska can do in a lot of these decks as well. And yeah, okay, we're seeing Zabu, turn 1 Zabu, always something you'd love to see. Discount some of your 4-cost cards, which has happened already with Sentry here. But a Blue Dagger also having a decent curve here. Interesting to choose not to be floating any energy here. We're seeing Spider-Man on 1, Bruce Banner on 2. Usually with Star-Lord decks, you basically want to be playing off curve a little bit in your early turns to get that maximum output from Star-Lord. But they're just choosing to just play the cards on curve here. Maybe they're seeing something that we're not in terms of the hand that they have. But we're going to see one card from their hand, and that's Dr. Octopus, who pulls it Arnim Zola and doubles the Bruce Banner. If you are Muse, are you happy that you got rid of your opponent's Arnim Zola there?
Yeah, I mean, Arnim Zola is usually reserved for like the big power play at the end, right? So like getting it out ahead of Shadow is definitely something you are like a bit more happy to see. I mean, at the end of the day, because of this Zabu curve, we do see that like Muse has like this such a huge pile of stats, like, right? It's like you just play Dr. Octopus, then you play Sentry or whatever, and then you go for Annihilus. Like the curve is so beautiful and it's so much stats, right? And then you also got rid of your opponent's like big final turn push on power play with the Arnim Zola. Yeah, this is looking good.
And also having Ghost, which is again is a decision that some players have made in terms to counter some of these end of turn cards, which Bruce Banner is one of those, and they're just able to take care of that Bruce Banner on that right lane. They don't have to worry about it turning into a massive Hulk there, which, you know, you definitely don't want that to happen, because that is a hard, that is a lot of power to come back from sometimes in these certain lanes. And I don't know, this is looking pretty good, even though we did get Star-Lord from April the Dagger on the right lane. I'm assuming we're going to see Absorbing Man into Grandmaster here. Oh, no, chooses to go with Juggernaut. Okay, interesting. And then Cable does not trigger with Cosmo protecting the middle lane here. Looks like we're not setting up for a very powerful turn 6 from April the Dagger. They were not able to duplicate down on that Star-Lord's energy. This is looking pretty good for Muse once again.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much has this. I wouldn't say it's locked up, but I think his amount of stats on the board is like it's good enough, right, to contest this final turn. Absolutely.
Now, there's always a worry that Bruce Banner on the left lane can turn into Hulk there, and that could be enough to win the left lane. Looks like Muse is basically choosing to just stack the middle lane and hope for the best here. This is the final turn. This is for 4 cubes, and that can be quite significant, because one of these players are going to go down to either 2 or 1 cubes, and then the retreat coming from April the Dagger. Probably a smart choice here. You're probably not looking at a very powerful turn 6, and you probably want to keep those 3 cubes, still put in within like couple games range. Yeah, we'll see if they're able to get that Star-Lord combination going on this match.
Yeah, 6 to 3 is fine for April the Dagger, right? It's just like sort of like 2 games away if you snap, and it's just 3 and 3. Right, so you just need to win 2 if you're willing to snap now. So that's actually okay.
Absolutely, yeah. Again, you just need to get that Star-Lord into that Arnim Zola or Absorbing Man and Grandmaster, and you're looking at a very strong turn 6 with some of these powerful cards, something that Muse might not be able to keep up with. It's all about drawing those cards, of course, and having good backup plans when you don't draw the exact combos that you need. Whereas Muse right now is just doubling down on Zabu here. They're going to be able to get maybe a 2-cost Sentry, which can be very powerful. A 2/9 is something that you'll take any
Yeah.
day, I think.
I like this. I like this Grandmaster Zabu play a lot. It's a very good recognition, right? Because people always think like Grandmaster is needed for like this big wombo combo play. Sometimes it's just to get you like cheapened stats, right? Just cheapened simple stats. All your 4 costs are a lot cheaper. You can play multiples across multiple turns. So I like that recognition there.
However, this play
Grandmaster
here
Cable.
with Kate Bishop and the Hood is gonna clog up the hand for Muse, which means that they're less likely to be drawing that 2-cost sentry that we mentioned here.
I agree.
But you do have access to some very powerful 1-cost cards, including Acid Arrow, which is probably the best thing that you can get from Hawkeye's Kate Bishop when you're playing a clog deck, especially. And then a Red Guardian as well, turning off that Quinjet. Not that there are too many targets to hit with Quinjet for April, but always good to take care of some of those cards.
Yeah, I have this thing whereby I think people that play clock in like tournaments or like they decide to bring clock, they must be actually decently really good at the game, because in order to efficiently clock your opponent, you need to know what your opponent is doing and where they're gonna play their cards, right? So your recognition of where your opponent is gonna do or what they're gonna do has to be like top tier.
Absolutely. We saw a really strong turn 4 here for April the Dagger that were able to steal that 2-cost sentry that we were talking about. Now, do they have a way to get rid of that negative power on the right? Remember, Cable did trigger twice, so they were able to get 2 cards out of Muse here. The second card could be a Nihilist that we're not seeing in Muse's hand, which means that they're going to be able to send over that Acid Arrow and the Void, and they do have Daredevil as well, so they're able to see what the opponent is going to do, what lanes are going to be free, and if it's a good decision to play that Annihilus and send over. I think at this point, if you do have Annihilus, you're probably going to play that anyways, because you definitely do not want negative 11 power on your lanes. But we'll see what the decision is going to be here. Oh, and the snap is coming in, and a retreat from Muse. Looks like Annihilus.
Do we know about the 4-3 conquest rule? Just want to put it out there.
Do you want to explain that?
Okay, I shall explain the 4-3 conquest rule. It's been a while, but when you are 4 to 3 cubes in conquest, you always just snap as the 4-cube player. You just always snap no matter what. Simply because what's the difference between losing this game without snapping and losing the game with snapping? The fun fact is no, there's no difference. There's absolutely no difference. So when you're up 4 to 3 in conquest, you just snap. Because whether you lose the game or not, there's no difference.
Yeah, these are some of these like little tips and tricks are what you need to win these games, right? And it's still okay to retreat there. Of course, I don't think there was a chance for Muse to really get anything out of that match, but always important to keep that in mind when you're playing these tournaments. Always pay attention to the number of cubes you have, what round it is, and make sure you maximize your potential output in terms of cubes and potential savings in terms of cubes as well.
That being said, Muse did not do the 4-3 snap, but it's okay, He's still winning.
Yeah, still within the range to take this game.
Yep.
We'll see what
I mean,
happens here.
we do have the Annihilus, Sentry Annihilus curve again, right? Like that's just good old reliable, like the simple Annihilus, nothing too fancy, no Zabu shenanigans, just simple 4-5. Decides not to go for it now though. Decides to play out the ghost first.
That's right, and they did lose Cosmo from Sakar as well, which means that they're not able to put Cosmo down in one of the adjacent lanes, which is ideally where you want to put Cosmo against a Star-Lord deck, because that's most likely the spot that they're going to be playing Star-Lord in order to get that Grandmaster trigger to happen. But, Cosmo down in the middle, also pretty good. If they do play Grandmaster, you are also still able to stop that Star-Lord from triggering at least once in that middle lane. But, Daredevil, also a pretty good card to have in your deck when you're playing against Clog. You're able to see if your opponent is going to do their Annihilus plan and clog a certain lane by yourself, to stop that Void from going over to your lane and just messing up everything. Oh, and then we see a snap coming. Interesting. Obviously, Emperor of the Dagger saw the Annihilus play and sees something that we don't, and they're just gonna snap here in order to get the max cubes possible here. And there is the Star-Lord on turn 5. That was what the snap was for. And looks like we're setting up for a big turn 6 here. This could be the end for Dagger here. This could be it. If Muse is able to pull this win, they will take this whole match and move on to round 3 with a win. I don't know what this is gonna look like.
Yeah, this is the closest game we've had so far, I believe.
This is coming down to the wire here. Looks like Muse is choosing to just stack left and right lane. I'm not sure about choosing to stack on the right lane here. You do already have the Void there, which is not the easiest thing to take care of if you're a Star-Lord deck, but they're still choosing to stack that lane and then stack the left lane by turning off the Sunspot. Choosing to give up in the middle lane. Of course, Iska is something that they would have to think about if they were to contest.
The Juggernaut.
The Juggernaut moves. Oh my goodness. And then Iska is not enough. And that is enough to take the win for Muse. Wow. That is an incredible,
old, reliable, basic
Juggernaut.
Juggernaut
did win the lane that he was played in, but was not enough to win the middle location there. And thus we see a win here from a Sentry Annihilus Iska Juggernaut deck, a different Juggernaut, which we unfortunately didn't get to see do its thing in this match here, but I'm sure a 2-8 was gonna win some lanes there. It's a very powerful card. And it's a very powerful deck. Another interesting deck that I personally didn't see anybody bringing. Clog, again, is a strategy that not many people gravitate towards, but I mean, it proved its worth here. It was able to beat one of the strongest decks, one of the strongest cards in Star-Lord in the game. And yeah, this was a great match to watch.
Yeah, I really want to see. I mean, maybe more Clock decks. Maybe this player makes it far and we see them again. But I'm a big fan of people that bring Clock into these tournaments because, like I mentioned a bit earlier, to play Clock into another person's deck, you really need to have the right reads, right? Because in order to Clock, your opponents need to have cards there. So in order for you to Clock efficiently, you kind of need to have the soul read on your opponent, on like where they're gonna play their cards a lot of the time. So I respect this deck a lot. I respect this player a lot. Like, I think this is cool.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of decks like this, and I'm a huge fan of more rounds to come. But we're gonna take a quick break here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You're already late.
Merlin coming down. Go active!
There is one card can flip the whole match. Live competition, real tournaments, and insane events. This game never sits still, so jump in now before the next event goes live.
What?
Oh no! I was wrong.
The clock is almost done.
And a button! Join us and play Marble Snap today.
Victoria!
Pues la cagué.
Eres digno. Ya es suficiente, Bob.
Pero que necesito cambiar mi ropa interior.
Pulca Plaza.
¡Victoria!
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Ika, that's Lambi Series. We've seen some amazing matches, and we're gonna see some more. We're gonna jump into some gameplay. We are not gonna leave you hanging. We're gonna see King of Canada once again. We already saw this interesting, powerful deck, and I'm really excited to see some more. This time against what looks like to be just a good old werewolf deck with Iska.
Yeah, I mean, I was very excited to see King of Canada the first time. Their deck is really cool. Yeah, I want to see more of this.
Yeah, and Sabanur, a really fun card to have in this deck. However, we're seeing one tech card that we did talk about a little bit earlier, a very specific tech card in Stardust that is countering a lot of what Sabanur wants to do. You're not able to swap out that card anymore. You sure can get rid of the negative power card from Sentry, but you're just not able to cycle through to something a little bit more powerful. So that is an interesting strategy. This is an interesting deck that looks all familiar to me. This might be the exact build that I posted from Birchie just a few days ago here. This is the deck that I got to Infinite with, the Sholau, Werewolf, Maverick, Kitty Pryde, Iska deck. And what I found to be very powerful with this deck is that you're able to use Iska a little bit of a different way in this deck. You're not doing the Invisible Woman to trigger Iska a bunch of times. What you're doing primarily here is passing on that Show Lao buff to Iska on on turn 6, and then letting that big powerful Iska just basically take care of a lane. If it's not enough from the Show Lao buff, it will double, and that's definitely going to be enough. And sometimes with Hope Summers, you're able to do Maverick and buff Maverick with Show Lao that then passes the buff to Iska, and that just can be absolutely backbreaking here. But we'll see if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, this Show Lao deck is like the epitome of consistency, right? Like, it's basically doing what the Show Lao deck does best, right? You play good cards on curve, and then you finish off with the Show Lao. Werewolf also obviously is one of the hard carries that have been in the game for a very long time. Like, as long as you have like enough on reviews to bounce the wolf around, and then obviously now you get to finish off with the Show Lao. Like, overall, this is like, if I were to put it in like perspective, I feel like this is like the safe bring. Like, this style of deck is like the safe bring because it's very consistent, right? You can probably do like what your deck's intended to do for like almost every game. So I do expect this kind of deck to do well.
Yeah, I agree. It rewards a good player for playing well, and it's a great one to pilot. It's fun, and we'll see if that's going to be enough. Like I said, but Ghost is a secret tech card that can be very devastating against Birchie here. If King of Canada is able to play Ghost on that Iska at the right time, that's not going to do anything else, and thus any buffs that are passed on to Iska aren't really going to matter too much. We'll see if that comes up often. Obviously, with Agamotto, like we mentioned previously, you're putting a lot more cards in your deck, basically, and some of those draws can become a little inconsistent, but it's all about, thinking on the spot and coming up with plans on the spot with whatever draws that you get that makes Agamotto so powerful. And we're seeing Stardust come down from Birchie as well. Again, we should mention Stardust does somewhat counter and Sabanur here. We'll see if that's going to be relevant in this matchup.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that because I feel this Agamotto deck is using N Sabanur as like plan maybe C or D, right? Like this deck has like multiple plans that it can execute across the game. There's like, and it can pivot at any moment as well. So the flexibility of this Agamotto deck is probably one of the reasons why it could possibly do well.
Absolutely, yeah. Agamotto is really good at having different plans, and we'll see if one of those plans are going to be enough to win this particular match here. Asgard, always good to win as an Agamotto deck. You're able to draw those additional cards. However, with King Eitri, you're also drawing more additional cards, transforming that Iska into a better rate bill, shuffling further cards. We'll see if that's a good option for Polymorph there. We'll see if that's going to be something that pays off at the end. If you do draw that hammer, you're able to double down on that better rate bill's power, which can be very powerful. Obviously, there is an Iska from Birchie on that left lane, something to pay attention to, and it is 8 power currently, which means that you're looking at potential 16 power there if you're going to be investing any power in that left lane.
Yeah, when I look at Iska, it's the first double up is like fine, but once you let it hit the second one, you probably have to be starting to sweat a little bit.
Yeah, that's what makes Iska so good. Sometimes you're just kind of forced into some plays that you didn't really want to make, and you kind of have to think on the spot in terms of changing your game plans, changing the way you look at these locations and where you want to put the power in these locations. Both of these players are avoiding the throne room, but looks like Birchie will play a card in the throne room. Obviously, you want the most powerful card in the throne room in terms of just raw power, so you can win it by doubling down. And I don't know if Nico is going to be enough there. Obviously, we could expect a double down to happen on Nico with Show Lao, because it was the last card played, and it's setting up for a Show Lao, which will further double the Nico's power. This could be enough to win the middle location. Does Birchie have plans to win the other two is the question here.
Yeah, it's got to be some cannonball player, right? Like the way I see it right now with 10 energy, Yeah, and you have a cannonball. Like there's bound to be a line that if your opponent plays into it perfectly, you can get the win with the cannonball. But obviously, this is a lot about like soul reads of the opponent. So very curious to see if King of Canada can pull the soul read here and then take this game.
This is for 4 cubes. This is gonna do a lot of damage to both of these players if they're both gonna stay in this turn here. Turn 6 is always exciting in Marvel Snap. I gotta tell you, Lemmy, every time I'm playing on ladder, even though I know I'm going to lose, I stay in my turn 6s because I want to see stuff happen. And well, in a conquest match, sometimes you're pretty much forced to stay in these turn 6s. But both of these players have a choice to retreat here, save some cubes. But both of these players look pretty confident in their power output here. King of Canada has pretty good lines here, a lot of energy to work with, and Birchie is setting up a very strong Shou Lao play on that last turn. We'll see what the decisions are going to be. It's really going to come down to those small decisions here.
And King of Canada has no intention of retreating, man. They are trying so hard to figure out where to play these last 2 cards.
But time is running out. They have to make a decision
here. Play the card.
Agamotto, where's it going? Left, right?
All right, let's see.
They choose the left lane here.
And he's
Cannonball will be enough to win. Oh, but then Birchie fills up both of these lanes, which means that Cannonball is going to take care of... Oh, no. Looks like we're seeing a spell come down, or skill come down here. And then...
Victoria.
Okay, it bumps into the left lane. Obviously, Cannonball does win that left lane, but it is not enough to win the other 2, and that is a costly turn 6 here, losing 4 cubes, coming down to 2 cubes, and Birchie's still pretty comfortable with 8 cubes here. This is going to be an uphill battle for King of Canada.
Yeah, we're gonna see the 2 to 8 comeback. It's gonna be very difficult, right? Because I did mention that the Shou Lao deck is like the epitome of consistency, right? Like they can probably execute a very similar game plan to what they are doing right now almost every game, because of the consistency of the Shou Lao deck. So for King of Canada to come out on top 4 times, it's gonna be really difficult.
Yeah, and you know, we mentioned the cube numbers earlier and how odd and even numbers are really relevant, especially here, because if you're down to 2 cubes and it's high stakes time, you're pretty much forced to win every single game from now on. You don't have any comfort of retreating. You don't have any comfort of saving some of those cubes or snapping to take more cubes away from your opponent. You just have to buckle down and win 4 games in a row here. First 2 turns looking pretty good for King of Canada here. They're able to play some cards out, but Birchie's coming in with 2 cards on turn 2, which means that they already got that +3 on Shou Lao going, and Kitty Pryde in your hand means that you're pretty much going to be triggering that Shou Lao on every single turn. All right, and we got an activate on Spider-Ham as well. That's going to take care of something in Birchie's hand. It could be Shou Lao, which again is probably the best target in Birchie's hand. You want to get rid of that most powerful card in your opponent's hand in order for them to not have that big output on turn 6. But X-Mansion, I mean, sometimes it can be a deciding factor in terms of what you can get from X-Mansion.
Honestly, I do think that King of Canada really needs the X-Mansion bailout. Let's see. Oh, that's
Oh,
not
and
fantastic.
it takes
It's far
out
from fantastic.
Agamotto. Oh no, that is not something you want to see. It is
And
a
the emote is thrown out.
that is a 5 power card, but it does get rid of your 10 power card. And oof, I don't know if that's looking good if I'm King of Canada.
Yeah, I mean, the Shou Lao deck is just gonna keep rolling with their multiple cards per turn into Shou Lao at this point in time. And King of Canada's hand, why I say he really needed the X-Mansion bailout is because his hand is relatively clunky. In fact, he doesn't even have any cards in hand left.
I agree here, and Hope Summers for Birchie as well. They're just getting that extra energy. They're pretty much guaranteed to be playing 2 cards a turn. As long as they have Shou Lao and it's not been hit by Spider-Ham, they're going to be pretty happy with what their potential power output is going to be. We see an activate on Jocasta here. The thing first steps goes down on the right lane, possibly trying to take care of one of the good targets on the right lane. Does it feel like it's a little too late though?
Okay, so this is the spot. I've been in this spot multiple times. You're a King of Canada. You have like no retreats left. You just gotta make the play that assumes your opponent does everything wrong. It's hope, yes, but you kind of don't have a choice, right? You just gotta make the play that wins if they make every single wrong move, which is hard to do.
Yeah.
But you know, that's all you gotta do. That's all you can do, actually.
Yeah, at this point, if you're King Canada, you're hoping that Sholau did not get drawn. You're hoping that you know, some of the key cards that win games are not drawn or hit with Spider Ham. That's the best you can do. But oh, here
Maverick,
we go.
no.
Maverick comes down. Oh, but then the thing for steps take care of the Maverick.
Clutch.
This is now all of a sudden and very close game. We were looking at a complete win for Birchie here to pass that Shola buff on Maverick and then further pass the Maverick buff onto Kitty Pryde, which was going to be a little tough to come back from. But now, all of a sudden, you're looking at only one buff being passed from Shola. Again, if they have drawn the card and if it has not been hit by Spatterham. You're also seeing Ansa Banur that's going to take care of the ninja in the middle lane, possibly give something better. You know, even though you're forced to stay in this game, I still would stay in this game if I still had the comfort of other cubes to spare here.
I agree.
Oh,
Yeah,
still
the hit on the Maverick was so huge, right? And this is what I mean, right? King of Canada just has to play like whatever you cannot beat just doesn't exist anymore. Because you can't retreat anyway.
Exactly.
Just close your eyes and make the plays.
There's still some powerful cards in the deck for King of Canada here, and Sabanur swapping that ninja out for possibly a sentry, which is 9 power, can be a deciding factor here. Looks like we're seeing Cosmic Ghost Rider on Mercury to stop the possible Cannonball, but Cannonball is not being played, so King of Canada is more than okay with that. And Sabanur turns into 8 power, and there is that sentry. King of Canada takes not just 2 lanes, but all 3 in a match that we were pretty much, you know, giving up on.
Yeah, I mean, King of Canada needs to do this 3 more times. It's more like Birchie needs to not draw well 3 more times, I personally feel. Which is hard, but sometimes locations can bail you out. You never know, right? It's Marvel Snap. Like, sometimes things just go in your favor. Like, and King of Canada has to do it 3 more times. He has no choice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at that last match. We were thinking that it was all over until that last end of turn on turn 5, where Think for Steps, you know, takes care of one powerful option from Birchie to kill that Maverick. And you know, you never know what can happen in Marvel Snap. You never know what kind of draws are you going to get and how the game is going to go. And that's why you should always, you know, have confidence in your place. Not that, you know, King of Canada had much choice to retreat there, but it still worked out very well for them. Looks like we're seeing King retreat here as well. Very good card to have as an Agamotto player. You want to draw those extra cards. Extra draws are great when you're shuffling multiple cards in your deck. And Winds of White Tomb here as well. Really good to bump that Surge off of Madripoor here. Get it away from that potential buff.
The bolts of Baltac being picked up. I think this is what King of Canada needed, right? Like, this deck is just a different beast if you can go to like way more energy on the final turn. And this might be another win for King of Canada. He needs it, but this might be it. This might be the one that he can win as well.
I agree here. We still have access to Sentry as well. If images of Icon are drawn, Sentry's Void being turned into another powerful card with that skill can be also a lane
OG Mark,
play.
thank you for that kick.
We'll see what happens here. We do have Merlin from Birchie as well, which gives them a good curve to play on. They're able to play those skills, get that Sholau buff going, and we'll see if that's going to be enough. Very hard to judge right now. Both of these players have good plans going early on. We're going to see Sentry come down to Madripoor here, perhaps to go get that extra buff. Looks like they're making a decision which lane they want to go into. Interesting, choosing to go to the left lane, which means that, oh, Stardust comes down, which, you know, if you do not have a way to get rid of your Void, is beneficial because now you're just playing a 4-9 without the downside of that negative Void on the right lane. So Stardust somewhat helpful here.
Yeah, I think it just straight up benefited the King of Canada. So
Yeah.
it wasn't. It was probably not a plan, but like it did.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do also get a Merlin, so even if that sentry did create that void, we would still have some plans to get rid of that negative power on the right lane. But interesting for King of Canada to not choose to contest Madripoor, and it's okay with Birchie just getting that extra buff every turn, every end of turn to that Stardust, which is going to make coming back in that lane a little bit difficult, but maybe they're already given up on that lane. Maybe they're not even going to contest it on turn 6. Okay, well, it looks like we're waiting for a decision from Birchie, but oh, looks like King of Canada is... Oh no, they're going to go back. Okay, they maybe thought they were going to play something different here, but I think this is the correct play. Get the bolts going, get that extra energy.
See a Maverick.
And then Omniversal Presence coming down on that middle location. I personally don't agree with changing that middle location there. It was benefiting Birchie a lot more than he was benefiting King of Canada. I think choosing to change one of the other locations might have been the better play here. However, we do have Ghost, which will take care of that Iska. Birchie here might just choose to give up the left lane, saying, hey, you're going to have to invest enough power to beat the doubling of Iska, so they might not be putting enough power on the left lane to beat Ghost here. And then looks like King of Canada just stacking that right lane with as many cards as possible. We got the 13 power Agamotto, we got the Squirrels with 2 power, and that Spider-Ham. You want to use your resources to your maximum, say, hey, they're going to give up the left lane, I know I'm going to win that, and I'm just going to invest all of my power into this right lane.
I can't wait to see this potential comeback king moment, the comeback King of Canada. Maybe we will get to see it.
This is within the range here. If King of Canada takes this match, we're only looking at 2 more rounds to win here. This could be
an incredible
comeback.
Let's not
Commentators
jinx it.
first.
Emotes
All right, looks like we're waiting for a play from Birchie. Again, Birchie should always stay in this match here. There's no reason for them to retreat. Looks like they did give up that left lane, and they played a couple of cards on that right lane. Oh no, but then the Sholau buff on that left lane is going to be enough to win. And Birchie takes the win against King of Canada. Wow. That is, I mean, look, if you're King of Canada, I think you're hoping that they just didn't draw Sholau and they're passing on that buff into a different lane. But still an amazing, amazing performance from King of Canada. Those couple games there were very close, and they were able to, you know, take some cubes away from Birchie in situations that I personally didn't think was possible.
I agree. That was actually a very interesting game, right? Like, it was actually relatively close. Like, if King of Canada had won that game, that is the point where the opponent starts to sweat. Because normally when you're ahead, you're chilling, but when you start losing cubes and then you realize you're on the verge of like defeat, you start to be a bit under more pressure, and then so it's gonna be really, really scary. But that game also just shows the power of Sholau, right? Which what it did was basically it let you split your power. It split your power equally across multiple locations, and you get to contest multiple locations at one time.
Yeah. Absolutely, and there's a deck from Birchie here, a very powerful deck, very strong deck. We're gonna see some more Sholau in the coming rounds as well. Round 3 is just around the corner, but yeah, this is a great deck. We didn't see too much of a Werewolf being a presence for Birchie here. Werewolf can be a very powerful tool for this deck to you know, not only get a powerful card on the board, but also confuse your opponent. Where is the Werewolf going to end up? You know, you're investing early on into a powerful card, but you are still able to move that power in a way that questions your opponent's plays, you know? So great choice for a deck. My personal approval on that one. And yeah, Iska, Sholau, also a great combination. As you saw, even though Iska was turned off by Ghost from King of Canada, you know, getting that Sholau buff was still enough to win.
Yeah, man, Sholau is truly the boss monster of the format. But yes, we will be taking a short break right now. Do not go away. We'll see you guys real soon.
Eres digno.
Gané.
Victoria.
Yo, what's up, everyone? Welcome back to the Golden Gauntlet Qualifier 1. This is myself, Lamby Series, casting together with the one and only Ika as well. How you doing, Ika? How's it been so far?
I'm doing so good. These games have been incredible. We've been seeing some decks that I haven't been thinking about, and they've been played at the highest possible level. It's just been amazing to see.
Oh, wait a minute. No. You think you have seen
Hello.
some decks? No. Hold on. I need to interrupt this broadcast because the next deck that we will showcase here going into round number 3, I know neither of you are going to see this one coming. You ready?
Let's
Oof,
go.
Okay.
I did not see
This
this one coming.
definitely is. Wow. Okay. Wow. I love this. I love this deck. Okay, it took me a second to see it, to see the vision.
It took me a second to see it, then I saw Agent Venom, and I'm like, ah.
This is an incredible choice here. Okay, so we're looking at basically a bounce deck. We have Toxin, Beast with some of these one-cost cards with Hood, Silver Sable, Hawkeye, Iceman, Nico, which are great targets for bounce. But then we also have addition of a card that I don't see too often, but is one of my favorites, Spider-Man Noir, which just can do such incredible things in certain moments. You're looking at, if you have the right amount of cost of cards on the board, it's just going to pull a random card from your deck, and that's going to be +8 power. That's no small feat. You pull up an Iron Man from your deck with 8 power, that's
You
gonna
just
be
win,
very
man.
difficult. That is very
You
difficult
just
to
win,
contest.
man.
And of course, we also have Shang-Chi that can take care of some of those
Digno.
big, powerful cards from your opponents. I like this choice. I like this choice quite a lot.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this deck in action. I mean, like, if you look at the curve, you look at the way the deck plays, it's not something you've never seen before, but it's still really exciting, right? Especially as you mentioned,
Yeesh,
like Spider-Man
me jodió.
Noir. If it hits what it's supposed to hit, it's gonna be fireworks.
But this deck is going up against another very powerful deck here. We're looking at a move deck, essentially, a Batroc, Werewolf, Hydra Stomper, Captain America, Kraven. You know, this is a bread and butter of these small package move decks that are so strong. Interestingly, though, a lot of these decks often get paired with Shou Lao, which we do not see in this deck. Instead, we're seeing Cosmic Ghost Rider and Shang-Chi as like couple tech options. We also have Deafening Chord to get that Werewolf to move a lot easier, take up less space on the board, and Prowler, which is a card we haven't seen yet today as well. One of my favorite cards in the game. I really love some of the skills that you're able to get from Prowler. Yes, you get 2 of 4, but all of those are incredible, especially the mines that are able to do minus damage on your opponent's cards. This is a really cool deck. This is a really fun deck, and one of the more powerful ones. Let's not forget, Batroc with Silk and Hydra Stomper can just be massive power, something that is very hard to come back from sometimes.
I mean, I'm biased, man. I love this deck. I mean, Twitch chat, remember Silky Smooth? Yeah, this is the 2026 version, man. Oh man, this deck's got a soft spot in my heart for sure. Yeah, I really want to see this do well. And yeah, it just got more tools, right? It's just even more powerful. It's an even more powerful mid-range shell now, right? There's so many big scalers, and there's so much control that you can have as well. Like the mobility is a lot within your control, so like good players can usually capitalize on that.
Absolutely, yeah. Back in the day, we were pairing these cards with things like Angela and Vision, some of these other powerful, Jeff, which has been seeing some play once again. This is a fun deck to see. 2 of really, what I would say, like player agency decks. You're making a lot of decisions with these decks. Both players have to be on point in terms of what decisions they make, where they're putting all that power, and really question your opponent's plays as well. This is going to be a fun match to watch. Nurgle and Big T here. All right, we're already seeing some bouncing happen from Nurgle here, getting that Hood, Iceman, and Silver Sable back with Beast. However, Silver Sable is going to be just a 2-power card now. You're no longer going to be able to get that trigger because we saw a Deafening Chord come in and turn the ability off. You don't mind that too much, I think. If you are Nurgle, obviously getting those additional triggers on Silver Sable is great, but you still got 1 value out of it. But, you know, Craven and Silk is also on the board for Big T here, which, you know, is looking at buffing that Hydra Stomper, which we don't see on the board yet, but it does not have to be on the board to be, you know, getting those procs and getting buffed. It is an ongoing card that stays in your hand as long as you want. And when it comes down, it's usually into double digits if you have Silk on the board. And then we see a Werewolf as well.
Yeah, I will say though that like for when we compare both decks like at a glance, the move package, the mid-range move package has a lot more powerful scaling from the early game. But in terms of like high roll potential, I would say that this Agent Venom deck is the one that actually has a better late game, right? Let's look at what this Spider-Man Noir can do.
Oh, here we go. Noir comes down. I love seeing Noir.
The Iron Man is still in the deck. The Iron Man.
Iron Man is in the deck. I love the animation that we also get from Noir as well. This is going to be fun to see what happens here. There's the animation.
¿Qué dice Silver? ¿Cómo vamos?
Pulls a Nico.
Not Tony.
Not the ideal choice I think you want here. You definitely wanted to get that Iron Man on the board, but you know, you're not too unhappy with a 1/8 on the board. And there's that Iron Man just to tease you for not being pulled from Spider-Man Noir. However, this is still pretty powerful turn 6 here. You got Shang-Chi to take care of that Craven, which I'm sure that Big T really depends on staying on the board. So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, I mean, it's the final turn, and the Iron Man just gets drawn. It's not the Iron Man that you wanted, but like, I mean, with the right placement, it still could get the work done. Doesn't even go for the Iron Man.
Yeah, I think Big T has to make a big decision here. Do they want to stay against a potential Shang-Chi? They know Nurgle does have Shang-Chi. Do they want to risk getting that Craven taken care of? Are they going to give up on that Craven lane? Are they just going to try to invest into the other adjacent lanes? Or will they put further cards in that middle lane saying, yeah, I know you're going to play Shang-Chi, but whatever I'm going to play in the middle here is still going to be enough to win even without Craven. Oh, looks like we're giving up on that middle lane. Probably the smart choice here and focusing on the other 2 lanes here. All right, that takes care of them. And now, remember, if Silk does go in the middle, it's still probably going to be enough to win the middle location for Big T, and that is what's happening here. We got the spell from Prowler moving into the middle location, and then Werewolf jumps to the right. There is my favorite skill as well, giving that minus power, and that
so well played.
Will be enough for Big T to take the win here.
That was so well played.
Well played. This is I'm already loving this match. I mean, this is some good old decision making, a good old gameplay, some good mid-range cards happening here. Oh, this is already setting up for one of the best matches we're going to see today, I think.
Yeah, that was so cool, right? Like, you knew you were definitely going to get Shang-Chi, right? With a very high probability. So you make the play that beat that straight up. And that was basically what Big T did. That was so cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we talked about just calculate like open deck lists. Sometimes you don't know that your opponent has Shang-Chi if you're playing on ladder or in Conquest, but we do know that every opponent knows each other's decks, so which makes some of those decision makings happen a lot easier. All right, we see a snap coming down here. We're setting up for a powerful bounce plays. Nico copying that beast on the following turn, which makes it possible to further bounce that Iceman and Silver Sable and Nico once again. This is already looking pretty good for Nurgle.
Yeah, I mean, you got to bounce 3 1-cost cards, right? That's worthy of a snap for sure.
Absolutely. But we do also see Captain America, Samuelson come down as well. That is a very important card to have as a move player, especially to always get that Batroc trigger if it's on the board, or get that Hydra Stomper to be consistently getting buffed. And then Onslaught Citadel, pretty good for both players as well. Obviously, Hydra Stomper is very good there, but Dokul does have access to not only Gore, but also Iron Man in that location, which can absolutely win that location. And there's that Silk into Batroc. We're going to see a lot of moving happen from Big T. That Hydra Stomper is going to be massive. But, you know, double bouncing is no small feat either. This is another close game. I don't know which way this is going to go. And a snap comes in as well. We're looking at 4 cubes, and we're not even in we're not even in the turn 6 here.
Yeah, I mean, the Nico double up is cool and all, but like if you get snapped back by a mid-range deck, right? Like most of the time they pretty much have the perfect curve, right? Let's just check it out. Yeah.
Let's see what happens here. What's coming down in the middle location? It's a werewolf. Okay, we're setting up for a lot of moving happening. I'm assuming Big T is holding Hydra Stomper here. They do not want to play that early on. They do not want to risk getting that card Shang-Chi'd, I'm sure. Both players pretty confident in the hand that they got. This is going to be interesting to see what happens here. Turn 5, I think, is going to be very important to see which player is going to come on top here. We do have Noir here.
Oh, we got to play the Noir, man.
We have to see Noir come down. Iron Man, once again, in the deck. Still possible to pull that 8 power Iron Man, which we mentioned can probably just win a lane for you. And there aren't many things that Big T is running to stop that other than Cosmic Ghost Rider, which if it's hiding behind 2 of those cards, it's not going to do anything.
As well, right? You play the Noir before shuffling the Vibraniums into the deck.
Absolutely here. All right, here comes the Prowler. Prowler's skills are going to be 0 costed because we're seeing so many cards move right now. That gives them an extra edge as well. Oof. This is setting up for an interesting turn 6. It's all going to come down to what Noir pulls here. And he pulls the Hood. Not Iron Man once again, but it's not so bad either. Getting that Demon and, you know, basically getting rid of that -3 on the Hood. Pretty good. 8 power on the board. Again, not Iron Man, not the ideal choice, but still well within the range to win this match here. All right, looks like priority is in Durkal's favor. So Shang-Chi, not going to be something that they're able to utilize in a way that they possibly want to kill that Hydra Stomper here.
Yeah.
Looks like they're just going to choose to play Gore and hope that they're going to win the other 2 lanes.
I think the Gore is supposed to not go middle because realistically from Big T's side, what you're expecting here, because you know the Demon is in hand, right? It's going to be 5+1, Iron Man plus Demon. I mean, the Iron Man is obviously not in the hand, but like Onslaught, Citadel, and Iron Man, you kind of expect something like that possibly, right? 5+1. So maybe the Gore is supposed to just go flank somewhere else and just like assume your opponent's just going to ignore mid. There's always that possibility.
Yeah, I agree. We do know that Big T also runs Shang-Chi, and they do not have priority, which means that if they're predicting a Gore in the middle lane here, they're just going to play Shang-Chi and try to take care of that lane that way. So we'll see what the decision is going to be here. Is it going to be Gore down in the middle, try to contest that Hydra Stomper? Is Gore going to go in a different lane and try to take an adjacent lane here? Leaving only 5 power in the left lane is a risk that you have to take, I think, but we'll see if that's going to be enough. All right, we're going to see
I think Big T might ignore middle.
This is for 6 cubes. This could be costly for Durkal here. They are choosing to stay in this game, and I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to win here. This is for all the cubes. This is for the whole match, whereas Big T still has comfort of 4 remaining cubes here. Gore comes down on the right, and Silk gets buffed here, which, oh my goodness, it's going to bounce on the right. This is so hard to see what the power output is going to be. Every card is going to be bouncing everywhere. What's going to end up happening here? Hydra Stomper in the middle, of course. It's going to be massive. 33 power. It's going to get further buffed with Silk in the middle. And then the remote mines cut. Oh, that takes care of the left lane. 5 power was not enough to win that lane. And Durkal is unfortunately eliminated. Big T taking in the win with all of their cubes remaining. Wow, incredible gameplay. What a powerful deck. Move is an incredible deck to play in these tournaments. So much agency, you know, I love seeing that deck. I love seeing the Noir. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the cool pull of Iron Man, but you know, we still got some more games to see. Jumping straight into the next match. Looks like we're seeing Braude against Baby Mari. Oof. Braude's down to 4 cubes, and looks like Braude's playing the deck we already mentioned here, the ongoing Sholau Maverick deck. That is one of the most popular decks that players have brought in this tournament. And we mentioned this is a very, very strong deck. However, Braude is on the back foot currently.
Yeah, Braude, one of the long-time competitors in Marvel Snap. He's been around for a long time. Really, really good player. I know him personally very, very well. Yeah, he's on the back foot, but knowing Braude, this is nothing new to him. He's been on the back foot countless times.
All right, and then Baby Mari, looks like Baby Mari's bringing in another move deck, but does have some little differences from the last one that we saw. Especially one that surprises me here is they're playing Lady Deathstrike, which is an interesting card to bring. Obviously, Lady Deathstrike does take care of some of those end-of-turn strategies that we do see often with Invisible Woman and Jocasta. And, you know, some other choices here, Captain Carter. Although Agony will buff Captain Carter to a range where Lady Deathstrike is not an issue here, but you're not always going to have that combination. So Lady Deathstrike, I like the choice. I think it's very interesting. We also see Madame Web and Spider-Punk in here. Getting 2 moves out of Spider-Punk already puts it at one of the best 3-cost cards in the game. I think it's a very underrated card. It's a very strong, powerful card, and Madame Web makes it possible to get the most out of that card. Of course, also Ghost Spider is there. A different approach to the move deck we saw, but it's still very, very powerful deck.
Agree, 100% agree. Slightly off topic a little bit, but this is the first vault we've seen all day, by the way.
Oh yeah, interesting, yeah. And probably Sandbar as well, which can be very devastating for some certain strategies. If you're a Thanos deck or a Merlin deck, it can hurt some of your draws, but looks like it's not going to be too much of an issue here for either player. However, the vault is all locked up now. And even though Braude is down on that left lane, Sholau will buff up the Maverick to the range that wins the vault. They're going to stay in this match, and then the Maverick is then further going to pass that buff onto Kitty Pryde, stacking up that mid lane. That is the weakest lane for Baby Mari here, so Braude is looking pretty good here.
Yeah, I think Braude might bring this one back. We're going to be going to... This is for 4 cubes, by the way, so if Braude gets it here, he's going to be ahead, which is a really, really big deal, right? Like going ahead in high stakes with your opponent only having 1 life left.
Absolutely, yeah, and to bring back that conversation about cubes here, Baby Mari might go down to 2 cubes, and they might have to just win every single game if they do lose this match here, which there's the Sholau buff onto Maverick. Just enough points to win the vault, and then further passing that on to the Kitty Pryde, which does win the middle lane there. Great play from Braude. And wow, okay, Braude brings it back. 4 cubes to 2 cubes. This is it for Baby Mari. Now they have to win 2 in a row, and Braude can't afford to lose one. I'm sure if you're playing as a competitive player, you definitely want to just end it right here.
Yeah, I mean, just a quick mention as well, like one of the tiebreakers for this event is like the amount of cubes you have remaining. So like in the previous match, we saw a win with 10 cubes remaining. That's going to be really good for like their secondary tiebreakers, I believe.
Absolutely here. Every cube matters. Every decision matters. And we'll see what happens here. We got Captain America come down for Baby Mari. That's probably the best turn 2 card that you can play as a move deck just to get that shield moving all over the place, start buffing your Hydra Stomper. However, Agony into Captain Carter, another great choice for Braude, and Moonstone gets drawn as well. So you're looking at a massive lane in the middle here with Maverick coming down afterwards. Probably this is going to be tough to beat for Baby Mari. They do not have Cosmic Ghost Rider. They do not have a way to stop anything that's going to be buffed up in the middle location here. And then Braude is choosing to play Kate Bishop's Hawkeye in the middle lane here. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Browdy already has like the finishing combo, right? He has the Maverick Shoulao at his disposal, just waiting to apply the pressure in the right locations. Yeah, I think don't want to call it early, obviously, but Browdy looks to be in a really strong position right now.
Absolutely, I agree here. We do see Hydro Stomper come down early on in the left lane. We also have Madame Web to move some of those cards around, but you know, setting up that Maverick here, it's gonna be very hard to stop once that Shoulao buff especially comes down on there. All right, we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, it's actually, this turn is actually really difficult. Like I did say that like Browdy already had the Maverick Shaolao set up to a certain extent, but like this turn, I think if you play your cards right, like if you play your cards in the right positions, you just have a very simple win on the final turn. For Browdy specifically.
Absolutely, yeah. Here we go. The decisions are made. Maverick comes down as the last card, of course. He's going to get that further buff from Captain Carter. Plus the Shoulao on turn 6 here. Oof, and that Acid Arrow is really tough. Really tough for Baby Mari here. However, Negasonic takes care of one card, not the one that you wanted. Obviously, probably you were targeting here. Maverick ideally happens to be that Browdy played perfectly around that. They played a small card to play around a possible Negasonic, keep that Maverick on the board, and now we're going to see Shoulao buff up that Maverick, pass that on to Ant-Man, and this is looking like Browdy's going to take this game.
Man, this combination is just so strong. Just look at what Browdy is doing here. He covers every location, right? He literally covers like every location. So like he could cover every location.
Absolutely,
even has the flexibility of stacking too as well. What a powerful combination.
All right, here we go. Baby Mari, obviously no choice to retreat here. They just have to hope that Shoulao was not drawn by Browdy. Obviously we know that it was, and that's going to pass on some of those buffs onto Maverick, and then further Maverick passing it onto that Ant-Man on the right. There goes the play. And that's going to be a huge 16 power card. Oh my goodness, and that's going to be enough to take the right lane. Very good decision to not go into the left lane, recognizing that it might not be enough to beat the left lane with just 18 power here. Great decision by Browdy. Great win by Browdy. We started watching that match when Browdy was down on cubes, and they were able to just come back and take the whole game.
Yeah, you can see Browdy's experience in tournaments through this game. Like, maybe it was a little bit hard to catch, but like for me, I noticed it. Like he was so deliberate, right, with that final turn. Like, all right, insta ignore left stack. And then he won. Like he just knew. That was well played.
Yeah, all right. We're jumping into another match right away as well. Oh my goodness. Another move deck, another Hydra Stomper, another Silk from Cougar, the one and only Cougar, a previous winner of Golden Gauntlet with a very similar deck that they're playing right now. Obviously, we have some new choices made in this deck right now. Shoulao and Super Adaptoid. This is a card we saw already, but we didn't see it get utilized to its maximum. Now, Super Adaptoid is a specific choice made to counter some of the essentially mirrors where you want to get rid of some of those activate cards like Maverick. So this is an interesting choice. We'll see if it is a deciding factor in these matches, but we already know what Betrock and Sam Wilson can do in these matchups. Very powerful. Buff up that Hydra Stomper. This is just a very strong deck, and there's a reason some of these top players are bringing this version here. And looks like the deck that we see from the opponent is no other than Arishem. Now this is
this is what Ika and I were talking about previously, right? It's like, how do you beat a deck that your opponent doesn't even know what is in the deck, right? I mean, like, you beat them by being more consistent, but at the same time, you don't know what you're trying to beat. That's the conundrum.
Absolutely here. You know, Arishem is oh, and then just misses the Galactus in the middle here. When you are playing against Arishem, you have to be calculating for every possible card that could be played from the opponent. Even though they have multiple cards in their deck, there is a chance that they don't draw it, but you have to always think, hey, they probably have Galactus, and you just play around Galactus.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, man. I think they had no idea that they were playing.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. They were literally playing a card there because they wanted to, and it turned out to be Galactus. That was hilarious.
Absolutely, ended up being. Yeah, it was a random Iron Patriot Galactus. That's why they were able to play in the big house. Something that's not expected there, obviously, but it ended up being the right choice. Cougar's looking pretty good here. A lot of power on the board already, and we are looking at 4 cubes going potentially into 7 cube match. This could end the match here if Cougar is able to take this win. This is going to be very, very intense.
Yeah, Cougar at this point is just like, I have more stats, I should be winning. And honestly, if Arishem somehow finds a bailout here, I don't even think Cougar can be too upset, you know? It's like Arishem is one of those decks that like you really cannot play around too much, right? You look like you're in a winning position, you go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been, like I said, I've been on the receiving end of Arishem's cards where you just are not able to calculate for something, and they're able to squeeze out a win out of what you thought would be an unwinnable situation. We'll see if that happens here. I'm pretty confident Cougar is looking good here. I think all of the power output that we're seeing here is very strong. And then there's that retreat as well.
Was that a 4
cube
retreat?
Going down to 3 cubes.
I think that was a 4 cube retreat, right? If I'm not wrong.
That was a 4 cube retreat, yeah.
Ouch. That's one of the most painful retreats ever to make. Like 4 cube retreat pre-high stakes. But I say painful, but I don't mean wrong. You know, like if you know you gotta like just like take the L there and then like leave. That's also a mark of a good player, right? Because if he went in, he might have lost everything and then he outs.
Absolutely, yeah. Still leaves a range to come back here. We're looking at 3 cubes, and you know that's still 2 game buffer. Could be 1 game if we bring it all the way to 3 cubes here, but you still have that comfort of retreating in case you see something going wrong for you. Again, Arishem, it's very hard to plan out your turns. You just kind of have to play turn by turn, see what happens, see what cards you're getting, see what your opponent is playing, and if you have any ways of stopping their game plan or delivering something a little bit more powerful.
Okay, Batroc and Nightcrawler on Mirror Island is cheating on curve, man. That's crazy. So
yeah, I agree here. Nightcrawler is just going to get that buff, and then you're going to be able to just move that big, powerful card to whichever lane you want. This is really looking great for Cougar. Oh, and then we're seeing some Starhawk.
New card.
Buffs up that right lane, left lane. Okay, I mean, left lane is looking good for Arishem here, but, you know, Hydra Stomper is going to be very difficult to stop on that right lane. Not many cards that can get into the big house are going to be enough to beat Hydra Stomper's power output. Even if we don't have that many cards moving currently, there's also always potential to start moving those cards towards the end of this game here. All right, we got Super Adaptoid coming down. Obviously, this is just to play a powerful card here, just to get that 3/5 on the board. It's not really serving its role. And we're seeing a snap, and Cougar retreats here. I understand this retreat. I think you didn't get that many moving cards going here. Your Hydra Stomper wasn't going to be that large, so smart retreat from Cougar here.
Yeah, that was actually a very like a disciplined player, because we did mention that like he opened really well into Mirror Island. But good players know when to realize that they suddenly got beat, you know, and they just leave. So that was a really good recognition of like not being good enough to leave. Plus they leave themselves with 7 to 3 cubes. It's fine.
Yeah, Shrug played great here. Great choice to snap there as well, recognizing also that your opponent wasn't doing some of the move synergies that they're good at, and try to take advantage. Even if they didn't have good cards to play on the following turns, snapping here to try to scare off Cougar was the smart play here. However, we do see a snap coming. This is it. This is 3 cubes now. Shrug is in it here. They have to win this game. And, you know, we got Captain America coming in as well. Already, we're going to see some moving happening. Hydra Stomper is going to start to get that buff going. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, man. It's for all the marbles here. And the start from the move deck is once again amazing.
Oh, and then we see Cosmic Ghost Rider turn off Captain America and the shield. That's a huge blow to Cougar's strategy. Very well played by Shrug here. Excellent, excellent play. Now, Hydra Stomper is not looking as big as we thought it was going to be. Kraven also, you know, is going to suffer a little bit by not getting those additional buffs from the shield, moving to Kraven's lane, taking that Batroc with it. Obviously, we do have Nightcrawler, but that's a one-time move only. We'll see if Cougar obviously is staying in the game. They do not have any other choice here. We are down to 3 cubes maximum, but it's still very possible for Cougar to pull out a win here. Shout is in hand, and we'll see what happens. Cable.
Yeah, I will say though that this might be one of the best locations for our RHM player, right? The Castle Blackstone. Like, your curve is generally a little bit higher. Winning Castle Blackstone all the way is like playing double RHM buff in your deck, because you get the extra energy and then you get Castle Blackstone's energy, so you can really offload your entire hand. But is that enough to beat the power of Maverick Sholau? That is something I want to see.
That is the question now. If Shrug is able to play some 8 costed card, they will be able to buff up the Moondragon with 1 card and then further re-trigger the Moondragon with Invisible Woman. But that is a big ask to make because of that extra energy from Castle Blackstone here. And Fing Fang Foom comes down in the middle. That is going to be very large, but there goes the Sholau buffing. However, the Moondragon did trigger twice here. It was 7 energy that we were looking at here from Castle Blackstone plus the RHM. And yeah, Moondragon was able to get 2 triggers out of that Invisible Woman as well. Was able to keep that at Castle Blackstone. And yeah, now we're looking at a very intense turn 6 here. If Shrug is able to just win the right lane, I think they're just going to be able to win the whole match here.
Yeah, Cougar is just making the play like I mentioned. If you make every wrong play, I win play, because he's locked in, right? He doesn't have an option right now. But this is where it's fine, because this is what happens when you have so many cubes going into high stakes, right? So he just plays 1 card, and then that's it.
That is going to be it. Shrug pulling out a win here. Cosmic Ghost Rider came down at the right time.
I know this one. Wait, stop. I know this one. It's 4-3. It's 4-3. I learned something.
Don't make me explain this again.
Cougar, snap!
Don't make me explain this.
Cougar!
He's gonna do it. He's gotta do it,
Cougar,
right?
snap!
He's gotta do it, right? The 4-3 snap. Alright, once again, the 4-3 snap is basically because when you're 4-3 cubes, losing here, whether you snap or not, makes no difference. The final game will still be the same amount of cubes wagered. So that's why when you're up 4-3, you kind of just want to snap, because your opponent could retreat if their hand is just not good enough, you know, and slops.
Toma, te voy a querer llenar esa posición tan rápido.
Absolutely, yeah. Cougar does have an advantage in that sense. They can afford to snap and have that comfort of maybe scaring your opponent. And there's the snap.
TVA!
TVA is probably something that Cougar loves to see, especially with the Acid Arrow, blocking some of those plays in the middle here, doubling down on that clog, and then just, yeah, they're able to just get a lot of cards on the board. However, if Shrug is able to also play something powerful, especially since they have an access to a 4-cost card on turn 3, they might be still able to pull out a win here. Iska comes down. There's the 4-cost card on turn 3. That's a tough one. That's a tough one to beat. Now, not only do you have to think about beating whatever your opponent plays in Sinister London, you also have to think potentially about the additional 6 power that Iska is going to get here.
Yeah, I mean, Cougar's just straight up saying max stats. Cosmo with max stats and go, right? Let's see if this works out.
I don't know if this is going to be enough. Cougar does not have any other choice to play this out, of course. We're looking at all in on Shrug's side, so might as well just play out as many cards as possible, see what happens. Okay, here we go. Batroc comes down, choosing to choose all on the left lane, but Agamotto, a very powerful card, comes down from Shrug. Cougar is down to 1 cube.
Yeah, that was a really tough situation for Cougar to be in, right? Because his deck's power spike is literally on turn 6, and with the TVA, there was no turn 6, and obviously the RHM deck just plays the big card.
Yeah, Arishem was able to take advantage of that extra energy. Another TVA.
Oh no, Cougar cannot get a break, man.
If Shrug is able to get some 4-costed cards down early on turn 3 and then 5-costed cards down on turn 4, this is going to be a tough turn for Cougar
and
here.
Arishem has their 2-drop.
Oh, and then yeah, we're seeing a 2-drop curve. Iron Patriot, if that is a 4-cost card or a 5-cost card, Iron Patriot doesn't even need to discount that lane. They're just going to be able to play whatever card they got from
Everything
that.
is not working out for Cougar, man.
And
Arishem deck is just getting all the energy and all the locations that it needs. This is really not working out.
Cougar is going to try to contest that Iron Patriot lane, of course. You don't want to just give them a free Iron Patriot card. I don't know if 5 power or 4 power in this case is going to be enough to win with just Hydra Stomper. If Shrug decides to play any card in that right lane, it's probably going to be enough to get that discount on the Iron Patriot card. And it's Baron Zemo taking a further card from the opponent. Kitty Pride. Oof, this is not looking good for Cougar.
Yeah. I mean, the consolation is that Kitty Pride was one of the least good things to pull, right? Because it goes back to hand and it wastes an energy to replay. But yeah, this is final turn. Straight up. Final turn.
Oh, Cougar has to make some sort of a read here that can pull the win. All the advantage currently is in Shrug's side here. I think Cougar's just going to decide to play as big of a card as possible here. Play Silk or Super Adaptoid.
Yeah.
Both are 5 power, and just hope that they're not going to be able to win the other 2 lanes. But looks like Shrug is deciding to play in those other 2 lanes. And Devil Dinosaur on that left lane to take the win. Wow, what a comeback from Shrug. That is incredible. And this is what makes Arishem so powerful. You know, we talked about the random cards that you get from Arishem that you can utilize in terms of information disparity, but there's also the fact that you get extra energy to play after the first 2 turns. So on turn 3, you're just able to play your Iska like we saw in that previous turn. You're able to play a Cosmic Ghost Rider on turn 4 before your opponent has time to think about stopping that. This is a very powerful deck. And yeah, it proved it. It was able to beat what I consider one of the more powerful decks from one of the strongest players in this tournament. Congrats to Shrug here, taking it with Arishem.
Yeah, complete congratulations, well played. But like, I also do want to say something like jokes. I mean, it's a joke, but like, turns out the way to beat Xiaolao is to not let them actually play their turn 6, right? Like, if they don't have turn 6, they cannot play Xiaolao for maximum benefit. So yeah, but I mean, it's a bit unfortunate, but that's the way Marble Snap is sometimes, right? Like, location sometimes will be the bane of your existence, but that's just part of the game.
Absolutely, yeah. It's all about managing not only your cards and your opponent's cards and what draws you get. It's also about managing locations. That's why cards like Merlin can sometimes be so helpful, because you're able to get that skill that's able to change locations with Omniversal Presence and reduce some of that, randomness. All right, here we go. Final turn. We're
what are we seeing?
Jumping straight into a game here. Zombie Galacti.
Whoa,
oh my goodness. Something we haven't seen yet. And looks like, wow, Zombie Galacti has taken Waffle all the way down to 2 cubes here, and this is it. This is the final turn here. Looks like choosing not to play Zombie Galacti on this last turn here, just going on raw power. What an interesting match to jump into here. Waffle is looking pretty good on that right lane here. They just have to somehow pull up enough power in one of the other 2 lanes to win here, and we'll see what that's going to look like here. All right, we see Magic come down in the middle here. Aranya with Echo in the middle. Sasquatch comes down in the left lane with Mockingbird. That's enough to take that left lane, and it's enough to take the right lane as well. Okay, Waffle pulls it back a little bit. All right, we're seeing an interesting deck here from Waffle. It looks like a Mockingbird, Sasquatch, Cersei, a Nihilus deck. Nambi, you may not know this, but Cersei is one of my favorite cards in this game.
Tell me why.
I love a good old combo of putting Wong down and then just playing Cersei on the Wong, and then just let the game do its thing. Let the numbers roll. It's so fun. It can be so hard to predict for your opponent, of course, what the power output is going to end up being. No Wong in here. Cersei's more used as a utility here, obviously to get rid of the Sentry Void and take care of some of those lower power cards. I love Cersei. I think it's a great choice to bring in a tournament like this, honestly. You create that random factor that your opponent can't play around, and that sometimes can be the deciding factor.
Yeah, I feel you to a certain extent as well, because one of my favorite cards in the game is Lockjaw. That element of randomness is actually really very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing Mysterio get played here early on from Waffle, setting up for potentially Mockingbird or a instant Sasquatch play. All right, here comes that Wong that we mentioned. Obviously, this is not from the player that is playing Cersei, but from the Zombie Galacti. You want Wong to get double down on that Gwenpool to buff up that Zombie Galacti, have that powerful card to play down. This is one of the strongest decks to play in the game, but it is something that requires a lot of setup. It's more of like you're playing these pieces, you're setting up the board, and then you just have that final punch come down in order to just buff up across the board, and hopefully your opponent is not able to outpower you in those lanes.
I mean, we've had these kind of like massive setup decks since the dawn of Marvel Snap, right? Like it used to be like what, Wong, Black Panther, Zola, that kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
Like when it happens, it's unstoppable. Like when it goes off, it's unstoppable. But can it go off? That is the question.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not only depending on your own draws and your own setups, you also have to hope that your opponent does not have ways to stop you. That's why we do have Echo, for example, in this deck to stop Cosmo, potentially stopping your Wong lanes. We know that Cosmo is one of the most common cards that people have brought, so great choice to bring Echo here. Stop some of those counters in terms of your own strategy. You basically want to minimize as many counters and maximize your own power output. But we're looking pretty good for Waffle as well. We got Sentry down, we have Werewolf down. Those are the cards that you do want, some of the more powerful cards in that deck. And looks like we're going to be setting up for an interesting turn 6 here.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm very curious to see if there's actually enough points to eke out a win here. But like honestly, if oh my gosh, I was just about to say
Instant retreat!
Instant retreat now because the Wong location gets clogged up. No further explanation needed. I will just stop myself there right now.
Great play from Waffle here, using that Yellow Jacket to debuff the Mysterio clone and then just send over 2 cards, completely clog the middle lane there, leaving very little choice for Paolo here. Wow. Clog is proving to be very strong in this tournament. We already saw one Clog deck perform very well and win a match. Now we're seeing a different style of a Clog deck also perform very well. Yeah. And Zombie Galacti is a deck that does need a lot of board space. You want to put as many of those cards on the board so that you're getting as many buffed up Zombie Galactus across the board. So yeah, this is a close match. What a comeback we're seeing. We came into this match with Waffle down to 2 cubes, and they're pulling it back.
Yeah, I might be going down memory lane a little bit, but like I vaguely recalled like in past tournaments, Clock somehow does well here and there, just because, you know, if you know how to clock your opponents there, you know what they're gonna play, when they're gonna play it. It's a really difficult deck and annoying deck to play against, right?
Yeah, absolutely. If you're someone that's good at reading opponents and you're able to kind of predict where your opponent is going to play their powers, and you're able to just perfectly time your clogged cards to send them over into the right locations and stop their main strategies, you're looking at a pretty good win. Obviously, sometimes in ladder, clog strategies aren't perhaps the most powerful because your opponent, once they're clogged, they will just retreat, so you often don't see those turn 6s.
Agreed.
However, in a conquest match, you're locked in.
Yep. Yeah, look at this. Like Wong is probably one of the easier decks to clog without too much consideration, right? Because the Wong location is like prime clogging real estate.
Absolutely, yeah. And yeah, we saw the Void get sent over to that Wong lane. However, we do have Adam Warlock in that middle lane. That is a card for Zombie Galactic to get buffed. Now we just have to have a decision being made. Is it gonna be enough to win the middle lane? Is 7 power gonna be enough to swing that big house here. This is looking pretty tough.
Alright, so what are the considerations for this turn? Is it just Zombie Galactic go?
I think, yeah, I mean, you're locked in here for 2 cubes anyways. Might as well just send it.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously the right lane is looking pretty good. You have Wong and Gwenpool that both are going to turn into Zombie Galacti that will buff up that lane. And then Adam Warlock in the middle. The opponent just has to basically win the middle lane, which I think they recognize here. They're playing their Mysterio, their Nico, and their Merlin in the middle lane here. I'm assuming the real Mysterio is hiding in the middle location as well. And we're going to see the reveal here. And there it is. There's the Mysterio there. Well played from Waffle there. Brings it down to 2-2. This is it.
Heads up, heads up. This is actually the closest game we've seen, I think, right? 2-2. We've seen like multiple 4-3s and then wins and losses thereafter. This is the both players respect. A fist bump, let's go moment.
This is it. We're all in.
Let's go.
Let the locations do their thing. Let the draws do their thing, and may the best player win. Here we go. Zombie Galacti is in hand. Echo is in hand. Okay, we're looking for Magic as well. We might be seeing a turn 7 as well with Limbo. Let's see what happens. Okay. Hood comes down on Necrotia here. A great location for the Hood. If you're planning to send that over, might as well put it in a location that has the -2 on there. Camelot is an interesting location as well. Here we go. Echo and Adam Warlock go down in the middle. Now, obviously, whatever buff that we get on those 2 cards is going to be essentially irrelevant once Galacti does get played, because those cards will transform into Galacti. But it's always just good to be playing cards just in case that main plan does not come to fruition here.
Okay, that Mindscape gotta go.
And Mindscape gets turned off right away. That is the #1 thing you don't want to see as a Zombie Galacti player here. Yeah, there's no rush. Still got 2 more turns to take care of that. You probably want to get Surge down to get that buff going and the discount going on the Surge. Not on the Surge. Whatever the Surge will draw the next turn. Here we go. Chooses to go into the left lane here. Probably wants to clog that lane as fast as possible before Annihilus comes down in order to avoid getting that Hood. Again, it doesn't really matter that you're playing very low-powered cards, because those are cards that are being hit by Zombie Galacti, so they will eventually turn into powerful cards. Might as well just play them over there, clog up that Hood, and avoid the Annihilus.
Yeah, so I think at this point, the game plan is like super clear, right? Like it's just play all the stuff and then like go. I mean, I do think it's enough power though. Right, I don't think it's actually enough power.
The one thing that I think may be potentially not enough is the fact that they do have to play that Magic on Mindscape, which puts them a little bit behind on curve. Ideally, you want like Wong into Gwenpool, but with Magic coming down to turn the Mindscape into a Limbo, there will still be plenty of time to play that Gwenpool. It's all about just managing your draws, managing that curve, so you're putting as many cards on the board as possible here.
Yeah, Magic's gotta come down like literally now.
There goes that Magic. If Magic was not a card that had to be played on this turn, obviously you would see a Gwenpool come down here and then the Shuri on the Wong and get a massive Zombie Galacti. But now they have to play a little bit off curve, quote unquote, in order to guarantee that Mindscape goes away and we still get at that turn 7. And we're also guaranteeing being able to play Zombie Galacti. Let's not forget, this is a 7-cost card. You do have to discount it and also, or have a extra turn in order to play this card.
Whoa.
Right, choosing not to play?
That's interesting.
Oh no, they did play Luna on that left lane in order to block the Hood, but priority was in Waffle's favor, so they were able to swing that Hood over before Luna was able to create the Ice Cube on Necrotia here. A slight miscalculation perhaps, and now Oof,
Ika,
now
try and
we're
help me,
seeing-
help me understand this. What is the logic to not doing the magic play?
That is a good question. I think perhaps they were hoping to. They were hoping to. Sir, oh, here we go. Wait a minute. Maybe this was the plan, Lemmy. Maybe the plan was to leave the
Okay.
Wong, so to get the opponent Cersei, because they somehow, through the universe, heard me say that I love Cersei being played on Wong. Here we go. We're gonna see it happen.
All right, let's go. Your favorite card.
Here we
Your
go. This is
favorite
this is
card.
for all the cubes too. And let's not forget, we're
It's just
putting
two cubes,
all
but
of
everything
we're putting
is.
perhaps a tournament life on Cersei Wong.
Ya es
This is exciting.
suficiente,
Here we go.
Bob.
We'll see what happens here. Let's not forget, the Wong will cycle twice. If they choose to put Cersei on there, it will turn into a 6-cost card. Shuri will turn into a 6-cost card. This could be a very powerful lane. However, not much to happen in the middle lane here. You're just leaving basically 10 power plus the Nico. Could possibly not enough if Waffle chooses to move that werewolf down in the middle here. Oh,
Yep. But what
No,
else got
instead-
swapped over though? I'm trying
chooses to go with
recall.
Cersei in the middle? They have to make a decision here. I think you just let the Cersei do its thing on the Wong and hope that it gives you something that wins you.
Contempla
All right,
Here
let's
we go.
see.
We're gonna see it.
Mano.
Gwenpool comes down for Waffle on the right lane, and I'm assuming we're gonna see an
Ya
on
es
reveal on the
suficiente,
left lane to
Bob.
move the werewolf.
Okay.
Ya es
Oh
suficiente,
no,
Bob.
just Martyr. Oh, but Martyr could be costly if it moves in the left location. That Cersei is massive as well. We're gonna see a War Machine. What is Shuri gonna turn into? And then okay, and then Doom comes down to further give. Wow, what an incredible turn 6
Wow!
from Amazing. This is
Oh my
incredible.
gosh!
Amazing. I mean, I have no words. I mean, this is how poetic that I was talking about Wong Cersei, and that ended up being the last play of the match and the deciding game and the one that won them the game.
You
That's
know,
just
I think
that's poetic.
it might actually be because they wanted to grab like Cersei, or because it was intentional, right? There was no way it was an accidental. Oh, I forgot to play magic thing. That was 100% intentional. So they were looking for something. Maybe they knew, right? Maybe they knew.
Yeah. Perhaps there was a small miscalculation early on to clog the left lane with the ice cube there, but they were still able to just pull out a win
Ya
there.
es suficiente, Bob.
That was it.
All right, folks, that was an amazing match, but we have some more to come. We're going to be jumping into round 4 soon, but we'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm Iga, that's Lammy Series. We've seen some incredible games already, and we're gonna see some more right away. I'm so excited to jump into these matches. We're getting to a point in the tournament where we're gonna start to see some of the stronger players making to the top of the brackets here. They're getting some wins under their belt. They're going on some win streaks here, 3-0 perhaps. We're going to see some high-level gameplay coming shortly as well. What do you think about the matches that we've seen already? What stands out to you so far, Lemmy?
I think we got the benefit of being the ones to cast the early rounds, because that's where we see the most variety, right? But the cool thing is, I don't think it's just variety. I think we saw like a variety of decks, but also a variety of like play levels and play patterns and like cool plays. And obviously the last one we just saw was like some super exciting final game for all the marbles, with a bit of randomness in there with your favorite card Cersei as well. So I think we got lucky. We saw a lot, and it's been exciting so far. It's only been 3 rounds.
Yeah, we saw so many diverse decks, so many different strategies, new cooks, new synergies, but also some established meta decks as well that you've already seen on Ladder or in Conquest. It's a good mix of different ways of approaching these tournaments that I love personally. I'm somebody that if I'm playing the tournaments, I'm bringing some home brew that nobody has thought about yet, but bringing a strong established meta deck also proves to be very strong in these tournaments, right? If you think you're the best player and you know that you're going to play this established deck to its maximum potential, why would you bring something else, right? So yeah, we'll see what that top 16 is going to look like soon. But before we do that, we're gonna still have round 4 coming up, and the match that we're gonna jump into is a deck that has been something that we haven't seen yet, but is a very powerful deck, a strategy we haven't even touched on yet, which is this kind of fastball special adamantium infusion where you're destroying your powerful cards, bringing them back to double up their power, or you have man spider strategy where you absorb some of those strong cards and then you Arnim Zola that or Taskmaster it. This is a very strong deck. If you do not have ways to stop some of the strategies with either Cosmo or Stardust, or Shadow King even, this can be impossible to stop in some situations.
Yeah, I mean we talked so much about like Star-Lord in the earlier on about it being a very powerful combo there and all that as well, right? This completely flew under our radar. Like we know this exists. It's just that it hasn't really come on our radar till now, and I'm very excited to see this one go up in round 4.
Yeah. And this is a deck that has gone 3-0. Let's not forget, both of these players that we're going to see here, Tucker and Stones, are players have gone 3-0. So one of these players is going to take a first loss here, which, you know, that could be the deciding factor whether you make that top 16 or not. So this is going to be an intense match here. And we have both POVs. All right, here we go. This is going to be the second match we're going to see, but this is Tucker's deck. Kind of a similar deck that we just saw here. However, we do have Star-Lord in this one. You do have that plan to go big with lots of energy on that turn 6, double down on that Star-Lord multiple ways. You can either take it out with fastball special and use that fire hair to re-trigger that Star-Lord and then bring it back with Phoenix Force, and then Arnim Zola. That, you know, there's so many different ways to have so much energy and powerful cards. No Man Spider here, but you know, we're looking at Think Fang Foom as well, another powerful card that Star-Lord decks love to play. Another incredible deck, and obviously has been performing very well for Tucker because he is 3-0 currently. Oh, yeah, this is going to be an interesting match. Here we go. We're going to be jumping in here in any second here.
Who would have thought this is going to be the match, right? Like, honestly, who wins the mirror here? Like, Iga, what's your expert opinion on who would win the mirror?
Well, we're going to have a lot of time to decide who's going to be the winner of that match. But first, we have to watch Gamer and Bigish battle it out with Mr. looks like almost a Mr. Negative deck, but it's a Pixie deck instead, with Iron Man Gore as your top end. You've got Agent Venom to buff up those low power cards into something a little bit more powerful. Interesting strategy. I like this deck choice. I'm personally a huge fan of Pixie. I play Pixie pretty much every day. I have to tell you, it is a strategy that doesn't always work out for me, but I can't help it. I love the pop-off moments that you can get when you discount something big and you're able to play it without your opponent realizing what's being discounted, right?
Yeah, I mean, I see a theme here with your favorite cards, right? Cersei, Pixie, leaning into the variance of the game. But it's one way to enjoy the game for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. And then the opponent, a little bit more of a straightforward deck. We have a ramp deck, which we've seen Star-Lord, and you can call Star-Lord ramp, but this is more of a traditional ramp deck with Electro, with Luna, with Wave, and then you're just getting these powerful cards down on the board with Magneto, another favorite card of mine. this is like, all of these matches are for me, apparently. And then, of course, Think Fang Foom and Galactus First Steps. Here we go. This is the first match of this round here. And yeah, looks like we're in turn 6. This is it. We're into 4 potential cubes here. Both of these players are looking pretty even right now in terms of power. Obviously, Gamer does have access to that Iron Man that's able to flip a lane pretty easily if you're able to stack one of the powerful cards with it. Obviously, Iron Man itself does not have a buff from Agent Venom here, but that should not deter Gamer from playing Iron Man. They're just kind of making decisions here where they want to move the Gore, if they want to move the Gore, if they want to move the Cosmo, perhaps. Where Cosmo proved to be very important here, stopping that Think Fang Foom. Bigish just has to make a decision. Is it going to be enough to still play this game out without the Think Fang Foom?
I mean, moving Cosmo here is just for stats because he doesn't have initiative as well. The Galactus comes down.
Galactus comes down in the middle lane,
Pixie.
which probably is enough to win that lane here. Oh,
Oni.
no! Iron Man doubles down and takes care of that lane. It looked like it was not going to be enough, but it was. Pixie, Magic, and Agent Venom with Iron Man was able to outpower Galactus First Steps. All right, first game goes to Gamer here, taking 4 cubes right away. That's always a good thing to see. Taking 4 cubes from your opponent right at the round 1 gives you not only confidence, but obviously an advantage in terms of cubes as well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, one of the biggest morale boosters in Conquest is taking the first 4. Like, I've played so much Conquest to know this. Like, the first 4, if you take it off your opponent in such a close, like, final turn, you feel really good. Like, it's just the best morale booster.
I'm mostly on the other end of that if I'm playing Conquest, but yeah, no, this is a great start for Gamer here. We got Kate Bishop as well right away, choosing to take Krakoa straight away, not waiting for anything more powerful, and it proved to be kind of a good decision here because the next card that they were drawing here was Iska that got that 3 power. So now you're already looking at 4/6. You basically already have 1 trigger on the Iska, so whenever you play it, we're looking at potential 12 power, which can be very important against a deck like Ramp that has so many big powerful cards.
Yeah, that was a perfect curve for our Ramp player as well, right? Going Electro on curve, very important.
Okay, we saw a Deafening Chord being played here, a kind of just a guess here to see what he would hit here, and it ended up being the right choice because once that Electro cycled into Moondragon, he was able to just turn that off without even getting the trigger for the first time here. So
come out right here.
And then there's that snap as well because we do have that 4/6 Iska, which pretty confidently can win a lane here against Bigish. We'll see what the decision is going to be from Bigish.
Yeah, I mean, the Wakandan Embassy benefited Gamer so much, right? Like, Iron Man, we all know Iron Man with any buff is just amazing.
Yeah, every power matters for Iron Man because it's essentially doubling that buff. So 2 power is 4 power plus whatever it doubles on that lane that it's played in. Here we go. Chamber comes down. Chamber, another powerful card for Bigish. Chamber also is a card that can be saved for turn 6 to buff up, and you don't have to worry about Iska getting that trigger right now. You can remain behind on that lane and then trigger the chamber, and then play additional cards there in order to beat out the additional 6 that Iska is going to gain.
Yeah, I personally think that Chamber is one of the cards that revived the ramp archetype.
Esas Panteras Negras.
Absolutely agree. Yeah, Chamber is a great card. And looks like we saw a big Magneto come down as well on that left lane in Krakoa. This was a card that did get buffed from that Electro, I am assuming here. And yeah, here we go.
Yeah,
left lane is looking pretty good for Biggish.
Gamer's
However,
trying to set up some sort of like, I'm assuming Iron Man Mystique is the most points across 2 turns, something like that.
yeah, Gore Mystique also is looking pretty good as well. Gore is already at 13 power. There's a lot of on reveals on the board. There's more to come still with even Pixie if they can afford the curve here. So they might just choose to play Gore here and then further play Mystique either on the left lane or the right lane, whichever lane Gore does not go into. Here we go, Gore going on the left lane, choosing to basically give information very early on, saying like, this is the maximum power output I'm going to have on that left lane, but last minute chooses not to do that, goes into the limbo, which is, I think, is a correct decision here.
Yeah, having the flexibility of the Iron Man for the final turn is super important, right? You just, because one card alone is probably gonna like bolster the location enough for you to win it.
Absolutely, yeah. You don't want to clog up that Krakoa and let your opponent know that, hey, that's the max power I'm going to be putting there. Makes it easier for Biggish to calculate if they can win that lane or not. But now they do still have to think, do I put any more power in that left lane? Are they going to Mystique the Gore into that left lane and win that? Or should I just give up that lane and try to win the other 2? Some decisions have to be made here for Biggish.
Yeah, the fact that the Fing Fang Foom literally ties up the right side makes it a bit more iffy, right? Like you're not sure how much more you need to allocate, because you clearly cannot allocate too much to that right location, but you also kind of can't allocate nothing. This is difficult.
Absolutely.
This is like a soul read moment as well.
Yeah, that Fing Fang Foom, even though it was only copying the arrow and magic and not the Gore that was played there, it's still very powerful on that lane. So Gamer still has to make a very big decision here. Chooses to copy the Gore on the right lane, the same lane that the Gore is already in, and then says, hey, Hood and Pixie, which are 3 power each, is going to be enough combined with Iska to win the middle lane. We'll see if that pays off. All that Biggish has to do is play enough power in the middle lane to beat out essentially 12 power. 12 additional power to the 6. So this is all about making a correct read.
There is also a retreat here. I think there is. Yep. There is also a retreat here, I think.
Are you sensing a retreat coming from Biggish or Gamer here?
From Gamer, actually. I think there is a retreat here.
This is a very close game. Last minute chooses to actually go with the Gore copy on the left lane. Oh, I gotta tell you, if I'm in Gamer's position, I'm also having a hard time decide where I'm putting all my power into. And I think they might have made the correct decision here. We'll see if that pays off here. Oh, Cosmic Ghost Rider turning off the Iska. That lane is going to be Biggish's, but is Mystique on the left lane enough here?
Nice.
And is the right lane enough here? I think it's going to be, because Pixie is on reveal plus itself as a 3 power. Well played. Well played. This was some interesting decision making. They played perfectly here. They played optimal power output here and made the right decision.
I would have left. Like, touch my heart, I think I would have left.
Yeah, I mean, all credit to Gamer here, choosing to stay in that game. Also having the comfort of being, 4 cubes ahead basically against your opponent does make that choice a little bit easier. And now basically Gamer is sitting very comfortably here. They snapped again here just to force another retreat from Biggish here.
Is this high stakes? Oh, it's not even high stakes yet.
Not even high stakes here. So they just took off 1 cube from Biggish, and now they're just down to 1 cube. They have to win not only this match, but then I guess
This
7 more?
particular round is
5 more.
yeah. This particular round is irrelevant for Gamer because even if he loses, this one is 9-1, which is the same as 10-1 in high stakes. So
Yeah, absolutely.
effectively, it's 6 games in a row.
Yo
Yes,
soy
there has to be
Iron
one.
Man.
6 games in a row. That's a tough mountain to climb, I'll tell you that. And something that I don't think I've ever accomplished in these tournament settings. I've gotten close, but it's
even
just
recall what I've
very
done this, yeah.
very difficult to do. And losing that Think Fang Foom early from Sakar as well, that's gotta be a blow to his Biggish strategy here, because that Think Fang Foom, you ideally want it to be at least positive power, but now it's 7 power.
Victoria.
Yeah, Biggish really has to dig deep into his into everything and then pull out all the stops. It is very mentally draining to realize that this is a game that your opponent doesn't even care if he loses, right? You still have to win 5 more after this one.
Oh, and then the Deafening Core turning off the Electro for Biggish. That's a net negative play for Gamer here. They were not even able to do any damage in terms of power there. They just straight up turned off Electro for Biggish. Now Biggish doesn't have to worry about that restriction of 1 card at a time, and they're able to utilize that extra energy without any restrictions. We do see Iska coming down in the middle lane here. It does get 1 trigger, but we're all tied up in that middle lane, which means that Iska will no longer trigger until that lane is being lost for Gamer here. We're going to see Cosmo and Madame Web perhaps coming down on the right lane. This is a close match here. I think Biggish might be able to pull out a win here, get that 1 cube from Gamer, set themselves up for potential comeback.
Yeah, I'm cheering for Biggish here. Like this is almost impossible. Like, I haven't seen this. I don't think I've ever seen 6.
Yo creo que va a abandonar porque le
6-round
descartó
comeback
preciso a
in,
Deadpool.
Marvel Snap Live. So this could be the one. Is this the one, Chad?
It could be. Crazier things have happened, like Cersei Wong combinations.
Hey, I'm
So
pretty
we'll
sure
see.
Cersei Wong is easier to do than 6 cube comeback. That's my personal opinion. Alright, but we'll see.
We'll see what happens here. Okay, Professor X comes down, locks up that location. Pretty much impossible to get into that location now, especially with Madame Web being there. So now you can only move out a card and no longer can put a card in the Professor X location. So Biggish already takes 1 lane essentially here. Now they just have to focus on one of the other 2 lanes. And this is the final turn, so they do have to make a very critical decision. Which lane do you invest the power into? Both lanes are accessible. 1 lane does have Iska that does trigger if you do win, so you have to think about that as well. Not too many powerful cards from Gamer's side of things though, so this is very well within the range to take for Biggish here.
Yep, I think Biggish probably has this one. Yep.
And there's the Galactus first steps
enough.
here, and which further gets buffed from that Professor X lane and takes that 1 cube. Okay, Biggish survives, but
Alright.
still has a lot more to go. 5 more matches to win here in a row. It can be
This
done.
Is going to be Marvel Snap history if he does this. If they do this, this is gonna be Marvel Snap history. This is really difficult to do. Not just from like a statistically logical point of view, but also a mentally draining point of view. This is tough, man. But we want to see it happen.
Everybody loves cheering for an underdog in this situation. Biggish definitely is an underdog with the amount of cubes that is remaining for them. However, we are seeing Pixie come down on 2 for Gamer. That potentially sets up for something very powerful. Pixie on 2, obviously the ideal time you want to play the card. Get maximum amount of shuffles in terms of costs from your deck, and increases the potential to draw something very powerful for very cheap. We do see Magneto early on as well on that left lane. All right, here we go. Madame Web comes down on that right location, is able to move the monster into a different location if need be. The flexibility of having Madame Web to kind of shift some of your power around can be very important and very
Gana.
crucial in making your decisions. Not to talk about the fact that you can
Debería
just move
mandado
to
el roque a
Cosmo
este
quite
lado.
frequently in order to try to stop a lot of your opponent's strategies.
Yeah. I mean, this game is probably gonna be really. I mean, every game is gonna be really important for Big-ish from this point. But like, it looks like he doesn't really have a too bad of a start, right? Like he got a free
Yeah.
Magneto. He has the Electro down. He's ramped up. This could be another one of the game that's his. This could be another one of his games.
Absolutely. Now, in the back of your mind, of course, you're always thinking about what could that Pixie have discounted. That's kind of the main strategy and the main advantage that Pixie has in these situations where, yeah, I do have a Gore in this deck. It could be one cost. You don't know that. And, you know, that they can mess up with some of your decision making. We do see Cosmic Ghost Rider come down on that right lane as well. Turn off that Madame Web. Does not have to think about that monster moving to a different lane. Just kind of guarantees monster stays there. I don't have to mentally think about that, and I can focus on, you know, my power output now.
Yeah, I mean the current hand of a gamer just looks like Gore Mystique go from there for now. We haven't seen what he's gonna draw yet, but yeah, that looks like a lot of power as well.
There's still potential to draw a very cheap Iron Man that can come down, be paired with that Mystique on that turn 6 that your opponent might not be able to calculate around. So still a potential here. Iska coming down here. It's going to definitely get... Oh, and then Professor X. Okay, we do get one trigger from Iska, which means that we're going to see another trigger from Iska.
Trigger again.
And then another trigger. So unfortunately, Big-ish is probably most likely losing that lane there unless they're pulling out something that can access that location somehow. I don't see that happening here. I think Gamer R's looking good. They made the right decision with Iska here.
So now we have the option for...
All right, there goes that Think Tank Foom as well. Gamer playing something that's maybe not something that's going unnoticed perhaps is the Gamer's playing very cleverly by putting some of these low-costed cards early on in the front rows, knowing that opponent has access to that Think Tank Foom, and he's able to hide those powerful cards behind them. Especially, not only do they protect themselves from Cosmic Ghost Rider, but also Think Tank Foom is not able to utilize that buff. However, there's one little wrinkle in the situation. Iska is no longer going to double itself on that right lane, so we're looking at tiebreakers for the situation. However, we do get a Gore, and we do get an Iron Man. And that's
tiebreakers will definitely be won by the Iron Man.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's going to be enough. Gamer takes the win. Amazing performance. Now, we did see some amazing gameplay, but I have to tell you, this was some of the best decision-making we've seen so far. Very clinical in terms of where you're putting your power and winning exactly by the right amount in each lane and choosing to lose in certain lanes as well. That's part of your decision making when it comes to these matches. So incredible job from Gamer here.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get to see the big comeback, but maybe next time we'll get to see the big comeback. It's not easy to do. Like I try my best to be positive there, but like it's a very difficult thing to do. So like good attempts, but maybe next time.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a task that's very difficult to accomplish for any player at any skill level using any deck. There's always a random factor with locations. There's a random factor with what you draw. So you're vulnerable to those things, and even though you try your best to maximize and downplay some of those randomness that comes in, you're still vulnerable to those. So, come back like that, very difficult to do. Kudos to Big-ish there. Great job to Gamer there, taking that win. Another interesting deck to bring also with the Pixie deck. I mentioned quickly why every Golden Gauntlet that I personally played, I've brought a Pixie deck, because it is the information disparity, similar to something that we talked about with Arishem, where you're discounting cards with Pixie, and even though your opponent knows what cards you have in your deck, they're not quite going to be aware of what cards you discount. So that gives you a small advantage in these matches.
Yeah, very
All right.
true.
Here we go. We got the next match for you, the one that we talked about, the one that we hyped up, Tucker versus Stones, two similar decks but very different decks at the same time. Remember, these both of these players are 3-0 right now. This is going to be the first loss for one of these players, and I'm going to tell you, this is going to be an interesting match to watch, like very interesting, because like I said, very similar strategies, but they both go about them very different ways.
I mean, I believe it's also Stone's first tournament, right? It's their first big tournament. Absolutely. And they are 3-0. Quick snap from Stones, and Tucker just retreats. What do you think about this one?
I think this is a fair retreat because the decks do kind of a very similar thing and have similar sort of plans. If you recognize that you don't have your optimal hand right away and your opponent snaps, that probably means that your opponent does have their optimal hand, and probably a smart retreat from Tucker here.
Yeah. On that note, we actually haven't seen any bluffs in this so far in the last 4 rounds. It's rare, I would say, but some amount of bluffs can be thrown in these Conquest games, which maybe in the later rounds we'll see.
Absolutely, yeah. When you start to get into a point where you have amazing players facing each other, perhaps players that already have faced against each other, now you get into a mode where you also challenging them in terms of psychology. You know, am I snapping because I have a really good hand, or am I snapping because I know you're going to retreat thinking that I have a good hand? And some of those strategies can be very, very powerful. All right, we'll see what happens here. We got...
Yeah, Ika, honestly, walk us through this matchup, right? We know how both decks function, but like it's rare we get this matchup head to head. It's what are we looking for here?
I think basically you want to recognize when your opponent is not going to do their strategy and not able to kind of output the power that you know that they're able to do. It's kind of just recognizing that, snapping when you have them. However, we do have to go... Okay, well, 1 second here. Okay. Sorry. All right. We got... yeah, like I said, you do have to recognize what your opponent wants to do, what your opponent is able to do early on, and recognize that if they're not getting their plan early on, snap. And this is exactly what happened here. We saw the wave into Think Thank Foom from Tucker, but Stones was just not really able to pull up anything powerful here, and they snapped in order to, you know, smooth out that curve.
So in essence, basically what's happening here is that, like, if you hit your combo and your opponent doesn't, you probably just win, right, in this matchup. So this is probably one of those matchups where we could see a bluff, right? Because you could snap and your opponent doesn't have it, but you also don't have much. You know, this is gonna be interesting.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, this is where like high level gameplay really comes in, recognizing your opponent's patterns, recognizing what makes your opponent's deck tick, and when are they on the back foot compared to what type of hand that you have. Right now, we do have that Penny Parker getting that extra energy right away from Agony. This is setting up for the Man Spider play in order to get that big powerful Man Spider in order to then double up on that or copy it with Taskmaster. However, Tucker does have access to Star-Lord on that Camartage, which if you combine that with Venom and then Adamantium Infusion, you're tripling down on that. That could be very, very powerful. Personally, if I'm Tucker, I would be snapping here because I think this is a unstoppable combination.
I agree with you. Like, I mean, I'll be completely honest. I'm extremely inexperienced in this mirror match, but you get a Star-Lord that can go up so much energy. I think it's grounds for a snap, and I think your opponent kind of has to respect it to a certain extent, right? Because they themselves don't have the Star-Lord potential.
Absolutely, yeah. That Camartage is not something that can be utilized as well from Stones, so no snap yet, but Tucker is setting themselves up for a very strong next 2 turns. Here we go, Star-Lord getting that extra energy, getting that extra buff as well. Let's not forget that it does buff itself as well, so we're looking at 9 power with 11 energy. If you set up a Fire Hair into Venom, into Adamantium Infusion, you're looking at energy that I don't think I can even calculate on the spot here.
Yeah, this is a lot of potential combinations, right? Like
I'm surprised we're not seeing a snap from Tucker here.
yeah, and we have Bar Sinister. Bar Sinister is like the one of the most favored locations for all these like destroy based decks as well. So this is interesting.
Okay, we're gonna see. I think we're gonna see exactly what we mentioned here. We're gonna see Fire Hair into Venom. Oh no, actually, maybe switching it up into Think Fang Foom strategies. Think Fang Foom into Venom, and then potentially setting up for that Adamantium infusion. Bring back that Think Fang Foom with incredible power here. I don't know, Lemmy. I personally would just triple down on the Star-Lord, try to get the maximum out of it, get that Fire Hair, get that Venom on there, then bring back the Star-Lord, get a bunch of powerful Star-Lords, and then utilize the Think Fang Foom. All right,
yeah,
that
sound like a very feasible play. I'll be completely frank.
Yeah, but you know, Tucker choosing to go with the Think Fang Foom strategy here, also very good. Chooses to then eat that with Venom. Once again, Adamantium Infusion is going to bring that back with double the power, which I think is very hard to contest here. You're looking at like 28 power times 2 here. Oof. That's a difficult plus. It would re-trigger again. I don't know if Stones.
Was that a snap from Stones?
I was going to ask the same thing. Yeah, I think that was. I am not sure what Stones sees here that we do not. We do have Wave coming down, but maybe Anti-Venom gave them a discount on a card that they're able to combine with perhaps a Think Fang Foom here, Think Fang Foom into a Taskmaster perhaps or something. Could be enough to win here. We'll see what the play is. Maybe Man-Spider comes down on the right lane and then the Taskmaster on that Man-Spider. There's many different strategies and Tucker just has to make a good read here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna pretend like I know how to call this. This is difficult. Like, this is a really difficult mirror match to play, right? Like, there's so many things that can happen. There's mobility, there's energy cheat, there's everything. This is a difficult match. I'm not gonna pretend like I know the perfect answers here. I'm just gonna watch, man. This is crazy.
Yeah, that was a tough decision to make. Tucker did choose to retreat there. Tough call to make. I think he could have gone either way, even if we did go into the turn 6 here. But you know, that was a scary snap. I will be honest, that was a scary snap, and Tucker did choose to, you know, take that 1 cube loss, move on to the next match. This is a game that's going to be played inches, you know, like every cube is going to matter here because you're going to be snapping when you have the optimal hand, and you're going to be retreating when you don't, and recognizing when it's the right time to retreat and when it's the wrong time to snap is going to be what wins you this match here. All right, we got Agony to Penny Parker once again. That gives extra energy, setting up for some potential powerful plays, but once again, Tucker does have access to Star-Lord.
Okay, so Mindscape is interesting in this game because normally for a combo deck to get hit by Mindscape, it's very detrimental, right? Because the final turn is it's not your cards, it's not your combo. But the thing is, these two decks are similar to a certain extent. So interesting Mindscape scenario where you don't feel that bad per se.
Yeah, it's all gonna come down to who's able to get rid of the most powerful cards from their hand before they swap, so that you're not giving your opponent access to some of your powerful plays. We'll see how that goes. We do see Star-Lord coming down from Tucker, which does set up for potentially essentially getting rid of as many cards from your hand as possible. But then we do also see Man-Spider come from Stone. That's 24 power that they're going to be able to either duplicate or copy with Taskmaster. Let's not forget they do get that extra energy by merging with okay, what? When we see Fire Hair come down here, and
so
the
at this
Snap
point, the
come down here
idea
as
is that
well.
you do not want to give your opponent cards that could further develop their combo, right?
Absolutely.
Plus, you cannot fall too far behind on points. Okay, that's a lot to
Yeah.
think about, honestly. That's a
That
lot to
is
think
that is a
about.
lot to think about. Not the most powerful hand here from Tucker. You're not really holding too many cards that your opponent can utilize in a positive way here. And you do have some interesting plays that you can make here. And we're gonna see one of those with Fastball taking out the Star-Lord and then reviving that Star-Lord with Phoenix Force, getting that additional trigger on Fire Hair as well. And whatever card you're going to get from Stones, you're going to be able to just use that with almost unlimited energy. There goes the Absorbing Man, further doubling down. Oh, and that is devastating blow to Tucker. Oh no, Fastball is no longer taking out that Star-Lord. Star-Lord is just stuck there with 110 negative power. And now we are only bringing back Fire Hair, no longer bringing back that Star-Lord.
That's
Wow.
crazy, man.
And not only
Negative
that,
110. Would you like to have two negative 110s across two locations? I assure you, you do not.
wow. And
That
not
was
only
so
that,
well planned,
Tucker,
man. That was so well planned.
yeah, that having priority was a big factor there, and they were able to take advantage of that. All credit to Stones there. Not only that, Stones also got Elixir from Tucker, which means that they're just going to be able to bring back whatever they just destroyed, the 110 power.
Wow.
Unfortunate for Tucker. Great play from Stones. Very powerful play. Wow.
I mean, you can see why Stones is also 3-0 right now. To navigate this kind of deck in this kind of tournament, you really must have the reps. It's really not an easy deck to play.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay, well, now Tucker is on the back foot here. Tucker has to get some good draws going here in order to make up that cube gap, but it's not impossible. Like we said, both of these decks require just good draws. Once you get those good draws, you can really get the ball rolling here. All right, we'll see what happens here. We got Wave coming down. Pretty good choice here. If you are able to go into a Fing Fang Foom, you still technically have access to another Fing Fang Foom, courtesy of Time Theater. Double Wave coming down, obviously a strategy that Stones is happy with as well. So net neutral play from both sides here. Obviously Stones is still a little bit ahead here, and we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, we don't see any Star-Lord for Tucker as well, so his potential like ramp is very limited.
Absolutely, yeah. Fing Fang Foom can be very powerful on that left lane though. 15 power addition to your 10 might be enough to take care of that lane if they choose not to add any more there, of course. However, we don't know what the wave strategy is for here.
Just a Taskmaster.
Taskmaster makes that Fing Fang Foom so much stronger for Tucker. Wow. Basically, any power that they invested in, Tucker was just able to reap those rewards. And now Tucker's sitting very nicely. He's able to snap. We're in high stakes, remember. So this was already in 2 cube range. And with that snap, potentially into 4 cubes, but Stones does choose to retreat here. Smart choice. Interesting decision. Yeah, interesting to stack both of those powerful cards there. It really opened up the room for Tucker to just get that powerful Fing Fang Foom. And I think Stones recognized that they were just not able to outpower that no matter what they did here. So great play from Tucker.
The more I look at this matchup, the more I feel like the normal realms of like what is a lot of points, quote unquote, has to be thrown out the window, because the amount of points these deck does, like I just literally say like, that's just a 15 power Taskmaster. That's it. That's all. Like that's normal. That's little for these decks.
I think being forced to basically play Taskmaster in that situation was a clear sign that Stones was perhaps not drawing optimally there. So yeah, that's why that snap came down as well. All right, here we go. We got Agony into Penny Parker once again.
Perfect.
Setting up for that extra energy, setting up for that Man Spider to eat the Penny Barker, basically get a powerful Man Spider going. We also have Monster Island on 2 lanes, which is interesting. If Tucker does choose to, destroy one of those and bring it back with Adamant Infusion, that's a possibility. However, ideally, you're probably going to go for that Star-Lord strategy. Tucker does have priority at this point. We're not going to see any sneaky fastballs giving negative power to Star-Lord, completely ruining those plans. So I think Tucker is pretty happy to be playing this main combo here.
Yeah, I think the more I observe these decks, I feel like Tucker's strategy actually, you just have way more leeway and room to play the moment you do the Starlord thing, right? Like his deck's actually a bit more on the heavier end, so I think once he has access to Starlord, like it's a lot easier for him to just maneuver the game in his favor.
Absolutely, yeah. You're opening up for a lot more of an explosive turn 6. You may not have a card that is as powerful as something like Manspider can get to from Stone side of things, but you do have more cards you can play on turn 6 if you're able to get that Starlord strategy. Again, we saw a snap coming here. Tucker recognized they have priority. There's nothing that Stones can do to stop that Starlord from, tripling down, getting so much energy, and then using some of those other powerful cards to win. So another snap and a good retreat from Stones. This is back and forth. This is exactly what you want to see from this high-level gameplay. We mentioned both of these players are 3-0 right now. Whoever loses this game is going to be the first loss of this tournament. So both of them are playing cautiously in a smart way. And yeah, this is an intense back and forth that we're having right now.
I mean, they both want to see the bar. It's just who wants it more.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Penny Parker get buffed from its own spider here. Extra energy. And a snap coming down. Bar Sinister. All right, Tucker's hinting at a Bar Sinister here. Lambie, how strong Venom can be in Bar Sinister, triggering multiple times there, getting a big, powerful Venom that you can then either Zola or use Fastball or whatever it is that you want to do here. So I think this is looking pretty good for Tucker here.
I mean, back in my day, it was just quadruple Venom. Now it's way more than that, man. Now it's just way more than that.
Yeah, absolutely here. We'll see what happens here. We are snapping to go into 4 cubes here, but is Tucker going to choose to retreat? They do choose to retreat. They do not trust the Venom being powerful enough for Bar Sinister, because I think they recognize Stones is able to probably utilize that Bar Sinister in a lot more powerful way with Manspider.
I believe now the cubes from Tucker is 4 to 5. Is Stones gonna get the amazing hand to close it out right now, or is Tucker gonna claw his way back from a slight deficit?
Okay,
another one of these, man. Oh my gosh.
Okay, we see Sinister London coming in. Another location that's pretty good for both players. This is, oh my god, this is such an interesting matchup. And I have to tell you, Lemmy, I'm so surprised with Stones. They're able to have Penny Parker on turn 2 every single game that we see.
Is it exactly every single game? I know it's a lot, but
I think pretty much 90% of the turns they were able to have Penny Parker on 2 here.
Okay, great observation.
Yeah, that's great. That's because that's basically your energy ramp and the card that gives you a setup for Manspider, because you're further merging, creating a big powerful card, and then using that Manspider to then take advantage of all of those merges, get that extra energy. So this is exactly what's being set up here. Penny Parker's sitting at 11 power right now. Manspider comes down. You're looking at a massive power. Okay, we'll see. However, as we mentioned,
it's multiple Starlord.
Starlord is also a very powerful strategy. It's so interesting. It feels like both of these decks want to do the same thing, but they're going about it in completely different ways.
I mean, so what's the... Okay, I was just about to say is multiple Starlord enough, but that's a 192.
192 power.
Alright, take it back, man. Manspider wins. Manspider wins. That's a 192. Yep.
If they're able to play fastball on that, I think that's going to be very difficult for Tucker to recover from that. And unfortunate as well from Tucker, because they were not able to move that Starlord on the right lane, which means that they lost that priority. If Starlord went to the right lane, they were going to maintain that priority and maybe kill off some of those Starlords to get those additional triggers. However, now there is potential that Stones can disrupt that plan. Okay, we're seeing fastball here into Phoenix Force. I think Tucker at this point is hoping that this is a strategy that works. There's no snap coming in from Stones, so perhaps maybe they do not have a way to take advantage of that 192 power Manspider. Perhaps they did not draw the right cards, and they're kind of maybe on a back foot. we'll see what happens here.
I think at this point, all it takes is just a Taskmaster. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's all you need, right? And I think that should be enough.
I'm actually not quite sure if the interaction, losing that original Man-Spider from the Sinister London, is something that Taskmaster recognizes as a card that's been played. It might just see that that card that was played in the middle is not there anymore, and then the Man-Spider that's there. But I'm not quite sure about that. Okay, but we do see Absorbing Man coming down, which...
Okay, now it's a 288.
This is going to give...
Wait, 788, my bad.
Oh my god. 6,000?
Okay, we are not playing Marvel Snap. This is a new game mode, isn't it? This is a new game mode.
Hey Lambi, do you think 6,310 power is enough to win the right lane?
I think it's enough to win the last 4 rounds. That we've seen.
They're preemptively gonna carry it over.
Yep. It carries over.
This is investment they're making. They're gonna bank the additional power to carry it over to the next rounds.
It carries over.
This is a lot of power. However, you still do have to win the other 2 lanes.
You do.
And Tucker is seemingly not scared to stay in this match. This is turn 6. And Tucker is down to 4 cubes, so if they lose this match and they stay in this match, it's not looking good for Tucker. It might be the first loss of this tournament run.
That is true. I mean, I did say about 3 rounds ago that in Marvel Snap, you just need to win each location by 1 point. So even if your opponent has 6,310 points, if you win the other 2, 6,310 doesn't matter.
And
points,
there is the
you
retreat!
Can clearly see.
Oh
6,310 did not matter. That is 1 for the books.
Wow. Unbelievable. You do all the investing into something that perhaps we're not gonna see in this tournament. 6,000 power. But if you can't take advantage of it, it's not worth much.
It's another bar sinister.
Somebody actually snapped in 4-3.
Let's go!
Tucker, student of Lambi here, snapping into a 4-3 cube.
What it's worth, I played Tucker
Posiblemente lo hubiese ganado
when we were younger and more foolish. Anyway, carry on.
Younger. All right, yeah, here we go. Tucker is ahead.
Ah, pero si tendría 6. Sí, lo hubiera ganado.
I would have been
so
so
pues
scared
tiene
in that
7.
last match, I gotta tell you. I mean, seeing that big
Oh.
6,000 and potentially thinking about what could be something that wins the other locations, but trusting in the fact that, hey, maybe they just didn't draw the right cards and they're not able to take advantage of that power, paid off for Tucker here. And now Stones is on the back foot here. This is it. If Stones is not able to pull out a win here, Tucker is going to win this match. Here we go. This is one of the most closest matches we've seen all day so far. It's one of the most back and forth games we've seen as well. I'm excited to see what is gonna happen here. Are we gonna go into is Stone's gonna take 3 cubes away from Tucker and then be ahead? This is all right. I'm excited to see what happens.
For what it's worth, our first 4 rounds have had a lot of these like 2v2, 4v3s. Like we've had a lot of good matches, to be completely frank. I'm gonna rewatch this one in particular.
Absolutely here, yeah. This is also a good crash course for anybody wanting to play these types of decks, which I have to tell you, they're not the easiest to learn. You do have to know all of these interactions. You have to know how Man-Spider works, is it getting buff, how does Absorbing Man work with it, how does Taskmaster work with it.
Play 1,000 power as well.
Here we go, another. How big is this going to be? 2,960. In comparison to 6,310, it does feel a little low now. It does feel a little underpowered now.
It's only 2,962.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is gonna win the lane.
Such a crazy match. I love it. I love it so much. I'm undoubtedly a bit more lost, but I love it.
Yeah, we saw close games with like Batroc move decks, but now we're seeing just massive power coming down in each lane with with these decks here. This is the great part of Marvel Snap, the variety that we see. When the Taskmaster copying this time, Taskmaster does copy the
So it
Manspider.
worked. It worked.
It does work this time.
Yeah. So Stones kind of just didn't have it the previous time, right?
Perhaps, yeah. But
We could have seen
Bing Bang
12,000 power.
Boom!
Oh my
Taking
God.
all of those whole eye.
This game.
Oh my god! I had to jump out of my seat.
And
I've
whoa,
never
wait.
seen this much power.
I've never. This amount of
Unless
power.
you're talking about, like-
This amount of power probably wins the entire tournament. Like you win every other round. The amount of
You are-
excess power here wins the tournament.
We have to talk
For
to somebody
sure.
to give a special trophy for a play that had the most power in a single lane, because so far Tucker is winning that with 47,432 power. And let's not forget, there's also 5,900 in another lane, and then 2,900 in another lane. This might be the highest power game I've seen, other than something that we saw early days with like Onslaught, Iron Man, Tribunal stuff back in the day here. But oh my
is
god,
happening right
further
now?
thing,
Another Fing Fang Fool.
8,000 in the middle. Oh my gosh.
Okay. Tucker wins. I mean, like he won the game, but he also just won an award for. What is this?
Tucker taking the win in style. I challenge any player to win a match with that much raw power. Unbelievable match. I genuinely, Lambi, at the end of that, I was out of breath. I didn't know what to say there. There's just too much power to even like think about and pay attention to.
I know, right? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, it was a very good showing of what these decks could potentially do. Seeing them both matched up against each other, I feel like they piggyback off of each other, right? Like one of these decks will not get to that kind of power point if the other deck is not doing that much power, because the Bing Fang Boom is the one absorbing the power from the other deck as well. So they kind of made each other get on the highlight reel together.
Absolutely, yeah. And also two decks that didn't really have like ways to counter each other, right? We didn't see any like Cosmo from each player or anything like that that stops the strategies. So both players were just able to say, I'm gonna do the biggest powerful play that I can make. And one of the other players just had to basically take advantage of each other. Fing Fang Foom proving to be kind of the deciding factor in these matches, because whatever investment Stones was able to make in terms of power with Manspider, Tucker was just able to say, "Yeah, that's mine now. Thank you."
Man, that was a really exciting one. Like,
Amazing
I'll be
match.
completely frank, I did not expect it to
My-
look
my-
like that.
My jaw behind the scenes watching that play out on that final turn. I wish I had another camera just for the extra reaction, because I'm sitting here like I thought I knew what was going to happen, but no, that was just, this is the Golden Gauntlet. Like, this is what happens. This kind of chaos, and I'm so glad we got to share it here on this kind of a showcase. So, I mean, Ika, Lambi, I need to step in and say thank you for shoutcasting these last 4 rounds, because you guys got some amazing matches with so many different types of cards all over the place, different styles and archetypes. We saw some commonalities, but then you see stuff like that and you go, what is ladder gonna be like next week, man? Like, it's just gonna be all over the place, right?
Why do
Like,
these cards have more points than my bank account? Okay, I'm just
it's true. Like, it absolutely wild. But on a serious note, though, on behalf of Marble Snap, I must say, Ika, Lambi Series, thank you so much. It is that time, ladies and gentlemen, where we're going to take a short break and we're going to transition into part 2 of this presentation, where we're going to have a little bit of a caster switch up. Ika, Lambi Series, go find them on all of their socials. Give them the support that they deserve. Thank you so much to both of you. Once again, I really appreciate you being here today. And we ask, as always, for the audience to stick around, because we'll be right back.
See you guys.
Yeah.
Eres digno. Victoria.
In case I don't make it back, I just discovered a new objective mechanic in Marvel Snap. I just literally apocalyptic.
I viewed this video extensively, and there's no doubt in my mind that Ben completed something most evil, and it definitely destroyed him.
It's called objective, people. When the requirement is met, the fire at the end of turn.
The first one needs to be significant mechanic. It needs to be pass hard, the world first mutant, and then stop at one door.
If N stops at one door with leg, and you have a full front row rotation, he transforms at the end of the turn into Apocalypse, Celestial's chosen.
And then he swaps the lowest power card, the front row card you're drafting.
That sure smells doomsday for somebody. Hopefully not you.
Ben is 100% dead. What if it wasn't Apocalypse, but his wife? Iska the Unbeaten is an undefeated mutant warrior who married Apocalypse. In Marvel Snap, if her location is losing, she doubles in power each turn. I'm afraid all Ben could do was double over.
Ben's disappearance was chaotic. Total stampede energy. And when I think stampede, I think war. And horses. Especially Juggernaut, Horseman of War. Recruited by Apocalypse, War's objective grants him a boost if your cards in play have 6 different power values. When War gets spurred on like that, somebody's getting thrown. Sorry, Ben.
Ben's sudden disappearance didn't arrive randomly. It was triggered, like a curse. Gambit, Horseman of Death, tracks the total cost of created cards you've played. At the end of turn, after that total hits, he destroys enemy cards up to 4 total cost.
I am quite certain he didn't die quickly or pleasantly. Perhaps Ben was drained first by another messenger of Apocalypse. Caliban, Horseman of Pestilence, affects your enemy's highest cost card with a historic amount of negative power. That day in the tomb, Ben was the highest cost threat. Just kidding.
Maybe Ben wasn't attacked at all. Maybe something made him really hungry, and he decided to go grab a bite. Celine, Horseman of Famine, activates when you have 3 cards with no abilities in play. Then she steals power from an enemy card at her location.
Unless he never died. Maybe he was removed? Ramat Tut is a time-traveling Kang the Conqueror variant. On reveal, he rapidly triggers 3 on-reveal abilities from cards released before his era. Ben may not be dead. He may be re-released.
Or maybe
he realized too late
The purchasing season pass through the web shop?
grants a free Series 5 Snap Pack.
and progress towards more great rewards.
I'd time travel for that.
Okay, so I'm not dead. I hope nobody overreacted. That reminds me, check out these awesome limited time game modes and the rewards you can earn just by playing. We hope you enjoy the new Origins of Apocalypse season. Please tell us what you think and have fun with the new objective mechanic. Oh no. Not again!
Well, now he's dead.
Victoria! Oh, snap!
Welcome back, everyone. We are now heading into round number 5. And with that said, it is time to switch it up. First and foremost, we're bringing back an old favorite once again to cast. Partner of mine, love this content creator, work with him every single week, so I know him inside and out. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to introduce to you the one and only, Not My Dance. What's going on, good sir?
I've never been called old and been told that I know that someone knows me inside and out, but I'm very excited for today. Should be a pretty good time.
This is completely fair, not gonna lie, completely fair. And next up is everybody's favorite baby land shark. I'm super excited to be able to have... Sorry, hang on. What? What do you mean? Didn't you give them all the food? Oh! Oh, I apologize, folks. Small programming change in this round. That change is not the baby land shark. That's my mistake. It is the one, the only, Jeff Hoagland. My apologies. Jeff, welcome on in, good sir. How you doing?
What's going on, guys? It's excellent to be here today as part of the Golden Gauntlet.
Thank you so much for being here once again. I really appreciate it. I'm excited for the next couple of... Whoops. There you are. For the next couple of rounds, we're going to be taking a look at round 5 and 6, as well as the top 16 and top 8 together. So I'm going to kick it off to the two of you before we head into our first match with a auto-build deck. Yes, they actually just hit autofill, competed it, and said, let me see what happens. And they're already on the bubble.
Yeah, this bubble is, I believe, just so y'all know what it means with the bubble, is in order to qualify for the World Championships for the Golden Gauntlet, that is, you need to at least have a 5 and 1 in order to, I believe, qualify for the bubble, or it's the top 16. I'm remembering that really well. But this player, it's both, but this player is currently 3 and 1 with an auto-build Dragon Lord deck. Yeah.
And this looks sweet, you know, it kind of fits that mold of what I think you need to be a successful deck in the meta game right now. We've got good proactive numbers. Luna, Snow, Electro let us crank out these 5 and 6, drop even 7 with Fin Fang Foom bombs at the top. But you also have that dash of disruption. In the previous round, we saw those decks going absolutely massive with numbers in the thousands, and things like Cosmic Ghost Rider and Fin Fang Foom let you keep up with deck lists that can go over the top of the more honest numbers a ramp deck like this can produce.
Yeah, and starting off here, we do see that Yarn, the person who you were just talking about right there, is already taking 1 cube away from Hero. We'll have both the deck lists for each of the players showing up below. Just a moment. I got Krakoa and Utopia. Krakoa could be potentially very spicy if you can get a Giganto or some other big number there, but 6-star for Luna Snow on top of your deck ain't bad.
Krakoa's great, but Utopia is insane for this deck that's looking to start its curve with 3 and 4 energy plays. Being able to have your big plays happen a full turn sooner, this is basically making all of your cards cost 1 less because it gets you to effects like Luna Snow and Electro that are moving you up that energy curve ahead of time.
True, yeah. And Bishop from the opponent running a Scarlet Spider, some Shu Lao stuff. Which is going to be very good. A little bit of bounce, a little bit of Mysterio, a little bit of Hit Monkey, good stuff going on from them. The Cosmic Ghost Rider in the left lane, potentially for Yarn next turn, could do a lot of damage against a Bishop, not to mention the extra energy from the Ice Cube.
Yeah, I mentioned Cosmic Ghost Rider as a potential interactive piece for decks that are looking to go over the top of you, but it also has direct synergy with your Luna Snow. That Ice Cube that gets created symmetrically on both sides of the board is a big upside for the opponent, and Cosmic Ghost Rider gets to take that benefit away from them while leaving the extra energy just for you. Being to pair that denial with also eliminating Bishop, one of the best scaling threats in this bounce deck, is big game.
Yep. I'm glad that pulled a Galactus with the Jubilee, because if I am Yarn here, I'm a little bit scared of potentially a Legion hitting the Isle of Silence, making it some of those top numbers don't really work as well with the War Machine. But this worked out very effectively here.
Excellent hit on the Galactus first steps pull off that Jubilee. We see the Cosmic Ghost Rider with its 12 points being buffed up by that Krakoa, slamming down on the left like we expected here. Going to be interested to see if our ramp player finds time to weave this War Machine into their curve so they can make their way to Infinite, or if perhaps Giganto and Fin Fang Boom are going to be enough to clean up here.
Notable that Nico was the last card played from Hero, and she's currently on the location changing mode, so the next location that Hero plays a card to is going to be different henceforth, which could be another big shakeup, as locations are I feel like they have the most amount of RNG in all of Snap.
Yeah, and none of these locations are strictly detrimental to either of these players' decks. Like you said, this is kind of more of just a random roll to see if we can have what happened that's going to hurt one player or the other, as Isle of Silence rolls into Warrior Falls, which is definitely much worse for our bounce player than it is for the ramp side, as we see this massive 12-pointer that's going to live there, while smaller cards like these and others get devoured up for Hero.
Yeah, and notable that Cosmic Ghost Rider is the current Herald of Galactus first steps, which means that could be a lot of points. What are you blinking? I don't remember what there's left to blink if you wanted to do that with Cosmic Ghost Rider. I don't think there's much left in the deck, if anything.
Yeah, we saw them drag that up and then perhaps pause thinking, oh wait, what do I have to get? Because we have 3 big cards in hand here for our player. Yeah, there's actually nothing left to blink here with the Galactus first steps already on the board. And because the War Machine didn't go down, your path is kind of scripted for you here on your side of the board. Giganto is effectively your only meaningful play, and then you're hoping that Fin Fang Boom can go ahead and clean up afterwards.
Yep, and we're seeing Hero drop 3 cards over. Is that left one's a Toxin? Interesting, so pulling all those cards back into your hand. Real Mysterio might be middle, which is interesting. Nico Minoru over on the 2x mode, getting to 8 points of power, which is nice. However, I don't know if that's going to be enough, especially considering that Galactus First Steps is 16.
Okay, that Scarlet Spider was our last card play here, so Hero is looking for that Shu Lao to go ahead and slam that down. It'll be interesting to see. I don't think Hero's going to be able to fill either of their left or right side locations, which means that if the Shu Lao hits the spider, it's going to be a bit of a flip on deciding which way it goes, and if it goes left, it's probably not going to be enough to overcome the 34 points that Yarn has there.
True. Fin Fang Boom going down middle is only going to be 15 points of power, which I don't believe is going to be enough. I haven't been keeping track of how many turns in a row that Hero has been playing at least 2 cards, but let's find out.
Yeah, priority's a big deal here. Yarn going first, meaning that Fin Fang Boom is resolving before the Shu Lao happens. I don't know that I love this play in the center. It looks like it is going to come down to this 50-50 on the Scarlet Spider. If it lands on the right, it's going to be a victory. Ooh. And there it goes.
Wow, that's a big one.
This early win for 4 cubes is a huge deal for Hero here. I think this matchup's a little bit difficult for their side of the board. They're lacking the disruptive elements we sometimes see in these balance variations, meaning they have to go pound for pound with the bigger numbers that Yarn's going to more consistently put out.
That's good. I like this stuff. Very good snapping, very good retreating with this, again, Dragon Lord auto deck. Just Marvel Snap, trusting the game itself to tell you which cards you should be playing and which ones you shouldn't. Done pretty well for Yarn so far. Let's see if they can pull it through for the rest. Nothing to play on turns 1 or 2, though.
Yep, and this is one of those clunkier draws for the ramp deck side of the board. Our turn 3 draw is going to kind of make or break the tempo here. Can we find that Electro or the Luna Snow for Yarn in order to get the game moving?
Let's see. There's still nothing on turn 3. This is definitely rough right now. But again, a lot of the power with the ramp deck is that they can put out so much power in the late game.
Yeah, we'll see here. With no play on Yarn's side of the board, I would not be surprised if we see Hero stop here to try and push their advantage. They also potentially have the upside on the Scar Grand Prix, but Luna Snow off the top, necessarily the Jubilee you want to see, but it is a something to play here at least.
Could get a Luna Snow left into a Dragon Lord, could potentially give Yarn an extra 6-cost card to play on that final turn. However, it doesn't work out.
And this is huge here for Hero side. Not only are they
no, it's
getting
fine.
Oh!
Whoa! Okay, so if that Falcon hadn't just gotten played, Hero actually would have gotten a free 6-cost card before Yarn had the opportunity to. However, that Falcon just pulled back the Silver Sable before Luna Snow managed to put her Ice Cube onto the board. That's a big deal.
I know it looks awkward with us having perfect information. We're like, oh, why would Hero play that Falcon? But you got to remember, Yarn didn't play the Luna Snow on turn 3, so from Hero's side of the board, it's incredibly unlikely that they have it on the 4th turn of the game. That being said, Hero's still going to get that Raft card this turn, and they won that Scar Grand Prix, and we see that snap happen, which I think it's a little bit late here, but I still like pushing it at this point because you are definitely ahead if you're Hero.
Yeah, and that's, I think, a smart retreat from Yarn, as well as, like you said, Hero, I definitely agree with you, is ahead in this current moment. Not to say that won't continue that way in the future, but I do think that was a very smart retreat right there, which, again, a lot of Marvel Snap does go down to the name of the game, the snaps, and the retreats as well, because that's where you do get all of your extra points from, and that's what's going to matter a lot here for these opponents.
Yeah, and the dynamic of Conquest is very different than snapping and retreating if you're a ladder player. You know, you can't just leave when you're in a matchup that's tough for you. And like I said, I think Yarn's probably favored from a consistency perspective long-term in this matchup, which means they want to take fewer risks in these early stages because as we play more games, the variance is swing more heavily in their favor.
True. And Hospice being a very good location potentially for Hero here, as a lot of their cards do like to gain additional points of power with additional buffs to the changes to those powers that Hospice is going to do a great job with.
Yeah, and we see a hand that's much better for Yarn than in the previous game. We've got that 3 energy accelerant, which is actually the very first turn that they can play anything out. And the Raft flips up here and immediately Hero snaps. We could see them fill it as early as this turn.
Yeah, and again, with the card like Falcon, in order to be able to pull cards away from that right location, even with being able to fill there, you're going to be able to see Hero put out some big numbers. And this is... I don't know if I want to if I would want to be staying here or not with Yarn, because I don't know. What would you do?
We see the pause here. We're headed
Gracias,
on
gracias por el
into
follow.
we see the retreat here. I think I like being conservative here. Again, I think as we play more games here, we're gonna favor the Yarn side of the board. Your bigger numbers happen a little bit more consistently, and not only does Hospice favor Hero with their more scaling threats, but they're almost assuredly filling the Raft before Yarn can, giving them 2 favorable locations in this game.
Very, very true. Yarn again struggling a little bit right now, going currently only 4 cubes right now, whereas Hero has 9, looking better currently for the Bounce Shulao Scarlet Spider. One of the things that I do really enjoy about Marvel Snap's balance and the way that they do choose to release cards is that a card like Scarlet Spider was not being played as much a few months ago, but nowadays is a very relevant and a card that is powerful, especially with the addition of Shulao. And I love to see that type of stuff in Marvel Snap. It's one of the things that I do very much enjoy about the game.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things the Snap design team has been absolutely nailing over the last 6 months or so. We've seen a ton of new cards added to the game that brought older ones, like that copy of Scarlet Spider, from completely unplayable to this is a regular metagame card that you can not only play and find success with, but it's a top card in the metagame.
Very true. And again, Yarn is having some difficult deck order in some of this stuff, as once again, it's gone past turn 3, and only card that they have to play right now is Jubilee. And unfortunately, they have both, I believe, Electro and Luna Snow still in the deck, which means that your rampers are kind of just locked away from you for a bit of time.
Yeah, and with no rampers, this Dream Dimension goes from not a big deal for Yarn to absolutely devastating, because they're going to be locked out of making any plays next turn unless they top deck a ramp card or Jubilee hits one this turn. Wow, we see Yarn drop it away again here, and I mentioned I felt Yarn was favored in general in this matchup, but once you get down to 2 to 9 cubes, suddenly you have to run off 5 in a row, and it's not impossible, but it is increasingly unlikely.
Very good. And finally, we're seeing some 3-cost cards for Yarn earlier on, and there's no snapping anymore. We are in high stakes. Every single round will be just 2 cubes. However, I'm going to say Prosecco because I suck at pronouncing this location. Prosecco is a great location for the bounce deck that Hero is running.
Yeah.
Proscenium.
Every time a card flips up in Proscenium, it's going to get that 2 points of power, and the bounce deck is going to get to flip up the same cards inside of the Proscenium again and again and again. Interesting choice to elect to give a Silver Sable this early to Yarn. I suppose this is heading into turn 3, but extra punished for this interesting decision from Hero. With Mojo World, now our ramp player has more cheap cards to fill into there.
Yeah, a lot of cheap cards can be very good. If you are Yarn here, do you potentially want to Legion a location like Machine World in order just to give yourself more options, more cheap cards to play? Or do you prefer the Mojo World, in which that just comes down to who has more cards? Or do you even want to Legion at all this game?
Yeah, it's tough. Like you said, these
Macaco,
are two
¿cómo vamos?
favorable
¿Cómo va la
locations
causa?
out of the 3 to our
Estoy aquí tratando de subir.
And honestly, I think
Mientras que aprendo un poquito en el evento que hay del Snap. Por ahí es de que me quiero hacer, pero me falta el alto evolucionador.
That's a good point. Yeah, these are open deck lists, so Hero does know that Dragon Lord is a real card in their deck. They understand what all the cards are inside of the base deck, which could give you a lot of different variances in terms of what you're going to be trying to play around. And I like that shout in particular.
We see the back and forth here on Yarn's side of the board. They're trying to decide, do they want to take the higher variance Dragon Lord, or do they want to blink away this Electro, unlocking their ability to play more than one card in the late game.
Está muy fuerte el evento.
You do also have a War Machine, I believe, that is still inside of the deck, as well as a Jubilee. So I feel like there's a world where that's nice, but getting extra energy here, this is not amazing, I don't think.
Yeah, this is pretty tough. They have exactly 1 card per turn to play, and I think that might be all she wrote for our ramp player here. The bounce deck really
¿Vas a descargar hace un año y pico que no juegas?
Locations and navigating them quite well.
Yeah, I'm
Yo no jugaba desde que previo al baneo que tuve.
If you were to try to play a blink, it could hit a Fin Fang Foom or an Infinite, but that's at Mojo World unless you want to Legion it later on. But that's still
10 de enero de
I'm
2025.
uncertain what you want to do here.
Bastante.
Yeah, the Giganto's only adding 18 on the right, and I say only, which is normally a pretty solid amount of power, but when you're facing down an 11-point differential there, you're only going up by 7, and the bounce player is going to pretty easily overcome that with the Proscenium bonus every single turn.
Yeah, Blink hitting the Dragon Lord there is going to be giving you Blink gives you a card that costs more, unlike En Sabanur, their current season pass card. And Galactus First Steps as well, the other 6-drop that I had forgotten. And I don't believe he currently has a Herald.
He does not, and the Ice Cube's going to be breaking here as well, so I don't think I see a route to victory once we make this play on Yarn's side of the board here. They're going to have to play something on the right, but then also need to contest one of the other lanes, and they can only play 1 card per turn because they elected to leave the Electro on the board for the entire game.
Yeah, those early turn decisions coming back to potentially haunt you, and I'm wondering, is it you just want to play maybe a Legion middle and hope for the best there? I think that's the only out Yarn could have this game.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think it's unlikely to win, but it's absolutely the only shot that you have here. You hope that Hero abandons the center and they play for just a 4th card with not a lot of power on the right.
Yeah, I don't see a way you can go around it. Again, with Mojo World caring more so about whoever has more cards there.
Yeah, and this is, where the open deck list is a big deal. On Hero's side of the board, I'm like meticulously looking over, okay, what does Yarn have? What's their way out here? I'm so far ahead. And Legion is the one answer to, oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. Wait, is that going to be a pull with the additional points of Shu Lao?
I think we're in the clear? Okay. Cool.
No,
yeah,
that is a win for Hero.
Yep.
That was close. That was really close, though. I don't think if Hero didn't have Shu Lao, I'm uncertain if they could have beaten Yarn this game. However, Yarn taking the L, unfortunately, due to Rocket Raccoon and Shu Lao's absolutely insane power combination. Very good stuff here. You love to see just these massive numbers.
I think there was some flexibility there on your side of the board as well. I think they very clearly knew that they were going to be able to beat the Mojo World leaving on the right and then giving them the freedom not to play for the Legion in the center, because that also gives them more stats should Yarn choose to do something that's not Legion there.
That's true. Yeah, I like that shout as well. But I think we're swapping over here now into a Honifer deck. Some very fun gameplay over here, and I think we'll have that deck showing up in just a moment. But as Honifer's done very well in past Golden Gauntlets, done a very good job just in general Marvel Snap. So I like to see what we have here. Ooh.
Looks like we're rocking perhaps that Maverick Moonstone deck list. Yep, looking to set up big combos with Captain Carter and Moonstone alongside Maverick with Shulau as an alternative means to double those points up.
I like this. You've got both of them have a lot of points currently here. You've got the end of turn deck that's kind of been going around a little bit with Doom 2099 and Invisible in First Steps. However, the big note, as we're currently seeing Honifer point out right now, is that Doom 2099, one of the Doom bots, has gone to the middle location, and that means the power there is most likely capped and something that Honifer can play around.
Yeah, so the Doom bots are going to get bigger for every other one of these Doom 99 bots added to play, but there's only going to be 2 more of those at most, meaning that they only need to drop 3 points in the center in order to overcome that Doom bot there. There's a small chance of, no, it looks like the 299 is actually not playing Aurora, so it is just capped at 3.
Yeah, and one thing to note there as well, Cosmo is, I believe, the most played card of this tournament, and Cosmo stopping Cosmic Ghost Rider from turning off the abilities of not only Surge, but Captain Carter, who is adding a lot of points. I believe that's going to be 6 additional points behind her to those cards there. Very good.
El video tienes que retar a alguien.
By Honifer, that preemptive Cosmo.
No me lo activo.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see if Twerky Bacon stays in here. Yeah, I was going to say, I believe they're drawing exactly dead here. 0 outs to anything.
¿Te retaste a ti mismo? ¿Y estás peleando contigo mismo? LOL, no sabía que se podía retar uno mismo. Esa es una nueva forma de subir de nivel.
Yeah, and I do like the fact that, again, as much as it does hurt in the moment, the location variance really coming out strong there in terms of assisting Honifer, giving that that really messed, unfortunately, with the Doom 2099 for Bacon.
I'll be curious to see if we see an early snap from Honifer's side here. Oh, and there's a small pause. Murray Island is very good for our bottom player, and then with World Forge, suddenly it's gone in an instant.
Yeah, World Forge kind of just lets the entire board be a question mark. Very cool location in which every single turn, at the start of each turn, it replaces one of the other locations. So you can't really rely on any location, right? We have a Mojo world. In most situations, you would want to play a fair amount of cards there. In this particular game, I don't think that's a realistic strategy. However, I think with Bar Sinister, you have a question.
Digamos que va subiendo de nivel a la medida que retas a otros. Y cuando responden los problemas matemáticos que pone el Botrix, vas ganando skins para equiparle armas y atuendos.
Very true. World Forge, again, like I said, getting rid of the Isle of Silence, which unfortunately messes with Sam Wilson. Sam Wilson, whose ongoing ability is to move the shield each and every turn. Agony... Wait, actually, so with Agony onto Captain Carter in that left lane, I'm pretty sure that Agony triggers... I want to say after...
Agony is different from buffs like Forge, so if you go Agony into Captain Carter, the copied Carters will just have the base 2 points of power, but you would end up with an 11-point Carter in front, and we see this kind of back and forth again, trying to figure out where they want to be, and I do love setting up the Carter behind this Cosmo, because we have the Maverick in hand,
como yo tengo más nivel,
already,
pego más
we're
fuerte.
going to get to go absolutely massive, even without the help of Bar Sinister. Oh,
so I was going to say, I don't think it's quite that. I believe it actually is going to just give you a plus 11 Captain Carter, and that's it over in the left.
Entonces, después de que tú le das acá tu exclamación, level up,
Agony. But, or okay,
por ejemplo ahí.
We'll find out here in a second. I think you might be right.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different, very cool, very niche interactions in Marvel Snap, which is part of the really fun
Entonces ahí
stuff.
te dice la experiencia que falta para poder subir de nivel al
And
siguiente
that's
nivel.
it over in the left lane. And Danger Room, that means, again, that's kind of what we were talking about before. When do you really want to play into that lane? When do you not want
Ahí en la pantallita abajo hay un cuadrito.
There's a very real
¿Estás viéndome desde dónde? ¿Desde celular?
Our left side.
Era porque se me olvidó configurar para el celular que se vea. Acá podemos hacerlo interesante porque puedo ponerlo
I like the try for Doom
Puedo
29 in the right lane. Again, giving
ponerlo.
you less locations.
Espérame un
Potentially, the Isle
segundo.
of Silence could be, you
Que
know,
como estás
that could
desde
be
el cel
messing
no
with
se
Doombots.
ve.
However, Isle of Silence is no longer gone, and the Doombot went over to the right lane. So in the end, didn't make much of a difference. Shulao going to be a plus. Is that going to be a +9 onto Maverick, adding 13
Puedo ponerlo acá
points of power
para
to
que
Kitty
en la
Pryde. Is
posición.
Ant-Man one more point than Kitty Pryde right there, though?
Ant-Man is one more point. I'm sitting up here because they have decision making. They can move the shield to the left to give the Carter bonus to the Shulao. However, Hanafer does not have priority here, and moving Maverick to the front of the class means that it is susceptible to a Cosmic Ghost Rider before
sentarme bien.
That's true, but we are seeing, I think there is 1 point of power potentially being missed by not doing the Ant-Man there. However, Cannonball over that way. Ooh, the Iska is a scary thing to notice. Hanford
What the hell?
over that, as Doom 29 is going to be adding 2 more Doombots to the board. Iska's going to be doubling twice.
I don't know if that's quite enough. Even if both Doombots land center, they're
Espérame, ya lo cuadro y ya lo testeamos. Porque si me estás viendo desde el celular no lo vas a ver.
Yeah. I think there were multiple points during this game where I'd be like, these locations are perfect for one player or another. I'd be like, this is where you snap. But again, I think that World Forge really shaped that entire game. It forged the entire game. You couldn't feel like safe about any of those locations there, except maybe the middle, but other locations will mess with other locations, so.
Yeah, good back and forth dynamic. And Asgard Besiege, I feel like this has to favor Hanafer's side of the board. There's some early plays from Turkey Bacon, but more consistently you're going to get them from Hanafer. And we're declining to play the Ant-Man here on one is interesting to me.
Potentially saving it for a later turn, so they can play multiple cards in a turn. However, Utopia, once again, showing up for us, being a very good location for Hope Summers. But Sam Wilson, ooh, you've got a lot of options on this turn too. I'm uncertain what I want to do here.
Yeah, honestly, Utopia, like we mentioned in the previous game when the ramp deck saw it, is just one of the best locations in the game for these.
En la parte arribita de las noticias, si ves que hay como un cuadro gris, ahí.
And Hope Summers being exactly that for Hanafer.
Ahí en ese cuadro gris.
One of the things to note as well is that Turkey Bacon is also running a Moon Dragon, who is an Endward card that carries about spending all your energy. Makes it a little bit worse, unfortunately, in regards to Utopia. However, what you like more with Asgard Besieged is the Shadowland, because then whoever wins that location is going to have that ninja destroyed.
Oh my goodness, the Doom 99 slamming into play and effectively locking up the left side here for Turkey Bacon could be the little bit of wiggle room they need to get back into this game, and
por ejemplo, le das acá
as they're currently down 4 cubes to 10.
Visual.
Yeah, you'd love to see that stuff. It's uncertain. Playing 4 cards this turn because you're going to get 2 more arrows back with Kate Bishop, as well as Kitty Pryde.
No puedo retar al mismo.
Wow, this is... Oh, I feel like I expect a snap from Bacon here in just a moment.
We see Hanafer electing to spread their cards out across the board here. We want to try and get extra energy from Hope Summers. More importantly, we want to build up all those front rows everywhere so that way when we eventually deploy Maverick, which is going to be the source of our points for Hanafer.
Mira el cuadro que hay acá al lado de la cámara.
The Ghost Rider that's only swiping away the text on the front row.
And the grapple arrow is a big get currently for Kate Bishop, because that does mean that you can play a card into that into the Hope Summers lane and then have it also get pulled out without it just having to be Kitty Pryde. However, Kitty Pryde is still very solid.
The Surged Agony here, big deal with the Maverick. If a Shulao comes off of the top, I think Hanafer still has a very real shot this game.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing a thing first steps coming down, going to be potentially adding a lot of points over to the right lane. Invisible Man first steps, do not forget, has not been activated as of yet, and so that will most likely happen pretty soon here.
I think, unfortunately for Hanafer, that left side location is still going to be lost. That Doom 99 is likely getting at least 1 more point, cranking them up to 31.
Claro, y quedaría súper bien repartido.
It does not.
Incluso le puedo disminuir un poquito el tamaño.
Snap at the end from Turkey Bacon is really interesting to me, because if Shulao had come off the top, I think all of their lunch money would have gotten taken there.
Yeah, it's.
Y abajo puedo utilizarlo para agregarle cosas.
I think that would have been a loss for Bacon, but you like to see it though. Starbrand Creator at the left.
Algo más para llenar
you have an Agony in hand, but again, saving it so you can try to play 2 cards during a turn.
Yet getting that Shulau bonus going on ASAP is a big deal. We see a mouse over the danger room there 75% of the time. It works every time, debating where this surge wants to go. I think I like tossing into the center. You really don't want it in Starbrand Crater because that's a good clean path for you to play your Hope Summers into. And the right side location could also be bad for her as well.
Yeah, we did see Honifer, it looks like, try to click the undo and turn real button very quickly. Did not click it in time as Moondragon was already over at the leftmost location. However, Starbrand Crater giving you a Moondragon. Cosmo over in the left as well is very interesting in order to make sure that they cannot put any on-reveal cards.
Creo que puedo
The only
dejarlo ahí.
on-reveal cards that you're seeing in this deck, you do have an Iron Lad potentially, you do have a Doctor Doom.
Y no taparía tanto en el
I think I
directo
like
cuando
the
hayan
Hope
batallas. A
Summers
ver.
here out of all the options right now.
Yeah, I think I like starting with Hope, and then the question is, do you want to play your Ant-Man out into the Hope Summers lane, or do you want to play it somewhere else? Can you leverage having 5 energy on the 4th turn? You have Agony plus a 3-drop set up already, so the extra energy is kind of whatever. However, it's nice to get 2 cards into a lane, so that way your Maverick Agony can go into the back.
We are seeing Invisible Man first steps go down to the left, as well as Ant-Man in the right, who has been hit by Surge. Cosmo left. I almost feel like I understand why Honifer's going for this play. I feel like I almost would have wanted to go with the Cosmo in the right lane, just because a lot of 5-drop, 5-cost and 6-cost cards, as Cave of the Dragon will be giving you one of them for each player at the end of this turn.
De hecho, gracias por consultar, porque no lo había organizado. Y me parece que quedó genial como lo dejé ahora.
And I think Honifer's sequencing decision here really shows that they understand like what the output range of their deck is and what energy they need on key turns. I think a lot of people prioritize getting Hope.
En móvil no se va a ver mucho, pero si la gente elimina el chat, sí se ve la de pelea.
Play the Agony plus the Maverick on 5, so I don't really need the extra energy that Hope Summers can provide until a flourish at the end. And oh my goodness, the Zola on the Doom 99.
That's insane. Oh my gosh. Sorry, yeah, you were I'm gonna be honest, I apologize. I didn't hear that. I was just shocked at the Zola from the Cave of the Dragon right there, as that just changed the entire thing. Now Doom 29's output is increased doubly so. Not even mentioning Invisible Man First Steps. It actually makes Invisible Man First Steps a lot worse this game. That Arnhem Zola is going to be potentially coming in very clutch for Turkey Bacon over here, whereas the Ajax that Honifer got is definitely going to be giving you much less returns.
De hecho, podría mejorarlo todavía más. La cámara.
There's some question here. Will Turkey Bacon actually have space on the board to gain an advantage from two Doom 99s? Because there's only 5 spaces left here for them, and if they put out 2 this turn, they're down to 3, and then suddenly the Invisible Woman doesn't matter anymore, like you said. And we see Shulau coming off of the top for Honifer, meaning that setup with this Maverick, they're going to be in position to make some really big numbers.
And so that was what Honifer, I think, was trying to show right there, is that Honifer was very purposely not moving the shield to the right lane in case a Cosmic Ghost Rider did occur. As again, with the open decklist format, we knew that that was a card that was a possibility. Doombot's filling up the entire board right now, and honestly, I think I agree with your logic there. What do you do this turn if you are Twerky Bacon? Like, what other output do you really have this game?
That Moonstone looking a little scary. Thankfully, we have extra energy from both Hope Summers and the Starbrand here. If you're Twerky Bacon, I think you have to go here. Like, you're just never beating a Shulau, but they also snapped in the previous game when they were dead.
Quería meterle como una imagencita de fondo ahí. La parte de abajo.
Let's see what they're going to go for here. This feels like a very powerful setup. I'm uncertain which one you actually would like to see here. Twerky Bacon could put down like 12 points of power potentially with the Galactus First Steps, but that's about it.
Yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and see Honifer close this one out, getting 9-0 into Twerky Bacon for this match.
Let's see. What did Iron Lad trigger? Is it okay? Oh, it's Thing First Steps. Got it.
Yep, and we're going to see 2 more points get added on the left here, but that Maverick's up to 17, and then our copy of Moonstone is getting absolutely massive, and we're only adding 4 more points on the right, or 2 more points on the right as well, apologies, so still far under the 20.
Yeah, and like you said, this was a very good setup with for Honifer here, as even though the Arnhem Zola is a very scary hit, they, with the
Mira, ahí están las operaciones matemáticas que te decía. A esa que está ahí.
You didn't really have any other outs there. That's
Con esa también se ganan skincitas para ese juego.
That these games have gone. determined. Again, I feel like a lot of these games are coming down to the location. We saw that just for a second before we started watching this, right? With the Space Throne clogging up the Doom 2099. This is very interesting. I love the fact that we are seeing so much influence from these locations in particular, because I do think that's one part of Marvel Snap I absolutely love.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that sets Marvel Snap apart from a lot of other card games, is that innovation of your variance in Marvel Snap, in a large part, isn't coming from the cards that you're putting in your deck. It's coming from the locations that you have to adapt to game. And there's skill in adapting to variance. Better players are going to mitigate ones that are bad for them and leverage ones that are good for them more frequently, as we got on into another game here that looks like it's going up to 4 cubes in our final turn.
If I'm not mistaken as well, I do believe that these opponents are currently both 4 and 0, both of them currently flawless in their gameplay so far, seeing what they can do
Esa posición ya la
also
perdí.
with the brand new Horseman as well, Juggernaut, who I think it's his first time seeing play this stream. Absolutely love that card. It's a very cool... Juggernaut Horseman of War is, again, one of those cards that feels very simple. It's not crazy, but I really love just the design of it. It's cool. It has a very good deck building strategy with it. It's not a free inclusion, but it's not the most difficult.
I think Juggernaut Horseman of War's core design is everything that's good and pure about Marvel Snap designs. It has at least a nominal deck building requirement, and then also presents you with some interesting in-game sequencing decisions where you would potentially take lines that aren't strictly optimal under normal circumstances, but maximize a card that you've chosen to put in your deck to get more value out of it.
And speaking of, by the way, we are seeing Toxic Soul King, the player that we are currently spectating, running a Dragon of the Moon, Ronin, Supergiant, I believe, pile of cards against a Cerebro 3 gamer. And especially with Onslaught Citadel, I'm a little bit concerned right now, and I think that we're seeing that same bit of concern from Toxic Soul King, because the turn that you don't play a lot of, don't spend a lot of energy for Jefferson, you are going to be able to get a free, or not free, but a lot cheaper of a Cerebro into your deck.
You get a little bit of derived information with your Dragon of the Moon here on Toxic Soul King side. You know you hit 1 even costed card out of the Cerebro 3 player's hand. They already have 2 on the board, so that can kind of help you narrow down what cards they're more likely to still have. For example, Bastion becomes incredibly more likely as one of the remaining even costed cards for a Cerebro player. Huge read here in the center with the Warhead.
I think that we might have just seen the game finish, by the way, right there. But one of the things also that's absolutely fantastic right there is the note with Copycat as well. Since Copycat does have the ability of M'Baku, that does mean M'Baku is the bottom card of Jefferson's deck. Thusly, Jefferson will get M'Baku onto the board on the final turn of the game, assuming that no other like Lockjaw shenanigans come into play. That was a great read from Toxic Soul King right there. I've watched this game before many a times, and I love their gameplay, and that was some stellar understanding of Marvel Snap right there that I don't know if I would have been able to do right there with that Negasonic.
Yeah, if you expect Bastion to be in Jefferson's hand, it means that they need to play the Cerebro on turn 4 so they can copy it on turn 5. And Onslaught Citadel, you mentioned, was a benefit for the Cerebro player, but it actually ended up being their downfall in this particular instance because it telegraphed where they were going to want to play their namesake, making setting up that Negasonic Teenage Warhead more beneficial to them. That's exactly what we were talking about moments ago, where good players are going to be able to leverage locations that are bad for them effectively as well.
Something I hadn't thought about before, actually just ever in Marvel Snap, is when Bastion does pull cards back to your hand, he sets their cost to 2 and power to 3. But if he brings back a 1-cost card and then you activate Black Swan, I'm pretty sure you then thusly get a free 1-cost card that should have been 2 thanks to Bastion, but now is no longer a detriment.
Yep, that is exactly how that interaction works. Black Swan explicitly cares about the energy cost of the card inside of your deck editor when you added it, not the current cost of it in your hand. That's a really neat innovation. I don't think I've ever seen that in one of these Cerebro 3 shells before, and it really helps them swarm the board on that last turn.
Yeah, and since you don't have any other way as Jefferson to be able to put other points on the board, I don't think we've seen a way that could have copied cards other than Magus or Magus. Apologies for saying the name wrong, but getting the Cerebro bonus, I feel like this is a game that is in Toxic Soul King's court. I feel like we are about to see some winning gameplay here.
Yeah, and this is, the Cerebro 3 players all in, so this match is going to be playing out to its game's going to be playing out to its completion. And one of the real downsides of this Cerebro deck is it only has the smaller numbers in it. Meaning once it loses its namesake, it doesn't have a way to scale up in these locations.
And we are seeing Juggernaut able to be triggered here with the Shang-Chi. I missed that was inside of Jefferson's deck. Very purposefully, Soul King not playing a Ronin into the middle location to try to dodge that, with the Juggernaut Horseman of War triggering his objective of having 6 different power at the end of the game, letting Toxic Soul King win this war, win this battle, and go, I believe, now 5-0 in terms of his current win rate. Very good from him.
Yeah, that locks them up for the Worlds invite that they're guaranteed to be at least 5-1, and they get to play in the next round.
Cancelar.
Lock their spot in our single elimination rounds at 6-0.
But I think we're going to take a real quick break right here, right now, as we've been seeing some amazing gameplay. Don't worry, we'll be right back with some very shortly.
Sí. El cuadro no tiene que cubrirlo todo mejor. Para poder poner la cámara más grande.
We are back, and I'm loving the decks that we've seen so far. I'm loving the gameplay that we've seen. I just think that Marvel Snap is a very skill-based game that has a lot of nuance, a lot of very interesting things you can do with decks and cards and all of that stuff. I know that doesn't sound as smart as I think a lot of the players have been so far, but I do really enjoy Marvel Snap.
I think the numbers that we're going to take a look at here in a minute are going to back up exactly what you said here. Marvel Snap is consistently one of the most balanced and varied card games you're going to find in the market. You know, we are going to look at the numbers here for this current tournament they're watching. There's hundreds of players playing in it, and look at this in our archetype breakdown here for who ended up playing today. The most popular deck is 4% of the field. You know, you look at other card games and it's not uncommon to see things with 20, 30, 40% play rates. And Marvel Snap is truly a game with their careful, regular balance passes where you can show up and find success with things that you know how to play, even if they're not what everyone else is doing.
Yeah, you do love to see that a vast amount of decks, a vast style of gameplay is all very viable. We are seeing just shown on stream right now, the top 25 decks right now, and I don't think any of them look like poor decks. All of them look very interesting, very powerful, and it's fun to see. And as is being noted currently, High Evolutionary, which is I think one of the most beginner-friendly decks, as it allows you to use a lot of cards that you get right at the beginning of the game, giving them new abilities with High Evolutionary, the card itself, with I think one of the highest percentages that we are seeing with the most amount of examples. I think the next one following that is Classic Patriot, which again, a lot of early series cards that are all very useful, and that's just cool to see.
Yeah, you know, Marvel Snap's balance passes aren't just taking things that are over the top and bringing them down. We see regular buffs to things like, you know, Hulk and Nightcrawler, cards that have been in the game since its inception, allowing them to remain competitive. And that High Evo especially is a deck that's benefited a ton from this in recent OTAs. We've seen cards like Shocker, Misty Knight, and Hulk, all and Cyclops got his 5th point of power that we've wanted for so long, and they're all able to shine inside of this deck list that's really not playing any new flashy fancy tools.
They're very cool to see. And not only are all of those, again, older styles of decks being very cool, personally, one of my favorite decks, if I'm ever asked what is my favorite deck to play in Marvel Snap, it's actually the one that, again, currently has the, I believe, the most amount of people playing it with the Sentry Werewolf. I love Werewolf by Night. I'm not always doing the Sentry version, but I do absolutely love Werewolf by Night, especially with the recent addition as of, I believe it was last year, with skills getting introduced into the game, Werewolf by Night gaining additional functionality, additional benefits, and it's just a very fun deck to play, which also makes my brain hurt.
Yeah, Werewolf by Night, you know, I called out Juggernaut, Horseman of War as one of those cards. It's everything good and pure about Marvel Snap. You got to build your deck around it. You got to make in-game sequencing decisions. And Werewolf by Night is just like the craziest iteration of that type of card. You're making sure there's plenty of on reveals in your deck. You're making sure you got a mixture of cheap ones. Then you're carefully and meticulously planning out where you're playing them on the board to go ahead and dance that dog all around.
Yeah, you do love to see the vast amount of archetypes over here. Also with End of Turn, again, notably as the second most played one in tie with Shu Lao, just general miscellaneous Shu Lao stuff. End of Turn also gained the brand new tool of Iska, the Unbeaten. What do you think about Iska? I feel like Iska is a very cool card, very powerful card, and it's also really interesting.
I think Iska does a phenomenal job of highlighting something else we mentioned earlier, which is that the Snap design team has been knocking out of the park with new additions that are bringing older archetypes that had fallen out of favor back up to snuff. End of Turn was a deck that was a huge force to be reckoned with when it really burst onto the scene in the summer of last year, but it had fallen out of favor in recent months. And Iska is just this new breath of life inside of it, allowing it to be competitive. But as we see here from the metrics so far in this tournament, it doesn't appear to be overbearing even with its new toy.
Yeah, and I do think that one of the things that you're noting there, where even if a deck I think is gaining less popularity or is just gaining less favor, I don't even think that's a thing against the deck. I feel like a lot of decks, especially ones that aren't being played very often, are extremely powerful. And I think that's one of the things you mentioned before with Marvel Snap's regular balance cadence as one of the few games out there that is doing a balance update every other week. Just those 1 or 2 points of power, which may feel insignificant at the time, are extremely beneficial, matter so much in the long term because it gives you older decks like you mentioned before with Shocker, with Cyclops, with Hulk, gaining those points of power in order to let High Evolutionary get a breath of fresh air, some new additional life. It's some really fun stuff there. I do like these decks. I'm glad we have such a good variety of them here. And you want to see some of the individual cards, or maybe some of the weirder decks that are potentially doing well?
I'm hoping we see some crazy off meta thing punch through. I would love to see one of these decks, you know, in the single digit copies that makes their way through. Usually those are some of the most innovative things. You've got players that are testing a deck that they've loved and worked on, and making a deep run in a tournament like this is one of the best ways to kind of build your chops and show off that you're an excellent deck builder in a game like Marvel Snap.
Speaking of, I do believe we have a deck here from for Butt, the player, and again, it is another Phantom X deck, which again, Phantom X, really cool deck with some notable and very interesting inclusions here of Magus and Baron Zemo. What do you think that we're trying to do here with, I think, some of these stranger inclusions potentially inside of this Phantom X style of deck?
So immediately when I see Magus in a deck, my head jumps to, okay, what are we copying with Magus's effect? Explicitly, it doesn't work with on reveals or activates, so let's just narrow down the range of what's in this deck list. And then we come to the left side of him here and we see Fire here. Such an incredibly powerful effect that you want access to consistently whenever you put her in a deck. And Magus effectively allows this deck to have a 4 energy second copy of Fire here when she ends up buried in your deck.
I think we should see some gameplay then, I feel like.
Yeah, that sounds excellent. Phantom X, one of my favorite cards to come out at the end of last year. It's a card where you need to not only destroy something, but also discard something to allow it to get to 19 points worth of power on a 4 energy play, which is incredibly above rate.
Yep, and we are seeing again the Magus coming down from Butter here, and notably there's three other 2-cost cards. So if you're trying to save 2 energy on a turn, you could be doing, you could be trying to play potentially a Cable, could be trying to use a Carnage, as you can also re-trigger those with Misery. Copycat, I believe we saw for a split second. I think that was Sarah.
Yep, and I think that's why we saw the snap there, and then the retreat. I don't know why Cucumber Ran necessarily retreated. Perhaps their hand just wasn't particularly good to start, or their deck's only okay into the Shuri's Lab in the center. But really quick, let's go ahead and move on to the next.
Yep, and Celestial Burial Ground potentially helping out Phantom X unless it discards him, in which case you now get Laufey. I missed what was discarded from Cucumber Man though.
We see Fire here coming down into the center for Butt, which is absolutely your best turn 2 play in this deck. When you put it in your deck, you want to draw it as consistently as possible.
And one of the nice things I think you can notice about this deck as well is that with the Misery and the Gambit in particular, a final turn play legitimately could just be playing Gambit into the Misery and then playing Misery on top of that Gambit. And with Fire here on the board as well, I think that's also 2 or 3 triggers in total of the Gambit getting a lot of points onto the board.
Well, something that's noteworthy about Gambit is that he only destroys something if you have something in your hand for him to actually discard. And this deck list on Butt's side is a very fair Gambit deck, all things considered, meaning there's no copies of things like Swarm or Apocalypse or Scorn that are going to let you profitably trigger it a bunch of times.
Doesn't stop Butt though here, as he is going to at least potentially be triggering stuff once. And again, noting the Misery here, as Magus notably does not trigger on reveals. However, if you do use a card like Misery or Odin Grandmaster or the like, that does allow you to use said on reveal to your benefit.
All right, this Gambit hit is huge. We hit the blink.
That is huge, but not what you wanted.
But we did miss the 1 and 3 that would have been incredibly good. But it allows us to win the Survivors Camp, giving us an extra draw.
And notably here, I think one of the fun parts with this deck is Cable could potentially try to draw you one of the cards that Cucumber Man's deck likes to run. Typically what this deck is trying to do is trying to get Sarah and Onslaught onto the board before a final turn explosive finish. And so without the ability to potentially get one of those big cards or just have less cards in your deck here, we could be seeing Butt's deck do some very powerful things.
Yeah, but kind of recognizing / acknowledging the fact that like they need to take this Sarah off the board at whatever the cost. If they can do that, they can keep Cucumber Man from setting up their big final turn, and they're going to have not 1 but 2 Gambit triggers here thanks to Misery plus Fire here, and there's 3 shots on the board, so very good chance that Butt's going to go ahead and disrupt the big combo. Right? We missed the first time. We've got a coin flip again now.
Never lost a coin flip in our entire lives. However, but the unluckiest individual in the world here, apparently, as you lost I believe that was 4 different times trying to destroy Sarah. Sarah doing her best Colossus impression as just avoiding every single one of those.
Yeah, missed a 1 and 3, missed another 1 and 3, missed a 50-50. And we see Butt just, reaching for the retreat button here. I often tell Marvel Snap players one kind of measurement you can have for your own use of the snap mechanic is that if you're not retreating in games that you snapped in with some frequency, you're not snapping enough, not retreating enough, or possibly a combination of the two. And we see Butt there. They snapped early because they understood that they were in a favorable position, but then when things didn't work out that way, they also didn't let themselves be overcommitted. They left, giving themselves a chance to still win the match.
And I like that hit Iceman does do for Butt here, as hitting Wave does mean that, again, on turn 4, you can't potentially try to play down a Sarah with a turn 5 Onslaught. So it does, again, force your opponent. You're trying to make your opponent play a more fair, more honest game. And I like what this deck's trying to do, not only, again, in destroying the cards that your opponent will leave on the board, but it's trying to get rid of the cards your opponent has in their deck with cards like Baron, Zemo, and Cable.
Yep, we see just 3 drops get played out for early points here. We see a snap from we see a snap from Butt when they realize that Cucumber Man's not going to be able to set up their combo, and Cucumber Man immediately leaves again here.
Yep, again, very smart snaps, very smart retreats, I think, from both of the players here. Love to see that, as we're seeing on turn 1, who has priority right now. Again, Butt has priority, and if you aren't ever certain who has priority in the game, you can always check the nameplates. Whichever nameplate is glowing is the one that currently has priority. And we're talking about potentially ruining a combo.
Yep, we see that priority pass over to Cucumber Man here, and this is Cable's a very interesting card in these open decklist formats, especially because the information here is asymmetrical. So Cucumber Man does not know which cards they have lost, but does. I'll be interested to see if we see a snap here now that we've taken Silver Surfer away.
And Nico with the location changer is very interesting, as sometimes the Cucumber Man's deck likes to run magic. I don't remember if it's in this deck right now. I think that'll be shown on screen in a second. But you can potentially also just get rid of Sinister London in order to just.
There is not magic inside of the side of the combo deck here.
Thank you. You could still get rid of a Sinister London in order to potentially also destroy the Cable, take 2 more cards away from your opponent's deck, again ruining their combo in one way or another. 3 cards, my bad.
I like the choice of let's go ahead and end on the Nico as opposed to choosing the reroll the location this turn, because it allows Butt to kind of delay that decision of, okay, do I want to change this location or not here to the next turn.
And the note that the 3 cards left in Cucumber Man's deck, you're going to draw 2 of them here, and the last card that they draw will be Prodigy, as evidenced because Copycat has the ability of Prodigy here. And no Onslaught is amazing.
Yep, so you know with certainty what their final draw is going to be, but I'm sure meticulously keeping track of which cards have been used up in Cucumber Man's deck list, and they know deterministically what cards their opponent has access to at this point. Oh gosh, we bricked the blink by drawing the Onslaught with the Cables.
That's amazing. Again, Cucumber Man guaranteed with, it looks like most likely Blink and Sarah in hand, knew that it was guaranteed to be Onslaught, of course, unless but somehow stole 2 cards out of their deck right there. Another massive play. Very interesting deck from Butt here. Haven't seen this exact pile of cards before. I was questioning some of the decisions, but sounds like I should be holding my questions until after this gameplay, because he's doing an amazing job with it.
I think Cable and Copycat are just examples of cards that, like, they're fine when you're playing in regular Marble Snap on the ladder, but they are insane in the hands of a competent, skilled player like Butt, where they're able to leverage the information that they're providing in this open decklist perfect information format.
And now, if I'm Butt here, what I want to do potentially is, could you Copycat middle to re-roll the leftmost location, and then you just play for the middle and right one, in order to guarantee that your opponent can't do anything else?
Yeah, that's definitely an option. It could possibly get them to overcommit on the left, expecting it to assist them in the other 2. Something else that's a call out here is that the right location is essentially locked out to Cucumber Man in its entirety, other than the Blink, Sarah, and Onslaught. All their cards are 3, or they're 3, actually, exactly 3, meaning they cost 2 now, so Crimson Cosmos is going to stop them from being played.
And of course, notably, that all the Blink, Sarah, and Onslaught, the 3 cards that could be played into Crimson Cosmos, are not available for Cucumber Man to be playing here for one reason or another.
The Phantom X here, we noticed that animation is only on half of the card, meaning that Butt has only met half the requirement for it, and there's notably no Gambit or Blade inside of hand for Butt, meaning that is just a 4/7 that does not have a meaningful action.
Dale, Macaco, descansa.
And Butt's still retreating right here, and that's fair, as the opponent was able to play 3 cards. Uncertain where they were going to be able to play them, you are leaving the gameplay up to a coin flip there at the end, which is smart to try to play the games a lot smarter and try to play for the games where you are going to be a lot more confident in what you're trying to do here. Valhalla is powerful.
Okay, yep, and Iceman here is quite good as well in this matchup. Being able to tag a 3 energy card or Sarah is all quite good. Copycat giving us again that asymmetrical information that we were talking about a second ago, that there is a copy of Hitmonkey on the bottom of the deck for Cucumber Man.
Ooh, and Carnage in hand as well with Cable does mean that what you can do with your Cable
Igual, Macaco,
is you can just play that middle, then Carnage, the Iceman, and the Cable in order to take potentially 2 cards away from your opponent.
We see that snap here. Was that Cucumber Man pressing the snap button there?
I believe that was Butt, as we do not see the little circle emanating around the cube currently, and as we are seeing it from Butt's perspective, I do believe that means that Butt is the one who has pressed it thus far.
Yeah, I like this snap from Butt. Yep, definitely was their snap. Once you're in this 4 to 8 position, if you think you're even a little bit favored, I generally like snapping because being 2 to 8 is such an uphill climb. And if you think you're ahead, getting 2 out of them and now being 4 to 6 suddenly gives you more wiggle room, and if you can retreat in future games.
Very good there. Tinker's Workshop giving each of them +1 energy. Again, Cucumber Man, as been noted before, does not have any 1 or 2 cost cards in their deck. However, Nico Minoru is going to be able to draw 2 cards here with this Iceman, also giving you information about what your opponent has in hand.
This is huge. You get info on the opponent, you get your destroy condition met for Phantom X nice and early, and you get to go ahead and loop through your deck getting, well, Phantom X's conditions are met. Unfortunately, he is in the discard zone.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no way to bring him back in this particular deck. However, you did both discard and destroy a card there, but congratulations. I don't know what you're going to do with that now.
Yeah, notable, no Wild Child in this deck list to gain an additional payoff from that type of effect here. We see Cable coming down here, going to provide some information, and Misery, honestly, a great pickup here again as well. We could see that happen next turn, allowing Butt to once again pull 3 different cards out of Cucumber.
That's insane. Oh, and notably here, because Nico was destroyed, the next card that Butt plays will also get destroyed and allow him to draw 2 more. So...
yeah, I think that's actually problematic, because I think we kind of wanted to play the Misery this turn, but you don't want the Misery to get destroyed to draw 2 cards.
I don't mind the hit for Baron Zemo, though, as that getting destroyed gives you one of your opponent's cards. Again, they do not receive that card, and then you would still draw 2 more there. Again, the big note there is you do not get to draw as many cards from your opponent's deck with future cables, which is a real issue.
Butt has closed up the cube differential in this game incredibly quickly. We saw, kind of favorable positions into that snap in the mid game, and then Cucumber Man leaving, and suddenly we're tied up 4-4 here.
Iceman over in the right lane, once again giving us power, and that asymmetrical knowledge, once again telling us that Copycat is using a Silver Surfer. Silver Surfer is the bottom card of Cucumber Man's deck.
Yep, and now thing to note here is that Blink does cause the deck to get reordered, so unless that card shows up for Cucumber Man, Butt can know that Silver Surfer is not a card they need to worry about.
True, you do have the Magus here, and I don't know if you want to play it. I feel like if there is a time that you would want to use Magus, it's coming soon. Luna Snow and Wave are the 2 ways that Cucumber Man has to ramp out both Sarah and Onslaught, and we are seeing Sarah, we're seeing that the Sarah's going to be played on this turn, or potentially, like you mentioned, a Blink, which would then shuffle the rest of the deck.
Unfortunately, the way the timing works on this location and these cards is that the Raft, if we trigger it this turn while playing Blade, the Raft card is going to get discarded. However, I almost think you don't mind doing that if you want to clear it out, because Cucumber Man's incredibly unlikely to fill the Raft this turn.
True. We are seeing, however, them go with the Baron Zemo instead, copying, again, it could be a Silver Surfer, a Hit Monkey as well, who's going to be getting +4 power on this turn. And Null is actually a very big deal for Butt.
It's an interesting one, right? Because you could technically destroy your own cards with Carnage to kind of relocate power here, like bail these 21 points out of the center and have them go somewhere else. We immediately see the Magus.
Oh my gosh, Magus is going to be Fire Hair.
Yes, Magus is Fire Hair, and then we get to hit with Iceman twice, plus Cable draw a couple of cards.
Yeah, exactly. And that also does mean that all these cards which Cucumber Man wanted to be only 1 cost for this final turn, again playing a Onslaught most likely on turn 5, isn't going to be as good for them here.
Now, one thing that Blink did happen, so it's possible that we're going to see a copy of Silver Surfer. Nope, it is gone. That's good to know. Good information there. And the Hit Monkey's gone as well, meaning our Surfer player does not have a lot of total power output range here.
Yeah, no, I don't. I wonder if Butt's going to check to see how many cards the Cucumber Man currently has in hand right now. Typically, you'd like to play 6 cards on this final turn with the way that the deck that Cucumber Man is running goes down, but that's not going to be the same way here, which is very interesting.
So priority on Butt's side of the table does mean that the Shadow King is going to be able to take away any bonuses in the lane that it's played out, making Silver Surfer a lot less adequate for the center. And we know that Shadow King is present in Cucumber Man's hand from the Ice Man that we saw happen moments ago.
And Phantom X cannot be activated, as you do need the cards to be on the board in order for you to activate them here. And I feel like, yeah, this is a fair retreat here right now, but playing it safe, and you don't need to risk these final 2 cubes, as that would have been the final round, would have been for all the marbles. I think that's a good retreat later right there.
Yeah, and these players are playing for a slot in our top 16 with this match. So this is, got some stuff riding on it here. We need to go 2 in a row for Butt. And if you're on Cucumber Man's side, you've got 2 shots to execute your combo and go over the top.
White Palace notably giving Cucumber Man either Misery or Phantom X, and with the information that we've just seen with White Palace, we do know that up until this turn, they did not have an Onslaught in hand. However, that's not to say they didn't destroy it on this turn, or we might get it here, and there we are.
Okay.
Actually, no, sorry, Onslaught could have still been in hand. My bad, with Titan.
The Titan technically means the Onslaught could have been in hand there, but once we draw it, we have a ton of certainty here, and this setup here is incredibly clean for Butt. We have the Fire here into the Iceman, and then we're going to get to Misery and have all these triggers happen again next turn in a big way.
Yeah, this is going to be very powerful. You're going to be drawing 2 cards from your opponent's deck if you play the Misery in the left lane here. However, the Sarah is kind of sneaky, a little bit cheeky here from Butt, and I do like this play, as this lets you do a very big thing on final turn, or even potentially steal their combo with their Onslaught, as you could play that in the middle.
Dance, an epiphany has just hit me. Is Butt playing a secret mill deck?
I do. I think this might be a secret version of mill. Yeah, it's not. It's a very atypical type of mill deck, as it also is discarding and destroying your own cards, but it's very weird. This is one of those decks that I feel like I've seen Butt run weird stuff in the past. That stuff like I wouldn't personally recommend or recognize, but uses it in an incredibly effective and good and well articulated manner. This is weird.
And for those that aren't familiar with card game jargon, mill typically refers to a deck in a game like this where you are destroying or depleting your opponent's deck in some way. We have both Cable and Baron Zemo causing that effect, and then Fire here kind of amplifying it along with Misery further, letting them potentially empty out their opponent's deck before the game is over.
This is going to be a very great final turn here. Turn 5, you have multiple lines to go for right now, and I understand every single one of them. I think I like the Carnage play in particular, as it does let you mess with your opponent's hand just a little bit more, and that feels pretty powerful.
You're also getting extra cards out of the opponent's deck, either way. You're taking 2 away, you're getting 1 with the Cable, and then you're getting another one with the Baron Zemo here, and the Phantom X is going to be set up because you've blown up something already. Ooh, Silver Surfer is lovely.
This is a big turn. Oh my gosh, and the wave as well, allowing every single card to only be 4 cost. It's not going to make a big difference here for either player. Copycat, there are still cards left in their deck. Again,
wow,
you
we know the
secret mill
isn't in hand now as well, because the Copycat tells you that from the bottom of the deck. Blink's going to upgrade the Blade, and a key piece of information here, we see that Copycat. Okay, I like playing out the Blink to the right. So the reason Cucumber Man would play Misery into Quantum Realm is they're planning to Shadow King that location. So you don't want to play your Copycat and Hitmonkey there because its bonus is going to get wiped away, whereas you can put your Blink there because it's going to go up to 8 when they Shadow King.
That's a very key bit of information I hadn't thought about, so I like that particular shot right there. Blade also giving you a bigger card. I'm uncertain what else you really have left in your deck that you would particularly want for trading out Blade, but this is great for Bud right now. I think the only thing you really may want is getting rid of the Blade to make sure it can't be killmongered.
Man, I think we're going to be going to a round 9 playoff for these players to lock their top 16 slot here, 2 cubes to 2 cubes.
You love to see this. Blink taking away that. Oh my gosh, and they have the Gambit still. Hitting the Sarah, that's a big deal still. They don't have Silver Surfer either, as we took that away with their Baron Zemo.
Yep.
Oh, they did get the Hitmonkey. It was the last card in their deck, and they're out of cards again in their deck, as you have mentioned before. Kind of a secret mill deck here.
Yep. And there isn't a payoff for getting all the cards out of your opponent's deck in Marble Snap, but in this open deck format, the payoff is the information. And as Spectrum tells us, knowledge is power.
I have heard her tell me that quite a few times. Iceman over in the left lane right now. You don't really mind, again, as your opponent destroying your cards. It's kind of okay. You've got Fire Hair in hand. Who cares?
Yep, we've seen the Killmonger happen a few times from Cucumber Man, and it's kind of an upside for Butt's deck, you know, re-triggering Iceman, re-triggering Nico. You really don't mind any of these effects. The Magus getting drawn to hand here, kind of just a 2/3 / brick with the Fire Hair already drawn.
Yeah, so I think that's the point, right? I feel like I was trying to figure that out earlier in terms of what Magus is trying to do in this deck in particular, and I think it is being Fire Hair in case you do not draw her, and I like that.
Not the greatest set of cards here on Butt's side of the board. You're lacking all of your meaningful disruptive elements, and this turn's going to be big for Cucumber Man. Do they have the Wave or the Luna Snow to let them accelerate up into their bigger plays in their combo?
Yeah, we've been able to see Butt do very well when he can very well mess with whatever Cucumber Man is trying to plan. And this round in particular, the final round of this game, for all the marbles, Butt doesn't have a lot of those interactive, those very disruptive cards other than Iceman, who's hit Killmonger, who is going to matter, in my opinion, the least for Cucumber Man right now.
Yep, and Wave typically has the drawback of being symmetrical. Both players' cards are reduced to 4, but we see here on Butt's side of the board, all of their cards already cost less than 4.
Magus copying the other two costs.
This is
Cable.
cheeky. We're copying Cable, and then we're carnaging it to trigger Cable through the Fire Hair.
That's some really good... because it would... Because and you might think that
will get
Magus
the on
wouldn't
reveal,
work.
and he won't trigger the on reveal when he copies it, but then destroying him will trigger the on reveal with Fire Hair. So directly, Magus doesn't work with Cable, but indirectly through this deck building choice, it's going to work out here.
Which again, I love this bit of from Magus in particular. Don't feel like I'm questioning it, but again, we're seeing it do some real payoffs in this deck with additional ways to get those on reveals that Fire Hair is giving us right now.
Okay, and there's, you know, the Sarah is in play, and if you're on Butt's side of the board fighting for the bubble here, this is absolutely not what you want to see. You've not been able to slow down the onslaught, and from here, it's just going to be, do they have it? If all of their cards are going to cost 2 less, that's probably all she wrote.
Yep. And Cable not going to, not choosing to go with the Baron Zemo here in particular, as you don't need to worry about that right now if you are. But, however, this is scary. This is a game I think that Butt would be retreating right now if he had the option. This is not where you want to be, but you don't have a choice. You are in this game.
Not only that, but Butt also has priority in this instance because of the way cards have ended up spread out along the board. We saw Cucumber Man very explicitly set their cards up in the center location, so they would be losing on the left and right side, meaning that the Shadow King can't even interact with the Silver Surfer points that Cucumber Man's about to put out.
No, I love these deck building decisions from both players right now, really coming back to matter in every single way. I'm going to shout the Magus out. I was questioning its inclusion originally, but I think it's very interesting here. Even if Butt doesn't take this home, this deck it's caught my attention. It's a very interesting one. Baron Zemo could be a way to put extra points on the board. And then I don't know what else you're doing here.
No.
Yeah, you're just kind of hoping for the best here, I think. It's Baron Zemo on the side with Fire Hair because that's your most points. Then you kind of decide, am I dropping this wave for 6 more on the left or the right? And then you're kind of just hoping for the best. But Cucumber Man is going to literally play out every single card in their hand this turn.
I think notably we saw Butt there pointing to the fact that Copycat did use the ability of Hitmonkey, which is hoping that Baron Zemo will pull Hitmonkey. But unfortunately, Blink shuffles the deck when she puts a card into there and takes someone out. So it's uncertain if it will be that. However, we're seeing it come down. Baron Zemo hit a Silver Surfer. I don't think that's the card you really wanted to see right now.
I mean, you at least landed on the side of the board where you can put the most points. Strong Guy in the center is potentially good for you, but Hitmonkey is absolutely massive with this full hand play out here.
Oh, and the Prodigy onto the Hitmonkey.
Whew.
Wow. That's a big play right there from Cucumber Man at the very end. I like both the decks that the players ran here. They both ran them very well. A lot of options, a lot of different ways to get points onto the board for this final explosive turn. That felt really impactful, really interesting. And it's what you love to see in Marvel Snap. It's good, clean gameplay with a lot of outs, a lot of very interesting choices that are being made. Turn 1 decisions mattering all the way till the very end.
And it's exactly what we asked for when we were looking at that spread of deck list. We were talking about how the most popular deck in this tournament with a 4% metagame share, and there were probably lots of single deck lists playing by good players that they know the ins and outs of, and we saw 2 deck lists that weren't really represented in our metagame chart there playing for top 16 in the last round of Swiss.
Yeah, and I questioned Magus a little bit beforehand. However, I'm not going to question it here, as we are seeing Cerebro 3, which is a deck that typically does like to run Magus, and we're seeing it activate on turn 3, which is, I'm assuming, to draw the Cerebro, to get the ability of Cerebro on this turn. I'm uncertain if it was the last card played, what the logic else otherwise is here, but I do like it.
And going back to talking about how Marvel Snap regularly has cards that have been in the game since its inception that remain competitive, Mr. Negative, that's a card that I've been enjoying since I first played Marvel Snap almost 4 years ago. And it is here, it is in play. We have Magus copying Cerebro, mixing some old and new cards here. And we're going to see probably a big flourish here on the last turn of the game if we end up playing to completion.
Yeah, and even if we don't, you get to just do Scarlet Witch in the right lane to turn that off. A final turn snap from, I believe it is Cali Cat right now, versus the mystery Jeff Gamer.
Technically, it was a final turn snap because deck lists are open here. It was turn 6 of 7, but the Scarlet Witch draw there meant that they were going to end the game before that 7th turn could happen. And we saw our former casters up before us talking about that. Magic, the second most played card in this tournament, I believe, behind Cosmo, but very susceptible to disruption like Scarlet Witch.
Very truthful. Yeah, you don't just have, again, a Cosmo doesn't just fully protect a Magic. You have a lot of different ins and outs that would be very powerful there. Bast, you do have it on this turn, but that's not, you really don't want to hit anything. I guess you could hit Mystique, but you would like to hit more options if you could. And also, with the opponent's deck running an Arnim Zola, you really potentially don't want to be playing into a Sanctum Sanctorum.
Yeah, Sanctum Sanctorum, the reason why our negative player is snapping almost assuredly, it's essentially a free location for them in any of their Arnim Zola draws. Our Cerebro player does have access to a copy of Nightcrawler, but that's only putting 9 points there at most under completely ideal circumstances.
And I do like the Cosmo from here. We also have Chameleon over with Cerebro. But again, you talked about Sanctum Sanctorum. There you go.
Not only the Sanctum, but the Black Vortex also isn't stellar for our Cerebro player, but Scarlet Witch coming off the top to potentially remedy that?
I don't know if that's much of a remedy right there, unfortunately. I'm looking at Tarnax. I don't really want Tarnax to find that opponent.
I very carefully selected the word potentially when Scarlet Witch was rolling her dice, and not a favorable one. Again, I'm honestly, the negative player's draw must be incredibly mediocre for them to have not snapped into these fairly favorable locations at this point.
Yeah, Sentinel over at the left location is I believe most likely potentially to give you a card that has 3 or less power, but there are options that are higher. You don't have, it's not great though if I'm Cali Cat. I'm not loving what these locations currently are.
I mean, I think you have to play into the Tarnax. Your opponent hasn't snapped you yet, so like take your roll and see if you can get another 3 power thing there ideally, or I was about to say less, but actually it's more.
Oh, and Toxin by base, to go with what you said before. Base is 2 power, however, no longer that way.
There's the snap from our negative player, and we saw them pull up the retreat button, but then give a pause and be like, can this Gamora carry the game for me? And I think the answer to that question is no.
With the Cosmo in one of the side lanes, I feel like there's a real potential in order to make sure that you could stop any Arnim Zola Mystique shenanigans. However, I do agree in the end, this is probably a retreat option. I like the question, but the answer, unfortunately, is retreat.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the decision there from both sides with the way the variants broke there.
Mm-hmm. And notably, currently, right now, if we draw in Magus, we don't have a lot of options for what we would actually like to trigger with, like to use with it right now. Thankfully, we haven't drawn it, but that's a question for the future rounds.
Deadlands, another one of those locations that's just like not great for the Cerebro deck, but also like you have time to like remedy it. So we don't have Scarlet Witch yet, but technically the Deadlands can trigger 3 times before we have to have it. And there's the snap for our negative player, and it's a snap on turn 2. So this could be a Deadland snap, but it could also be a I have a Ravonna into Mr. Negative or a good Star-Lord hand snap.
Very truthful. And one thing that could potentially work if you can't do the typical play, a Bastion on turn 4, then playing the Horde on turn 5 would let both the Hordes be the same amount of power, and you could potentially try to use your Cerebro onto those cards instead. That's the most I have, though.
See the Cerebro getting drug out here. Cerebro into Hollow would be an interesting choice because you need to Scarlet Witch the Deadlands, meaning you can't afford to Hollow her.
Yeah, is it going to be a Bastion potentially in the left lane? You've got 2 turns to get rid of the Deadlands.
Yeah, I mean, moving... This might be trying to bait them to play some power into the Hollow because you can, like, move Nightcrawler over and then bash it, and then you have 12 there.
Very real there. Zombie Horde currently sticking at its amount of power. Bastion over in the left lane just to give you a 3-powered Cerebro. Also 2 costs for that matter. However, again, that Zombie Horde in the right lane about to become a real problem.
Yep, we have 1 more draw step on the Cerebro side of the board to find an answer to this Zombie Horde being powered up by the Deadlands. Otherwise, our namesake bonus is going to be going completely away.
And final turn here with all the marbles. What are we getting? That's not who you really wanted to see. And with 4 cubes on the line.
That's not a winner. And looking at the deck list here for our Cerebro player, there's really no tech interactive cards here other than Luke, Cage, and Cosmo. So you don't have things like, you know, Rogue or Shang-Chi or even Valkyrie that can allow you to catch up in terms of the amount of points you have on the board if you don't have your Cerebro bonus.
Yeah, I don't know if you could... I wonder if the plan at this point might just be, hey, what if we just buff up that 1 Zombie Horde and that's it? I don't know what else you're going to be able to go with here.
Yeah, at most, you're going to have 12 points of power in the other locations, which, to be fair, our negative player has not played Mr. Negative yet, but there's a Star-Lord that can maybe let them go over the top.
And also, another key note is that a Scarlet Witch on this turn could change the entire game. Unfortunately, you don't draw it. And yes, it does not look good currently for Calicat right now. I'm uncertain what you want to do here.
So... one saving grace, perhaps, is that the Zombie Horde that's getting all of your Cerebro bonuses is present in the lane where the opponent is building up their board. We have Magus soaking for 3 here, which would grab a copy of Cosmo out of the deck based on the other 3 costs that are drawn. I believe that we are 100% to hit Cosmo here.
That is a very good on reveal right there, as that, or sorry, it would stop on reveals in that lane. Not only does Magus not trigger on reveals base wise, he also will stop the opponent in that lane from triggering other on reveals.
Okay, and we see the other points of power coming up here for our negative player, and that Gore and that Mystique. They don't have to get particularly large to win this game, especially with the Mystique committed to the center. The most points our Cerebro player can put there is 10, and we could retreat to save time, but technically it's free for our Cerebro player to stay here. When you're in the high stakes round, 1 cube on your side is the same as 2 cubes. So being 1 to 5 or being 2 to 5 actually end up being the same.
Victoria! It's a very interesting shout right there, which could have meant actually that retreat was a mistake, and it was better to play it out for the off chance that you did somehow take that game home.
Yep. So I think in the grand scheme of things, they probably lost it. But in reality, you should probably play the extra 15 seconds out because it doesn't cost you any equity in terms of the match to do so.
Yeah, that's a very... Do you want to explain that just a little bit more? Because I can understand it, but I feel like that's a very specific interaction that not everyone might understand that was correct.
Yeah, so in Conquest, when you hit the 5th round, the least amount of cubes you can play for is 2, even if you only have 1 cube left. So because these players were going into round 7, having 1 cube left, having 2 cubes left, is the exact same for Calicat there, meaning that match going up to 5 versus the 4 it was at is the same when they have 6.
And that's a very good bit of differential right there. Machine World over in the right lane, very good for Calicat here, specifically with the Sentinels, as their deck does want to draw a bunch of these very cheap cards potentially with either or probably with Jane Foster, or just be able to use them in general. Can't do that as much. This is good.
Yep, and we see here our Cerebro player identifying, hey, filling up my opponent's hand with these 3 power, 2 energy cards that they can't really make use of is so valuable. I'm actually going to not spend my resources efficiently so I can continue to do that this turn.
I do like that particular shout right there with a Star-Lord, Master of the Sun, gaining, I believe that is 3 additional points, so you get 3 extra energy if you are the Jeff the Baby Landshark player. Again, another Sentinel, and just saying, you know what, I don't really care what else you're going for here. I am just going to continue filling up your hand, continue clogging you there. I like this play. This is very heads up from the opponent right now.
Yep, and we see the extra Sentinel into the Cerebro here. We have Mystique in hand, and we have Chameleon in hand, meaning that we could see effectively 2 more copies of Cerebro added to the board next turn.
Very true. And I wonder if that final card we're seeing in the left lane right there, it's just an Iron Man. I was wondering if it was potentially going to be a Magic, but this means that we are only going to have 6 turns this game. So is Mystique into Chameleon in the left lane just enough to take it home?
I don't know that this is going to be enough. It ends up, so you have 3, yeah, and we see the pause back and forth here. So each of our 3 power things, if we play Mystique into Chameleon, and they live, asterisk with the Danger Room there, are going to be 12 points, meaning that if they play them on the left side, they only have, oh, that is the wrong order for those cards.
Oh no, order. There's order in the court.
Excellent. Okay, so we got it right. I think I like hedging the center here because being 25 to 16 with the Iron Man lane there would mean that they would only need 5 more points to win the left. Oh, and they threw the left.
Oh no.
That's a Sentinel. This means if everything lives, we're good.
Okay. All right. So you just need to live, and you've got this. Again, those early heads-up plays of playing into Machine World mattering so much here for Calicat. All right, come on. Never have I met a safer room.
Oh, it's pausing. Oh, we're good.
We're good.
Everybody,
hold. Wait.
There
you go.
All right.
Wow.
That's it. We get to live to play another day here. We are 2 to 3, meaning that again, with the matches always being worth 2 at this point, we still need to win 2 more games on Calicat's side in order to take this match down.
Can I just say for the record, I never doubted the Danger Room. It would never destroy the cards that we wanted it to. It was always, it was a very safe room personally.
I hear Calicat trains with the X-Men personally, and the Danger Room would never blow up one of their cards. Lots of experience there.
I think there's some X-Men storylines that differ with that line of logic. However, let's keep going with turn 1. Again, no plays from either opponent right now. Lau is not fantastic. Magus isn't atrocious here either. I don't know what you want to go for.
It's interesting. So I kind of like playing Sentinel to make it less likely that Tao Lao hits your 3 power things, but at the same time, if it just goes ahead and my train of thought is derailed. Apologies.
No, you're good. If it hits like maybe some of the cards that have less power, it's not as bad, right? We did see it hit Mystique once, so if it hits it once more, we're getting a benefit out of it at least. However, that's not to say we're going to continue getting a benefit. And I like the Cosmo here in particular from Calicat, as that heads-up play does potentially allow you to stop your opponent. And also playing some of those 3 cost or 3 powered cards earlier does make sure that they can't be hit by a Tao Lao.
Yep, and if we roll the 20%er here, suddenly your Mystique hitting Tao Lao twice is a pretty big upside. Okay, could be unplayable for us. Or
well, not quite.
Bast
is now in hand.
Yep.
Again, little asterisk in that answer, because Bast does mean that you can play, you can now play Chameleon, assuming that it does get hit.
And one dynamic that's worth noting here is that there is a Luke Cage in our Cerebro player's deck. So if they do decide to readjust something's power with Bast downward, they then can't play Luke Cage for the remainder of the game because it would put it back up, since Bast is technically applying a penalty in that instance.
True.
Wait,
and I feel like if I am...
Wait. No. I'm not... you let it happen twice. I'm not letting it happen again. Chameleon?
Oh, I'm sorry. Chameleon. And we're seeing the Cerebro over in the left lane here.
Got it.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to make sure I pronounce that correctly for everyone here who is confused. And I do like still this Bast play here. I also feel like there's a world in particular where you maybe want to activate Magus instead of playing Bast. Because if that worked out for you, you could have gotten a Nightcrawler out of that Magus.
Yeah, we're seeing the Cerebro focus here. We had a critical missequencing error here. The Bast was our last played card this turn, so we can't Mystique, but the Mystique got hit by the Talau, so we couldn't play it anyways,
Yeah,
No
this
harm,
is...
no
all right,
foul.
this is starting to look a little bit rougher here. However, the Cosmo, I think, is going to have to be, again... That's going to have to be the answer for the plays right now. I don't know what else you're going to want to go for, though. You're going to have to hope you snipe potentially a Jane Foster, or maybe you're stopping... God, I don't know. This is difficult. It's scary.
Yeah, you're hoping on your 1 and 3 here, and we missed. So if this is a Jane Foster on the right side, it's going to draw a ton of incredibly souped up cards out of the deck for our negative player, and there it is. And you know, we're in for our last 2 cubes. We're playing for our tournament life here. This is what we got to play with.
And no Bastion. However, you could still try to play the play Bastion onto Cerebro in the left lane in order to get an additional bonus. Feel like that isn't a bad shout. Double. Ooh, okay, double Luke Cage just to try to stop stuff. I feel like I personally would go for the Bastion.
Yeah, I don't think there's nothing in the negative deck list that doles out penalties here. So I think I would be inclined to try and play for the most points possible. I will say I think this game is probably in garbage time at this point, meaning that the result is mostly determined by that negative into Jane. But I think from a pure points perspective, this is going to give our Calicat the most.
Yeah, this is the best opportunity. Assuming, of course, Talao would never hit the 1 and 6 and then hit a Cerebro here, right? He says nervously.
Yep. Yeah, not a ton of points here. The unfortunate part here is that the way our board space has ended up is Chameleon is very specific in what it copies, so... Okay,
wait,
I was gonna say,
this
is really good. I was just about to say, we can't Chameleon our copied Cerebro because they have to be played in the same location, but Killmonger changes that.
Yeah, this is actually very powerful. The Arnhem Zola, unfortunately, being stopped by the best doggo. Oh my, and Luke Cage is now a 3. Wait, hold up. Is this real?
We have a shot.
Wait, I don't know. I don't think you want Sentinel.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yes.
All right, okay.
No, I don't think you want that. No. Please do not play the Sentinel. Calicat, I am talking to you. Please hear me from wherever you are. Please play the... No! Play the Scarlet Witch, please! 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 Yes! Oh, thank God. I'm fine. I'm fine. Calm. Everyone calm. I'm fine. That was
panic.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't worried. He says.
Are we beating 33
Okay.
on the right? I'm not sure that we are. We are. No,
we are.
We are, yeah, because they're 35 and we're 36. So if Scarlet Witch doesn't break the Cerebro bonus, we're going to rubber the end game here. No! What?
That's insane!
And
Why would you do this to us?
You know what's tough? If we would have played the Scarlet Witch in the center, we'd have won. Because Cosmo's there and she doesn't get the trigger.
Oh, that's such a good... No, that's so unfortunate.
Oh.
That is insane. Wow, that is... okay, at least they played the Scarlet Witch. That was a great... This deck is good. I mean, this negative deck is a very powerful one with the Star-Lord Mr. Negative combination. It's a very powerful one. And it won due to that, like, random bit of chance in terms of what Scarlet Witch hit right there, which is insane. It's what you love to see in this game.
Yeah, we've had back-to-back matches now where we saw them come down to almost to the wire there. That one was one card, one Scarlet Witch roll off of being 2-2 after a one right before it was just that close as well.
And I'd like it stated for the record that I personally was never worried. However, if everyone else was not worried like myself, of course, again, not worried in the slightest.
Victoria!
You're already late.
Merlin comes down. Go active!
One card can flip the whole match. Live competition, real tournaments, and insane events. This game never sits still, so jump in now before the next event goes live.
What?
Oh no! I was wrong.
The clock is almost done.
And a bucket! Join us and play Marble Snap today.
Contempla mi imponente mano.
¡Victoria!
As we come back from that absolute roller coaster of a last match, I want to apologize to everyone, as I've been told by production that I made a slight error in what I was talking about before. It's caramel melon, and I'm so sorry about everyone who I was mispronouncing it for earlier. Didn't want to be, mispronouncing things live on stream. That would be so embarrassing. Not as wild though as that Scarlet Witch was during that last game.
I laughed, I cried, the highs and lows of Marvel Snap. Sometimes it's a 50-50 with where you play your card, and sometimes it's the 1 in 200 with how Scarlet Witch is going to decide the game's going to end.
You can argue it's a 50-50, but I like that logic. It is just a 1 in 100. There's a countless number of locations in which Scarlet Witch could have rolled. Would have been amazing. And then there's, Bar with No Name. That absolutely changes the way that entire game feels. But again, I think that's one of the things that we've gone back to every single game. It's coming down to the locations. Locations at the very start of this have been affecting the way all of these games have been going. And that's one of the really awesome parts about Marvel Snap. These locations create RNG.
I know it sounds weird to say this after that game we just watched with Scarlet Witch, but while location RNG decides a lot of the games, players have access to cards like Scarlet Witch that can help mitigate and turn that on their heads, right? Like their tools, whether it's a Magic or a Nocturne or a Scarlet Witch or a Snow Guard, that you can make choices during your deck building to decide how much of that location variance your deck is going to have to tolerate over the course of the game. And I think that that's the dynamic with Magic, especially, that doesn't get addressed enough. While she's obviously a powerful enabler for the combo decks, giving you that extra turn, she also smooths out variance in another way of getting rid of problematic locations that could otherwise stop your deck from functioning.
And you do love to see that. Again, Scarlet Witch in that last round, as it was. However, you do love to see that the way the locations and all that different, it matters so much. Locations matter so much in Marvel Snap, and that mitigation, that control of Magic, of cards like Legion, of cards like Nocturne, Snow Guard, those cards can matter so much and change the entire game. One of my favorite cards, I think, in terms of location mitigation that I wish we saw more of personally is Quake. I think Quake is an absolute cube stealer, can do big numbers, and especially win massive games in just the final weird play.
Yeah, really sweet blowouts with that one for sure.
No, there's a lot of really awesome stuff and a lot of really awesome cards. And we did mention that Magic was the #2 most played card in the full game. However, as we're entering the top 16, let's look at which cards are currently being seen the most.
Okay, we have a little bit of a dynamic change here. So these are our cards in. Oh, this is the total from the tournament.
Got it. So Cosmo has performed very well so far with the most frequent and a 52% win rate. However, if we're going to look at the highest win rate so far, Sam Wilson, Captain America, with a 62.75% win rate right now. Is there any other numbers particularly here, Jeff, jump out to you as interesting?
I think the big thing that stands out in my mind is that Cosmo win rate. I know it's lower than something like Sam Wilson, but the frequency there is key, right? Like we look at other tech cards in that list like Shang-Chi that are close in play rate, they're winning significantly less than something like Cosmo. There's a 7-point differential there between those two cards.
Yeah, that's very truthful. And it's fun. A lot of these enablers can do big things, right? We're seeing, again, Sam Wilson's doing a lot. However, you then look at another enabler who is a more recent release with Star-Lord Master of the Sun, and he's not even above a 50% win rate, which I don't know if I would have guessed going into this tournament.
Well, I think Star-Lord Master of the Sun is one of those cards that a lot of players have a hard time evaluating objectively because the types of decks that play into it, they go so big that it's easy to remember the losses where they blow you out and you needed to leave, or you stayed and they went really far over the top of you. But at the same time, it's easy to forget the ones where their deck just kind of didn't function and they left doing nothing.
Yeah, that is a very good point as well. Yeah, I like that stuff. And I think one of the higher win rate cards that we can see here, again, other than Sam Wilson, it's notably Shu Lao the Undying, the season pass card of January. And that is another really powerful one. It also has the highest amount of average points total and a very high win rate, again, in comparison to everything else. This is really good.
One dissection of this data that'll be interesting to dig into after the fact is what is the overlap between Sam Wilson decks and Shu Lao decks, because in particular we saw a lot of really strong players bring a deck playing those two cards together, explicitly that Moonstone Maverick Shu Lao deck. So part of that win rate with Shu Lao might not even be just Shu Lao being incredibly strong, but one particular shell with Sam Wilson that's a more narrow card being played in it, kind of pulling that win rate up for the card as a whole.
Yeah, and I think one of the other things that I think is very notable and interesting about Marvel Snap, again, is we had mentioned before in terms of its regular balance cadence, right? Where I would be looking at some of these cards, and I might not think they may be the most powerful, may not think that they might win the most games. However, we are seeing them with a very high win rate and a lot of cards with very good point rates, a lot of wins, a lot of good stuff inside of these cards. And again, these are just the total numbers of everything that we have seen thus far in Marvel Snap in all of these tournaments. Which ones do you think are which ones are your favorite here in terms of this list?
One other key data bit I think here from these numbers is the Cosmic Ghost Rider win rate, because most notably it is the highest win rate of the interactive cards that we see here in this deck list, which I don't think that really surprises me a whole lot. One of the more popular decks we saw in the archetype breakdown was the end of turn deck list, and Cosmic Ghost Rider not only is really powerful into that deck, but also lets you interface with things like Maverick or things like Star-Lord Master of the Sun before they get copied and duplicated around the board. It really is just one of the most flexible interactive cards into the range of the field right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool and very interesting cards, I think, just in those options. And again, I want to note that Magic is the 4th most played card, and one of the other cards we talked about, which is a form of location mitigation, is Merlin, and who is the 2nd most played card, his Omniversal Presence giving him +1. But again, the more notable effect of it is changing the location so that Magic decks don't have as reliable in terms of points, that you can't rely on that turn 7 as often as you would like.
One of the key things to look at from a data perspective as well here is this is our starting field. Let's go ahead and take a look at the top 16 card stats, our players that are making the deepest run in this tournament from the single elimination perspective here. So these are the frequency that these cards appear inside of our top 16. We see, again, specifically Cosmo is our most played card, but it's by a much smaller margin here, right? Like Cosmic Ghost Rider, that what I called out a moment ago as having that standout win rate, has gone from the 6th or 7th most played card to the 2nd most played card among our most successful decks.
And I like the shout as we continue looking through this list. There's a lot of cards here that are going to be powerful, and even though we see that most frequent cards are Cosmo with 7 decks out of the top 16, Cosmic Ghost Rider with 6, again in the top 16, Sam Wilson, Captain America in 5 decks. We've got a few different options in 4, and one of the ones I want to look at here is Iron Man. Iron Man's a card that's been in the game since the very beginning. Hasn't gotten any changes, forever been a 5-cost, 0-powered card that doubles the stats that you currently have at that location, and is still a super relevant, super powerful card and very interesting card in Marvel Snap. And I love that we're seeing such a vast amount of it here.
Yeah, and it looks like we likely have more than one different Iron Man as far as archetypes go in our top 16 cut here, because there aren't, 4 copies of Mr. Negative or 4 copies of Living Tribunal, which would be some of the typical homes that he sees playing.
That's very truthful. Yeah, I like that bit. And we do see another card as well. We see a couple other end of turn cards here in group number with 4 decks in total. But one that I do want to point out is Drax Avatar of Life. I think Drax Avatar of Life is a very cool card, and it's one that I haven't seen many people talk about, but it is a very good amount of points. Well, what how do you feel about Drax as an end of turn card, or maybe just some of the other end of turn cards that we are seeing in the more frequent cards here?
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we look back on the February season that we've just come out of long term and view Drax Avatar of Light as being the best card to have released inside of that season. He's one that's really easy to overlook because he's not doing anything particularly flashy or fancy, but he's very consistently 10 points of power on a 3 energy card that you have to work a very minimal amount to get those stats out of.
And I think in comparison, also, if we had looked at the previous stats before, right? I think we had seen that, what was the most popular card, or sorry, what was the card with the highest win rate before? It was Sam Wilson Captain America, right, with that 62.75%. The second one, again, going down to a Cosmic Ghost Rider in terms, again, the most highest win rate, I believe, there. Or Shu Lao. Actually, Shu Lao was number 2. And if you note, again, Shu Lao isn't a very common card in the top 16. Not in number 3, not in number 4. It's not having as many plays. There's maybe 2 of them? Yeah, 2.
Where's he? He's all the way down there at number 2. And I would bet, we'll take a look here in a second, but I won't be surprised if those 2 copies of Shu Lao are being paired inside of those Sam Wilson Captain America decks, because he's not all Sam Wilson decks are playing. Obviously, we have 6 copies of him in our top 16 cut, but I think one of Shu Lao's best variations are leveraging that effect.
Yeah, and another deck I think we've seen a lot of people running and going into is, again, that end of turn with Doom 2099. And notable, again, there's... even though we saw, again, a lot of people running that deck initially, there is only one person running Doom 2099 in the top 16, which goes to show that even if a deck you might think is very strong, very powerful, it goes down to how good you are at playing the deck. Because decks in Marvel Snap aren't everything. It really comes down to the player's skill and the knowledge of the game itself. So even if you might think Doom 2099, really powerful, really the best thing to bring, no, bring stuff you're good at.
Well, and 2, I think, as we get into the later rounds of these tournaments, better players will have more skill expression. And I think while Doom 2099 and its decks are doing something that's relatively powerful in the objective sense, they're also a deck that's more predictable, which is detrimental inside of a game where snapping and cube equity is something that matters, meaning that better players are going to understand the output range that they have quickly and more frequently, meaning that you're going to get less cubes from your wins, and you're typically going to lose more cubes on your losses from players only staying when they know they can beat you.
It's very fair. There's a lot of really cool decks here in the top 16 as well, and I think we have those as well, or we're going to have them here in a second, but I think we can actually look at all the top players here, and then we can talk about their decks. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so we've got Xavier over here with Zar into Gamer and Como, Smiles and Zulibur, and I cannot apologies, I cannot pronounce that name, as Anjuj and Zakael. I'm assuming over on the left side of this bracket for the top 16.
Excellent. I think you're crushing it with the name, so I'll let you read the right side as well.
We got Movi and Minnie at the right with Light Naboru and Quido. Live Legend and Parzival over on, as well as W and Nightmare, ending off our top 16. Now, I don't know what every single player is bringing, but I do love that we have so many different players, and I think there are some people here who have been in the game for a while. A lot of people who have been in Marvel Snap since its inception, since its launch, maybe even the beta. And some people have come in just now, just into this tournament, and they can still participate, still compete. So if you're ever wanting to jump into one of these tournaments as well, whether you're new to the game, whether you've not touched the game in a while, what we talked about, I think, repeatedly during this is that a lot of old decks that we've seen are very viable, are very powerful, and you can run those to good effect. You can jump in with very little knowledge and still be able to do well if you have a good understanding of the game, or you could come in from a bit of time and still be able to have a good time.
And for those all right, we're going to go ahead and take a look at one of our deck lists from these top 16 players up next. Speaking of deck lists that have been around for a while and are still finding success today, this is a classic archetype that has been you know, small new additions here and there, with the most recent one here, I believe, being Goliath or Moonstone that came out at some point in the last year. But the core of this deck has basically been around since Marble Snap was created, you know, almost 4 years ago at this point to the public, where you have these incredibly disruptive elements in Armor and Cosmo, and then you have really efficient stats that can go tall with a card like Iron Man, or have your deck's namesake in Spectrum spread points out all around the board in the last turn.
And I think, yeah, Goliath is the last one who got introduced, I believe, in the What If season last year. I want to say April or May. And one of the other things that I think is of note here, whether or not it's the actual particular deck, it has a very storied history, it's been in the Marvel Snap for a while, is I just want to point out we do have a very varied amount of variants to look at. And that's also just a really cool bit of Marvel Snap, in that you get to see very cool pieces of art and be able to customize them, personalize them in your own way, with candy cane borders and cosmic backgrounds, bronze metallic, gold crackle, the 9 yards. There's a lot of really cool customization just in that bit of Marvel Snap.
Some of the splits are completely bananas when it comes down to it. There's something for everyone when it comes to customizing your cards in Marvel Snap. And we've talked a lot about the gameplay strengths that Snap has, but really that's one of the things I think it does better than any other card game that's out there too, is allowing you to make your digital cards feel like they're yours with how you like the look of them.
Yeah, and I do believe, by the way, as much as we're talking about this ongoing Spectrum pile, I believe in the first round that we're going to be looking at here, it is ongoing versus ongoing.
Excellent. So a little bit different dynamic with our second ongoing deck, and this kind of, you know, shows all of the deck building depth that Snap has available to it. Is we have similar strategies, but with key card differences here. The other one we just saw, a Spectrum deck that's looking to spread out points the last turn of the game, potentially with its namesake, while this one is leaning more into the going small plan, with Sarah enabling them to play out multiple cards in the last turn of the game in a way that's less predictable.
Right, I think notably here, Magus, Captain Carter, and Sarah are the 3 different cards in the deck in comparison to, I believe previously we had Armor, Spectrum, and I want to say Mr. Fantastic. But even with, once you change 3 cards, the deck changes entirely. We're not looking at the same deck. We wouldn't even call this a Spectrum deck like we called the previous one. This is a brand new pile of cards just by changing 3. And I think that also goes into the interesting and in-depth deck building you can do in Marvel Snap. There's a lot of really cool cards here, and by changing 1, changing 2, changing 3, yes, there's a similar core, but the deck, the gameplay, the way you want to understand each and every turn changes drastically.
Yeah, and Magus being a key shout out here. Sarah, obviously one of the things that they're looking to do to make all their cards cheaper on the final turn of the game, and Magus effectively giving you a second virtual copy of her in your deck. If she's the only 5-drop, you can pass with unspent energy on that second to last turn, getting a second effect of her that you can play out earlier.
I feel like there's going to be interesting. So the ways that you're going to be wanting to put down points with the prior deck will be cards like Spectrum. You're going to be wanting to do potentially spreading out your points to the side lanes as well, potentially with a Mr. Fantastic. Whereas with this game, it feels like you're more so trying to lean on the Iron Man into Mystique package, which has a notable interaction with Moonstone, where if you Mystique a Iron Man in a Moonstone lane, Moonstone will also use the Iron Man ability that Mystique has, allowing you to double the double, which is, I think, quadrupling at that point.
Another big interaction that this build has that the previous one does not is that Moonstone alongside Captain Carter can allow you to get absolutely massive in a single lane. One key thing we're going to want to watch for there is you want Moonstone and Captain Carter in different spots between the front and the back, with ideally the higher power one, i.e. Moonstone being in the front, allowing you to scale up the back 3x whatever Moonstone power happens to be.
Right, so Moonstone's power would go onto, let's imagine you had the Captain Carter behind
Ese
her,
micrófono
but she's
volvió
still
con voz
copying
donde estaba
Captain
sin voz.
Carter, who then has the additional power from Moonstone, who then is there. My brain's starting to wrinkle just from thinking about this stuff.
And then Magus adds a dynamic here as well, where you can like have Magus copy a Captain Carter that's still in your deck, and Magus only costs 2, similar to the Mystique you were talking about. So if Magus copies an Iron Man or a Sarah, Moonstone can double that up as well, where if you lead Magus into Moonstone, pass on 5, suddenly a Magus Sarah is going to give all of your cards a 2
¿Cuánto tiempo duraste
and
así?
suddenly you're this miracle style deck playing out its entire hand on the last turn of the game, which again is so different than the Spectrum deck looking to play one big predictable finisher.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to note there as well, which is interesting, is playing a Magus on turn 2, skipping then let's go with a all 5 energy on turn 5, giving you an Iron Man potentially, lets you Mystique Magus which would give you that Iron Man you could still copy there. So there's a lot of very nuanced and niche interactions in this game, in this deck in particular, that are very cool and very fun to look at in between all of them. But I think we should probably be able to see them in the game in order to see the most power. But again, I want to point out that Captain America Sam Wilson, nice little bit of positioning with Captain Carter that you can do with the shield there.
Yeah, and, you know, key interaction for folks newer to the game, Sam Wilson's shield powers up Captain America, who Sam Wilson is a subset of that. He's also Captain America in many instances, but that shield can power up the OG Captain America as well, kind of bouncing back and forth between their locations, giving you synergy with both of them.
Yeah, any card with Captain America.
No, ahí está desactivado, no problem.
So thusly, even though you do see Captain Carter with the shield, that
Estoy
is
mirando un
not
torneo
Captain
de
America's shield. She
Hearthstone.
does not feel as patriotic there.
Well, she's patriotic, just with a different flag.
True, just a little bit of twist there. Maybe she's taking tea instead of coffee in the morning. But there's a lot of really fun stuff there, and I think we should be going over to these games pretty soon.
Como
but I
purifica.
want to point out that I think Cosmo is a very disruptive card that has felt like it's done a lot of stuff in the games that we've seen so far, especially when we go back all the way to that
O
Scarlet
sea,
Witch
lo
game
que te dio fue por eso.
Cosmo would have changed the way that entire game played out, would have meant that you win there if you play your Scarlet Witch onto the Cosmo, just getting the points of power there. How do you feel about Cosmo and his strength in the metagame in Marvel Snap as a whole?
So we saw Cosmo maintain its first most played card position going into our deck list in the top 16, but it's going to have a really important dynamic in certain matchups where that Cosmic Ghost Rider, the second most played card among the top 16, is present. Being able to wipe the text off of a Moonstone or a Carter that really loves to be in the front row is quite detrimental, and that's Cosmo's primary role here. It's not just a disruptive card for opposing combos, it's also a protective card for the ongoing deck for its own cards.
Then it probably seems like we should jump into our very first game here, as both players have dropped Ant-Man over in the left lane. We're then seeing Ravonna, Renslayer dropping over in the right as well, with Jotunheim not the best location that you'd really want to be seeing right now.
Yep, we see a small pause here trying to decide which card we want to play out on the third turn of the game. That Genosha giving our light player some pause here. It notably destroys everything that is not your highest cost card, so long as they stack up multiple 3 energy cards there, they'll be safe from anything blowing up on that fifth turn.
Yeah, and Ravonna, while that would give you a potential discount on your Mystique, it's uncertain if that's really what you want to do here in terms of, your turn 3. It feels like you could spend all your energy on Mr. Fantastic, who is going to be giving +3 to his side lanes.
Yeah, and with no copies of Moonstone in sight for light, you have less incentive to get the Ravonna out early because you don't have any way to double up her effect quite yet, but there she is.
And speak her, so she will appear. However, you play Moonstone middle, you're going to be in trouble, assuming you don't. Now, we do know that Light does have an armor in the deck. You could be trying to bank on that right now. Little bit concerning with this. But we'll see how well this goes. One of the also looking at all these variants again, just showing that Marvel Snap has a lot of really cool, really beautiful pieces of art in their game.
All right, we have 2 draw steps. We had 1 draw step. Sorry to find.
This Ravonna is not gonna have a long life if she gets played to the middle right now. There's about to be an absolute. Oh my, that's not gonna do well at Genosha here.
Yeah, I think we're going to be quickly heading into our second game with Light down 1 cube here, the way this is played out. They were kind of all in on drawing the armor on turn 5 here once they committed to that location. You see that?
Yeah.
The Iron Man emote here kind of acknowledging, hey, this one's going to end the game and we're going to be heading to the next one here real soon.
Yeah, that one's not looking super fantastic if I'm Light. And you do potentially try to have Reed's Lab, which I feel like if you had played into Reed's Lab earlier, with Reed's Lab giving you additional energy each turn it's full there, also with Ant-Man who likes that location being full, feels like that could have been a way to potentially lean this game into. With that snap though.
Yep, we see the opponent snap into the relatively quick. Let's go ahead and get on out of here. Genosha has not worked out our way. We're going to go ahead and quickly get into the second game in this match.
As predicted, of course, by Jeff right there. Yeah, Genosha's a little bit of a difficulty without armor there to protect you. However, the second round hopefully will have a little bit less destruction of Light's own cards.
Go ahead and see what our opening hands and our first location look like. I would say both of these decks. Hey, look, there's the armor. A little late.
Yeah. Why didn't they just draw that card earlier? Feels like that would have helped them, like last game.
I think both of these decks tend to be relatively resilient to location variance, so there's still sometimes going to be that Genosha that pops up and gives you a hard time. Our bottom player playing Weird World's a strange one because it's these decks are close enough that it's kind of just like a draw 2.
Yeah, you do get to know. I think it's also that location asymmetry, or sorry, the knowledge asymmetry that we were talking about before. Because by not playing the Goliath or the Mystique that we have drawn from the opponent's deck, they don't know which cards are missing from their own, and so now it kind of gives you that little bit of information. Don't know if it's going to be helpful here, but it is something to keep in mind.
Yeah, we see that very explicit choice there. Okay, we're going to play our own Goliath instead of the Goliath we drew off of your deck, so it keeps you kind of in the dark for longer, knowing where your cards we've picked up. This is their Mystique, kind of debating where they want to play this out. Now, it may seem strange to play into the Academy here, knowing that the cards are going to move randomly, but Yggdrasil is going to distribute extra power across the board every turn, so ideally you want to play your cards outside of it to be most likely to catch those buffs.
Yeah, and I do note the strangeness of that Academy. With what Goliath over in the left lane right here, again, showing then that we do have their Goliath in comparison, and by hiding the Mystique, I feel like the Mystique is the most powerful, and we have our Mystique, especially in regards to that Moonstone on the board. There's a big amount of power, I think, that we're about to see Light drop on the final turn.
Yeah, if you're on Nobu's side, you are really hoping to draw a copy of Ravona next turn, because Ravona underneath the Moonstone would allow you to discount all of these 1 and 0 power cards by 2 to give you an absolutely massive final turn. That being said, they're still pretty well set up here. Even if they brick on the Ravona, they can play an Iron Man out and then have 2 copies of Iron Man on the last turn of the game. Mr. Fantastic, also a good amount of flexibility here as well.
Yeah, but I think in the end, I do like this Iron Man play. I feel like I would like it in the middle or right location, just to potentially get that 1 point from Yggdrasil.
So one of the upsides to making sure the Iron Man is on the left is if you're Mystiquing the Iron Man, ideally you want the Mystiqued Iron Man to be in the center, because Moonstone only doubles the ongoing effects of your lower cost things. So the nominal upside of getting the Yggdrasil bonus on the Iron Man is probably worth less than having guaranteed in the ideal slot.
That's a good shout there. I hadn't thought about. So with that in mind, we've got again the Sarah from the I believe that was Light's Sarah at the beginning.
Yep.
Or no. Wait, no,
yep,
that's
Sarah.
Quito's. That's Quito's because we are Spectrum. The opponent.
Oh yeah, the Spectrum is on the bottom. Yep, good show.
They are very similar decks. I'm getting confused over here, but now final turn, Mystique into Mystique is a big amount of points, and there's no real point in trying to go with a Cosmo as there's no ongoings you can be stopping. Trying to go with the Mr. Fantastic over, I don't know if the Mr. Fantastic is interesting. Do you like that more than the Mystique at the mid?
So most of the points for our top player are condensed on the left, so going big there makes sense to some degree, and the Mr. Fantastic does kind of keep them honest on the right. With the Moonstone, you're going to be adding 6 more points of power there at a minimum. I kind of don't mind this as well. This like fully fans out and plays for all 3. You're still gaining some amount of points in the middle because the Goliath and the Moonstone are both increasing for every... Yeah, there's a lot of permutations here. We could just put out a lot of Iron Men. We could just go ahead and play a Spectrum. It really depends on if they want to consolidate their power in 2 spots or fan out and play for all 3.
This is interesting. Yeah, you've got a lot of permutations for this final turn here right now. Also, with the double Mystique in the right lane, you can't really add... You'd be adding in the end. That does get you to 8 points, right? Which I don't know if that's where you want. I don't know where you want the most of your points right now. This is concerning.
So the single Mystique in the center ends up taking it quadrupled there, while also adding 4 more to between the Goliath and the Moonstone. So you'd be looking at 76 points of power with the Mystique in the center. This looks like we're going to go for fanning out points across the board. Double Mr. Fantastic here would put 12 on each side. Nope, last minute change. All right, still fanning out a little bit, but still committing the center, and there's a retreat.
And there we go. We're seeing that win there from Light, as Light is able to take the... Quito's a little bit scared there, as they hadn't drawn their Mystique yet. Didn't know, I believe, if Light had it yet. Could have been the bottom card of their deck either way. However, this was a good play, I think, from Quito in the end. And Onslaught Citadel being great for, I'd say, our player here, but it's also, of course, great for the opponent. As we talked about earlier, only 9 cards different. 9 cards are the same between both of them, only 3 different.
So I think with the Onslaught Citadel not being in the center location, I would probably say it's a small edge at the very least to Quito on the top, because they have access to Sarah, and Onslaught Citadel letting your Sarah discount all your cards by 2 is a really big deal. Whereas, the effects that Light's going to get from Onslaught Citadel are simply making your numbers bigger in exactly that location.
Very true. I love that stuff. We're seeing the Sam Wilson, Captain America, putting down a lot of points over in the right lane. Going to be able to let you fight very effectively for Mojo World. Mr. Fantastic over at the left is going to also put down a good chunk of stuff mid. Without an onslaught,
I think this is kind of a counterintuitive play, because normally you want to put your Mr. Fantastic in the center lane to fan out points across all three. But like I mentioned, the Onslaught Citadel for ongoing decks makes you have a lot of points of power in that particular lane. And then by committing Mr. Fantastic there as well, it means you also have a lot of powers in the center. And in SAP, you only need to win 2 out of 3, right? So if you have a lot on the left and you have a lot in the center, that's hopefully enough to drag the game across the finish line for you.
Very good. And Moonstone in the left lane, of course, going to let you... I would say it's just doubling the Mr. Fantastic, but I think it's a double of a double thanks to the Citadel.
I believe we just saw Magus trigger there as well while our player was zoomed in at the end of turn, grabbing a 1 energy Ant-Man out of the deck.
Oh, that's a good shout. I hadn't missed that entirely. Again, Magus, even though you can't get an on reveal there, does still work out pretty effectively as a 1 cost. Yeah, sure. Give me an Ant-Man. I'm down.
Yeah, and I think that's probably Quito looking at the cards in their hand and being like, okay, my energy is going to be spent on the next few turns. I already have a 5 energy play to make, which is Magus's other big point. I have an unspent energy. Might as well make it an Ant-Man here, because then it's going to get up to 9 points of power in the Citadel.
Very good. And the Captain America as well. I'm uncertain what you want to do for the final bit. You could put down a lot of points in the left lane, but without an Iron Man, the Iron Man left is going to be, I feel, more powerful potentially than anything else you could be trying to do here if you are I don't know what you want to do.
Yeah, on light side, they kind of need to map out what does their last turn look like, and the texture of their hand, they probably need to commit to the Mojo World this turn or not, especially if they want to play Spectrum in the final moment, because like if they're Spectruming on the last turn, they're only adding 1 card to the board, meaning they need at least 3 things in Mojo World to be able to Spectrum and threaten that location simultaneously.
I wonder if there's a world where you're supposed to, rather than moving the shield over to the right lane on this turn, you're supposed to move it elsewhere and then play your Captain America to the right lane just to get that additional bonus and let yourself be able to move both, move the shield to buff up both Captain Americas like we mentioned before.
If this is Sarah, it's a big deal. It means the kind of output range of Quito is absolutely massive and difficult to calculate. Probably a retreat on Nobu's side here. It's just so unpredictable what your opponent's going to be able to do here in this last moment.
No, it's very big stuff. I like it a lot. And this, yeah, Spectrum, you do have 26 points power, but the problem is, like you mentioned, you've got the double discount, and that is a big deal. And maybe the middle lane and I feel like your right lane are looking like the better ones you want to win. So I don't particularly love the Captain America on the previous turn, but that still might be okay for Light Naboru here. Going with the shield, moving over to the left. I don't know what you want to do here. And again, Quito, every single one of Quito's cards is discounted by 2, right? So that's a 3-cost Iron Man and a 1-cost Mystique, a 1-cost Cosmo, a 1-cost Captain America. This is going to be an explosive amount of power on the final turn from Quito that I don't know if Light Naboru is going to be able to take it home.
Yep, and we see the long pause here. I think this is one of those instances where we might see a stay just because it's only 1 more cube here, but I do think Quito is pretty favored here as we see 5 cards get played out with that massive discount.
God, that's terrifying. Let's see what we have. Spectrum telling us and reminding us that knowledge is in fact power. Mystique copying the Moonstone ability. As Light Naboru is letting everyone else know that they are unfortunately potentially losing. Captain America over in the, Captain Carter in the left lane. Ravonna and Thor bringing down the Avengers. That is an insane amount of power.
Just the hub Thor, because everything costs 1 less, so you might as well throw it in and have a party.
That is absolutely insane.
And I think seeing that play out exactly like we kind of analyzed at the start, like so Onslaught Citadel, kind of similar for both of these decks, but ultimately giving the edge to the deck that has access to Sarah, because that unpredictability of having the big flourish at the end of the game is quite strong. And that really highlights kind of the strength of the deck building aspect that Quito has chosen to leverage, which is they can generate their own double discounted Sarah with Magus and Moonstone on demand.
And Sinister London being quite powerful. I feel like you like the Goliath personally more than a Sam Wilson. You could go Sam Wilson in a side lane, though. I don't think that's a particularly bad idea.
Well, so it's interesting, right? Sam Wilson generating 2 shields can let you get bonuses on each of them every single turn, but also clutters your board a good bit. And, you know, one more thing like Destroyed Mansion here to provide some clutter, and suddenly your space is getting very restricted.
Yeah, the Okay, so we got Captain America going over to the side lanes, but one note is that Vibranium is in fact an ongoing card, and that can get the bonus of everything else. Moonstone over in the left lane is potentially interesting, as that would let you gain a lot of, I think it's going to be 5 extra points over there. Sorry, 11? 12? How many points you gave with that?
It's a good bit. So we've got what, the 4-point bonus and then 5. So the Moonstone will be +4 and the Goliath will be +4. So we'll be at 15 over there. But I don't think Quidobo is necessarily playing for Hala so much as they were just like playing the Vibranium there because they don't want to copy it and it can't be destroyed.
That makes sense. Okay. Well, let's see what we got here then. What else are we going to get from the opponent?
I assume this is Moonstone coming down for our top player, and they're hoping this goes to the right, and they lose that 50-50, so they're going to lose their backup one here.
No, they don't, because actually...
Oh, it's copying the Vibranium! What a clean
There you
play.
go.
Excellent.
There you go. If I'm Lightning Bolt right now, I think the best play here is going Mystique mid and potentially even, or just a Cosmo mid. You just shut down the on-reveals there, as one of you wants to play a Mystique there. If you stop the opponent, you've got that heads-up information that they may not.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought process, right? Because like on light side, you kind of want to double Spectrum, but I think getting 2 copies of something probably benefits Moonstone more at this point than it benefits you with your Spectrum.
That's true, yeah, as also you are shutting down your ability to use Spectrum if you are playing it that way as well. So that's a very notable downside. So there's a lot of weird ways you can play this, but again, no Iron Man is really hurting Light right now.
Yeah, they were really hoping for Iron Man to be their turn 5 draw so they could slam that in the center, and now suddenly so many of the plays that Guido could make are going to be incredibly powerful with this initial ending.
I was about to say, I like this Ravonna in the left lane, because if you do draw the Iron Man as the top deck, you do get a minus, I believe it would be a -2 discount on it, making it only a 3-cost card with a Mystique as a 1. However, with Mystique copying the Moonstone, not going to be quite the same.
Okay, Iron Man is quite cheap here if we top deck it, and I think I'm honestly surprised Guido hasn't snapped. The rest of their hand must not be particularly strong here.
Ooh, okay, and then Spectrum I definitely think is your best option right now. However, if Guido does just play a Mystique down, the Moonstone is going to be copying that Mystique at the middle location and putting down an amazing amount of power mid that you really don't want to see if you're Light.
Yeah, so Spectrum's going to add 7, 13, 19 to the center, getting us up to 46, and she's going to be adding 16 on the left, so we've got 47 and 46 potentially off the Spectrum in the center and the left. A Mystique on the Iron Man under the Moonstone is still going to go over the top of that, though, right? You'll have 3 double-ups in the middle, and then if that Mystique lands on the left, you're going to have at least 2 double-ups there as well.
That's what you want to see. I feel like this is the best play I think that you can make if you're Light. I don't know what else you could really go for. This does feel like your best option. I want to make, could you Cosmo?
That's a really interesting thought. You could definitely Cosmo. Yeah, that honestly might be better. Like they might not
go Cosmo into.
So yeah, because the Cosmo shuts down the Mystique copy as well, right? Because the copied Mystique will then look at the original Mystique that was played out.
Yeah. I don't know if I would play the Vibranium, though, because you are stopping your other on... Actually, well, I guess it still wouldn't work, right? Because it counts the previous card, so it would be the previous Mystique that was the last card played, so you can't copy any text there because it's a non-reveal. So this shouldn't work either time, I don't believe. Yeah, there's no target.
Yep.
And Captain America cannot buff the Mystique, and that Cosmo was a very large deal.
Yep. All right, we're tied up 3 cubes and 3 cubes out on each side, 7-7. I didn't think Cosmo was going to be much of a factor inside of this ongoing mirror match. We're seeing it really be a key factor alongside the points out early on light side, allowing them to leverage that interactive card away.
No, it's every single card in this deck is mattering thus far. Mr. Fantastic putting down a fair amount of points, Spectrum being an absolutely explosive final turn, as well as we're seeing cards like Magus matter a lot for the opponent. Captain Carter, the differences of the decks, again, only 3 cards difference, are making such a big effect here.
Yeah, and the Asgard here, normally you wouldn't want to play your armor into the center because you want to kind of save that up for your Moonstone path, but Asgard changes the dynamic here where you want to contest this lane early so that way you can draw extra cards in the 4th turn if you're winning it.
Yep, and once again, we're seeing Magus, and Now you basically want to float your entire turn, but the problem is you like that if you're using Magus, or do you just not care? And are you gonna try to go with like a Mr. Fantastic?
Yeah, interesting choice here because Light has Mr. Fantastic and Quito does not, which means Light can afford to just leave the rocks there for the entire game while still adding, you know, a not nominal amount of points there between Fantastic, Moonstone, and maybe even Mystique the Moonstone, making it so Quito has to skip a turn to clear the rocks, but then also still commit power to win the lane.
Yeah, I like that shot right there. So Magus is copying Mystique.
We didn't lose the rocks. We didn't skip our turn. We activated. Maybe
I'm gonna ask you to explain. I'm gonna ask you to explain that because I don't know if everyone understands what just happened and what went wrong.
Okay, we see a reaction on the
They're
Collapse Mine,
shocked.
so perhaps they did not know that interaction. So Collapse Mine is templated differently than a card like Infinite, which is the most common comparison. Infinite asks you to not play any cards on your previous turn to unlock him, whereas Collapse Mine asks you to skip your turn, meaning you can't activate, you can't move a Sam Wilson shield or a Nightcrawler. You have to do absolutely nothing other than end the turn if you want those rocks to go away.
Yeah, and we're seeing that, again, the differences in the decks mattering a lot here, as now, if you're Quito, you can't really put points in the right lane unless you're skipping your turn 5, which is such a big turn. You've got Sarah and so many other cards you want to drop here. This is not what you want to do.
I honestly think watching these games, it's kind of an ode to Marvel Snap deck building in a large way because like you said at the start, these decks are only 25% different, 3 cards off, but the dynamics of how they're playing out, how they're reacting to this location variance is incredibly different because of those 3 slots. Marvel Snap's a game where you see 75% of your deck on average in a single game, meaning that even changing 1 card, much less 3 different like we have here, can make the texture of how the decks play out incredibly different.
Yeah, so Quito giving up the right location and saying, hey, I'm going to be able to win the middle, or do you have to win both the other ones if you are currently Quito? And I don't know if I'm Quito, if you could really do that. I don't know if the Mystique left.
It's honestly, I think Light's probably ahead enough that it doesn't really matter. They're committing hard in the center. The right side location is completely free for them. So long as they go really tall in one of these 2 lanes, they're going to be A-okay. The Mystique in the center ends up taking them up to 44 there, which is a pretty big number. Mystique on the left ends up being probably more there, actually, if they play Captain America and something else.
But I think the Cosmo is another great thing that, again, I would say if we looked at this from the start, I thought that Cosmo wouldn't make a big difference, but I do believe that Cosmo is most likely going to be making and breaking this game as you're stopping that Mystique with your earlier plays, with who's getting priority earlier on, and that again goes into who's building this deck differently. How's each player playing this out? How's each player trying to do their stuff? And this is
Captain America going to give us 8 phase points to the left, plus the 6 from the Mr. Fantastic, and then we 4x that, so that's 14 times 4 takes us up to like 56 on the left, which is probably more than Quito can pull out. And again, we're going to go ahead and just be retreating.
Yeah. Now, if I'm Light, this is definitely what you want to see right now. You want to see a little mistake like that, where that like turn 4, or turn 3, you need to actually skip. Which is such a, I would say it's niche, but I don't think it truly is. It's just a good understanding of how the mechanics in Marvel Snap work, which is something
I'm pretty sure Collapse Mine's location is the only instance of that happening in the game currently. Like, there's nothing else that demands you fully skip the turn, location, or card.
I think you're right there. I do think you're correct. Yeah. It's fun. One of the other fun parts about Collapse Mine is we're going to be seeing later this month a brand new potential style of deck with a card called Ozymandias, who is going to be giving your rocks additional points of power as an ongoing card. That's going to be a card I'm personally very excited about this card, and I also am going to... Is it going to be weird when I'm going to be snapping on a Collapse Mine? I don't want to skip any of my turns at that point. I'm excited to see how that's going to go down.
We see here, again, another location in the raft that encourages players to fill that up early. That's going to give an edge to the way that... That's a very quick play into Machine World. I would be very... Okay, yeah, maybe we thought it was another location from site there. Giving our opponent Mr. Fantastic and Goliath seems like
maybe it was cloning bats is what they thought it was for a second?
Yeah, perhaps. And we see a snap here from...
Oh, the opponent.
Yeah, I believe it was a snap from the opponent. I assume the snap means that they're filling the raft with the Sam Wilson shield. That would be a thing that could put them in a favorable spot that would want to raise the stakes for. We could see like a 2-drop plus an Ant-Man here from them.
Yep, that seems about right. I feel like I would still be trying to fill up the raft if I was light here, but I'm uncertain. Although to be fair, you can't put a card into the Pit of Exile if it's too big of a 6-drop, and then you don't want to give it to your opponent at Machine World if it's too good. If it's just also too good of a 6-drop. So this is going to be a weird fill from the raft, because I don't know what you want to do with that card on the final turn.
Yeah, and this is, the location variance kind of dictating the tempo of your gameplay. Is light really wants to put this Mr. Fantastic in the center, but if they put it in the center where it's ideal, they're giving up the potential bonus that the raft's going to provide here. So they've chosen to set their deck up to be in a better spot, but gain less of an advantage from a location than they otherwise could have.
Yep, and Moonstone going to be very powerful over there at the middle, going to be doubling up the Mr. Fantastic bonus, which is going to be absolutely stellar. I love to see that. And
this is Moonstone here from Guido as well. Single play on turn 4 from Captain America. Cool.
Okay, and now we do have the Iron Man we can play down this turn. We haven't gotten our Mystique yet, so we could potentially use that Mystique later in the middle location. Iron Man over at the left location is going to get doubled in regards to, it's also getting an additional +6, I believe, with the Mr. Fantastic and Moonstone, which is fair, but I don't know what else you're really going to be wanting to go for here, although I don't know what we're going to be seeing from the opponent right now.
Single play, probably a Sarah. Yep, so we go ahead and have Sarah go ahead and get played out here for Guido. That's going to go ahead and give them a much wider output range here. For light, we have a much simpler turn 6. We're going to just basically play Spectrum if we're staying in the game, and it's only one more cube to be staying in the game here, so it's probably reasonable to be doing that. This is going to give us an additional 16 on the left side location, 4 in the center, and 7 on the right, kind of fanning out and playing for all of them to a degree, with our biggest points being on the left here, obviously. They've got to decide how many points can Guido go ahead and put on the board inside of Machine World. Again, it's much stickier to calculate exactly how many points they're able to have when all of their cards have that 1 energy discount, but it's not quite as large as the discount would it's not quite as big of an output range as it would be if the Sarah was go ahead and double things up for them. We see the final turn play out here since there's only one more cube between the two, and it looks like Guido's playing for all 3 locations here, knowing that they can't compete on the left, and the raft card here potentially being instrumental. Goliath is going to go ahead and pop up. They're winning there, and I assume they're winning the center as well, and suddenly a very close game is now heavily skewed in favor of Guido. We're going to be 2 cubes to 5, meaning Light's back is suddenly against the wall with this decision. They're playing for their tournament life, and they need to rattle off 3 game wins in a row here. We're going to go ahead and see our players head on into the next one here, and there's no more retreating from here on out. We are in high stakes matches, 2 cubes per round, and Guido's got 3 shots to go ahead and lock their spot in our top 8. Remember, we are in single elimination rounds at this point. Every player that loses is going home, and every player that wins is going to go ahead and move on to the next. Eternity range here, one that gives a small incentive to want to contest the center location, but getting a rock is not entirely the end of the world. We see Light reaching for putting a card on the right side here, which has the benefit of, if this is a hard reach location like Sanctum Sanctorum or some other, they can have some points in there to start. Incredibly rewarded for playing to the right side in the dark here as Asgard Besieged flips up, meaning that they are going to get a massive 18-point unit over here should they be able to go ahead and win this, and they are with this Captain America. This is one of the benefits on location variants. They need to break their way if they're going to be able to rattle off a whopping 3 game wins in a row. We need to piece together how we're winning a second location for Light at this point to figure out, okay, we've got the right side on lock. How do we lock up a second one to make sure that we give ourselves a chance to actually be able to win this match overall? We have a small decision point here on which one we're playing second, because Mystique in hand makes the ordering for every ongoing that we play kind of critical over the course of the game. Cave of the Dragons also going to flip out here. That's a relatively higher variance location, as some players can get much stronger cards and others can get a little bit weaker ones. We'll see this flip here is big as well, with Man Spider being a big stat line, but also taking away that key Moonstone card for Guido, while Sandman probably being awkward for both players. And this is the location variance I think Light Light really needs to be able to break through here. That top deck of the Moonstone gives Light a key play despite their Iron Man being out of reach here, letting them put a lot of points on the left side. We see that Sam Wilson's shield kicking over and giving a lot of extra points there. And now this last turn of the game is incredibly clean and easy. We go ahead and slide that shield to the left, we play to the right, we play the Iron Man to the left, and I think we're heading to our next game. Spectrum, probably also a fine play here that ends in a reasonable victory. She would be adding 9 points to the center, an additional 4 points left. Yeah, if you're playing the Spectrum, you want to leave the shield on the left so you get 6 there. I think this is, they can kind of do whatever they want on this last turn and still find their way to victory. As we're going to go ahead and see how exactly we're lining this up. Remember, even though Quito is incredibly unfavored in this spot, they have to play it out. We're all in. You might as well make your opponent have it, so to speak, and see how things end up. We're going to go ahead and tap the end of turn here. I think a lot of this back and forth, again, the writing's kind of on the wall, and we're going to go ahead and be going to our next game here with Light needing to win exactly the next 2 in order to be the victor and move on to the top 8. You see Iron Man flip up, and then we're going to have another smaller play on the left. Mystique getting big, but not quite big enough, with 30 being a bit less than the 38 that Light was able to put together here. Little bit of variance breaking both ways, with Quito still having the small edge as we head on into what could possibly be our last game, with 2 more being possible if Light is able to run another one off here in a row. We're going to go ahead and head on into our next game here. We'll see what our opening hands look like for our players. We've got a really solid curve here, meaning we're going to play out on 2 and then 3 for Light on the bottom. Chimichanga, not a card that's going to be too critical for these players unless we go ahead and have a copy of Captain Carter end up getting drawn, appreciating that Chimichanga stat bonus. Both of them having an Ant-Man on the first turn of the game here. As we move into this next turn, X-Mansion in the center, providing a little bit of location variance here on the 3rd turn. That's really a little bit beneficial for Quito in general, because that center location is more important for our player who has access to Mr. Fantastic, typically wanting to set up their Moonstone lane in the center. Not quite the same patterns, but both players having a 1 and a 2 here. Nowhere a location that's not particularly detrimental to either of these two folks, while Cosmo can be a meaningful disruptive effect. Knowing that your on reveals can't happen in a spot in advance doesn't disrupt these decks too much. We see Light here trying to decide where exactly they're dropping this Captain America. If they put it in the same path as Sam Wilson Captain America, they can go ahead and give both of them +2 every single time they slide it in. But if they put it in the off path here, i.e. nowhere, they can give one of them +2 points every single turn as they bounce it back and forth here. This is kind of a key decision point as we see our player kind of laboring over which exact spot they want to drop things in, with the X-Mansion being an element of variance to add into the mix as well. Back and forth we go, debating on where the good captain is going to land and how we're going to be distributing the points from these shields over the course of the rest of the game here. The timer is almost out, so Light's going to go ahead and have to make a decision here and get locked in. We're waiting. It looks like we're going to land on the left. It is in play, and we are locked in. Let's see what Quidodo does, and then how our X-Mansion ends up playing out for us here in this game. If you're on Light side, you're hoping for a little bit more location variance, being able to set you up to allow for a potential bonus. Majestic Wing Beat, not the worst. You'll take extra points on Mystique, but how big does Quido's get? 5-pointer, not the craziest play, but also still free points for them on their side of the board. We notably lack heavy hitters for Light right now. There's no Moonstone, there's no Spectrum, there's no Iron Man. While they're set up really well on the left side in the taco truck, they do need to piece together how exactly they're going to be closing this game out overall. We see them maybe considering dragging the Mystique into the center. With the +2 on the Mystique, I mentioned it could be beneficial, but if Ravonna Renslayer is a route that we're interested in going, it will actually deny them the ability to have a Mystique discount on the last turn of the game.
Mystique costing full retail here is a little bit of a problem, but Looking like it's a possible 3-3 final turn here setting up as well.
Yeah, kind of laboring here over which ongoing card they want to play out second, because again, the sequencing is critical here because it dictates if you can Mystique and who is happening to on the last turn of the game. With the Chimichanga being a random element here as well, they can't quite decide, so they're going to let the food decide for them.
I respect that ethos. It's an ethos I subscribe to very often. Let's see how it works out for them. I think it's pretty clear they're hoping for the Goliath to be the one that ends up with the food here.
And the upside here, the reason to play both of these in the center, despite it giving the Chimichanga out in your last plate at random, is if you top deck a Moonstone, it allows you to have the Moonstone effect on both of these cards. Now, breaking on the Goliath, or the Ravona as your last played card as the Chimichanga went into that one is a little bit tough here. I suppose we could have sequenced that differently to guarantee the Goliath, huh? We could have gone Ravona into Chimichanga into Goliath, but with all the back and forth, the timer was running down on our player with maybe the pressure of being in these single elimination rounds building up after a long day of competitive snap.
I think it was just one of those situations where you say, someone, a higher power perhaps, has this one for me. And that's just how you have to play card games sometimes, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if you're back and forth and you're not sure which one is optimal, letting it be a element of variance is perfectly fine here. We see our shield bouncing around and then play on the right side. I assume Sarah with Guido playing a single card out on turn 5.
That's exactly what you would not want to see if you are light, is that Sarah coming down. That's the exact kind of thing that is extremely scary. This whole matchup has been the interplay of Spectrum and Sarah, and Sarah being the card that allows you to distribute so well in a game where light is a little bit short on points is just a really, really powerful tool for
Yeah, and I mentioned the nowhere not being too problematic, but it is actually mattering here on this last turn of the game because it means that Light is unable to deploy Spectrum on the right, which again, this is the downside to Spectrum versus playing the Sarah at the top end here. Sarah's output is very predictable. If you're on Guido's side, you're counting, okay, if they play Spectrum in the center, they're going to gain 13, which puts them up to 27. So if I want to contest the center, I need to beat that. If they play Spectrum on the left, it's a similar bonus, only plus 11 there because of the shield moving out, and it's just whereas Guido's output range with the discount from Sarah is a lot wider that you can't really count it effectively on Light's side.
Yeah, largely, you mentioned this when talking about Doom 2099 earlier. The downsides of decks like this are their predictability. Your opponents tend to stay when they can fully math out your range. There's a pretty clear possible spectrum here, and the question is, can you beat it on the left? Looking like that could be an Iron Man Mystique face down.
Yep, that discount from Sarah allowing you to have a 4 and a 2 there. Going to go ahead and get that double up here to a whopping 56 points on the left side as Goliath takes over. And we see Light going home, eliminated in the top 16, but still walking away with an invite to the World Championships, while Guido's going to be moving on to our top 8 in the single elimination rounds.
I also want to highlight just especially how cool that last turn was, because again, you saw the influence of the Cosmo there. There was a Cosmo play that actually did win that lane. If you turned off the Mystique, if you were able to properly guess where that was supposed to be, it was an important card, even in the ongoing versus ongoing matchup. Cosmo, probably the story of the tournament. And of course, I'm KM Best filling in right here. Welcome me, I suppose. Thank you so much to Jeff for doing such an amazing job. Personally, I was genuinely watching him do the solo commentary there. It was some of the best solo comms work I've ever seen in my life. Very, very impressive. And even more impressive, the play from both of those players in that game.
Yeah, and you called out Cosmo specifically, but one dynamic that's important with that Cosmo is that ability to hold priority. I think that's one of the things we see these players playing Marvel Snap at a higher level execute really cleanly and efficiently, game in and game out. Priority is not random. You can control who has it and where it's going by distributing your points across the board in a way that means you're winning 2 out of 3 going into those key turns like the last one.
You've been effusive in your praise of Sam Wilson. He definitely held priority there, getting into that left lane, filling it up, and making sure the priority was there for that turn 6. We will be right back. We've got to go to break. Thank you so much for watching. And as always, I hope you'll be phenomenal.
Ah, ya la embarré.
Victoria.
In case I don't make it back, I just discovered a new objective mechanic in Marvel Snap. I just fear it will be apocalyptic. Ah!
I viewed this video extensively, and there's no doubt in my mind that Ben completed something most evil, and it definitely destroyed.
It's called objective, people. When the requirement is met, the effect fires at the end of turn.
The first documented case of this new mechanic is the new season pass card and the world's first mutant, N. Sabanur.
If N. Sabanur is in play, and you have a full front row at every location, he transforms at the end of the turn into Apocalypse, Celestial's Chosen.
And then he swaps the lowest power card in your front row with a card from your deck.
That sure spells doomsday for somebody. Hopefully not you.
Ben is 100% dead. But what if it wasn't Apocalypse, but his wife? Iska the Unbeaten is an undefeated mutant warrior who married Apocalypse. In Marvel Snap, if her location is losing, she doubles in power each turn. I'm afraid all Ben could do was double over.
Ben's disappearance was chaotic, total stampede energy. And when I think stampede, I think war. And horses, especially Juggernaut, Horseman of War. Recruited by Apocalypse, War's objective grants him a boost if your cards in play have 6 different power values. When War gets spurred on like that, somebody's getting thrown. Sorry, Ben.
Ben's sudden disappearance didn't arrive randomly. It was triggered, like a curse. Gambit, Horseman of Death, tracks the total cost of created cards you've played. At the end of turn, after that total hits, he destroys enemy cards up to 4 total cost.
I am quite certain he didn't die quickly or pleasantly. Perhaps Ben was drained first by another messenger of Apocalypse. Caliban, Horseman of Pestilence, affects your enemy's highest cost card with a historic amount of negative power. That day in the tomb, Ben was the highest cost threat. Just kidding.
Maybe Ben wasn't attacked at all. Maybe something made him really hungry, and he decided to go grab a bite. Celine, Horseman of Famine, activates when you have 3 cards with no abilities in play. Then she steals power from an enemy card at her location.
Unless he never died. Maybe he was removed? Ramat Tut is a time-traveling Kang the Conqueror variant. On reveal, he rapidly triggers 3 on-reveal abilities from cards released before his era. Ben may not be dead. He may be re-released.
Or maybe
he realized too late
that purchasing season pass through the web shop
grants a free Series 5 Snap Pack.
And progress towards more great rewards.
I'd time travel for that.
Okay, so I'm not dead. I hope nobody overreacted. That reminds me, check out these awesome limited time game modes and the rewards you can earn just by playing. We hope you enjoy the new Origins of Apocalypse season. Please tell us what you think and have fun with the new objective mechanic. Oh no. Not again!
Well, now he's dead.
Oh, snap.
Matt Daniel, thank you for that kick. ¿Cómo estamos, Matt? ¿Cómo estamos, Daniel? ¿Cómo vamos?
Quiero el trono.
Welcome back to the Golden Gauntlet. We are well
It is
into the top
the
8. I am KM Best, joined by Jeff Hoagland. What is it that you have seen and been the most impressed by over the course of this tournament, Jeff?
I think this tournament has just done such a phenomenal job of highlighting why Marvel Snap is one of the best card games I've ever played. From the depth of the play skill that the players have been able to express, from things like managing priority and having interesting deck building synergy, to seeing decks that are off meta making deep runs in these tournaments, and even the most popular decks having such a small metagame share that there's so much variety in what we're seeing.
I am almost blown away by the amount of variety because I'm a pretty, high-level competitive-minded guy, which is to say a Sholau cultist. And I have been very, I would say, overjoyed and surprised in equal measure to see not too much of the Nightmare Dragon running around right now. What do you think has led to that scenario happening here? Is other things catching up?
No,
Maybe
porque
it
solo
being
se
a
llevó a
little
uno.
predictable from our big red machine?
I think it's a mixture of a couple of different things. The first is very obviously like Shulao got tapped down a little bit from its absolute dominance during its debut season, but the Snap team always does such a good job that like a nerf does not mean a card that is unplayable. So the dragon is just like in line with the other competitive things that you have access to instead of being just really far over the top. And one of the other stories of this tournament being, I think, the interactive decks that are going a little bit smaller while kind of disrupting what the opponent is doing versus those really big decks like the various Magic and Mr. Negative / Star-Lord decks that are running around just trying to go over the top of everyone.
It honestly feels like a very balanced top 16. And I think the player we're going to end up watching is one of the people playing one of those rogue decks. Are you familiar with the work of the man named Gamer and his Pixie Gore list that has made it this far into the top 8?
Pixie is again.
I've been informed that's not where we're starting, but can we get that on screen anyway, just to talk about that a little bit?
I've said this about a few cards, and I think it just speaks to a lot of the designs in Snap, which is Pixie's one of those cards where it's got good deck building considerations when you're putting your 12 cards together, and it's got good sequencing decisions inside of the game where you're picking and choosing which cards you're playing out, where, and when. And Marvel Snap is just such a good deck building game because every card you put into your deck just has so much impact. That these aren't 30, 40, 60 card decks. They're 12 card decks, and you're seeing 75% of them in the average game, meaning a single card change makes the world of difference, especially over a tournament like this where you're playing a lot of games.
I thought you would get a particular kick out of this as very much sort of captain off meta. You love seeing people attack things in weird ways. I've talked to Gamer about this list. When he sent it to me, I was just very, very confused. But as he's talked to me about it, it's become clear that this is actually a deck that he views as being one that is A, just straight up good, and B, and I think this is a component that a lot of rogue decks will have, very difficult to play into. He said he didn't think he got an Iska to 24 ever. The respect for that card is too strong when there's an Iron Man backing it up. People just aren't willing to even consider it. And that dynamic, the hidden information, the threat, that's a lot of what makes rogue decks tick.
Yeah, and what really novel included in here is we kind of talked about the dynamic of like Magic decks versus Cosmo decks inside of this tournament. This deck's leveraging both, and Cosmo actually has synergy with Magic in where the number of cards that exist in Marvel Snap that can take Limbo off the table decrease dramatically when you put Cosmo in that Limbo. And then when you're this kind of go big combo deck like this deck is, you're going to leverage that 7th turn so much better than something like Shulao that can only, you know, have a pretty definite output range.
Magic is actually a really interesting card against both Shulao and Star-Lord, the sort of boogeymen of the format, because Star-Lord decks tend to be timing based, right? You want that energy going into the final turn of the game, so a Magic on turn 5, suddenly you won't necessarily have that on the turn where it actually matters. That dynamic is really interesting. Shulao, not particularly good at using that turn 7. It's built to be a turn 6 deck, as most decks are. With Magic and Cosmo being the most played cards, I think that's part of what's given this tournament such a different texture from normal.
Yeah, and to a degree, it's a testament to like Marvel Snap as they're always adding new and interesting cards, whether it's, you know, a Star-Lord or in Sabanur from our latest season pass. There's tools in the toolbox that you can reach for to be competitive and interact with those cards, even if you don't have access to them or just aren't a fan of playing them yourself.
And I believe we are ready to jump into a game, so take it away, production.
This is our top 8 match. These players started with hundreds in the field and just 8 remain playing in single elimination rounds. We're going to be looking at one of those go big combo decks here for Movi on the left side of our screen with that Star-Lord Mr. Negative kind of mashup. 2 different ways to go really far over the top of what your opponent's bringing to the board.
I've been really impressed with this list. A player that's been brought to my attention is a player named Bullseye Qwerty, who's played a lot of Mr. Negative, and I believe many people are saying this was sort of a brainchild of his way back in the day when Star-Lord first came out. After Star-Lord's nerf, much like with Shulao, a lot of decks started being less only about Star-Lord and more hybridizing with Star-Lord. And Mr. Negative, we saw do this. We saw Tucker make a run with the Phoenix Force version of this. The hybrid Star-Lord lists are what has sort of survived past the nerf, much like what happened to the previous SL Season Pass card.
We see very quick cubes traded back and forth here. Early snapped from Movi because they have that Ravona into Mr. Negative that's going to make their deck very powerful. And then our opponent here going to go ahead and back out. Notable tech inclusion for our right side player here is that they are playing a copy of Supergiant inside of their Batroc Movers deck, an effect that can be incredibly disruptive into these decks that are looking to have very specific plays on the 5th or 6th turn.
It is a very unique card because it can also be disruptive to your own game plan with the Shulao. Now, he will still count the cards as played, but it is notably not the greatest thing in the world to be playing a 4-on-4 if you're a Shulao gamer, and that is often what is demanded of you when you're using Supergiant as disruption. But one place where that won't necessarily be true is against something along the lines of an Invisible One First Steps deck, where you can play a Supergiant on turn 5 to make sure those end of turns don't actually have end of turns on turn 6. A very potent tech choice, but I'm not sure what it does in this matchup.
So we see that Star-Lord coming down for Movi, setting up that combo turn into Arnim Zola in the center. We have a pretty good start for Anju up on the top here, but their good start involves that copy of Batroc, a scaling 1-drop that ultimately is going to fall to the Killmonger that Movi is playing as an interactive piece.
Part of what makes the negative Star-Lord deck so potent is not just that it's an improvement on the Star-Lord or an improvement on the base negative by virtue of having these Star-Lord draws. It's also that there are very few decks that are meaningfully good Killmonger decks right now, and this is actually kind of one of them. There are very few decks that are meaningfully good Shang-Chi decks. This is kind of one of them.
Heads up play into Cosmo here. We do not have priority on Movi's side, so they don't want to go ahead and just Arnim Zola because that could get taken away. We see Supergiant happen here, which actually ends up being fairly disruptive in this instance because normally it would just be stats on turn 5, but now there's a turn 6 where cards are getting played face down.
Great call out into the Magic. It makes it a whole lot harder to get a Mystique onto that Gore at this point. That is a very interesting play.
Now, one setup that we can have here is that Mystique's interaction with Supergiant is that she'll actually copy the last ongoing card that you play on turn 7, assuming you don't get Cosmoed in the center, is a big asterisk. But there's also no copy of, there's no priority for our top player either, so Cosmo might be one we don't have to worry about.
It looks like rather than worrying about the Cosmo, the decision was instead to go for face down Iron Man and then probably a Jane Foster onto the middle.
No,
the Mystique onto the Gore.
Yeah, Gore is still our last played card because this one's not played out yet. And then we have the Killmonger on the right side, which is both an on reveal for both of our Gores and going to go ahead and clear this Batroc off.
It seems like a very good situation when you get to stack all of your points in one of your relatively worst draws onto a middle lane thanks to the power of magic that gives you the entire game.
And Anju's deck list here, all of their disruption is proactive. There's no Red Guardians, there's no Shang-Chi's, there's no Rogues, they're just Supergiant and Cosmo. So this is going to be just points for points here in the center, with which Iron Man, I think Moby's going to win by a huge margin.
It seems pretty likely. I don't know how many Show Lao decks are going to be able to get up to 60, but there is potentially the possibility of a world where the side lanes are big enough. Don't think so.
Yep. Okay, so those don't give the Gore a permanent buff because it's on reveal that comes and goes with the skill here. We have the Silk bouncing back and forth, which adds a couple more points to the Hydra Stomper. I assume this could be a Shu Lao in the center, buffing the Stomper further, but it's still going to be quite a bit short of 60.
I would guess it's one drop Shu Lao, yeah.
Okay, that ends up being a lot closer than I was expecting it to, but I think this really shows the strength of this hybrid deck from Moby, where, you know, in the past, Mr. Negative decks have been less consistent in tournaments like this because they're pretty all in on their namesake, and Star-Lord Master of the Suns gives you this alternative game plan where you can still go big even if you don't hit that Mr. Negative early.
It's the best addition Mr. Negative has gotten in a very long time. Many people expect Mr. Negative to get better when there are more payoffs for it. That's not really how the deck works. The deck gets better when there are more enablers to let you play those payoffs. You're already winning when you play Mr. Negative. You need more Mr. Negative.
Yep, and this is, I think Elysium in general is a location that's going to favor Moby. Their deck is playing a lot more bigger threats and can appreciate the energy discount, whereas Anju, on average, is going to go ahead and already play out all of their cards game in and game out.
I mean, you have Mr. Negative, you have Star-Lord, you are snapping. You are playing a turn 3 Mr. Negative in an Elysium game. Not really a lot of questions about this one.
Yeah, not only are you playing turn 3 Mr. Negative, but you get turn 3 Mr. Negative with 2 turns soaked towards your Star-Lord as well, so you can kind of go both ways. Because that's the nice thing about this backup plan, is it's a backup plan that can work with the primary plan as well, so they can combine together when they both show up.
Yeah, you can play your Mr. Negative on turn 4, have that be the only turn when you actually did something, and then play Star-Lord on 5 for 4 extra energy, and it's quite good.
One of the other dynamics I'm not sure if you've seen with this deck too is if you have magic, you can Star-Lord on 5 and then Mr. Negative and Jane Foster together on 6 to like immediately do your combo and draw all of it.
Incredible. I mean, Mr. Negative has been a card that has... It's the original cool card in this game. My first real memory of Marvel Snap is playing Mr. Negative, back when he was a 4/4 in the beta. So it's very nice, to your point of sometimes old decks come back with new twists. Mr. Negative is the ultimate in old decks coming back with new twists.
Yeah, and it's just one that's been consistently powerful over the course of the game. It's gotten many adjustments. The old timers will remember Mr. Negative started off as a 4/4 back in the day, and then as it was slowly overbearing, it's been toned down to where his power line matches his name at this point.
This is a really awkward hand for Moby here. Just, it's Star-Lord and then a bunch of expensive cards, and that's just what the game is going to be. So this is where you really get to see the power of this deck actually start to realize itself, which is to say, what can we do when we have drawn the absolute worst possible, but there is still a Star-Lord and there is still a magic?
We might see the line I just discussed a second ago. If we have 2 draws at Mr. Negative, we can Star-Lord on turn 5 into Negative Jane on turn 6, and there is still a Null and an Armanzola in the deck that can be flipped to 0. Looks like we're not going for that. We're setting up here for the early one. Okay, yep, heads up play into the Supergiant, and perhaps Anju aware of that potential line and looking to disrupt it here. Very clever. We figure out which cards we want to put face down here. Remember, there is a Cosmo in the mix as well. That is the wrong order on those. We want to play Mystique first, So that way, when Mystique reveals after the game finishes, she copies whatever is the last ongoing card that you play.
Which, at this point, either Null or Gore is kind of what we're looking down the barrel of.
Yep, and it's really key here that Movi takes their cards and plays them in separate lanes, so that way Anju doesn't know which of those two lanes they want to Cosmo to be disruptive.
And here's where things just sort of get a little bit awkward, because even with that 7th turn, sometimes this deck just doesn't have enough energy and has a lot too many expensive cards. The setup here is basically a Gore is going to win this game somehow, and then a Mystique is going to copy that Gore and then win that. And that's just going to have to work.
Oh, the Cosmo in the center is so good for us because those on reveals still count for the Gores, even if they don't happen. And we're going to have a Gore on the left and a Gore on the right. And I thought maybe we'd be retreating, but honestly, I think at this point we might be staying.
Drax jumping to Clog is actually such a big deal there, because there is a very real possibility now that if that Drax is moving to another lane to win that other lane, they could lose the Xandar.
Our Gore is currently showing 11 in hand, and there is at least one more on reveal, meaning it's going to go up to 13. And then the Mystique has 2 more base power than the Gore, so she's at least 15 on the right here. Looks like we're choosing to play the Gore in the center, just letting the Star-Lord keep that free 5-point Atlantis modus on the left side.
And this is a great example of how Star-Lord can help you just sort of limp into these games, because there would not be a face-down Mystique and a Killmonger if it were not for the Star-Lord, even though it was a pretty weak Star-Lord. Just the straight-up call out of the Supergiant allowed that play to happen.
Yep, we needed that one extra energy on turn 5. 1 extra energy was enough, and it looks like we're still going to go ahead and pack it in here. I think that's a fine retreat. I think I could make a compelling argument for wanting to stay, but when you're up cubes as the combo deck in a game like this in the high-stakes rounds, waiting to get your bigger commitments in games where you have a good draw is a reasonable strategy to take.
It's sort of the bread and butter of playing a deck like this is just, I've got something. Oh, the call out of I have Star-Lord, do you trust me? Phenomenal.
You see, was this a snap from... This is a snap for our Mr. Negative player here, and yep. I want to call out this player's hand. This snap is a stone cold.
Yep.
Like this hand is terrible, but there's a Valhalla on the left side, which favors the Star-Lord player. So if Anju doesn't have a Cosmo, they probably need to leave there, and they do.
Phenomenal work. I mean, that's just exactly how you're supposed to play these decks.
And then this is perfect, right? Like, you bluffed the last hand, and now you have a nuts hand this time, and you get to snap again, and now the other player's like, oh, well, now I'm down to 4 cubes, and I have to call, and your hand is insane.
Primo. It is a... This is... I don't want to call it a masterclass, because it is just exactly what you should do. You are meant to take risks with these decks because you can be paid off so immensely when you do things like this. There are...
The 3 people involved in every game of Marble Snap. You, your opponent, and the location variance.
I mean, honestly... Oh no, my Mr. Negative happens on turn 4. I'm okay. I think I'm chilling.
All right, there is a Cosmo here on Anju's side of the board. Are we going to see Cosmo on the right here?
Ooh.
Juked him. Love it. Love the sequencing the Killmonger first. Batroc gets to live. I'm going to flip my cards around now.
Well, that's the worst possible perhaps draw there, but the Star-Lord still is going to give a couple energy here. There is going to be at least, I believe, 2 energy coming out of it.
3. We unspent on 1, unspent on 4, unspent on 5 here. So 3 extra energy is enough to play Zola plus a Mystique if we draw a free ongoing card next turn.
I think this Strange Academy is going to be really important because a Mr. Negative going to the Baxter building is probably really bad, because what you're looking at there is potentially like, you know, Iron Man Mystique, something along those lines, and then try to win another lane with the power to the Baxter building. If Mr. Negative goes over there, this gets much harder, much quicker.
Now, one thing that's really important to note here is that priority doesn't matter because the Cosmo is already spent, right? So this is not an ideal series of pulls here. They went most of the points left here, and that Mr. Negative landed in the Baxter building like Cam was worried about. And we didn't draw a flipped card.
Man, I mean, that's sort of the downside of what we're talking about, right? It was the perfect play, just sometimes it doesn't work. Like, it was absolutely the correct thing to do. But the number one thing you'll learn playing card games is sometimes the correct thing to do, it's still losing you the game.
Yeah, it's one of those instances where there were no mistakes made by our player on the bottom. We talked about how, you know, they made all the right choices. It was a clinic, but in a game that has some variance by design in it, making all of the right choices does not guarantee that you're going to find your way to victory.
It is sort of, I'll say one thing. Retreating later there, I mean, you might as well just play it out. It's 4 for 4 anyway. You're not gaining anything by doing it.
There's no loss. You can get a little bit of a read maybe on how your opponent's going to play their last cards out. And now we're in that 4-3 situation during the high stakes round, meaning that our player who is on 4 cubes gets a free snap on the first turn of the game, and then Movi gets to decide, is this the game I want to stay in, or are we going to the next one?
It's the hardest thing in the world to snap that into Mr. Negative, though. Like, I understand that it's game theory optimal, mathematically optimal. There's a mental barrier here that is scary.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's like free the way the cube system works, but it's hard to overcome. Like, oh, is my hand actually good here? And like look at it from that dynamic. Especially with the Quantum Realm here. Quantum Realm is a location that incredibly favors the negative deck. Like, they're so happy to play so many of their cards out into that one.
Interesting choice going for the Magic on Sakar Grand Prix instead of Danger Room. Potentially just that's a consequence of being a Zola deck, null deck, that the Danger Room is probably sort of a little bit telegraphed, but it's also the place they'd Cosmo, right?
We see Movi reaching for the snap button, but not doing it because I think perhaps realizing that the snap actually doesn't matter from their side, and it's detrimental for them to do it the way the cubes end up lining up here. So they think they're favored, but they absolutely should not snap if their opponent hasn't snapped. Oh, they pushed the button. Okay.
Caster Curse. All right, so Mr. Negative coming down in the Danger Room. Pretty straightforward here. Just if you want to Cosmo my Mr. Negative, you have a chance at getting your Cosmo blown up. And if you want to, and that's if you are able to correctly ascertain that I am putting it here.
Yeah, because realistically, the spot you're most incentivized to play the Mr. Negative is the Quantum Realm. So if you have a Cosmo and you're looking to take a variant slip into it, you probably want to play it there.
Supergiant I would be largely a huge fan of here, but it doesn't actually stop the Jane from drawing on the 6th turn, unfortunately.
Yeah, with the Limbo already set up, the Supergiant disrupting the 5th turn isn't particularly relevant, and I assume we're just going to see... Are we playing the Shang? I would expect to see the Mystique end up going face down here again to copy your ongoing, but it probably doesn't matter too much with the Jane coming where you're playing your cards, so long as you don't get Cosmo on the Jane.
I think largely it's just make sure you play a couple cards and get them out there.
We see 2 cards being played into the center here for Anju. Not going to get to see those reveal until the end of the game, just like the Shang-Chi on the right. And now we have that again. You know, I assume we don't want to play into the Quantum Realm at that point because we want a clean open path to be able to play a card into and then copy it with Arnim Zola.
Can we get the deck on screen? With the draw of the null, I'm not actually sure how many cards are being drawn here. And I think what's actually likely to happen here is much more a setup for null left, Arnim Zola left next turn.
Yeah, that is actually the last one. You are correct, because there's the Gore, there's the null, and there's an Iron Man in the deck still.
Sure. I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at. Sure is underselling a 0-5 Iron Man. That is a really good Iron Man, but it is notable.
Another thing that's notable here is the Drax into the left not going to be locking the lane. They're going to be hopping into the center to go. Oh, or does it say left with? No, it does go center. Say there's the null and the Jane. I believe it targets the Jane first because it was played first, or is that variance?
Honestly, tracking the Batroc is genuinely crazy, and as far as I'm aware, it is variance. But dragging that Batroc is. I mean, that's just a really bad sign, because now, even if you wanted to play into the Danger Room, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Suddenly, things are looking up for Movi.
Yeah, I mean, this could be the game. And if Movi comes out on top of this game, they're going to be 3 cubes to 1, meaning they have 2 shots to win the game win the entire match ultimately at the end. We got to decide where exactly we're going here. We see the Mystique, the choice between the Mystique and the Arnim Zola, which kind of makes me wonder why we didn't play the Mystique face down earlier where the Shang-Chi is. That's why I kind of wanted wanted to see that happen. We'll see how it plays out here, though. That Shang-Chi could still catch something like a Batroc on the right side.
What's really interesting, I think, is that because the Drax dragged the Batroc over there, the Killmonger now is not getting Cosmo in any way. That just the Batroc is gone.
So the null's gonna scale up on the left, and we're copying the null on the right. So we should just be good to go here. It doesn't really matter what's face down.
The threat here is you're expecting them to Cosmo the left, which is exactly what happens and was perfectly played around here.
Yep. Kind of a choose our own adventure book here. I think even if the Arnim Zola had happened, the Iron Man probably drags us across the finish line, but we're going to go ahead and make these nulls absolutely massive here. And the Shang-Chi catches the Hydra Stomper for the extra rubs as well.
It's unbelievable because if I'm not mistaken, that's last card played. So if there's a face down Shou Lao, it ain't going there.
Victoria! Deafening chord that does not target anything, and all right, there's Miles, which almost is good enough in the center, but not quite. All right, and we're going to a round 9 here, potentially a 10-round match here in our quarterfinals. We have just 8 players remaining. If you're joining us, welcome. My name is Jeff Hogan. I'm joined by KM Best here this evening. We started with hundreds of players, and we are down to just 8 remaining in our single elimination bracket here, where we're looking to crown our first champion in the Golden Gauntlet series for 2026.
Can I just say, I actually am comfortable using the word masterclass after that play. The playing of the zero-cost null. You'd normally be like, why would you ever do that? So that they are afraid of the Zola and Cosmo that lane. It was an unbelievable setup punchline there, and I think it was very high-level play.
We are in now what I like to refer to as just pure distilled Marvel Snap. There's no mini game of the snapping mechanic. We've got one player all in. We're just putting our cards on the board. Who's ever got the biggest numbers and 2 of the 3 at the end of the game, they're going to be winning it. Movi's got 2 shots to take this match down and move on to the semifinals, and Anju's got to claw back 2 in a row if they want to stay in the match, in the tournament.
One notable omission from Movi's list, or from Anju's list, is that there is no Kitty Pryde in the Shou Lao list, partly as a consequence, presumably, of being a Supergiant deck. That is not great when there's a Shuri's Lab, and Kitty Pryde is the greatest card on the planet at Shuri's Lab.
Well, that being said, in this particular matchup, the dynamic of not needing to play your Kitty Pryde around Killmonger definitely has some value as well. And we see the move deck with the Silk and the Batroc, you're still getting pretty decent value out of the lab, all things considered.
This is one of those hands where you end up with, like, you have negative Jane, but you don't have any space in your hand to draw anything, and most of what you draw isn't very good anyway. And it's introduced a little bit of clunk into the deck in exchange for power, but don't get me wrong, this is still the right Mr. Negative.
All right, we have the Star-Lord giving us 3 extra energy going into the 5th turn here. No priority here is noteworthy because there is a Cosmo in Anju's list that could stop Arnim Zola, but we don't find that one. So now we got to decide, how are we cobbling together a win here while our cards are a little bit awkward?
Jeff, I got to tell you, I wish I had an answer for you. I've been very impressed with Moby so far. Maybe I'll be very impressed again.
I think our path to victory involves Mr. Negative into drawing the Arnim Zola, and then perhaps we can Zola plus Gore. We could also, with the Ravonna coming down, have Mr. Negative, or have Iron Man and Mystique on the last turn of the game alongside a Zola and Arnim Zola, or a negative Arnim Zola, but looks like we're going for a Gore line here, probably looking to Mystique that.
Really maxing out on the Shuri's Lab here is just good moves from Anju generally. Just getting as many points as are possible here. Although I am surprised to see those be the skills and not, cards that we eventually get to move into New York.
Although we have Craven here in the Strange Academy, perhaps trying to double dip on the free move locations on the board. You can move our Craven to the left and then move it to the center if all things line up, and Craven is completely uncooperative.
I mean, the center is now clogged up. It's this Drax keeps doing this over the course of the game, where I think the game is sort of unlosable, and then suddenly there's just a full lane, and it's like, wait, well, now it's like at least a conversation that we've got to have about this.
Yep, and again, you know, if you're on Movi's side, this is a game where like you're probably retreating if retreating is an option, but we're locked in. There's no leaving here until one player is out of cubes. There's no more snapping. So what's our best shot to win it here? It's probably a Mystique on the Gore and then an Iron Man in the center. Or do you even need the Iron Man in the center? Because the Silk and the Batroc are going to kick out of it potentially, yeah?
The problem is that they'll only get kicked out, the Silk at least, if you play there. So if you don't play there, they're gonna stay there. The other problem is I'm not exactly sure how big the Mystique is gonna be.
Oh
but
yeah,
if
Drax
is
should pull
bigger,
Batroc out. Yep.
Yeah.
So, and there's a Cosmo in this whole mix as well here, right? Like our Anju has priority. So if you're not playing Mystique explicitly in the center, she's a potential 50-50 to just not have a text box here. Debating on whether or not they want to play for the Shuri's Lab because their deck is historically bad at playing for Shuri's Lab, which makes Anju less likely to commit points there.
This is a very, very cool call out here. I personally doubt it a little bit, but
oh, the
I'm
shield's
interested
moving too. We both missed that, but the Batroc was following the shield.
It didn't have to, but yeah.
And it looks like we're gonna go ahead to a round 10 here in our quarterfinals. This was practically the longest possible a match of Marble Snap Conquest can go here. We're gonna be playing for all the marbles here and looking at opening hands are a big deal when you're a combo deck like Moby.
Yeah, I think if you told me that the game went to round 10, I would guess that the non-combo deck is probably favored, right? Because that's just the kind of thing that seems like the space you want to be in. But here we have the turn 4 Mr. Negative and turn 5 Jane Foster.
All right, we've got a Cosmo, we got a dodge. There is a bar with no name, and there is no location variance control inside of Anju's deck.
Is there... Okay, Cave of the Dragon Legion.
Okay. I want to first see Magic get rid of Cave of the Dragon. Yep, I love this. Anju is so incredibly favored, or Moby is so incredibly favored if a random act doesn't happen that you want to eliminate every random act you can possibly eliminate for the rest of this game.
I mean, there's just not much else you could say. Sometimes...
We get Cosmo Center here.
Good. I suspect you'd be losing anyway.
Yeah, that would not be. I don't know that's part of it. We've got 10 power on the right, so they get an extra energy here. But, whew.
Is there a world where you're just Star-Lording now so you can like play Jane and something else so you get more stuff? Jane for 2 is probably good enough.
I think honestly, you could just play the Jane and then. If they Cosmo you, your Star-Lord resolves on turn 6, and then you're probably fine for turn 7. You get like 2 organic draws after the negative anyway, so you're 50-50 on the Cosmo to begin with, and even if they hit, you still have a plan.
I'm just looking at that bar with no name and shaking my head. I mean, it's just...
I love the juke here, so normally the negative deck really wants to keep a lane open for the Arnim Zola. So that means you want a Jane left, but if they know you want a Jane left, you want to go right. Give a little shuffle there.
Fairly compelled by the idea of dropping one of these Gores, dropping this Gore down to get Drax into Shang-Chi range here. I'm just, like, I realize it's overkill, but I am compelled by it.
We want to make sure that you assert dominance as fully as possible.
Yeah.
All right, no one is deafened. There are no low-cost cards on the right here, and this one's firmly in garbage time for the last couple of turns. As soon as that Jane resolved, I think we were all wrapped up. We just got to make sure we don't have an internet disconnect issue for Movi, and then they are moving on to our top 4.
Hey, I mean, it happens to casters. It could happen to players too, I presume. This does look pretty wrapped up here, though.
Yep, we're just kind of spreading our points out. We're putting a whole heck of a lot on the right here because there's literally nothing in Anju's deck list that can interface with this Mr. Negative on the bar with no name. So we're just stacking as many as possible over on the side to lock up our second location and end this 10-round knockout of a match.
Great play around disconnecting to just hand dump as fast as possible, by the way. Really heads up.
Yep, that what's their one out? That, okay, end turn.
Perfect
Normally, you'll see these
round.
players, they'll be very meticulous. They want to make sure they're not missing anything. They're like, nope, nothing to miss here. Just put the cards in.
The only thing that can stop me is being unable to click the button. I'm clicking it as fast as possible.
Yep.
Uri,
But we see
¿cómo
Logic,
vamos?
just they're making sure they're not missing anything. Fairly confident that they are not. We're going to see a really big number, and Mr. Negative with the Star-Lord splash moving on to the top 4 here today.
I mean, this is a deck that I think is and was one of the better choices for this tournament. A really
¿No entiendes lo que dicen, Bunny?
does a whole lot of points in a way I think a lot of people aren't necessarily prepared to play against.
Yeah, and you go over the top of so many things that people are doing in so many ways. 68 is a really
Es una
big
carta
number.
que
Where
agrega
if
una
you are not
copia
like
en la
a
mano de
man
tu
spider deck,
oponente,
you
¿no?
are not prepared to compete with what this is doing. And even in those instances where there's another combo deck going over the top of you, this Mr. Negative deck is also interactive to boot, right? Like, you're not just pure linear point slam. You've got your Shang-Chi and your Killmonger, and sometimes you even Arn and Zola your Shang-Chi to cover the board right across.
This is about as good as it gets. Yes, I mean, like, that was just a masterful display from Movi there. Just a really, really immensely compelling Mr. Negative gamer right there. Really, really amazing. Really, really impressive.
Hércules.
You know who else is impressive? It's Jeff Hoagland. Jeff, thank you so much for what you've done. Everyone, please make sure to follow Jeff on socials. And Jeff, if you have any final messages as we move on into the top 4, now is the time.
I'm just looking forward to kick back, relax, and watch you and It's Guest Gaming do your thing as we crown a champion for this tournament. Shout out to all the competitors, especially the 4 that are remaining today out of our fields of hundreds that competed, and congrats to all the 5-1 and better players that punched their ticket to the World Champions later this year.
And of course, I am currently filling in for Not My Dance, who had an unfortunate internet issue, but he was an amazing, amazing commentator as well. Make sure you follow him on socials as well. Thank you so much. I've been KM Best. We'll be back with the top 4.
¿Será que se fue? Es que igual podría cambiar la jugada. Entonces sería taca, taca, taca. Va a tener más puntos a ese lado. Si no juega, creo que gane. Se retiró nada. Nada, pero deberían darme los 8 puntos. Estaba quemando tiempo el man. Nah.
Welcome to the top 4. We have made it. Several hours, thousands of people in the Discord, hundreds of participants, and we are down to 4. We're down to the final 4 here in this amazingly, I'm gonna word it as chaotic. We've had some crazy, insane moments happen during this broadcast. KM, I know you've been here for quite a bit of them. How do you feel going into the top 4 today?
I would say enthused. For what I expected to be a fairly, let's say, dragon-centric tournament, it has not been dragon-centric at all. In fact, it has been a very open, interesting, and compelling metagame that we've seen develop. And I think that that is a testament, like Jeff said, to generally the way in which they are able to keep the game balanced with the snap mechanic, and how it's just a little bit difficult for even something that is very strong to come into a tournament where everyone knows how strong it is and still succeed at the highest level.
Yeah, it's been wild to see, because I know we've all, from doing this for so long, casting alongside you for so long, we have seen so many different metas come and go, and normally we can get a pretty good prediction about what people are going to play and what archetypes are going to be popular, and every time we get to the top 4, there's always something. There's always an asterisk, there's always a confusion that happens, because we go, it's still diverse. We still get to take a look and see that we've got a Ronin list, we have a negative list, we have a Doom list, and then we have whatever that is with Stardust and Fin Fang Fu. Like, it's all over the place, and I absolutely love it.
A Wiccan list? Has it really been so long? Has it been so long since us mid-range pile lovers got anything that now you don't even recognize a mid-range Wiccan pile when you see it? That list is after my own heart. I am an absolute lover of, especially not just a Wiccan list, but a Wiccan list that isn't running Domino. That is just like, no, I am playing good 2-drops. I'm playing good cards, and that's it. That's all I'm doing. You have to deal with my good cards, and if you combo over the top of me, well, I'll live. And I've been really impressed with that list so far. It's a list that I definitely did not really have on my radar. One of the lists that I thought was sort of dragon food, so to speak. But adopting its own dragon seems to have gone a long way. The Doom 2099 list was a list that I've been sort of championing for a little bit now. Just people should be playing more of Doom 2099. It's a straightforward, good deck to play. And even in a high-level tournament environment, you're seeing it succeed, which is evidence that it is just straight up good enough. W bringing the Supergiant list, perhaps the most W thing of all time. Players may not know a lot about W now, but way back in the day, he was the person who innovated the original Prof X Thanos Spider-Man list when both of those said you couldn't play cards there. He is all about dragging his opponent down to the level that he is playing on and beating them with experience. And of course, the Mr. Negative Star-Lord list, the most over-the-top list of all over-the-top lists. Where do you want to start, guest?
I mean, we have to, at least to me, I think I want to acknowledge the fact that there are so many different ways to play that one specific negative list, and we've seen it through a couple of different pilots' eyes today throughout the course of the entire broadcast. I want to shout out, while looking through every single match, because I've played this list, I think you've spent some time with this list as well. It is so diverse in the amount of different lines that you can take, not just to get to your end game, but what that end game is, that it just took Mr. Negative to the next level to now we see it here in the top 4. And I honestly have to give that credit legitimately to Star-Lord, which is something I never thought would actually happen. But then his 4-3-ness came through, and wow.
I'll push back a little bit on that. This was already the best way to play Mr. Negative when he was born. This is just X amount more games where you actually get to play Marvel Snap. Regardless of Star-Lord being a 4-3, regardless of Star-Lord being a 4-5. What happened, though, is that other Star-Lord decks got worse. Because this deck is quite bad in a world where people are Eliathing 3 lanes. Your cards don't have text. You never have priority. But we don't live in that world anymore. And when we live in a world where Star-Lord as an archetype unto itself is weakened, and we saw this with Sholau, what happens is that hybrids that can carry part of the weight start showing up. This is one of those hybrids. The Tucker list is one of those hybrids. A lot of decks that are like, okay, I'm a Star-Lord deck and are showing up here. Where previously it was just, I'm a Star-Lord deck, end of sentence. And I think that it's less that this list didn't exist, because it did. It's that it got more well-positioned for the absence of Star-Lord's extra 2 points.
And I also have to shout out, I'm going to put it up here on the screen as well. As much as this list has also taken over the ladder, I do need to give some commendation to Doom 2099, because we saw a variety of people take this through, but only one made it into the top 16, which we even showcased at that moment. We found out only one did, and now here it is in the top 4. What is it about this 2099 list that jumps out to you as being the reason it probably pushed through?
I would say it is likely, if I had to guess, to be Thing First Steps. That card is a specifically targeted answer in a world where everyone is playing Cosmo. Being the only Doom 2099 deck that can interact through a Cosmo is really valuable. We saw the ongoing Sholau list. If they Cosmo a lane, nothing you do can beat them except Thing First Steps. That is true of a lot of those decks. And Thing First Steps being part of this dodge Cosmo thing, I think is probably the best argument I can make for why this one specifically is doing things. I also specifically want to point out the 2-drop duo of this deck. Moondragon and Chamber are both just absolutely great. Like, there is nothing bad you could say about them. The one card that throws me a little, Jack Flag. I think it's an interesting choice to take Jack Flag instead of Mercury, but if you're on Thing First Steps instead of Cannonball to dodge Cosmo, it starts to make a lot more sense.
Yeah, this list seems to be leaning more into specifically thinking what I know several of us thought, which would be that Cosmo would probably be one of the highest, most played cards, and ended up being the #1 most played card in the matchup. The opponent's deck, which is that W deck you were mentioning earlier, it is such a the only way you can word it is it's a W deck if you know W, and I know we both know W at this point, but let's just go take a look at the piloting of the deck, because it's the only real way to realize, once again, here in the top 4, the power that is Electra. So let's head on into the gameplay and get W and all of this ready and set to go.
I think you might have picked the wrong matchup for Electra to do much of anything here. In fact, I would argue this is the worst remaining matchup for W in the entire top 16. This is the specific deck you don't want to see if you're a Supergiant deck, because any game where both of you are doing your thing, you're doing Supergiant, they're doing Doom 2099, you are behind. W is also a player who was sort of famously the Doom player, the Dr. Doom player back in the day. This could be an example of one of his darlings coming back to get him.
As we see the Moondragon drop onto, where I remember the day of Moondragon dropping, people were uncertain if this would be the style of home. Of, are you playing it in a ramp build? Are you going for Doom 2099 only? And we were trying it in a variety of different shells, but I think this truly is, since its release, probably the most consistent shell that Moondragon has kind of secured as her home.
It's very funny how in the ramp deck, Moondragon is bad Chamber, and in the Doom 2099 deck, Chamber is bad Moondragon, but they're both there every single time.
It's true.
The big thing that makes this matchup so awkward for W, though, is just like, you look at that Moondragon, right? It's going to be 8 power. That Chamber, it's going to be 8 power. You're going to have to Shadow King those just to even be close in that matchup, and it's a Shadow King that's like, okay, well, the Moondragon's still going to get that at least 2 points back on the back end. Your trades aren't good, and right now, W just actually has to hard read where the Negasonic is, where the Doom 2099 is going to go. Because if he does not do that and does not Negasonic it, he's going to lose this game to the Doom 2099.
Still debating on where the Negasonic's going to go, where the value is right now. They're thinking it's going to be Milano. I don't know if I agree with that. I think that the Reed's Lab could pose a bigger threat with getting that extra energy, considering that that lane can still scale. But it looks like W guessed correctly, getting rid of Doom 2099. Huge hit for W in the Milano lane. Great, great call.
So here's the thing. You don't want to put it in the Reed's Lab, because if you put it in the Reed's Lab, even though you're like, oh, I want to fill that lane up, it gets filled up quite early, right? It's always nice to see a Negasonic do her thing. I, for one, am shocked that there isn't a snap coming down. And I guess secondarily, if you're a Moondragon deck, you don't want that extra energy.
And
you would like to keep it at 6.
Yeah, there's
I
that
would
snap.
be shocked if this is not a retreat. Basically, my thought process was, I'm shocked if W doesn't snap here. I'm shocked if Zulabird doesn't retreat here.
Can you accurately predict the future? If I had to guess, I would probably lean towards yes, because I don't see a reason to stay. Oh, and they're going to. They're going to compete for the Reed's Lab, put down the Cosmic Ghost Rider, lock that Mercury into Reed's Lab.
For the Doom play. It's a Doom here, right? So the idea is Doom, then activate Chamber, wins the middle. Doom bot in the Luke's bar wins that. So this is a Cosmo read. Or a full play around if possible.
They don't have 6 on this turn, so they can't drop the Cosmo. I mean, can't drop the Doom down twice with the Luke's bar. But if they're going to play around, I don't think this is necessarily play around Luke's bar. I'm surprised they're also moving the Nightcrawler, because wouldn't you want to keep priority? Whoa.
the final turn of the game.
Oh, sorry. For some reason, I thought it was turn 5. Shh, quiet. You saw nothing. You heard nothing. You saw nothing. Shh, nothing happened.
So this is just a math thing where it's like,
Yeah.
how many 5s can Chamber eat, right? Because Chamber counts the cards on the board too. Ah, wow.
Not enough, apparently, as Zeliber backs out. W taking a 10-8 lead going into round number 3. I don't know why I thought it was turn 5 there for some reason.
It happens to all of us. I mean, I was unable to predict the future. You were unable to know what turn it is. It's just one of those things.
So that is...
Yeah, exactly. That is a very rare game, though, right? The situation that arose there, allowing the Negasonic to blow up the Doom 2099, that's basically what W has to do every game. That or Doom 2099 just doesn't exist. Sakar much better for Zeliber than it is for W.
I mean, if it drops down that 2099 right now, it's probably an instant snap scenario.
And again, you know, I don't like predicting the future, but probably an instant retreat if that happens.
Yes, exactly. As we see the Mercury get pulled from W with the movability, and Drax getting locked in due to Mercury on the Sakar lane as Castle Blackstone flips over in the right side. Yeah, I think
I've seen worse.
Yeah.
I've seen worse.
Yes.
Is it ever just Maximus the Blackstone into Ronin? The problem is if you Maximus the Blackstone, you make it so much more likely that a Doom 2099 comes down. What if it's moving the Mercury? What if it's moved the Mercury to Blackstone and play Cosmo? Because if you play the Maximus, the Drax is going to go over. Oh no, the Mercury's going to stop.
No, the Mercury's going to keep the Drax in there. It'll go up to 7, but it looks like it is going to be the Ronin line right here.
Yeah, but you've just drawn them so much closer to Doom 2099, and it's very... I would assume that just gets you most of the time.
It might be worth cannonballing the Invisible Woman for that exact reason. Drag over the Mercury, because Drax stays still at 6 with the cannonball. If you've already given them 2 more draws, they have an increased chance for the Doom 2099. Instead, it's the Iska which drops into Castle Blackstone. That's going to go from 3 to 6 as they cannonball the Drax, turning that into a rock. Tie over in the Castle Blackstone. Nobody gets any advantage of energy, but now the Super Giant for just points in Pit of Exile while you sit on
I would
Ronin.
imagine
How did you know? I love this song. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and I'm homebound. And I need you, and I miss you. And now I wonder if I could fall into the sky. Do you think time would pass me by? 'Cause you know I want the dancing if I could just see.
¿Qué dice Capuchino?
Going off twice in the right is going to be thought through, but there was a world where Cosmo, Mercury, Maximus, Shadow King still would have won the right lane.
Esto se gana.
Not there anymore since the Doom 2099 has also dropped. Now it's a little bit too risky to think about all of those Doom bots raining down intentionally as well.
Y viendo las semifinales del Marvel Rivals.
Card Dr. Doom except with this call out, but this call out doesn't work unless you move the Mercury over to Castle Blackstone as well, because the
he stays,
Invisible Woman
calls it, keeps the priority to block the Dr. Doom in the mid. What a read! It's enough to stop it. And
I'm very confused.
Wait.
Camello.
Just as confused. What am I missing here with the Doom 2099? Only a single card drop.
Luis, pero tiene unos decks muy avanzados.
What did I miss here?
Coloca 4 arcanos antiguos en tu mazo. What the hell?
I'm not alone in that, right?
¿Bloqueó todas las ubicaciones? Yo estoy jugando a la vez que estoy viendo.
Yeah, no, we're getting
Ya,
absolutely
esos
obliterated
3
right
meses
now.
pasan en un momentico.
Completely shattered apart as to
Because whatever I thought was going on, clearly W was aware of it or he wouldn't have made that play. So for about a minute and a half, I must have been saying entirely incorrect things. I'm reasoning this out backwards.
I cannot
Also,
wait to
notably-
read the chat 5 minutes later and then post-react to this. This is going to be fantastic because I think both of us are just as lovingly confused for all the right reasons. But let's continue on. Let's see what happens as we see Titan flip. Titan probably, I'm going to safely say, is going to be benefiting Zulber. So, oh boy. The
Yo creo que ganó.
drawing out
Supergiant
Aurora.
interaction somehow? Like, is it just end of turn versus... That's what it was!
Oh my god, Supergiant was on the board.
It's the Supergiant on the board.
Okay, chat,
The
we figured it
Supergiant-
out. It's less than 5 minutes.
Pues esta vez van a ser más partidos.
I'm going to take a check here that is 7 hours and 40 minutes into the broadcast, and clearly the caffeine has worn off. So luckily, your casters are completely professional, and we know exactly what's going on at all times.
¿Será que me puede ganar? No, no me puede ganar.
At the end of the game, there
Snap.
was no opportunity for Iska to double-double because W is really good at this game, and I clearly am not.
So for those who do not know, if you had any further questions, my name is Jeff Hoogland. That over there is Lambie Series. Thank you so much for being here. And luckily, we can't even tell Lambie Series apart from KM Best. So that's
Yeah,
just
no,
it.
it's very difficult to tell us apart.
It's always the glasses. That's always the bit.
Yeah.
So Aurora drops down over in the left-hand side.
Pues eso lo ideal es pagar el mes de DirecTV, ¿sí? Para ver todos.
Now,
Para ver todos.
with the first Doombot dropping, going into what's probably
Igual hay que ver cómo va a ser el tema todavía, no se sabe.
It could be a Doom.
I mean, this is just masterful from W here. Like, there's really no two ways around it. Like, this matchup is horrendous. It's so unpleasant. And here he is, facing it down in a way that is genuinely so flawless that I couldn't even process it.
Yeah. And we see a snap come from Zulliver. He's looking to push himself full in, all in right here for his final 4.
¿Loki?
Saying that
What
that's gonna
the
be
hell?
enough. I feel confident saying in it. And we are going into a match point as the Doom 2099 gets destroyed by Cannonball
LOL.
in Titan. Nightcrawler's gonna flip over into the
Me autotroleé en esa jugada.
Iska's gonna be able to double over
Ahora tengo el mazo de mi
That's gonna
oponente.
go to 15 and just barely squeak out the right-hand lane as Aurora drops on down. That's gonna switch back over into favor of W as Iron Lad hits the Doctor Doom and steals the right lane once again. Pushing for all 4.
Oh my god. That is, if you are a fan
Te pago un
of
solo
W,
mes.
who is
DirecTV Go.
undeniably the
DirecTV Go
underdog in
los
this
puede ver
match,
todos.
That is exactly what you
Es lo más
cannot
económico.
see. If you are the underdog and you are about to win the game and the only thing that can happen is a 1-in-3 Iron Lad to beat you and it happens,
Wow.
it's crushing.
I mean, welcome to the top 4. You just gotta roll it sometimes, and that's pretty much what that was.
Vormir Spider Island, interesting combination here because neither of these decks really have throwaway cards. So it's very much just like, well, something's happening here. Not sure what, but something
I think
is.
it's just nonstop. Keep moving and landing. Keep moving and landing. Keep moving and landing. Everybody's just gonna avoid it the entire time.
That probably favors Zulliber here because it is just a much... Oh, there's a throwaway card. We got there.
Well,
it is a... go ahead.
It's actually very relevant right now because
Uy,
the
iba a
Viper, so
lanzar
no matter
allá.
all the shift on the left, move to the right, shift on the left, move to the right, it's all just gonna stack over there. It might be worth throwing it away now just to open up the Vormir, and instead he plays down the Electra over in the right-hand lane where the Invisible Woman first steps gets landed. Moondragon's gonna go up to 6, and we watch the consolidation. Priority's now been thrown. So what does W see?
Whatever it is, once again, I fear that I don't. I am
Do a Stardust check.
pretty concerned. I'm pretty concerned if I see a Doom 2099 basically ever at this point. Our outs to that are the cannonball stuff, not really viable. We don't have the ability to blow it up, and if that's a Doom 2099, we are...
Oh! It's the stronger version of Doom 2099. It's Iron Lad 2099.
These are some unbelievable Iron Lads, man.
Yeah. As now it's all about the shifting. Now this could be a play for thing for steps, as we see it, which is a great pull from that cable earlier.
Empieza México contra Sudáfrica, quien... Yo creo que México gana. Más que está de local y pues Sudáfrica no es que tenga tremendo equipo.
I
We
think
do
you
see
have
a
to leave.
snap comes in. Yeah, this is a good snap from Zelda right here. Understanding.
Sí, hasta el
really the
17.
location
Es que como
more
son
than the
tantos partidos.
Can I just say something on a personal level? I'm glad that like after we messed up that earlier interaction, the Doom off the Iron Lad happened, so people would have something else to pog out about. I'm just like really grateful for that. To the
I so am too. It's not like they're going to roast us or anything. Not at all.
No. I'm just sort of waiting for my Discord notifications to start going off.
We'll get them. We'll get them eventually at some point as we start heading in now into the high stakes rounds, opening with a Star Brand crater in the left.
Extra energy is a little bit more beneficial for W than it is for Zulabear here because unless there's a Doom 2099.
I kind of like the Super Giant play to stop the Invisible Woman just in case too. There's a little world where I like that.
No manches, que tiro Snappy le gané.
Well, is it?
It's the Iron Lad, which is I was so ready for it. It's a Drax.
For once.
Avatar of Life.
Bueno, ya estamos a un nivel de llegar a Vibranium.
That's all. A preloaded, we'll call it Iron Lad v Drax, as they're going to get that extra energy ASAP, and maybe work into some kind of priority play here.
No, pero es que no se está grabando nada de lo que estoy jugando. Porque como se está viendo es el torneo.
With a Negasonic in the hand, it wouldn't be the worst play.
It's going to be really iffy on getting priority here, though. Like, that's going to be a really important thing if the Negasonic is to actually matter. Drax here will take priority for Zul.
The good thing about it right now, though, is that Mercury's holding both of those Draxes in Starbrand Crater in place.
And one of them's definitely getting blown up by a cannonball, which takes away the Starbrand Crater bonus on 5 when if, for example, the hand was... Let's say the hand you're worried about is Doom 2099, Doom Aurora, probably.
Yes.
You can stop that from happening by cannonballing one of those Draxes. Procking both Draxes here. Dangerous.
Wow. And plays down the Ronin on the right as Cosmic Ghost Rider takes both
Neither
moves
will
and
move.
say, not today. With the
Is
priority
this like
back,
a live... Is this like a live, we go Super Giant here and we just say, those Draxes never move anywhere, and we're going to try to win with a Cannonball or Negasonic here?
Well, Cannonball does hit out. It doesn't destroy them, since Mercury's gone.
Mm-hmm.
This could be just trying to take the prio for Negasonic, really.
Interestingly, the CGR being gone means Ronin's just there.
Yeah.
He's just a big guy just chilling there.
So I like the keep everything low, keep the Draxes in the left, kind of throwing the left lane. And now it's just
sort
a
of.
matter
It opens you up for draw Shadow King, right? You draw Shadow King, you go to 16, you take away 10 power on them? No, it's only 9 power on them. You go to 17 though. That would force
yeah, you go to 17 in the left, correct. As they draw the Aurora, here comes the Iska plus Chamber. That might keep you over the top in the Ronin lane. And there's the top deck Shadow King. Now with 7 to
It's face down again. It's face down again. This is exactly what you're looking for, right?
Oh, I see what you... Oh, wow. So Iska's going to pop off. And Super Giants afterwards.
Iska does her.
LOL,
she'll do her thing,
238.
Shadow King
¿Cómo
will stop it,
238?
and the real question is just, without Aurora,
Ah, por la cantidad
how
de
many cards are
cartas.
coming out of the
Yo
hand?
sí,
Because
uy,
that
pero uy,
Ronin, like, it might just be
Qué
big enough to win the
agresividad.
lane. The Chamber is going to activate, get got by
No,
Shadow
pues
King.
acaba.
The Iska is going to activate, get got by Shadow King. None of the Draxes are going to move, and you aren't
Este
winning
mister
the middle.
acá.
So it's only the right.
Y este otro por acá.
This time, we caught the interaction in time.
I'm so proud of us.
Yeah, it only took one face plant before we
Podría
learned
ser al
not to
contrario.
face
Este acá.
That's completely
Y
fine.
este vato acá.
We've all gone through it before. So let's see if there's something else that
Creo que
we're
gané.
missing going into this final turn here. It is only round 5, but it is a knockout potential moment here for W as everything stays. There goes the Iska up to 12. The Chamber's hanging on. Shadow King.
Ah, mariachi.
Negasonics dropping in the left. Here comes the Moondragon, followed by Thing First Steps, which does not take it over. And W holds on and moves on to, the final. Wow.
It's the same interaction, right? The Thing First Steps doesn't get its props because it reveals after the game is over.
Ah, gané.
After the end of the turn is over. And you don't think of Supergiant as being a card that is used in that way, but that's actually how you use it against a lot of Invisible Woman decks.
Bueno,
W
creo que
taking
una
that
más
and
sí la
applying it
logramos.
here to incredible effect. W is a player who has been so good at card games for such a long time that it's not a surprise to see him being this good, but of the sort of group of players that I test with and talk about the game with a lot, he's probably the one that talks the absolute least. So to see him make a run like this, I mean, honestly, it's a little bit reminiscent of Zapgaze in the World Final.
Very, very cool to watch out. And once again, this deck here, I'm going to bring this back on the screen one more time as well. It is true ownership. True ownership of understanding how every single niche interaction of this actually plays out. So, as exciting as that was only the first of our 2 semi-final matches. I know they're sharing codes over for our second match, so we'll get that going up on the screen in just a moment. If you are W, going into this next match, it is Movi versus Live Legend. Live Legend running the Wiccan list we saw earlier, and Movi running the negative list. Who does W want to face in the final?
This is going to sound weird, but I'm not sure he wants to face either. I guess he's a little bit more prepared to deal. It sort of goes both ways, right? Because on the one hand, the Wiccan list has a matchup against you that is sort of similar to the Doom 2099 list, which is if you guys are both doing your thing, they probably are going to have more points than you, but they're also a little bit more vulnerable to your Cosmo. They're a little bit more vulnerable to your Negasonic in ways that the negative list mostly isn't. So I think against the negative list, it's going to be a game of figuring out what exactly games are going to be about in terms of snapping aggressively when things are or are not happening. Whereas against the Wiccan list, it'll be much more of a dogfight.
Well, let's see how it plays out here in our second of our semi-final matches as the Superflow flips. Who needs Ravona? You just need a Superflow.
That's certainly one way to put it. The Mr. Negative coming down on turn 3 is a snap and retreat situation.
Yep. Let's see if Live Legend agrees. I know it would be for me.
Como se cuidan en las semifinales, vean.
Okay, they are ready.
Creo que esta ya es la segunda semifinal, ¿no? Ahorita ya es que no puse cuidado.
Let's see what happens. Bring it on. I am in the top 4 for a reason. Bring it on.
My God. I mean, this is just a whole lot of scary stuff potentially happening here. Everything is on the table here. I mean, I think there are some players watching this right now who might say, I would have snapped the second I got the Quicksilver in the Superflow showing up, but it is both of those. In fact, that might be the reason that the snap was not retreated on. It was expected to be about the Superflow instead of being about Mr. Negative. Those snaps are my favorite when you are able to snap something that plausibly looks like it's a location snap, but it's actually just that you have your nut draw. Love doing that. Very, very fun.
As we get the flip into a Kamar Taj, Killmonger goes, whiffs, gets rid of nothing, takes on the +3, moves over to Kunlun, gets +3, +2, moves to being a 3/8 play. And now with Kamartaj and the negative Star-Lord into... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh.
I mean, I don't know what else you could say.
You can say, oh no.
If
I
you
know that's a
asked
given.
me, if you asked me to like provide a statement on this, the statement would just be all caps, ah ha 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 ha. Because this, I mean,
¿Pero
this
qué?
combo has
¿Cuántas
been
veces?
terrorizing everyone for a month, and now here it is on the same
Wow.
turn on a Kamartaj. It does not get more ridiculous than this.
Well,
Ah, qué
let's
asco,
see how
güey.
ridiculous it can get, though. Assuming Live Legend says, yeah, there's something to be had here.
¿Pero qué? ¿Cuántas veces se repitió
Yeah,
eso?
they get their +2 energy over in the Kunlun lane, making the once future have that disappear. Here goes negative Star-Lord, going to 12. There's your Arnim Zola, flipping it over.
Ah, qué rabona. Acá hubo chetos, güey. No entiendo ese combo cómo lo hizo. No, se siguió repitiendo sin parar.
So, I mean, I guess,
¿Qué pex?
you know, question, right?
Answer.
You're playing against Mr. Negative.
Yes.
Your opponent has 18.
Nah.
You staying?
Nah.
No, only if they have under 20.
No entendí ese
energy
combo,
do
güey.
I stack.
Okay, so if it was 18 instead of the 22, you're chilling.
Yeah,
But-
18
Otorga más
is
2
yeah,
a
like,
tus
I'm
otras
see- now I'm on
cartas.
the
Wong.
cusp here.
Tus efectos al
Yeah,
revelarse
maybe
se activan
I
2
stay,
veces, ok. 2 veces porque se activó
I
8
my
veces.
legs. I'm in between there. I'm not 100% on it, but I'm pretty sure
La repitió
we're not
es.
gonna see this final turn.
I would
Nah.
think, but there is a Shadow King
¿Qué
that can win
carta le
that left lane
repite?
in a very funny way. So like Shadow King left and
Esta
then
no.
win another lane somehow. It's not impossible. Like we're making
No veo
jokes
ninguna
here,
carta
but
que haga
that's
que
a lot
se,
of
que se
green
repita
power.
otra
There's a
vez.
Shadow King in this
Ah,
lane, and,
los efectos
you know,
continuos
it
se
will actually be
duplican, es
important.
por
He's only a
este
couple energy
campo.
off being able to do something that actually does win this game. Like
Loco.
for example, Fin Fang Foom right, Shadow King left. That's a play, right?
Buah.
It's not
This is
winning the
true. You know
game,
what? This
Está muy
is
roto
true.
entonces
it's
en ese
pretty
caso.
close.
But
Like
it'll
it's
be
one
a
of those things where
Ese campo.
phenomenal play if Live Legend can make that kind of a read going into this final turn. And he
We are in
stays
Magical
with it.
Christmas
Here we
land.
go. One card in the left. Let's see if it's the Shadow King. Here comes the Iron Man, followed by the Mystique into Aunt May's. That takes on the Iron Man effect. Live Legend said, this is fine. I'm fine. We're all fine. No worries here as Shang-Chi drops in to make it just a mild 46 into the mid and... Oh, no way. Did you call that perfect? Here comes the Fin Fang Boom on the right, which steals the right. That pops off twice, and the null is not enough.
it actually kind of was winnable.
It was.
I mean,
mid.
it's the cable
Oh, wait,
card,
no, not
right?
Val mid, but
Like
yeah,
it's
no,
not
it-
one to
no,
one, but
yeah,
like
no.
it's one of those games where it's like again
Wow.
he's just a couple energy off. If he was able to get to a Wiccan at some point during that game, Fin Fang Foom, the Null, and the Shadow King on the left does win that.
Yeah.
Like it was doable.
Wow.
Like it is. It's a bit of a questionable stay, but it is very much less comical than I
we
think
thought.
maybe our reactions made it seem.
I mean, no,
This-
not at all. Given 20
Well, it was pretty comical.
energy to work with.
It was.
You also have to look at it from a different point of view. Look at it through Live Legends' eyes. Knowing that there is over 20 energy to be worked with, to see that you've got a Fin Fang Foom in a Kamartaj and say, don't worry, I got that lane. All I'm figuring out is what is my second lane, and you're already playing a negative destroy deck that's looking to do some kind of destroys. Maybe this null is actually enough that honestly it makes sense to stay for 2 there as we take a look as the Triskelion loads up a little bit of chaos with the zombie Mr. Fantastic, a Killmonger, which kind of already is, you know, not really the worst thing in the world for Moby. It's just more of hand clog than anything else.
Yeah, the blown draw is the bad part here because we don't have any of the cards that do the dumb stuff. And we need to do dumb stuff if we want to win. And also, the hand clog takes us off some of our dumb stuff, right? Like, oh, here's all the dumb stuff I'm going to do. It's going to be great. And then we don't have a Jane Foster.
And we also don't have a destroyed mansion at the moment until we get that Killmonger to do something.
Yeah, like, it'll be it's like magic into Killmonger into Star-Lord. You're chilling, presumably, or something along those lines.
something along those lines. I think right now with no Merlin on the board, you're still kind of hoping to see if you can get a free, less worrisome magic down on turn 5 as a potential play. Here comes the speed into the icebox, reprocking that basic arrow, which is going to disappear with that Killmonger Destroy, bringing this null all the way to a whopping 4 when all is said and done. And now you're sitting on magic and a lot of unflipped cards. So I think you kind of have no choice here if you're going to try to stay in this if you're Movi. I don't see too many play lines outside of Star-Lord and Magic. I think
well, I mean, that's good, right? I think either one is fine, depending on how you think about how the game is going to play out, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think they're off Wicked. Maybe I just want this game to end very, very quickly. Maybe I think I can do, you know, Gore Mystique, and that'll be enough, and I'll just be, you know, pretty much chilling throughout this. This is a lot of energy. We've got Gore, Mystique, a zombie Mr. Fantastic. We've got some on-reveals that can come down. It's not the end of the world if you're just like, well, if they're going to mope around and be a mid-rangey deck that's moping around, I can mope around with the best of them.
Zombie
Me re jodió.
Fantastic going to be dropping in also another 2 in another lane, another 2 power in another lane. No activate, but just to
No
get
activate,
the...
but it is an on reveal for both the Gore and the Mystique. So the Gore is going to be 7, the Mystique is going
Actually, no,
to
it
9.
won't make that happen because Stardust, because we learned things.
It is... The on reveal is kind of the important part of the card here. It just has an on reveal and
power. You're just
things.
talking about a different 2.
Yes.
Ahí ya están los
I'm
comandos
talking about the 2 that is
de todo lo que es el
important to the
video
core
del
plan
Bonnie.
that's being enacted here. I wonder how comfortable you are if you are Movi just playing for
Puedes retar a el duelo normal,
It
arena,
seems like a plausible line.
ver el
He's
top
going
de
for the
jugadores
boots,
que hay,
hoping to draw some
ver
wasted
qué jugadores
power
están más o menos a tu
from
mismo
Live
nivel
Legend.
con B-Rival.
Live Legend doesn't have any energy extra advantage. They're both playing for the same 2 as we watch the Shadow King reduce that Star-Lord in the middle lane. Here comes the Gore, followed by Mystique. Shadow King's also obviously contributed 2 over to the massive equation for the Gore. Here comes the Gore, flipping it all down. When all is said and done, the Drax is going to shimmy over into the mid and steal the mid away, taking away 2 cubes from Movi, who's now leading 8-6.
That's a big one. I mean, there is something to be said for the Star-Lord things allowing you to limp a little bit more. Previous versions of Mr. Negative, if they're
Hijo de
not
pucha,
playing
está de
Mr.
primeras,
Negative by
Bonnie.
4, they're getting snapped out of the game pretty consistently. Star-Lord letting them limp and giving people something to be afraid of has been generally a pretty good thing for how the deck is playing itself out. Right now, we see the same dynamic at play. I think previous to Star-Lord's inclusion in the deck, Live Legend could have been a lot more aggressive, but is unable to be so because of the potential fear of getting out mid-ranged by a Star-Lord. And here we have Mr. Negative, Jane Foster, and a Magic. That's kind of what you want to see.
Yeah. Chimichanga easily just for 2. Throw it down now? No, I think just, yeah, play it safe there with the X-Mansion. You don't want some craziness. Like, I don't know, Bar with no name. You know, because it's just going to put out a Scarlet Witch and then it's just going to turn into Bar with no name because that seems to be the trend of the tournament so far.
Well, the thing about the snap dynamics with this deck is that it's very difficult for Live Legend to snap ever if he is in range of losing to a Star-Lord. And it's very easy for Movi to snap all the time.
Yeah.
Which is a dynamic that is just going to increasingly favor Movi as these games become worth more and more.
Gamma Lab here.
Shang-Chi deck, null deck. This is exactly what this deck is built for. It loves seeing a Gamma Lab. It is the happiest camper of all time. This could be a snap even without any of the cards.
And that will flip before a Starlet happens, so throw 2 of those down. You've got an Iron Man in hand, which he'll wait until 5 on, so you're looking probably just straight up at Shang-Chi on curve, but as of right now.
What you're afraid of then in the world where you are doing this is a Fin Fang Stone, which would necessitate the Iron Man coming down there. But that is a fear that only is really accessible if Wiccan and Merlin are doing things.
Yeah, if 2 cards were able to come down in the mid, I'd be a little bit more scared, but based on the way that their deck is built, they only have
Y si estás desde el celular se ve mejor.
as the only one, so there was no way 2 cards were going to be coming down at that point. So you're looking at a full-on tie. Going into turn 4, we get the
Gané.
We didn't skip, so we skipped on 1. If we skip now, then skip. If we skip now, then skip next turn. It's only +3.
We got a snap from Live Legend though, so Moby knows.
That's really respectful. That's
Bicotori.
just really good discipline from Moby here, because that's a very cope stayable game.
Testen. Y creo que se ve muy bacano. O sea, lo traté de acomodar bien para que se viera bacano, tanto en el formato vertical como el formato horizontal. Ya están los comandos ahí en pantalla. Ahí pueden testear cosillas. Vamos a retar una pelea capuchino.
And then I get to play a 14 power null and then potentially draw an Arnim Zola. Like, there's some stuff that's making me want to stay in that game, basically.
Sinister London's an interesting one here right now because I think the location preference changes.
Sí, claro, en pantalla se ve. Claro que se ve.
As of right now, if I were Movi, I would be seriously considering that Ravona into Sinister London. But the cable feels really good as a nice pull here too.
Stardust does make this a little asymmetric. Kate Bishop Hawkeye has the potential to do that with her Clog Arrow as well.
Getting 2 draws pulled away from Live Legend here to maybe hit that Stardust. You'd have basically a 1 in 6 chance to get Stardust in your hand if you go for a cable line right now.
I would imagine that, like, if you have the arrow, what you do is you do cable the mid, arrow the mid, and just be like, you're not drawing anything. That seems compelling, even if it's costing you a draw, right? Because your Mr. Negative is drawing nothing. But it looks like what's happening is the cable's being held until the Mr. Negative.
Pues es que me toca retar para subir de nivel.
So the Mr. Negative comes down, you take
Vamos a retar a Uni ahora.
You get 1 draw of Mr. Negative, you get 2 Mr. Negative cards.
Ay, lo escribí mal.
He says he's cooking based on the emote there. He's like, hang on, I'm cooking here.
I'm interested.
Se me fue mal.
Extremely compelled by this.
Like
the only thing
back out here though.
Thought about the cable.
Ahí va, otra peleita.
He thought about it. He was like, they have a cable. I don't want to know.
No se está viendo el torneo, loco.
They have a cable, so doing the negative flip wouldn't make sense here. And it's going to force Live Legend out. Huh. I guess no Stardust in hand. I guess that's...
Pero es que el Bunny tiene un nivel más que yo, loco.
Because I don't think there's any other play you make if you have that Stardust in hand on 4.
Ah, jue madre, me va a ganar. Toma, uy, casi me gana, loco.
Oh, here we go again.
London again.
It's like it's deja
Casi
vu
me
all over
gana.
again.
It's the exact same play.
¿Cómo era para consultarlo del nivel?
Really beneficial because Clintar
Y
is going to
stats, creo que
allow
es.
Live Legend to play a bunch of cards and not feel like he's going to clog himself.
It's also one of the worst looking hands.
Ah, ahí pueden ver las estadísticas de su personaje. Para que sepan más o menos qué les hace falta.
Like, it's one of your worst looking negative Jane hands.
XP era la
But it's
cosa.
hardly your worst looking.
No.
Negative Jane, like you have negative Jane in your hand. That's what I'm saying. Wow, again, they've got Drax on 3. There's your 2 Draxes. Go ahead
Ese
and
sí
get
no
rid
me
of
la sé.
Quicksilver. Now you're working with 5.
Todavía me faltan 4 de experiencia.
Very heads up. Just saying, an extra fluid energy for Star-Lord.
Vamos a retar a otra
Very
pelea.
heads up. I almost wonder if the Mr. Negative is also supposed to go there, but you end up maybe clogging yourself just a little bit too much.
They got their Wiccan line on curve, so they'll get +4.
Vamos a retar a
for the next
Posic.
couple turns, as 2 acid arrows are going to drop on down.
Con el B-Rival ven rivales más o menos de su nivel para pelear.
-3 symbiote.
Yeah.
But
Not
you
just
can
the biggest
navigate around
symbiote we've
that.
ever seen.
Yeah.
There's the Iron Man.
Ya tiene hasta ya tiene mascotas, ¿sí?
Crucial, I think, at this point. It is notable that in a Fin Fang Foom world, you know, Fin Fang Foom is very
Que ahora sí me
accessible
quedó
here.
bien implementado para que se vea.
Acid arrows, not a good hit. Symbiotes, not a good hit.
As much as I know they also are looking at
Torito,
like, okay, this is
exclamación,
confident
Bidwell.
nine, confident
Voy a
nine with the
retar a
threat of Stardust potentially coming on down. I think there's a world where you just also go
Alterax.
Jane Foster to the right just to get that +1 energy
Alterax.
guaranteed. So you have a little bit more to work with.
Voy a acabar con el chat ya que ahí entró harta
Yeah,
gente.
you
Voy
could
a,
draw Flip Mystique, in which case that +1
a
energy
pelearles a
is
todos.
meaningful.
Because right now, I mean, Movi's got Live Legend pushed all the way in here.
I could see that being the direction you want to go. But at the same time, you need points to go in that lane, right? And if you're going to play the Iron Man Mystique thing, okay, you know, 16 points minus an acid arrow. Not
Double
great.
cable after being negatived. Live Legend definitely feasting at this moment. Here comes a Pim arrow, and Jay's gonna pull the Rex.
Ahorita sale uno bien todo fortacho. Piel de cocodrilo. Sí, como las estadísticas las asigna aleatoriamente. Entonces va a haber unos que aguanten más, otros que peguen más, entonces eso es ahí donde va toda la vaina. Bidwell de Vileón X. Va otro.
Taking down the symbiote lane. How scared are you of a turn 4 Stardust?
Acuérdense, exclamación BLBLA para subir de nivel.
Honestly, gut check, I almost just think it's just Gore Iron Man middle, figure it out. Like, I kind of just think you're like,
I mean,
it's just got to be something. Like,
yeah, it's
just like, look,
¿En qué van todavía en la semifinal? Sí, están todavía en la semifinal. A ver. Ahí en teoría ya debería poder subir de nivel.
They go for the Iron Man Shang-Chi middle. Here go the flips. It's the Fin Fang Foom. Fin Fang Foom 1.
Ah, me falta uno de experiencia. Vamos a retar a otro.
Speed over in the left-hand side and the Mystique afterwards to take on the speed effect.
Vamos a retar a X sola. Reten a los botsitos, a X sola, al Botrix, a Stream Elements porque no deben tener nivel.
Hits 2, and it's a tiebreak difference of 1. By 1 point, Movie holds on with the double Shang-Chi.
I mean, that is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. He has been such an impressive
Le
player
gané
this
aquí sola.
entire tournament.
Es que Capuchino está tercero. Capuchino está tercero en el ranking.
This guy understands this deck.
Yeah, 100%. Every potential line, even, and like I was saying, even if it flopped the other way around, where the Iron Man went to the right and the Shang-Chi was gonna go, Iron Man go to the left and the Shang-Chi goes to the right, that would have won it as a 2-1. But I mean, to squeak it out by 1 point. Either way, you had a 4-3 lead going into the next round. Even if you did lose that, you have great snap equity going.
Subí al nivel 6 ya. Ya estoy al nivel de Bonnie porque si no un día estos me va a ganar. Donde le dé la oportunidad me gana.
Phenomenally done.
Yeah, beautifully done.
The Fin Fang Foom middle, I get that.
Le robé la
That's the call out
XP.
you're making by playing the Shang-Chi. Makes some sense. In for it, right?
Yeah.
The swap
Ahorita para que el
also
Botrix como es el dueño de interacción en nivel 100, güey. Ah, no, es nivel 1.
I think you might win if the Fin Fang Foom goes, if the Shang-Chi goes.
Si yo le pongo temporizadores al Botrix.
It hits the Foom, but you're down 12-1 in that lane, I believe.
No, pero igual no podría retar.
It was a very interesting
Fin de turno, horda más 1.
I think one of the things that really impressed me is I was talking about the Gore thing, right? But the Gore thing, if you make that play, there's a second copy of Gore somewhere. And Drax can be like, hold on now, dude. I'm gonna go win this.
Ahora van a retar al...
Because if you lose the mid lane, or if you have won the mid lane with a Shang-Chi, Drax can be like, all right, well, I don't need the mid lane. I'm going somewhere else. I'm going where that Gore is, and I'm gonna try to beat that. Just a really heads-up play. Really, really incredibly heads up. Not just to recognize his own deck's output, but to recognize what his opponent could have plausibly done there. That was a hard call out in the Fin Fang thing. And sometimes when you're put in these situations where you're just waiting for your opponent to, where you're all in anyway, it is what it is. Making a hard call out like that can be incredibly rewarding.
And we see, take a look at the rewards. We're moving forward. We're down into the finals. They are right around the corner. Hang on, folks. We're not done yet. One more match to determine who takes home today's Golden Gauntlet. Stick around. We'll be right back.
¿Será que el top va por nivel? Ya, volví a... Ah, no. Sigo segundo. Nada, ese Bonnie está muy chetado. Y probemos el de B-Rivals. Yo creo que... ¿B-Rivals? Sí. Jugadores de nivel de KaiserCano. Vea, ahí salen con ese comando. Ven qué jugadores tienen su mismo nivel.
Or already late.
Merlin coming down. Go active!
One card can flip the whole match. Live competition, real tournaments, and insane events. This game never sits still, so jump in now before the next event goes live.
What? Oh no! I was wrong. The clock is almost done.
And a bucket! Join us and play Marble Snap today.
LOL, ahora empezaron a coger los nombres para retar a todos, ¿no? Va a estar bueno esto. Yo sabía que esto iba a estar bueno. No me quiero imaginar lo que va a hacer cuando esté en directo, no todo el mundo retándose en el chat, güey. Ahora sí van a subir nivel rápido. ¡No! ¡No! ¿Qué pasó? Ah, perdí por nada, loco. Yo sabía que iba a dar sus frutos. Le toca subir de nivel primero, Capuchino. Dele exclamación, ve level up. Ya está nivel 3 el Capuchino. Vea, ya empezó a subir, ya empezó a leviar. Se van a tutear ahí en el chat. Fin del turno. Las cartas aquí luchan. Las más débiles son destruidas. No pongamos nada ahí entonces.
And it is featuring some chaos. We have seen some unique decks throughout the entire broadcast. And I mean, as I flip on through, we've seen everything from Captain Carter. We've seen the -1, which is making it here to the final. We have seen Iska and Doom 2099. I am just flipping through these decks because it all comes down to a Super Giant Ronin deck trying to take down the most popular deck brought to the tournament. I didn't see it coming.
And I saw about half of it coming, right? If you told me the finals were a player that I was very familiar with versus someone playing Star-Lord negative, I would have been like, yeah, okay, that sounds pretty likely.
It sounds on point-ish.
Después del turno 5 establece el poder de todas las cartas aquí en 5.
W is a master mid-range gamer. Perhaps more than anyone else in Marvel Snap, W is a player who thrives on dragging his opponents down, pulling apart their synergies, and then beating them with experience because that's the part of the game you're familiar with. He demonstrated his masterful use of Supergiant and incredible knowledge of the mechanics to a level that exceeded both of us on the casting desk in just his previous matchup. However, I did talk to him just before this game got ready to start, and he said that of the two that he could have been playing against, the deck he was afraid to face was Movi's list. And while he was able to get through maybe the worst matchup in Doom 2099, this might be the second worst matchup for a deck that is all about dragging your opponents down. You can counterplay the Star-Lord, which is good, but beating Mr. Negative is still going to be quite difficult. There's going to be a lot of stress on what the good use of Supergiant in this matchup. To me, it is the key card for W going into this specific final.
Something else that I think we should absolutely focus on for a second here is that if you look carefully at this deck, you might notice that something's missing.
Is it Series 5 cards?
You're right. W's deck runs 0 Series 5 cards, only 3 Series 4 cards.
GG.
Supergiant, Mercury, and Cannonball. I just think that, like, as someone who's played the game for a long time,
El Bunny se va a ir a subir a nivel 7. Ya lo vi, ya lo pillé.
And no matter when you get a card, whether you got it 3 years ago or you got it yesterday, it's probably got some kind of relevance into this game, into this current meta. And this is a deck that showcases something exactly like that.
There's another dynamic that I think is really interesting in this deck as well, which is Master Mold and Maximus. Now, these are not cards that are typically regarded as good at being disruptive. They're there mostly to facilitate Ronin and things of that nature.
¿Cuál será el nivel máximo?
In a matchup like this, Mr. Negative can meaningfully get disrupted by Master Mold because there just aren't early plays in the deck. And if you brick a draw out of that deck, that's really good. Even Maximusing early is a little free. You get them to draw things like Zola and Null that they really want in the deck. There is a lot to be
Están en
said
competencia
for the
los dos,
coterie
¿no?
of 2-drops that W has access to. Master Mold, Cable, and Maximus all meaningfully disruptive in this matchup.
And with that said, folks, it is time. It is time
Entonces
to
estoy
head over
reviven
into the
aquí.
finals.
Okay.
Let's take a look at it. It is Movi versus W. This is for all the marbles. And let's start with a Nightcrawler in the mid.
Hub early is likely to be bad for Movi, but it is a very playable card, so maybe that comes down instead of a Ravona.
Or nothing.
Holding for the Star-Lord.
Isle of Silence. Isle of
Missing a
Silence definitely
2-drop for W. Missing a 2-drop for W is pretty bad as well here, because we just talked about how awesome all the 2-drops were. To me, that suggests maybe that he's holding a cable. That's sort of what it looks like to me. But it's also possible that trying to cable after a Mr. Negative is going the wrong direction when you're a Supergiant deck.
As we see now the Mercury drop into the left and the Ravona getting a head start over in the hub. Now the Iron Man also gets drawn. Got the float curve, so that means you're going to get another +3 on the energy side going into turn 5. Without having the Isle of Silence to play with, how dramatic is that going to be in this matchup? Sorry, in this round right now for Movi?
Really, I almost think it might be a little more dramatic the other way. There's no Mercury Cannonball in that lane. There's no real ability to put a Ronin in that lane. So where are your points actually coming from? I'm not sure you feel confident playing Ronin. Sure. I'm not sure you feel confident playing Ronin much anyway. The amount of time W is taking here makes me think he's trying to make a Negasonic call out. That is the thing that I think is happening here.
And it's exactly, it's exactly what was happening. Trying to make the call for the Negasonic. Now, with the Arnim Zola top deck. Oh boy, now he still has the priority. So without
no
Cosmo
Cosmo.
being a concern, you've got all of this energy to work with. I mean, you just...
Cannonball. You cannonball the Star-Lord and brick this whole turn.
Or not. You just retreat.
Or not.
Yeah, it could be that too. Just simply no. Nope, not gonna happen.
Very reasonable. I mean, that was one of those will they, won't they games where you just like, if I get this right,
Pero si
game
le
ends.
atinó.
Got it wrong. And you really only had the Star-Lord out on that snap.
We open up again with another chimichanga here. We got to be careful. Last time we saw a chimichanga, we lost a co-caster. So keep an eye on the screen, everybody.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how many backups we have either. The magic coming down here is a really big wrinkle in this match. Because W doesn't really have the ability to interact with that, and his deck doesn't really scale in the way that you would want if you are going to play the card. If you are going to play against the card magic. It's very linear, so you're not getting nearly as much.
And a Camp Lehigh throwing another card into the hand, the Morph, which I don't really see too much value for Movi on that. So
It's
might just...
great for W, though.
Yes.
Because force them to play a 3. Cards are
Si
in
no se,
their
no se
hand.
puede
You can even
repetir.
do further clogging here if you have the ability to do so, right? Like if
Lo que
you are
pueden
W
también
and
es
you
ver el
play
listado de gente que hay en el
Maximus,
chat,
or you
en la
play
parte de arriba,
a
y retar a los que no han
that
retado
is
todavía.
it's big game. You're pricking a lot of draws.
And I think that's exactly why Movi's holding on
Por
to
ejemplo,
Chimichanga, just to make sure that he can't get
voy a ir
two
poniendo
sentinels into
unos
the hand that he
acá.
can't get rid of. He can deal with the
Y
Maximus play. It's
duel.
hard for him to deal with that one. As Magic goes ahead and flips over the left. Magic Cable's trying to steal something of value, but we have no idea what it could be. And it looks like it's just going to YOLO and play the Morph.
If the morph is big enough, like let's say it hits a Ronin, you're kind of looking at like, okay, well, it hit a Ronin, so I get the Star-Lord and get priority here. W's got to play for this.
Ay,
Yeah,
otra vez
here goes
quité el
Star-Lord
torneo.
priority.
He got his own Ravona. There we go.
All right.
He got his own Ravona.
A lot of Star-Lord versus Supergiant games tend to
Retemos
come down to
a
like, you put a Zola face down, and you're like, I hope they don't realize it's a Zola, and I hope they like Negasonic this lane instead of Cosmoing it.
Igual que acaba esa pelea
Easily
que,
put Chimichanga down first,
que
playing
puso
playing for the Negasonic. We saw that with
el
Brown
Bonnie.
matches earlier in the.
You're not
earlier.
worried about the Negasonic. You're worried about them correctly guessing that this is a Zola and Cosmo in the lane. That's the thing you're afraid of. Because when you do this, you're expecting them to be like, I'm going to blow up their big card face down with a Negasonic. I worry that this list doesn't have enough mix-ups such that it kind of just is a Zola. Like, you look at that and you're like, yeah, that's an Arnim Zola.
There is always the threat of it being a null as like a, hey, I don't have my Mystique play, but I have all my destroy lines. But I think that's less of a fear.
It's a lot more of a fear in like the mainline Star-Lord deck where it's like, is this a Fin Fang Fu? Is this an Arnim Zola? What is it, right? And it's a lot less threatening when it's Gore Null, I think, a lot of the time.
How many procs is Star-Lord getting? How much energy? 4?
I believe it will be 5, actually.
I mean, it won't matter because the Negasonic's going to explode it there. There's the 4 that goes onto it. So it is going to be going to 11 energy to work with. Plus you've got your...
A ver, voy a retar otro ahí que no le he retado todavía.
Priority is not favoring you right now. So do you just throw Lehigh?
Ay.
I'm wondering.
No.
Because it is just a Cosmo call out on Lehigh, right? Like, if they don't have the Cosmo, my guess is the face down on Limbo is a Cannonball. But it could very easily be a Ronin as well.
I think you're looking at some kind of interactive play on and read right now since the priority is over on W's side. I'm looking at Null Shang-Chi and trying to make a prediction, but if it's only for 1 cube and you're in low stakes, you could go for it. It's not the worst risk in the world, value-wise, but it's also the finals. So I can understand wanting to hold on to every cube possible and just move on to round 3 at an even tie.
I think that was a very smart retreat. I'll go the other way here. I think that was the correct decision. You could cope it, that's fine. But this is when you really
Venga,
need to stop
yo he
coping.
sacado algo más.
This is about the time when coping starts to really hurt you. You're a combo deck. You didn't combo that game.
Necesito
It's
mirar.
fine. You got disrupted. You can lose those for one. That's part of the promise of the deck, is that it's okay to do.
What I think is really interesting too, as I was just told here from our production team, we asked the community going into this match, where do people think they are gonna say, here's who's going to win? And it looks like 63% of the vote is favoring W with the Cannonball Ronin list. And
Mascota, ya tengo
37% of
mascota,
the
ya
vote
tengo
is heading
mascota.
towards Movi. Now, I don't know how much of that might be scarred tissue.
Potentially. Potentially it's a wish cast rather than a prediction.
But I will say, either way, I think it's an
No me ha caído es una
incredibly
skin
exciting
bacana.
finish, nevertheless, because either way,
Falta una
both
skincita.
of these decks, you're going to see Astra. I mean, you're already
Vamos a
seeing
poner esta.
a load of the
Guardar.
Star-Lord deck currently on ladder, and that's something that I always like seeing after these events, as Nulls dropped over into the Spider Island first, who swings into the middle lane with the Project Pegasus bonus. Here comes the Cable to steal something out of the deck, not holding onto it this time, followed by the Mercury going to the Project Pegasus, which I do kind of like a potential cheeky play here with Spider Island, so keep an eye on that too, unless if they just magic it away.
There's a couple of things going on here, right? The first is, if you're W, you really don't want to play anything big here. If you play something big, it's very Shang-Chi-able. You basically never, ever want to do that. So you don't get full value out of it here. But the second is, if you're Movi, you get a null down instead of a gore, and you would just rather have the gore basically every single time. The other thing is, when you have your null down, it's good, but especially if you're playing the Magic here, just by virtue of Cosmo existing, you don't feel very confident being able to Zola the null here. So what you're looking for maybe is a Jane Foster in the Clintar, Zolaing the Jane
faltan
Foster
8
Spider
peleas,
Island. You win
Bonnie.
the Spider Island because you
Este
have
man
9
quiere
points
subir
there,
a
you get
nivel,
9 points on the
nivel
null, you
7
get
ya,
9
¿no?
points on the Jane Foster.
No,
It
no
seems
pudo
like a
ver que yo
plausible
llegara
thing to
lo
do.
alcanzara el nivel.
As they move over the Nightcrawler to keep the priority with Supergiant going down here on 4, Magic's gonna
Llegaron al
throw a
máximo de
missile
batallas
into
diarias ya.
that just a bit.
Ay, ahora sí, ya
I think that
valieron.
it almost doesn't throw enough of one.
Oh, I love this illusion play.
Ahora sí, ya valieron.
I love this illusion play.
What are you seeing?
I'm seeing this is turn 5. You're trying to drop down something into Spider Island, right? So you're trying to sell the illusion of this being an Iron Man because you're going to be filling up lanes. That's how I would read it if I were W. I'm looking at that threat going, this card isn't moving.
¿Qué pasó?
There's a very good chance if it is going to move,
¿Ya?
it's because they're filling a lane. The question is which one? I look at it logically as saying the mid is the one that's filling.
Interesting.
So that could justify the Mercury move all by itself. And that's what I think he's trying to do, is bait out the Mercury move to lock whatever's in there, thinking it might just be a 0.
That's a really interesting play. I suspect that this is going to be another one of those games where you're just like, it's whatever. Like, I'm going to make this play and then I'm going to leave for 1 cube because I didn't get Star-Lord and I didn't get Mr. Negative. So I'm chilling. You know, I really didn't get any of those cards.
Definitely not now. If you get 2 Sentinels popped into the hand, the Gore is going to swing over into Clintar, sitting kindly at 5. You're looking at Killmonger. Shang-Chi doesn't really have a lot of value here.
¿Cuál lista, Capuchino? ¿La del chat?
Shang-Chi, you'd have to really guess right. 2 cards dropping down, though, on the Supergiant turn. You're really looking against. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, no, it's not favoring. I'm trying to figure out the chances of you hitting on one of the bigger remaining plays for W based on these cards and what they are.
It's a really interesting dynamic here, because I feel like if you were gonna leave that last one, I'm not sure why you wouldn't be thinking the same direction here.
I think he's just looking through every possible maybe lane.
La lista se ve ahí en el chat. Su merced se va al chat. Hay como unos 3 punticos. Dice usuarios del chat. Ahí está la lista. Todos los usuarios son válidos para retarlos. Ay, otra vez se me fue la imagen del... Ahí debería verse, ahora sí. Ahí está.
Doesn't do it. Here comes the Gore to hit that over into Spider Island. Going to be doing a swap. So Spider Island's essentially sold for Moby. Here comes the Gore into Mystique. Goes for the Shang-Chi play afterwards, but it's only going to be 3 power. That's going to bring it to 18. It's all about what's in the limbo lane right now as we watch Negasonic pop on down, followed by the Electra to not tie it because the Gore is going to go over.
I mean, that is just a really tough scene there with the specific call out. I mean, the cannonball going over there, cannonballing it to that lane, the 0 power null being highlighted here. Those are the games that W has to win if he wants to have a chance in this matchup, because he's not going to win the ones where the combo actually happens. He's got to make it up on these much more iffy ones.
Yeah, I could have seen an absolute, like, just straight up turn 5 or 6 bluff snap on that one right there. And I'm surprised that W's also playing down Electra honestly at all, because Electra serves no value for the most part. If anything, all of the value ends up in the favor of Moby because it can be killmongered, which benefits his death.
Sure, but he needs priority. It just has to happen. Also, I mean, even with Mr. Negative. Yeah, even with Mr. Negative, Jane Foster here, the Master Mold doing work. Mr. Negative, Jane Foster is just not drawing cards. A random Elsa Bloodstone coming down, more Electra value, even.
Now, with your sitting the 2 Sentinels into your hand, how does that change your decision of do you Negative Jane or do you Star-Lord in this situation?
Jeez. I mean, I think you just kind of
you just have to YOLO and hope it, right?
You're just kind of sad, I think, mostly. It's a face down Killmonger, a face down. Yeah, the Killmonger's a pretty good
Bueno, ya mañana regresan y siguen farmeando ahí.
Sure.
Killmonger sent just to free up the hand. But no, it's only turn 5
Well,
anyway, so yeah.
Yeah, it's more just like, I don't know if I'm going to be playing the Killmonger Sentinel at all, and I kind of want something face down. Bit late for that, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this feels like a -1 cube most of the time. So the Electra gets blown up. That's very good. The middle is absolutely lost, and you are only going to be able to play 6 power on the right, so you cannot win the game.
Yeah, Star-Lord's only going to be 5 power and all is said and done. This is just throw up your hands. It's okay. You still got to lead. You're still leading 8-7. Still leading 8-7. But when it's high stakes, it's basically the same.
Got molded a little bit there. The power of Master Mold in this matchup is legit. Like, I know that sounds a bit like a joke, but it is a very real consideration.
Considering that this whole deck is premised on the idea of draw a ridiculous amount of cards that are of a certain format. Yes, it's not beyond the realm of reason to think that that's a good card in this matchup.
Utopia doing some work on that Star-Lord here. Cable coming down early. We will have no idea what's going on there. Cable's been a quiet format staple for a while. Just doing great stuff as a 2/4 in priority decks that gives you some information. And while it's not technically disruption, the information, especially in a deck like Supergiant, can be particularly valuable.
It's also interesting to see when W decides to hold the cable versus play the cable out because you're trying to push priority. It changes based on, I think, probably that turn 2 read of, are they playing something down immediate? Are they playing down the Ravona right away because they're going
minijuegos, bidware,
or are they not playing it down on 2 because then I just need to worry about getting rid of what could be.
Puedo aumentarlo, sí. ¿A cuántas las dejamos?
So
Está a 5.
I think most of what's happened here is that
Adicionales, ¿no? O sea, debe haber una base de cierta cantidad y adicional otras. No sé cuántas alcanzaron a jugar
every
hoy.
game I'm super gianting, and if I am not super gianting, well, it's okay, because the only time Cable's going to be really, really good for me is when he is able to work after a Mr. Negative. So I'm just playing him every time. So he's just doing his thing. The Killmonger, like,
Voy a duplicarla, voy a ponerle 10.
the deck W is playing is not a deck with
Y vamos a subir ya las skins
So blowing
a
up the
4.
stuff, it matters.
Para que quede
It
todo
is
al doble.
quite relevant.
Guardar,
Considering the
listo.
Nightcrawler's ideally looking to go to Kunlun. So it's
Los
a
dupliqué
5 on a
nomás.
destroy.
Ya eso es lo máximo que le subo por hoy.
I like this play a lot.
Ay, volví a quitar el torneo.
And then just drop down the null exclusively.
Null or Gore? I would guess Gore is more points.
I think it depends on how many cards they drop flipped over right here. If one card's dropping, now you got a 50-50 of it being an on-reveal. And that's going to bring priority still in W's favor, so there's a world where Electric comes on out too, but that's only 7 on the Destroy versus Gore.
Bad.
Yeah, Gore's going to be much higher here.
So if we assume that's a Ronin face down, which probably, right? What we're really, really afraid of here is if we Gore right to try to beat the Ronin, first of all, does that even work? Second of all, am I getting absolutely blasted by a Negasonic on the left? This is the play that's like, I am not only not getting blasted by a Negasonic on the left, I'm specifically calling it out as a counter. And that is something that we've seen Movi do the entire tournament, is say, I think I know what you're going to do, and I'm making the call out.
And we get 3 cards drop. It's the Mercury over on the
Merc
right-hand side.
Cannonball!
Here comes the Cosmo and Shadow King. Arnim Zola is going to take that Star-Lord, send it over into the big house. It's not going to get extra power in the big house, but it will get extra power over in the Kunlun. That's going to bring it to 12. It might be enough to keep that lane in their favor. Here comes the Cannonball, who brings the Star-Lord down to being a rock. That's going to be 15. Killmonger is going to be blocked by that Cosmo, and Jane Foster is going to steal the left. Sentinel's only going to donate 3 over into Kunlun, and even with the play around, W takes that one, bringing it now in favor on his end, 7-4.
This is an example of like the kind of callouts you have to make, because he would have lost if he did the other play and W had the Negasonic callout on the left. It would have been a loss, right? Like that is how it works. There's a lot of hidden information in one of these games. Limbo immediately might be a chance to make up this gap. If Movi's hand wasn't completely abysmal right now, I would be expecting a snap.
Oh, and Sinister London. Now
That
you
is a snap.
definitely
Uy, me
snap.
salió Mirage.
Now you, without a question, snap. Every time.
Hi.
Nice.
I don't know how W stays in this moment, to be honest. Even with all of that, even with all
Master
the abilities,
Mold?
I think it's Cannonball. You just hope for them to clog
Yeah.
themselves and throw the priority. That might be the only
Yeah.
route out here. But then you're worried about null just as equally.
The problem is you're facing down like a Cosmo or whatever, right? And you're
Yeah.
like, I want a Cosmo to prevent them from doing something stupid, but if you Cosmo, you can't really do any of your interactive
Otra vez
stuff.
quité el
This
torneo,
is
loco. ¿Qué
the
pasa?
Master
¿Por qué
Mold.
se
There it
minimiza?
is. Like he is doing stuff. You wanna skip? You wanna skip a turn
and
here?
now
Bo?
a Smithsonian Museum on top of it. He can't play out the Sentinel here, unfortunately.
Well, he can.
Oh, I mean, well, sorry, no. By playing the Sentinel, he can't get a draw from here, is what I meant to say, as
Yeah.
W has Movi pushed all the way in. With this moment, you're going to see the Star-Lord, I'm safely assuming he's going to be dropping down here into Sinister London. Yeah. I think there's no other
You think this
play.
is do you think genuinely if there's a Cosmo call out here, is it just like GG?
Because Limbo's on the board? No. But it is a super giant, so it prevents 2 of them. Sorry, no, I'm saying
how do
Stardust.
you mean?
Sorry, Stardust, super giant. I do it all the time.
Wrong
Reflex.
4-6, yeah.
See, I'm still stuck from the old mess up. I brought it over into the new game,
Yeah.
so just bear with me on that. The Smithsonian gives a little bit of a buff for both players. They both have ways to be able to buff that one up.
Since W has priority here, I would imagine what's going to be a face down is a Killmonger, or not a Killmonger, a Cannonball. But it's possible he can just be like... See, I don't know. This
agree.
is super risky.
I think
this is just such a dangerous situation.
He puts 2 over in the right. If out of his cards, he only has 2 ongoings. That's Cosmo Ronin. So if he dropped it down, you're looking at probably, I'm assuming, like Cosmo Maximus.
Could be a lot of things, honestly. Could be... The whole premise of this deck is that there's a million different options that can happen.
Yeah.
The gore coming down here really telegraphs that that is an Arnim Zola on the left. And then it's just, we're drawing null and it's going to be fine. It really telegraphs that. I almost think that you're supposed to Sinister London it and just hope you get it to the left location so as not to telegraph.
I think you do it either way because you have the Mystique in hand for next turn either way. So even if it goes to the right, you still drop it down afterwards in the left and then just make your play further, no?
The thing is, you are pretty vulnerable to what if you don't have priority here, right? Don't you just get cannonballed on the left, right?
No,
Don't you just get cannonballed 2 places?
I was more worried about if it was Negasonic, because then at least you get the duplicate on the board.
Sure.
Worst case scenario. You do get both, and you get the best case scenario of that gore landing over to the left. You don't draw the null, and W has the priority here.
This looks like cannonball middle. Victoria! Move something to the right. Cannonball right. Or, sorry, cannonball middle.
Estamos a 4 de
Mercury that's on the
Vibranium.
left to the right.
Electra on the left.
Something
or
along
Nightcrawler,
those
one of the
lines,
two.
but
Yeah, it's got to be one of the ones, so...
Cannonball is only going to be 6, so W is going to have 16 power middle. If the gore goes away, the 16 power loses to the Shang-Chi play.
I think you're just
This is an unbelievably tense situation. Because here you're now you're looking at Cosmo, right? If they go for the Mystique, the Cosmo's going to win the game.
This is all
And there's still that face down Arnim Zola.
All about what W is reading as the last potential play here, as Moby goes ahead and locks in the double Shang-Chi into the mid. There goes the Mercury over to the right. We see the open space over on the left, though, backwards from what we were expecting. It is the Cosmo in Sinister London to protect the middle lane. Here comes the Cable for 5 extra power due to the ongoing from that Mercury. The Mystique is going to copy that gore because the Cosmo went to the left. Here comes the Shang-Chi, which does nothing on that side and nothing on that side, just giving up extra more power to the gore. The Arnim Zola's not going to be able to do anything. When it flips over, it's just a 0. Here comes the Shadow King, who does nothing. The Maximus comes on down
Maximus
on top of
for the Ronin!
And it's going to draw those last 2 cards into the hand, shooting the Ronins up to 17 a pop. The 9 power from Jane Foster goes on down. It's 43, 45, 48, and it's a full-on casserole to keep this match going.
It was risky for W to stay there. It was risky for him to stay into the snap. It remained risky. That first turn Limbo, second turn Sinister London, it is hard to overcome that no matter what you do. And now we're in the 4-3 situation. Is Moby going to insta-snap this?
Well, I know we are both students of Lambie's thought process there, so I would assume and hope so, but let's see.
Hand is really bad, so maybe not.
Yeah, they're
it's hard to do it. Even though it's a correct play, it is hard to make.
Keep the floating going. I mean, Jane in hand, only 2 of the 0 powers. I mean, you're praying. Looking at the cubes, there you go. He circles it, letting us know over here on the caster side that yes, I have the 4-3. This is the moment I should be snapping. Make the sell, and this is it. This is the push once again, this time now favoring Moby, trying to knock W out as the Cable drops down into the Bifrost. Here comes a Warrior Falls.
I mean, Magic's just the understated all-star of this deck. It's just so hard for what W is doing to keep multiple big 6-drops down.
Even with the cannonball presenting some flexibility over in Warrior Falls, I don't know if that it's tough to figure out who's going to get favored in that location.
I would imagine it's just getting blown up by the magic, right? Like, that seems like what is most likely happening. It's interesting that he's valuing the magic at this level as opposed to, say, Mr. Negative Jane Foster in deference to Supergiant, right? Because if he plays Mr. Negative right now and doesn't get the magic down, I actually think he was correct to go for the magic here. That's what he's weighing. A lot of people are like, oh, it's Mr. Negative, play Mr. Negative. You need that extra turn. That's quite important in this matchup. And without that extra turn, things can get a little bit dicey.
And he plays around the Warrior Falls getting Cosmoed, playing that magic down, securing it. That's a beautiful read by Moby to play around the Cosmo more than anything else.
It's fascinating because now Supergiant is doing different things here, but like you feel good about this, right? You just need to get to a gore. If you get to a gore here, it seems very difficult to lose.
Looking at what's in the hand already, you're looking at the Mystique as your best friend. The Mystique is the selling point right now.
Me ganó con mi carta. Ay.
Full sacking that lane, huh?
You got your ongoings protected in Warrior Falls potentially.
Resplandeciente.
And they mistake the Cosmo for the block! What a read by W!
Oh my gosh!
He blocks the Mr. Negative in the clubhouse. What a
Well, at
play.
least one Cosmo is going away, presumably. Cable, quiet carry once again, could have just changed this entire matchup.
We got a protected Ronin down into the clubhouse. Here comes Jane Foster. The Electra takes the hit
to keep
for
the Cosmo alive.
Keeps it alive.
This is pristine. It does not get better than what W is doing right now.
This is absolutely insane.
Unbelievable.
And the Ronin's protected from the Shang-Chi.
This felt so free looking at it from Movi's side, and it just turned into something that wasn't. And that is what W does. Things just become not free.
Here comes the cannonball, which makes the magic disappear into a rock. Maximus then comes on down. The null's going to shoot up to a whole whopping 4 power. At this point, now the match point is going to switch as we watch Cosmo disappear. And just like that, W is in position, has to win one of the next 2 to take the Golden Gauntlet today.
I just don't know what else to say. I genuinely don't know what else to say. I'm looking at that on turn 3, turn 4, like I have no idea how we lose this. And then W just cruises his way through it, uses the threat of his own cards to do such incredibly powerful stuff. There's a Valhalla here, which, I mean, we've seen Moby snap it, but there's a Cosmo. It's pretty clearly going to happen there, right? Like,
I mean, when you're down to 1 cube, I don't know what the snap equity is now, but you know.
The snap equity is non-existent, but like that is normally a thing that he's very happy to see. These are locations that are incredible for him. He's got Mr. Negative. He's got Onslaught Citadel. He's got Valhalla with the Star-Lord. And just like after watching that last game, I just don't know. You know, like this is everything you want, but it just sort of feels like nothing's going to happen.
I think at this point, if you're Moby, you just kind of have to YOLO and hope that Cosmo doesn't come down into Valhalla right now.
I kind of wonder if you ever just play off. I mean, you know, Because if you play off, you kind of get got by Supergiant. If you play on, you get got by a good Cosmo read.
And it's the Negasonic.
That'll work too!
That does the same job. Well, half of it at least.
Oh, the double cable! I mean, like, I just don't know what else to say. W didn't want to see this matchup. Magic is the savior here. That is the card that allows this to work
Hold
again.
on. It's not over
Is there
yet.
a gore in the deck? Is there a gore in the deck? Is there a Mystique in the deck?
Yes and yes. Well,
We don't know. There's two cable
hoping.
cards,
Yeah,
right?
cables.
Like, we actually genuinely don't know.
I'm optimist for Moby on this one. That's all.
It got a lot better with that draw. I can tell you that much. 2 turns of double discounted Ravona on a whole lot of stuff.
Eres digno.
Well, we know Jane was one of them now. Just drop down the 9. Here's the magic flip over with the limbo on the left. Bring us a Ravona. Bring us a Killmonger.
I'll tell you something else I like about Ravona Killmonger here. I like that it is counterplaying a Cannonball.
Yes.
Because if I'm W and I'm looking down on Ravona Renslayer, I'm like, I'm blowing that up with a Cannonball if I can. I am doing what I can.
With no negative flipped. Yes, 100%.
Yep. I am just staring down that and saying, that's happening.
Oh.
And now it looks like, the problem is you just doing this to like be like, there's a gore in there, right? You get the gore, you put it on the left. You play, or you play either Mystique on the gore or the Iron Man, and then you Zola it, right? Like, that's what you're setting up for here if you're making this play.
Because you've still got the reduction in place. There's the
No gore!
The gore belongs to W here. Here comes Iron Man number 1.
Okay, so
wait.
No works.
Several different
works.
plays here. Several different plays.
Yeah, Mystique left, null Zola middle. Or Mystique middle, Zola middle, null left. If they call it out with a Cosmo,
Eres digno.
that's a whole different thing.
Oh, I love this move, though. I love this move. Throw the Zola read.
Throw the Zola read and then just say, you're going to Cosmo middle and it's going to be fine. But you are only putting 10 points on the left. It's got to win.
Well, think about it. If the Cosmo is needing to be dropped into the mid, what's going to go into the left to go over 10? So...
Electra, Mercury, and
Mercury moves. You're right. Mercury's still got to move.
Electra, Mercury, Maximus is what you'd be scared of.
I mean, right now, Moby's saying, I'm throwing the mid. This is all it. It's left and right, and that's it. Or maybe not. Think about it.
I think this is a really heads-up reads play. Like, this is just so heads-up. We'll see if W's on this level. But this is really high level from Moby, saying, I'm... Okay, go in a different direction. The Shang-Chi on the gore,
Cover
looking
3.
for a double null lane.
Here we go. Here's a cover 3 in the play. The Mercury goes over from Onslaught Citadel, and the Cannonball's going to just move over that Killmonger. Killmonger moves over. Here comes the Maximus, gets no draws. We got 1, 2. You get the hit on that Shang-Chi. Great hit on that Shang-Chi. Here comes the Mystique after the null. It's the right, the mid, and the left when all is said and done. We are going down to the final cube here in the finals, and I love it.
I mean, this is unbelievable. But like, if you're W, you're thinking, this is the one where he Mr. Negatives me on 3, aren't you? Like, you're just sitting there like, oh man, here it comes. But honestly, I've started to believe that Magic is a more important card to this matchup than anything else. This is about as good of a hand as you're going to see from Moby.
Yeah.
It's going to be on W to figure out a way to maneuver his way through this.
Isle of
That
Silence
helps.
definitely makes it interesting, but that also really helps Moby there with that Star-Lord being super protected.
Well, Cannonball type stuff. There's some things that are available here.
I'm mostly talking about the block.
Sure. But, like, it's also the place where you would expect that to be. So if there's a Negasonic coming down, it's probably coming down there. Ooh, I mean, like, these are about as good of draws as you could possibly get when there's still so much ridiculous stuff going on in the deck. Now going for the Mr. Negative instead of the Star-Lord really heads up, because again, you're looking at the... Wow.
One Sentinel only, though.
Yeah.
So with the extra turn, do you Jane now?
I almost wonder if it's just supposed to be like Rapona Killmonger.
That's what I was looking at. I'm like, sitting there thinking,
Y no me ve el Michi blanco del juego. Ah, ya hay un Michi. No, es que como estoy con las partidas. Ay, otra vez quita el. Pero porque se quita el torneo, loco. Ya me di cuenta que se quita
Zola
solo.
does some work. I mean, like, you could just play the Star-Lord here. I'm a little surprised at... don't want to leave too obvious a lane for the Cosmo, presumably.
Subía Vibranio.
Also, I think it's a pretty weak lane if you, like, now power-wise, since they dropped the Jane. You're looking at a threat of doing the Arnim Zola by having the Star-Lord over to the left, and this is Movi saying, I challenge you to figure out, will I be doing the Zola on the left or not?
I just think it doesn't even really matter all that much. The cable, is that the flipped gore?
That puts enough of a variance to find out. Let's see what the next draw is. Here comes the Mercury over down into Atlantis. We got the Ravona, we got the Star-Lord, who's going to be adding another 2 on there. So 1, 2, 3, 9, excuse me, 9 when all is said and done. It's the Shang-Chi with the negative null.
It is the flipped gore. 2 cards drawn up. Well, no, okay. I don't know how many cards I don't know how many cards weren't drawn. I think we had a couple of bricked draws, so we don't know that it's the gore.
We actually do. There's 11. Sorry, no, there's Sentinel in the hand still. It's a 50-50 on it being a gore, essentially.
This is crazy.
And if it's a negative gore...
This is just the same play as last time, though. It's a good play around, right? Like, you're looking at, like, where are they going to Cosmo? You're afraid they're going to Cosmo the Ronin lane. This does lose to the Cosmo Ronin lane.
Aquí jugando el Marvel
It's
Snap, ¿tú cómo
if that
vas?
happens. A Cosmo in that right lane should take this home for W if there is a Cosmo in
Epa. Epa. Sí, por ahí están farmeando en el chat del canal, están ahí probando una cosita que metí. Está por ahí Capuchino, estaba Bonnie también, pero creo que ya fue a descansar.
Negasonic for protection, followed by the negative Iron Man into limbo. Here comes the Killmonger, gets rid of the 8. That's going to help reinforce a little bit there over into the null, which goes up to 22. And even with Mystique taking on the power of the null, Moby is knocked out by W, and W
Ese juego es muy bacano.
comes back and takes
Mi juego favorito es
the
ese.
negative deck.
That's unbelievable work. There's really nothing else you can say other than that.
Eso por ahí en
This
julio,
is
agosto
2
le
straight
sacan una
matchups
promo.
that if W had the choice, he would never ever choose to play against. Both times, he masterfully navigated, and it wasn't like his reads were always perfect. There were some blown reads. It happens. Blew a read on a Negasonic. It's whatever. He minimized the risk
Bien,
of
bien,
blowing
bien. Ahí
those
vamos.
reads and maximized the kind of game that he wanted to play. If you told me that this matchup
Sí, ya
went
llevo 9 horas.
8 to 9 rounds, I would say I think W's probably going to win it, because this kind of explosive deck from Movi, not necessarily the deck that wants to go 8 or 9 rounds, but was really impressed. I got to tell you this. I know Movi lost, and I know W is a player that I've known for years and years. I would call him a friend. I was so impressed with Movi. I was so impressed with the navigation of that. That was just really good play from both sides. I honestly think it might be the most high-level finals in any of the Golden Gauntlet that I have ever seen. This was unbelievable, unbelievably technical. Both players played absolutely out of their mind. This is why we do tournaments.
Yeah, it was an
Dale,
honor
loco.
just to watch that play out the way it did. We knew going into it was going to be exciting because we had the most popular deck
cuídate.
versus a long-time beta player who's just like, I know everything about this deck inside and out, and I'm going to play it, and I am going to master it. And W is, if anybody's going to do it, based on our past experiences, I'm not surprised to see W be one of those people who can just take this kind of a list in this kind of a meta And not just read one layer deep, but read like 6 layers deep and keep doing it time after time after time. And now
Obtener
take
recompensa.
home the Golden Gauntlet today.
I can't say enough good things about the reads both players made across both of the games that I commentated that involved them. Unbelievably done. Unbelievably done.
Yeah.
I genuinely have not seen better Marvel Snap played. I genuinely can fully, honestly say that. This was some of the best Marvel Snap I have ever seen in my entire. Incredibly well.
This entire day was just a repetitive reminder of what else can be done. It makes me, as a more casual player, more often than not, want to compete, want to get better, want to try and branch out and learn every idiosyncrasy of every matchup, because when you watch top level play like this, it has to inspire you a little bit as someone who just plays the game. It has to make you go, what can I do better? What can I learn from watching this? And if you're going to give any advice based on just even this, this last round, not even this whole day, there's too much to talk about. We'll have to talk about it another time. But just from this last match, if you had to take one thing and pass it on to the community as something to take away from it and learn and apply to your ladder climbs and your conquest matches right now, what would you say that is?
Experience matters. Experience matters so much. Both of the players that we saw in the finals today, it was abundantly clear that they were not just playing the obvious play every single time. That they had a highly developed understanding, not just of what they were doing, but what their opponent thought they were doing. And they manipulated their opponents in that way to allow themselves to create space in the matchup. W manipulating things to have his opponent play a magic instead of a Mr. Negative because they were afraid of a supergiant. That kind of space that you create allows you to win from there. So experience and improvisation. Incredible work from both players. Incredible Marvel Snap on display. I can say, I'm just repeating myself. I've said it 5 times. That's just what it was. This was the best Marvel Snap I've seen in an extremely long time.
¿Ese fue el que ganó?
Really exciting. It was really fantastic.
Pantallazo, pantallazo.
Wild to watch as we see it's probably in competition for the most accessible deck that we've seen win one of these. We had a discard deck in the past, and I think this might have less series. It actually definitely has less series 5 cards, and if not just as many, if not less series 4 cards. It's only 3 series 4 cards. It's, oh man, I can't wait. I cannot wait for this to be accessible in packs.
I will say it is sort of an L, right? Like, oh, we're gonna get a new snap pack with all of these new awesome cards in it. It's super giant, and there's 3 series 4s. I think that it is an interesting card from that perspective. But I also think that like this is a deck people are gonna have access to potentially via the snap packs mechanic, like they did last time, right?
Yes, 100%.
I talked about experience. This is one of the hardest decks in the game to play. So if you're gonna play it and you're gonna pick it up, make sure you actually spend time with it, because you, after playing 5 games of this deck and you after playing 100 games of this deck, going to be very different use.
This is definitely true, and I know day one going into it, I expect a sub 50% win rate, and that's okay. But you know what? If you can truly learn it and master it, look what can happen. You can walk away a champion. So congratulations once again to W for an absolutely fantastic showing today in today's first qualifier of the Golden Gauntlet. KM, do you have anything you want to say as we wrap up here today?
Congratulations to W. Good job winning one for the Boomers, buddy. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. I really just want to emphasize this was an unbelievable finals. I was so impressed by it, and I am generally just not someone who will say that lightly. Really amazing. Thank you so much to the team at Second Dinner and Game On Events for putting on an event that allows me to feel like this. I really appreciate it. To everyone out there, thank you so much for watching. I've been KM Best, and you've been phenomenal.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a wonderful evening. Stick around if you're here watching for Twitch drops here on Twitch. We are going to be playing the entire broadcast a second time. If this is the second time and you're hearing this, the broadcast is about to end. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching once again. And until next time, well, I mean, so much just happened. I don't even know what to say, man. I don't even know what to say.
Del momento ya regreso. We are back! Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Snap Golden Gauntlet. For those who do not know, my name is Guest, also known as It's Guest Gaming. I am your producer, I am your host, and I am here to welcome you formally to the first qualifier for the Marvel Snap Golden
Gauntlet. It has been months since we last left the World Finals back in November of 2025, and we saw really unique decks actually, well, dominate. And now here we are in a meta and a different time in Marble Snap where we've got decks like Iska, who never expected to be as popular as she is in this, at least from my point of view. I mean, we're seeing an incredible amount of gameplay already with brand new cards in a brand new world of Marble Snap. So I'm excited. I hope you're excited. We have drops even going on, exclusive drops here to this stream. So make sure that you are linked up with your Twitch account. After 2 hours, you get 155 cable boosters, and after 4 hours, you get the Marble Legends cable variant. So make sure you're connected. Let's jump right into it. Our opening casters today is a duo that is completely new here to the Golden Gauntlet, but they are definitely not new to the Marble Snap scene. First off, I'd like to introduce, as much as it pains me to say for so many reasons, it's gotta be the man with the best mustache in all of Marble Snap. No offense, not my dance, who you'll see a little bit later on, but no offense. I'm sorry. Hands down, it's got to go to Ika. Ika, welcome on in, good sir. How you doing?
I'm doing so good. I'm so excited to be here. We're going to see some amazing gameplay from some amazing players. Oh, so happy to be here.
It is an honor to have you be a part of this broadcast with us, good sir, because I know you, right alongside your casting partner, are going to do fantastic and have a great time as well. Many of you have seen our second caster to open up the show today, not only as a competitor, as a caster, as a regular in the Marble Snap community. You know him, you love him. Ladies and gentlemen, Lambie is joining us today. Lambie Series, how you doing?
Hey guys, what's up everyone? You guys got a relic from the past to cast this time. I'm very excited to be here and to cast with Ika as well. Like as you mentioned, I've been a part of competitive Marble Snap since its inception, and I know I've been away for a bit, but I'm very excited to be here to cast some very exciting matches. And this is just the first qualifier, so it's just the beginning of something amazing, right, in 2026.
100%. We have a full year-long series, and this is just the very beginning of it. So I know that the games are already underway. So I'm going to pass the torch off to the two of you. I'm going to go behind the scenes. Maybe I'll reappear at random times. We'll talk. We'll figure it out. But I do want to let you both know, and the audience, everybody watching, know as well, that today's format is very simple. To qualify, there are 6 rounds that you must battle your way through. If you are battling and you finish with a 5-1 or a 6-0 record, they will automatically qualify for the World Finals. But the top 16 today will also be competing for incredible prizes courtesy of Marble Snap. So I'm going to hand it off to Ika and Lambie as they dive into the most popular deck in this tournament right now. The #1 most played deck, well, brought deck, is this. It's all yours, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, guest. Yeah, no, this is I'm not surprised that we're seeing this deck be the most popular. This is a very powerful deck. We're talking about Mr. Negative with Star-Lord edition here. What makes this really good is that Mr. Negative usually is one of those decks that if you draw Mr. Negative, you're good to go. If you don't draw it, sometimes you're kind of a little bit of on the back foot. But now with Star-Lord, you have this alternative, or maybe it's your primary line to just get tons and tons of power on the board. Lambie, when you look at this deck, what stands out to you the most in terms of like what's ready for this meta?
Right, let's talk about what's amazing about this deck first. So Mr. Negative has been around since the dawn of Marble Snap, right? But I feel like it's never actually really gone away. It's actually like continually getting better with every like new powerful card that gets released in the game that can benefit off of Mr. Negative's effect. So I think this deck is actually a lot more consistent than I initially thought it would be, right? Because you know the whole idea of Mr. Negative is that you kind of got a high roll, like the
Bueno, ya
discounts on Mr.
terminó el
Negative on the
torneito,
cards that are
vamos
still in your deck.
a...
But with this,
Ahí quitemos el... Ahorita la repetición, vamos a ver un par de partidas antes de apagar. Los dropsitos están vigentes, para los que preguntaron. Aún vigentes, aún vigentes.
Victoria.
Sí, ahorita están solo los potenciadores de cable, sí. Ya los anteriores se acabaron ayer en la tardecita. Igual hay que estar pendiente en estos días porque como va a haber varios Qualifier, van a sacar dropsitos seguido. Entonces toca estar ahí atentos.
Snap. Victoria.
Estos dropsitos son de 4 horas. Estos de hoy. Los de hoy son solo 4 horitas. Los anteriores sí eran de 6 horas. Sí, sí, eso sería todo. Creo que uno es de 1 hora, otro de 2 horas y otro de 4 horas. Así es como va la cosa. Cuatro.
Listos para despegar. ¿Eres digno? Yo soy Groot. ¡Lo tengo!
Sálvanos, gracias por el follow.
¿Eres digno?
Retomé hace poco. Estoy tratando de subir ahí poco a poco.
¡Oh, snap!
Sale.
¡Victoria!
¿Vieron que iban a cambiar el curso de la obtención de cartas? O sea, van a cambiar el sistema. Oh, pues ya ahí con ese éxito. Ya voy Vibranium. La verdad está bastante bien. No, no me quejo, no me quejo. Aquí en el nivel de colección voy en 1734. Y por ahí tengo un dexito que me armé, pero me falta el alto evolucionador. Necesito que me salga. Pues yo le veo futuro al juego, porque si ahorita en la transmisión alcanzaron a 5000 personas viendo, o sea que es
¡Han hecho snap!
público tienen. Eso es Snappy. Voy a agarrarle el snap. El problema es que si... Ah, los al revelarse son los que no funcionan ahí. O sea que si pongo este... Y este no habría problema.
¿Eres digno?
GG.
¡Victoria!
Esperemos que sí, porque está muy difícil para conseguir las cartas, la verdad. Y pues eso le da mucha ventaja al que lleva mucho tiempo jugando. Pues tiene más variedad y todo el tema. Y le es más fácil conseguir todo. Obviamente, pues también hay un tema y es que el juego, pues no sé si calificarlo como un pay to win, pero sí un pay to fast, se podría decir. Me dio mucha moral que hoy el campeón ganó con un deck que me hacen falta apenas 4 carticas. Entonces, pues no estoy tan lejos de poder llegar a un deck meta.
Ya es suficiente, Bob.
¡Qué partida más emocionante!
Ya es suficiente, Bob.
Creo que necesito cambiar mi ropa interior.
Quiero el trono. digno. Nosotros somos Venom.
Oh, snap.
Contempla mi imponente mano.
¡Victoria!
This?